In the southern isle of Longyan Mountain lies the formidable 99 Layers of Hell, a prison that confines the most notorious outlaws of the world. The criminals within the first 33 layers alone could stir international turmoil. Yet within the confines of the 99th layer, 9 venerable elders sit cross-legged, with a young man standing among them. Their might is not merely suppressed, rather, they have sought refuge in this layer. For those imprisoned within its walls possess power and influence that transcend the boundaries of the world. With a mere gesture, they could upheave the entire globe. Tianni, take this golden-laid jade token with you. Use it at your master's sister's trading company. All the wealth of the world will be at your disposal. Tianni, your second senior sister, has established the most powerful assassin organization, the Crane Killing Pavilion. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek her assistance. This is your third senior sister's gold card for her global film company. If you require public support, you may contact her. Each elder presents a token as a farewell gift to Li Tianni upon his departure from hell. 5 years prior, Li Tianni faced utter calamity. A scion of a mysterious family had set his sights on his sister, and when she resisted, he slaughtered the entire Li family before Tianni's very eyes. His father was beheaded, his mother hanged at the door, and his sister publicly humiliated and murdered. Of the 30 members of the Li family, only Li Tianni managed to escape. Every time he closes his eyes, he is haunted by the gruesome images of his family's demise, the cries of his father, the wails of his mother, and the screams of his sister. He vowed that if given the chance, he would return to Zhongbei City and make all the aggressors pay dearly. Perhaps the heavens heard his pleas, for by a twist of fate, Li Tianni found himself in the 99 layers of hell. Under the tutelage of 9 legendary masters, who transcended the world's rules, he absorbed their teachings. During this time, he also met 9 formidable senior sisters. Now, having mastered all he learned, today marks not only his release but also the day of bloodshed in Zhongbei. Accepting the farewell gifts from his masters, Li Tianni knelt and bowed thrice in reverence before turning to leave. Observing his retreating figure, the 9 elders exchanged satisfied smiles. This young man possesses a calm demeanor and exceptional talent. To have him as our disciple is a blessing in our lives, they remarked, stroking their beards and nodding in approval. Meanwhile, outside the prison, an armored vehicle slowly approached. The first to exit was a stunning woman clad in a fitted outfit, her exquisite features shrouded by an icy demeanor. Her enchanting eyes concealed a fierce intent. Under her command, a burly man shackled with heavy restraints was dragged from the vehicle. The inmates within the prison watched intently through narrow windows, their astonishment palpable upon recognizing the man. Good heavens, it's the infamous Rainy Night Butcher, renowned for his 1,000 kills. How could he be captured here? It's unbelievable. He ranks among the top 30 on the assassin leaderboard. Who could possibly have the power to bring the Rainy Night Butcher to this place? The convicts gathered, incredulity etched upon their faces. The beautiful yet cold woman pointed, and the Rainy Night Butcher complied like an obedient child. When they noticed the emblem on her attire, they were taken aback. 7 stars. The 7 Stars War General. What? Could she be the legendary Valkyrie, the 7 Stars War General, Lung Yuehan? Alas, the Rainy Night Butcher has met his match with this woman. Let alone him, even if we banded together, we would stand no chance against this she-devil. These blood-stained outlaws shivered at the sight of her stunning visage. Amidst the commotion, Li Tianni emerged from the depths of the prison with an unhurried demeanor. Lung Yuehan, escorting the Rainy Night Butcher, was momentarily taken aback. This was hell, a facility housing international felons. How could a prisoner dare to escape so brazenly, especially in front of her, the warden? Where is the old man Quian? Why has he not come to greet me? Li Tianni inquired, regarding the unfamiliar woman with a casual tone. At his words, the crowd gasped in shock. Quian was the former warden, and this young man dared to address him by name. Lung Yuehan, the newly appointed warden succeeding Quian, felt her expression darken further at Li Tianni's blatant disrespect. You have the audacity to speak so boldly upon escaping, she declared, preparing to strike. The onlookers crowded the windows, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Such youthful arrogance, challenging Lung Yuehan, is doomed. Perhaps he has been locked away for too long and has lost his senses. Even the Rainy Night Butcher fears her. This she-devil is not to be trifled with. As the crowd murmured, Lung Yuehan prepared to subdue Li Tianyi. He sensed her imposing aura, but had no intention of retaliating, fearing he might inadvertently kill the new warden. What? Do you intend to strike me? Did Quian not enlighten you about the 99 layers? With a single utterance, a tremendous pressure emanated from him, gripping the hearts of all present like an invisible hand. Even Lung Yuehan, the 7 Stars War General, found it hard to resist the urge to kneel. When Li Tianyi mentioned the 99 layers, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. What? The 99 layers, it truly exists. Goodness, he hails from the 99 layers? It's worth it. To witness a being from the 99 layers, even death would be worth it. The convicts crowded the windows, gasping under the suffocating pressure, unable to tear their gazes away. Lung Yuehan quickly regained her composure and knelt before Li Tianyi. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed elder. I am the new warden, Lung Yuehan, succeeding the retired Quian. If you have any commands, I am at your service. The terror-inducing warden, known to instill fear in all inmates, now appeared as a humble servant before the young man. Beads of sweat trickling down her flawless forehead, her breath measured. I wish to be released and go to Jiangbei. Li Tianyi's words were simple, yet a helicopter descended before him. Lung Yuehan personally approached to open the door, accompanying Li Tianyi as they departed Longyan Mountain, heading straight for Jiangbei City. After a considerable flight, they finally arrived at Jiangbei. As he gazed down upon the myriad lights illuminating the city like daylight, a fierce determination ignited in Li Tianyi's eyes. Jiangbei City, I, Li Tianyi, have returned. Chapter 2. Today, S. Wang family. None shall survive 5 years ago. He fled Jiangbei with a heart full of regret and resentment, like a stray dog. 5 years later, he returned to Jiangbei, wielding overwhelming power, akin to a divine apparition. He was determined to ensure that all shadows who had once dared to harm the Li family would meet their doom. The helicopter descended slowly onto the central square of Jiangbei City. Under the respectful gaze of Lung Yuehan, he stepped once more onto the land of Jiangbei. Towering skyscrapers loomed before him, the most magnificent edifice in the entire city. Once the property of the Li family, it had now changed its name, bearing the Wang insignia. Li Tianyi gazed at the enormous sign atop the building, and in an instant, he was transported back 5 years. The Wang family had been insignificant then. Their current success was solely due to their involvement in the annihilation of the Li family, reaping the spoils of victory. This towering structure stood as a testament to the Wang family's misdeeds. With a surge of rage, Li Tianyi felt as if the massive Wang sign was a steel needle piercing his heart. Wang Cheng, you old thief, come out and face your death. He bellowed at the Wang building. His voice reverberated like a tidal wave, causing the enormous sign atop to sway perilously. With a creak, it plummeted to the ground, landing precisely where Li Tianyi stood. Onlookers braced themselves for an impending disaster. Just as the sign was about to crush him, an immense force erupted from within Li Tianyi, shredding the sign to pieces as if it were mere parchment. He stood there, surrounded by swirling debris, exuding an air of unyielding authority. The commotion drew a crowd, including Wang Xiaotian, son of Wang Cheng, who rushed out with a cadre of security personnel. Upon seeing the debris and the imposing figure of Li Tianyi, their expressions morphed into one of arrogance. Damn it, are you tired of living? Do you even know where you are? How dare you act so brazenly here? Everyone in Jiangbei knows the Wang family's name. Are you eager for death? Wang Xiaotian spat, launching into a tirade. Li Tianyi remained unmoved, his eyes betraying no emotion. 5 years prior, the Wang family had been inconsequential in his eyes, and Wang Xiaotian, a mere sycophant. Now, they stood atop the remnants of the Li family, exuding arrogance. Open your eyes and see who I am. Li Tianyi's voice was frigid. As Wang Xiaotian scrutinized his appearance, surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly morphing into mockery. Oh, it's the Li family's stray dog. Impressive, you managed to claw your way back to life. I can't believe you dare return and provoke the Wang family. You truly have a death wish. Wang Xiaotian's gaze grew increasingly malicious. The contempt he harbored for Li Tianyi was palpable, and he relished the chance to humiliate him. Once a figure of high esteem, Li Tianyi was now a target for Wang Xiaotian and Appo's scorn. He was determined to trample on Li Tianyi's pride to reclaim his lost sense of superiority. How dare a discarded wretch such as yourself show your face here? Do you think you can reclaim this building? You, and your obliterated Li family, are not worthy. Wang Xiaotian mocked, stepping closer to Li Tianyi, oblivious to the peril of his actions. For the Li Tianyi before him was not the same as 5 years prior. He had ascended to an extraordinary height, one that few could fathom. What are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me? You're nothing but a powerless dog now. I intend to seize your villa, claim your assets, and trample you beneath my feet. Huh? Try to stop me. Wang Xiaotian continued, his provocations escalating. In response, Li Tianyi finally spoke, his tone languid. The greatest difference between you and me is that I do not indulge in needless chatter. As his words fell, Wang Xiaotian furrowed his brow, bewildered by their meaning. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiaotian inquired, confused. In that instant, a chilling intent surged from Li Tianyi, leaving Wang Xiaotian paralyzed, as if pierced by countless needles. Overwhelmed by pain, he could hardly move, standing before Li Tianyi, who now resembled a dark deity returned from the abyss. My meaning is simple. You may die now, Li Tianyi declared, thrusting his hand toward Wang Xiaotian's neck. His grip was as sharp as a guillotine, and with a powerful force. He severed the head from Wang Xiaotian and Apos' body in an instant. As the reality of the act dawned on the onlookers, shock filled the air. You actually killed young Master Wang. They gasped, incredulous at the audacity of the act. Panic ensued among the security personnel, none having anticipated that this so-called stray dog of the Li family would act with such lethal swiftness. Amidst the chaos, a middle-aged man emerged from within. The very person responsible for the Wang family's transgressions, Wang Cheng. His eyes fell upon his son's decapitated body, and fury consumed him. Son, who killed my son? Which scoundrel dares to do this? Wang Cheng raged, his gaze locking onto Li Tianyi. I will flay you alive. I will shatter every bone in your body, forcing you to beg for death. In his fury, Wang Cheng had completely lost control. Unfazed by the enraged Wang Cheng, Li Tianyi maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unyielding, though a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Do not rush. Today, not a single soul from the Wang family shall survive. Chapter 3. A bloodstorm sweeps Jianbei as death loomed over him. Wang Cheng's eyes seethed with venomous hatred, wishing to flay the man before him alive. He could scarcely fathom who would dare to be so audacious in Jianbei City, to kill his son on the Wang family's territory. It was you. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in recognition of Li Tianyi. You wretched spawn. How dare you return and provoke the Wang family? Today, you shall accompany my son to the grave. Wang Cheng's fury surged, reaching a boiling point. With a commanding shout, a throng of burly henchmen surged forth, all seasoned fighters, roaring as they charged at Li Tianyi. Today, none from the Wang family would escape. Li Tianyi raised his hand slightly, an invisible tempest swirling around him. The air rippled as if transformed into tangible blades, resonating with a metallic clang. The foremost henchman, fierce and menacing, closed in on him. With a mere glance from Li Tianyi, his energy surged forth as if it had a life of its own, rushing toward them. Screams echoed as blood sprayed across the scene. The henchmen's bodies were cleaved apart as if by a merciless machine. Go, Li Tianyi commanded, his aura crackling like lightning. Those nearest were instantly bisected. Thick, viscous blood stained the square, as Li Tianyi stood like a god of war, his formidable presence leaving the remaining onlookers breathless. Fear gripped the remaining henchmen, their gazes towards Li Tianyi filled with terror and disbelief. When his indifferent gaze swept over them, it sent shivers down their spines, an icy dread rising from within. They wanted to flee, but their bodies were paralyzed, as if nailed to the ground. Please, have mercy. One henchman, once fierce, was now a picture of terror. We are merely hired by the Wang family from Tianhong Security Company. We have no ties to them. Tianhong Security Company, a nationally renowned security group, primarily provides services to the affluent, gaining considerable fame. Yet, this held no weight for Li Tianyi. Being in the Wang family's employ, aiding their tyranny, left them no room for neutrality. They must perish. Li Tianyi showed no mercy, his words piercing through the air. The energy surrounding him sensed its master and Apos' murderous intent and erupted forth. The henchmen scattered in panic, abandoning Wang Cheng in their flight. But escape was futile. The lethal energy, like the scythe of death, relentlessly harvested their lives. Wails and cries filled the air. In an instant, only Li Tianyi and Wang Yu remained standing. With a thud, Wang Cheng, pale as a ghost, fell to the ground, staring blankly at the carnage. Li Tianyi, his overwhelming presence now subdued, fixed his gaze on Wang Yu. Advancing step by step, blood dripped from the steps, each drop echoing ominously. Do not come any closer. At that moment, Wang Chung was truly afraid. Unable to meet Li Tiany's gaze, he desperately attempted to rise, but found his legs unresponsive. When Li Tiany approached, he stomped down mercilessly. Ah! The sound of breaking bones pierced the air, and Wang Chung let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Another stomp followed, nearly rendering him unconscious from the pain. His face was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down as he begged for mercy. Li Tiany, do not be so ruthless. Leave a line for future encounters. Look at this building, worth billions. I will give it to you. Wang Chung hurriedly babbled a torrent of pleas, fearing Li Tiany would silence him. Did you ever consider leaving a line for future encounters when you attacked my Li family? This building is rightfully mine, and your sins can only be repaid in blood. Li Tiany and Apos' expression remained impassive as he pronounced Wang Chung and Apos' death sentence. Realizing his pleas were in vain, Wang Cheng's face hardened, and he drew a dagger from behind, lunging at Li Tiany in desperation. Die? But he miscalculated. The dagger was effortlessly caught by Li Tiany's bare hand. How is this possible? Wang Cheng's mind reeled in disbelief. How could anyone catch a blade with their bare hands? Yet, even more unfathomable was to come. The dagger in Li Tiany's grip crumbled like foam, shards flying as Wang Cheng's shocked expression froze in that moment. With a swift strike, Li Tiany severed his head from his body. Wang Chung, Wang Xiaodian. These two sinners met a gruesome end, their bodies left unrecognizable amid their disbelief. Soon, my kin, may your spirits witness my hand delivering their bloody demise. As Li Tiany stood in solemn reflection, a rustling sound reached his ears. A few henchmen, feigning death, attempted to escape. Li Tiany prepared to eliminate them. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as the impostors fell once again, but this time, they were truly dead. Two women appeared before Li Tiany, kneeling respectfully. Greetings, young master. The women, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of lethal grace, addressed him. Young master? Who are you? Li Tiany inquired, brow furrowed. We are members of the Crane-Killing Pavilion. Upon hearing of your return, we have come to serve you. The women spoke, their voices filled with reverence. Given the carnage surrounding them, any previous contempt was swiftly replaced with trepidation. Such decisive and efficient methods revealed only a glimpse of Li Tiany's formidable power. How long could they endure under his command? Li Tiany suddenly recalled that prior to his release, his master had given him a token of the Crane-Killing Pavilion, a force under his second sister and Apos' command. Where is she? We are unaware, only having received orders from the pavilion master. The women replied in unison. Li Tiany nodded, resolving to visit his sisters after fulfilling his mission. What are your names? Mo Feng, Mou. Mo Feng and Mou. Investigate certain matters for me. Li Tiany commanded without hesitation, knowing they were under his second sister's authority. We shall obey, young master. 5 years ago, my Li family was annihilated. Investigate which factions and families were involved at that time. Li Tiany issued his decree. Standing amidst the corpses, he gazed out over Jiangbei city, the sky heavy with dark clouds. It was time for a bloodstorm to wash over Jiangbei. Chapter 4. A most noisy scene on the following morning. Li Tiany arrived at the chaotic burial ground in the outskirts of Jiangbei, holding a fragrant candle and a floral wreath. He stood amidst a cluster of desolate graves, with Mo Feng and Mou trailing behind him. The surrounding landscape was filled with barren mountains and overgrown weeds, each patch of earth marked by an inconspicuous grave, most lacking tombstones. Here lay the remains of society and Apos' most downtrodden, beggars and vagrants alike. Silently, Li Tiany walked forward, each step heavy with the weight of memories of his kin, his mother, father, and second uncle. A cold wind howled, and dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the heavens themselves sensed his profound sorrow. When the Li family was annihilated, there was no one left to collect the bodies. They were simply discarded here, their remains left to be feasted upon by wild dogs. What sin had they committed to deserve such a fate? No, they had committed none. It was merely the greed of ruthless butchers sharpening their knives, standing triumphantly atop the cold bones of the innocent. With each glance around this place, Li Tiany felt the despair of his family seep into his very being. Yet, the butchers would inevitably become the prey of others, for Li Tiany had returned. In one corner of the Jiangbei burial ground, he beheld a mound of graves and a single tombstone inscribed with the names of his family members. Those who had been murdered were laid to rest here, their memory honored with this inscription. As he caressed the stone, tracing the names with his fingers, he realized that he was the sole survivor of the Li family. Find out who did this, He commanded without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the tombstone. Understood. The two assassins replied in unison, their voices barely above a whisper. They sensed the complexity of their master and Apos' emotions, regret, sadness, and anger. The ashes of burnt joss paper danced in the wind, carrying with them the echoes of grief. Father, mother, my kin. Soon, those villains will meet their end in hell. Li Tianyi vowed silently. At that moment, a series of thunderous engine roars approached. A dozen excavators made their way over, directed by several men wearing hard hats. Followed by luxury vehicles. They halted not far from the trio, and from the lead car emerged a middle-aged man, cigar in hand, his expression radiating hostility. Are you blind? Can't you see this vast area? He barked, pointing at the excavators with disdain. The men under him fell silent, unwilling to defy him as the machines advanced toward Li Tianyi and his companions. However, before they could drive them away, Mo Feng stepped forward, her voice sharp and commanding. Are you seeking death? Do you not see there are people mourning before the tombstone? The middle-aged man scrutinized the three, his gaze lingering on the two female assassins for a moment before breaking into mockery. This is a damn burial ground, filled with the likes of stray dogs. Who would have thought someone would come to pay respects here? Truly a spectacle. You'd best leave before I take action. Mo Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. She would not allow anyone to insult her master. Leave. No one speaks to me in such a manner on this land. The man paused, then instead of growing angry, he chuckled. I am Chen Yuanhe, the brother of the head of the Chen family in Jiangbei. He took a deep drag from his cigar, his tone dripping with arrogance. Not only these few graves, but the entire area belongs to me. If you do not depart, I will turn your ancestors over. Chen Yuanhe looked down upon them, exhaling a cloud of smoke that accentuated his dominant posture. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could incinerate the entire burial ground, let alone a few insignificant graves. The Chen family had risen from obscurity 5 years prior to become a second-rate clan, often relying on connections to secure such projects. Do you know that the Blindly family is buried here? Once a prestigious family in Jiangbei, they now live worse than my dogs. Why? Because they offended the wrong people. Chen Yuanhe's smile was tinged with mockery, a warning to the three. Li Tianyi continued to burn joss paper in silence before the tombstone. As the two female assassins and Apos' eyes sparkled with anticipation, ready to spring into action. Chief, why waste words with them? Let me throw them out. A burly man beside Chen Yuanhe spoke gruffly, his gaze fixed on the trio with a menacing glare. Forget it. They are merely ordinary folk. Unaware of the weight of the Chen family name, Chen Yuanhe waved dismissively. Bring me 100,000. He tossed a stack of cash before them. Impatience etched on his face. Hurry and get lost. Did not hinder my work. Coming to a burial ground to pay respects. How unambitious. Who would bury their kin here unless they were destitute? It was evident they were nothing but impoverished souls, far removed from the realm of esteemed families. Moreover, it was the first day of work and bloodshed was ill-advised. Dismissing them would suffice. Shuden and Apos, you kneel and thank Mr. Chen? A subordinate commanded, pointing at the two women. 5 years ago, when the Li family was exterminated, the Chen family, as the guiding hand, must have reaped considerable benefits, right? A deep voice interrupted, and Li Tianyi stepped forward. Chen Yuanhe and his subordinates paused, turning their attention to him. Moments later, Chen Yuanhe's expression shifted as he recognized who stood before him. Ah, the little brat who escaped the Li family. No wonder someone would come to burn paper here. It's the remnants of the Li clan. He spat disdainfully. Retrieve the money. It was nearly fed to the dogs. Chen Yuanhe's laughter echoed, for the once mighty Li family had become a shadow of its former self, and the likes of Li Tianyi were now mere trifles to him. Should you wish for revenge, feel free to act. Chen Yuanhe challenged, looking down at the fallen scion of the Li house with a haughty demeanor. What can a mere child like you do? If you wish to appease me, kneel and bow 3 times, perhaps I might spare you. Otherwise, you shall join your deceased family. He took a few bites of his cigar, squinting his eyes in anticipation of witnessing the once great heir grovel before him. Did you not hear what my boss said? A subordinate interjected, stepping forward to admonish Li Tianyi. I, too, wish to see if the once great heir still possesses any spirit. The burly man chuckled, already cracking his knuckles. If he dares utter a single word of defiance, he won't leave here alive. They were confident of their power over Li Tianyi, believing that after his family's downfall, he had fled in terror. Now, compelling him to kneel and bow was hardly a challenge. How noisy! Step aside. At Li Tianyi's command, Mo Feng and Mo Yu transformed into streaks of black light. their weapons glinting ominously. The brutish men would soon learn the true identity of the adversaries they had dared to offend. Chapter 5. Touching the reverse scale. Death is not regrettable. The crowd that had just forced Li Tianyi to kneel trembled in unison. The murmurs gradually dwindled. It was not yet winter. So why did the cold wind feel so chilling? With a swift motion, a jet of blood erupted forth as a burly man's head flew off, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Before they could comprehend the horror, another fountain of blood shot up, claiming another life on the spot. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. The eerie atmosphere thickened as 2 lives were snuffed out in an instant, sending the crowd into a frenzied panic as they scattered in all directions. 2 indistinct figures flitted about, and with each pass, blood sprayed forth, severed heads falling as if in a macabre dance. Chen Yuanhe was also rendered pale with terror, desperately wishing to flee in his car. Before they could take more than a few steps, the silhouettes of Mo Feng and Mo Yu emerged before them. Want to escape? It's too late. The white glint of swords mingled with vibrant red, as one after another, people fell. Under the inky sky, the scene resembled a vivid oil painting, rich in dark hues. It was no ghost. It was the 2 women who had stood beside Li Tianyi moments ago. Their movements were so swift they were almost imperceptible. The white of their weapons was now stained crimson. The sounds of pleas for mercy and wails of despair filled the air, transforming the place into a true graveyard of the damned, imbued with a tragic intensity. Chen Yuanhe took his seat in the driver's seat, desperately suppressing the fear welling within him. He pinched his trembling thigh, yearning to escape. With a deafening crash, the car window shattered, and a tremendous force yanked him from his seat. The sight before him rendered Chen Yuanhe weak-kneed. Blood spilled everywhere, corpses strewn about. In mere moments, dozens of heads had been severed. This was beyond what any ordinary person could accomplish. It was impossible. Chen Yuanhe stared blankly at the carnage, his heart gripped by horror. How could a mere remnant of the Li family possess such formidable allies? As he watched Li Tianyi approach, terror compelled him to retreat uncontrollably. Youth. The Li family is but a relic of the past. My Chen family has risen to prominence in Jiangbei. Even with a few skilled fighters at your side, you cannot hope to rival us. Not to mention, our family has powerful backing. Chen Yuanhe spoke hastily, his words laced with veiled threats. Yet, Li Tianyi's countenance betrayed no emotion. The Li family now boasts only you as its heir. Should you dare to act against me, the Chen family will not let you off lightly. The Li family will be extinguished, leaving no chance for burial, even in this graveyard. Desperation surged within Chen Yuanhe, and he began to spout threats at Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "You speak too much. It is time for you to depart this world." His words were a death sentence, and he understood he could not escape his fate today. The 2 female assassins were poised to sever his head at any moment. Chen Yuanhe and Apos' heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Yet abruptly, a fierce determination crossed his face. He leaped onto the excavator with wild abandon. Die. Everyone, die. Perhaps it was the proximity to death that ignited his ferocity. The roar of the engine awoke like a feral beast. The massive excavator, weighing dozens of tons, surged toward the trio. If that steel behemoth struck, it could cleave even an elephant in twain, let alone a mere human. Mo Feng and Mo Yu prepared to evade when unexpectedly, Li Tianyi took a bold step forward, advancing alone. "Young master." The 2 women gasped, fear gripping their hearts. However, Li Tianyi was no fool. He would not simply endure the impact. He swiftly picked up a wooden stick from the ground and, with a graceful leap, landed firmly on the excavator's arm. With another bound, he leaped onto the vehicle's roof. His wrist shifted with precision as he thrust downward. With a resounding crack, akin to a sniper's bullet hitting its mark, the steel roof was pierced cleanly through. A single scream escaped before silence fell. Inside the excavator, Chen Yuanhe's gaze dimmed, his body slumping forward as the machine came to a halt. An ordinary wooden stick had pierced through steel and into the man's skull. Mo Feng and Mo Yu stood in stunned silence, their minds in turmoil. Setting aside Li Tianyi and Apos' fluid skill, it was astonishing that a mere stick could penetrate steel. What strength and prowess must one possess for such a feat? Li Tianyi withdrew the stick, now smeared with a gruesome mix of red and white. As Chen Yuanhe's upper body toppled forward, Li Tianyi flicked off the clinging blood, declaring, "The Chen family's leader has been eradicated." For Li Tianyi, this was but a minor interlude. Returning to the grave, he cast Chen Yuanhe and Apos' severed head onto the ground. Today, It was only fitting to honor his enemies with their own blood. Young master, since you have returned, why not relocate your family to the ancestral home? It would allow them to return to their roots, Mou suggested. Li Tianyi shook his head. Once, they cast my kin here to rot. Now that I have returned, I will ensure that every family in Jiangbei mourns and pays their respects to bring my loved ones home. A fierce aura erupted from Li Tianyi, stirring the fallen leaves around him. The two female assassins instinctively retreated, hearts racing, unwilling to approach. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. A storm was imminent. Before long, the trio had returned to the city. The two female assassins arranged for Li Tianyi to have a place to stay in a villa community situated in the heart of Jiangbei, where only the wealthiest of tycoons resided. Even properties like the Li family's were scarce, yet for the Haisha Pavilion, they were insignificant. Young master, we have uncovered the identity of the one who buried the Li family members. She is a woman named Deng Man, Mo Feng reported in the room. Deng Man. Li Tianyi stood at the window, memories flooding back. The Deng family was merely a second-rate family in Jiangbei, with business dealings with the Li family. Deng Man and Li Tianyi had shared a childhood bond, their relationship growing ambiguous as they matured. 5 years ago, it was Deng Man who had aided Li Tianyi in evading pursuers. Without her, he might not be who he was today. During those tumultuous times, no one dared to stand for the Li family. Only that foolish girl, defying her family's warnings, risked angering the powerful factions of Jiangbei to save Li Tianyi. Now, she disregarded her safety, brazenly excavating a grave and erecting a monument for the Li family. What had become of her? Li Tianyi's only remaining warmth in Jiangbei likely resided in her. Due to the Li family's circumstances, she had been used as a pawn for marriage, forcibly wed to the eldest son of the Zhao family. Mou paused before continuing. Moreover, it is tonight, at the Golden Dragon Hotel. Bang! Li Tianyi's brows furrowed, a fierce aura radiating from him as the window shattered. The Zhao family's eldest son, Zhao Tai? Was the Deng family foolish or merely terrified? How could they allow her to marry Zhao Tai? In Jiangbei, who did not know that Zhao Tai was a notorious wastrel? His life was a hedonistic cycle of indulgence. With a reputation for treachery and jealousy, he exemplified the archetype of a scoundrel. It was utterly absurd. Li Tianyi's rage surged, causing even the floor beneath him to crack under the strain. Whenever Li Tianyi and Apos' emotions fluctuated, the two female assassins were filled with trepidation. In comparison to his menacing aura, they resembled docile little kittens. The Zhao family was unworthy of lamentation. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent appeared in Li Tianyi's eyes. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the world. With an overwhelming sense of bloodlust, Li Tianyi made his way towards the Golden Dragon Hotel. Chapter 6. The Counted. Doomed to perish, the Golden Dragon Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment in Jiangbei City, was bustling with luxury cars in the parking lot and lively chatter within its walls. At the banquet, a group of young aristocrats adorned in splendid attire engaged in animated conversations, exuding an air of social elite. Young Master Zhao was truly a sight to behold, and for Deng Man, being by his side felt like a stroke of fortune bestowed upon her across lifetimes. Indeed, although their relationship was not officially sanctioned, the Deng family had certainly climbed the ranks by associating with the Zhao family. Yet, it must be said that Deng Man was quite the beauty herself. The guests exchanged whispers, each laden with mockery and derision. Dressed in a striking red wedding gown, Deng Man stood beside Zhao Tai. Even the vibrant hue could not conceal her pallid complexion. Beneath the flowing wedding robe, scars were faintly visible, and her wrists bore bruises. Under the piercing gazes surrounding her, she scarcely dared to lift her head. Kiss her, kiss her. A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting a chorus of encouragement. Deng Man's heart trembled as she clenched her fists, repulsed by Zhao Tai's vile demeanor. The pain radiating from her arm reminded her that defying Zhao Tai could lead to yet another brutal beating. The onlookers relished the spectacle, the absence of elder family members from both clans allowing Zhao Tai's friends to revel in the chaos. Both families were aware of the dynamics between Deng Man and Zhao Tai, yet no one deemed it worthy of concern. After all, it was merely a means to placate Zhao Tai's whims. Deng Man was nothing more than a pawn in the Deng family's attempts to curry favor with the Zhao family. The young lords whistled and urged the couple to kiss. Zhao Tai, embodying the victor, approached and seized Deng Man's chin, ready to claim what he had long desired. In a moment of panic, she instinctively broke free from his grasp. How dare you resist? Zhao Tai's eyes darkened, his voice icy. A resounding slap struck Deng Man's face, causing her frail body to stagger. You are but a discarded piece from the Deng family. You are no different from a stray dog. How dare you turn your back on me? Zhao Tai, fueled by anger, took a swig of alcohol and brandished his belt. Despite the escalating tension, none of the onlookers intervened. They were all too eager to revel in her humiliation. Out of the corner of her eye, Deng Man spotted a fruit knife on the table. Years of grievances surged within her. Her parents had been betrayed by their kin, and she had been treated as a mere tool, devoid of dignity and hope. This life had become unbearable. Perhaps it was better to embrace death. Just as she made her resolute decision, the hotel doors burst open with a thunderous crash, and a severed head was hurled inside, rolling to the feet of the astonished guests. Blood splattered onto the floor, plunging everyone into stunned silence. As the smoke cleared, 2 women and a man emerged. The man bore an unremarkable visage, while the women exuded a sharp, decisive aura. Touch her, and see what happens. Li Tianyi's murderous intent was immediately directed at Zhao Tai, his words laden with absolute authority. Who dares question young Master Zhao? Do you know the Zhao family of Zhongbei City? You dare to create a ruckus here? You must wish to die? The surrounding guests, upon realizing there were only 3 intruders, found newfound courage. Yet their taunts fell on deaf ears for Li Tianyi, who regarded Zhao Tai as one would a lifeless corpse. 5 years had passed, yet Zhao Tai remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Tianyi's eyes, his intent to kill palpable. Deng Man's wounds were invisible to others, but Li Tianyi saw them clearly, including the distinct imprint of Zhao Tai's hand on her face. Recognizing the familiar voice, Zhao Tai squinted and quickly identified Li Tianyi. You are Li Tianyi? A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated that this individual was still alive, let alone returning to his deathbed. Tianyi. Deng Man covered her mouth, unable to contain her tears, gazing at the man in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I thought a significant figure had arrived. Turns out, it's just a stray dog. Zhao Tai sneered. 5 years ago, you and Deng Man were inseparable. How enviable. But now, Deng Man is about to be mine. And tonight, I will show you what she truly is. With a derisive glance at Deng Man, Zhao Tai turned back to Li Tianyi, his eyes filled with mockery. Come now, Li family waste. Pour a drink for young Master Zhao, and say a few flattering words. Perhaps he will grant you mercy. Ha ha ha, who knows? You might even land a job tonight, maybe as Zhao Tai's personal servant. Several inebriated young lords joined in, jeering and mocking. One particularly reckless individual stumbled toward Li Tianyi, nearly spilling his drink on him. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Are you too proud to listen? The drunken fool swayed beside Li Tianyi, spewing vulgarities. Li Tianyi merely turned to glance at him, and in that instant, an aura of lethal intent enveloped the room. The young man felt an instinctive chill run down his spine, as if a predator had locked onto him, causing him to sober up instantly. Yet, it was too late. An unseen force descended, as though the very air had been siphoned away. The young lord felt as if he were being choked, his breath growing labored. I. The youth opened his mouth but could not utter a coherent word. Before he could react further, Li Tianyi waved his hand. A flash of white light swept through the air, and the drink fell to the ground, blood splattering across the floor. The once boisterous young lord now lay lifeless on the ground. In this moment, the gathered crowd understood. The counted were indeed doomed to perish. Chapter 7. The Hand That Kills. Instilling terror, Li Tianyi's voice was frigid, as if taking a life was as trivial to him as crushing an ant. What was most terrifying was the unchanging pallor of his face, leaving those present in a state of profound dread, their expressions contorted in shock. Could this young man truly be insane? After all, he was the scion of the Zhou family, a legitimate heir of a second-rate clan. And yet he was so readily slain. However, Li Tianyi remained unfazed by the act of murder. His steps were unwavering as he advanced directly towards Zhao Tai, his gaze fixated solely on him. From the moment he set foot in the hotel that evening, Zhao Tai's name had already been inscribed on the list of souls to be claimed. Regardless of the might of the forces behind him or his esteemed position within the Zhao family, he had crossed Li Tianyi's threshold, and today he must perish. Hotel staff tasked with maintaining order attempted to intervene, but even from 3 meters away, they could feel the overwhelming aura of malice emanating from Li Tianyi, rendering them paralyzed with fear. The other personnel trembled in trepidation, hastily retreating to the sidelines. You useless fools! Zhao Tai exclaimed in a fit of fury. The banquet hall filled with nearly 100 guests, was rendered silent by Li Tiany's ruthless display. Here stood a man capable of killing without a flicker of remorse. If you do not flee now, you will surely meet your demise when the Zhao family's guards arrive. A clever heiress among them attempted to intimidate Li Tiany. Tiany, don't worry about me. You must leave at once. Deng Man echoed this sentiment urgently. You wretched woman, when did it become your place to speak? Zhao Tai seethed, reaching out to grasp Deng Man by her hair. Upon witnessing this, Li Tiany's brow furrowed in fury. He seized a pair of chopsticks from the table, channeling his energy into the motion. A mere chopstick transformed into a projectile, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The sharp sound of slicing air resonated, followed by a sudden eruption of crimson. An anguished scream pierced the atmosphere as the crowd turned to see Zhao Tai collapse to the ground. His wrist appeared as though it had been struck by a sniper's bullet, shattered and spewing blood. Who would have believed that a simple chopstick could wield such lethal power? Zhao Tai writhed on the ground, his face ashen, beads of sweat falling like raindrops. The excruciating pain radiating from his wrist nearly sent him into unconsciousness. You dared to sever my wrist. Zhao Tai glared at Li Tiany, his expression brimming with venomous hatred, wishing nothing more than to consume him alive. Kill him at once. Zhao Tai howled, commanding his companions to attack Li Tiany. If he leaves here alive today, I swear I shall no longer bear the Zhao name. As the young men rallied, one bravely pointed a finger at Li Tiany, shouting, You dare to injure young Master Zhao? Even a deity could not save you now. Another follower, emboldened by the Zhao family's reputation, stood defiantly. Yet, Li Tiany remained indifferent to their threats, impervious to any opposition in his path. Just then, a burly man, muscles rippling, lifted a table and hurled it toward Li Tiany. Others armed with fruit knives snuck around to attack from behind. However, Li Tiany did not even bat an eyelash. Unbeknownst to them, the two women who had accompanied Li Tiany had vanished from sight. The muscular man felt a fleeting shadow dart past him. A chill enveloped his neck, and he was horrified to see blood gushing from his throat. He collapsed, desperately trying to staunch the flow, but his vision soon faded into darkness. The others fared no better. They could not perceive the swift movements of Mo Feng and Mou. They seemed like specters, weaving through the crowd with deadly grace. Those intent on ambushing Li Tiany were swiftly dispatched by the two female assassins. Madmen. They are all mad. The onlookers were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the merciless efficiency of the two women. Zhao Tai's eyes widened as he witnessed this carnage, waves of despair crashing over him. He could hardly fathom such feats of violence. As Li Tiany approached, a flicker of panic ignited within him. Li Tiany, you are but a remnant of the Li family, meant to cower in the shadows. How dare you sever my arm and slay my closest friend? From this moment forth, Jiangbei shall no longer harbor your presence. Zhao Tai's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on Li Tiany with a mixture of rage and fear. He wished to halt Li Tiany's advance, but his words fell on deaf ears. If you dare to kill me, I vow the Zhao family will obliterate you and Deng Man. Do you wish to become a pair of doomed lovers? Zhao Tai had entirely forgotten the agony radiating through his body, his voice a roar of desperation. But when Li Tiany stood before him, his icy gaze met Zhao Tai's, and the latter was consumed by sheer terror. Zhao Tai swallowed hard, abandoning all threats. Young Master Li, please listen. This banquet was arranged by my family. I had no choice in the matter. His body trembled as he began to plead for mercy. The cacophony of screams echoed from behind Li Tiany, and a glance from Zhao Tai revealed a scene that shattered his composure. The grand hall was strewn with the remnants of life, dismembered limbs littering the floor, and the stench of blood permeating every corner. Mo Feng and Mou, true masters of their craft, had dispatched Zhao Tai's companions in less than a minute. Even the most skilled butcher could not accomplish such a feat in that time. Zhao Tai was gripped by an all-consuming fear. Young Master Li, I should never have coveted your woman. I will return her to you. Please, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs. I beg you to allow me to live. I promise to change. In a desperate bid, Zhao Tai knelt, slapping his own face in frenzied supplication as he implored Li Tiany for mercy. Li Tiany remained unmoved, his expression as cold as ice. The murderous intent coalescing around him had sealed Zhao Tai's fate, irrevocable and final. Any chance of redemption would have to wait for another lifetime. Chapter 8. The Return of Li Shao. Renowned in Jiangbei with a mere flick of his finger, Li Tiany transformed a sunflower seed into a lethal weapon. The center of Zhao Tai's brows was pierced directly, leaving only a flicker of unwillingness in his dimming gaze. A splash of crimson erupted, staining the wine in his cup. From his moment of glory to his untimely demise, merely half an hour had elapsed. Zhao Tai, the scion of the Zhao family in Zhongbei, met his end at his own wedding banquet. The venue resembled a battlefield, with hotel staff cowering in corners, trembling in fear. Their hearts were filled with dread. As employees of a five-star hotel, they possessed some knowledge of the elite. The Zheng family, the Sun family. So many young heirs had perished here, some even beyond recognition. Zhao Tai had not misrepresented the Zhao family of Zhongbei. They were indeed one of the foremost clans, controlling port operations and the flow of goods in the region. Their influence extended to the second generation, with members making their mark in governmental positions, some serving in the security bureau. Those who associated with Zhao Tai were not common folk. Who is this harbinger of death? Does he hold a grudge against Zhongbei? One staff member inquired cautiously. If he is not a naive fool relying solely on brute force, he must possess extraordinary power and connections, another staff member replied, his teeth chattering in fear. With this act, Li Tianyi had effectively offended a significant portion of Zhongbei. Yet, he remained unfazed. Whatever difficulties arise, I shall confront them head-on. Not far away, as Deng Man witnessed Li Tianyi deliver the fatal blow to Zhao Tai, her beautiful eyes reflected both relief and concern. I have returned. Li Tianyi gazed at her, his thoughts swirling, eventually crystallizing into a simple declaration. Tianyi. Deng Man's gaze grew distant, a single tear cascading down her cheek. However, before they could express their heart's desires, Deng Man's limbs suddenly weakened, and her vision darkened as she fainted. Deng Man. Li Tianyi's countenance changed, and he hurriedly supported her. Upon checking her pulse, he discovered that her fainting was merely due to extreme weakness. We are going home. Li Tianyi lifted Deng Man into his arms and, amidst the terrified gazes of the staff, strode out of the venue. Before midnight, news erupted among the prominent families of Zhongbei. Whispers of astonishment, curses, and roars reverberated throughout. Sleep was elusive for those families that night. In a villa in Zhongbei, the sounds of smashing and shouting echoed through the living room. Who killed my family's prodigy? The Zheng family will not rest until vengeance is exacted. Immediately investigate. I want to see him alive or dead. The head of the Zheng family sat in the principal seat, his face dark as he hurled an expensive purple clay teapot to the ground. Dozens of black-clad guards stood below, heads bowed, trembling in fear, unwilling to speak out. Who would dare defy the Zheng family? In another ancient building in Zhongbei, an elderly man in traditional attire leaned on a cane by the window, his face marked by fury. Behind him stood several middle-aged men in suits, renowned business elites of Jiabei, who now trembled in silence. Notify the underground organizations in Jiabei. Offer a bounty of 10 million to capture the murderer of my grandson. The middle-aged men exchanged shocked glances, their eyes betraying their disbelief. Meanwhile, at a villa in the city center, the elderly Zhao patriarch thundered with rage. I do not care which organization or force he belongs to. He must be dragged out. His eldest grandson, Zhao Tai, the heir of the Zhao family, had been slain at his own wedding, a scandal beyond comprehension. The middle-aged men standing below remained silent, their restraint palpable. Yet, it was evident they stood on the brink of eruption. Someone was challenging the Zhao family's authority. Rest assured, Father, I have already notified the other families. And all our spies are deployed. The eldest Zhao son spoke solemnly, a murderous glint in his eyes. Zhao Tai was his son, the firstborn of the Zhao family. Whoever was responsible would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At a villa in the second ring of Zhongbei, members of the Deng family gathered in the hall, each furrowed brow and heavy sigh reflecting their anxieties. All the young heirs who attended the banquet had perished, leaving only Deng Man alive and missing. The Zhao family would undoubtedly seek retribution. This trouble was monumental. The elders of the Deng family spoke in succession. We must find Deng Man and deliver her to the Wang family. Perhaps this will shield our clan from repercussions. The elder sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. Similar sentiments echoed across Zhongbei, where families seethed with fury, all yearning to exact vengeance upon the murderer. Meanwhile, in another villa in the city center, Deng Man had awakened in her room. Gazing at the figure by the window, she felt an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. You're awake. Li Tianyi turned, the coldness in his eyes dissipating instantaneously. Tianyi, you should not have done this for me. Deng Man attempted to rise from the bed, but felt dizzy. Li Tianyi swiftly appeared before her, steadying her with his hand. Upon seeing the scars adorning her body, A wave of rage surged within him. Zhao Tai, the Zhao family. I shall ensure you pay an unimaginable price for this. Anger ignited within Li Tianyi, his eyes clouded with visions of bloodshed. Focus on healing. I will handle the rest. He instantly regained his composure, offering Deng Man a gentle smile. Do not provoke the Zhao family again. More than the pain in my body, I wish for your safety. Deng Man caressed Li Tianyi's face, attempting to persuade him. Fear not. From this day forth, no one shall bully you. No one shall threaten me. Li Tianyi's words radiated confidence, assuring Deng Man. In that fleeting moment, Deng Man felt a sense of security she had never known before in her life. As they conversed intimately, Li Tianyi learned that because of him, Deng Man had been treated as a mere object, her parents secretly executed. Upon hearing this, he enveloped her in his embrace, silently vowing to never allow her to experience such despair again. The incident at the Jinhua Hotel continued to escalate, with some families beginning to unite and utilize their resources to investigate Jiangbei. Yet, Li Tianyi remained by Deng Man's side until dawn broke. The Deng family issued a statement declaring that if Deng Man did not return within 3 days, they would unearth her parents' remains and desecrate them. At that moment, Imofeng reported to Li Tianyi about a piece in the newspaper. What? Deng Man's face paled, unable to fathom the Deng family's total disregard for ethics. Tianyi, let me return. I cannot allow them to do this to my parents. Tears streamed down Deng Man's cheeks as she staggered to rise, desperate to return to the Deng family. However, Li Tianyi gently placed her back on the bed, assuring her to leave this matter to him. Although Deng Man was anxious, she chose to trust him upon seeing the determination in his eyes. Li Tianyi turned away, his gentleness morphing into an unyielding frost. The Deng family, how audacious! Today, I shall stain their hands with blood. Chapter 9. The foolhardy clown unaware of his fate initially. Li Tianyi intended to lead Imofeng and Mou directly to extinguish the Deng family. However, he could not resist Deng Man's pleas for her to accompany them. In the car, Deng Man was still fretting over the dangers that lay ahead. Tianyi, perhaps it would be wiser to avoid the Deng family altogether. We could simply leave Jiangbei, she advised, concern evident in her eyes. Fear not. I am well aware of my limits, Li Tianyi replied with a confident smile, prompting Deng Man to swallow her further objections. Upon arriving at the gates of the Deng family, they did not linger but strode in boldly. Their presence quickly attracted the attention of many, who recognized Deng Man immediately. After all, her recent troubles had stirred a tempest throughout Jiangbei. Isn't that Deng Man? After causing such a scandal, you dare to return? A sharp voice pierced the air, causing Li Tianyi to furrow his brows. It was 2 servants from the Zhao family, showing no courtesy towards Deng Man, a member of the Deng clan. Not long ago, news broke of your elopement. Do you think you can escape unscathed this time? One servant sneered, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes as he regarded Deng Man. Deng Man's heart tightened as she sought to explain, but she was interrupted. It's no wonder you dared to run away. It seems you have a lover on the outside. The servant continued, his tone dripping with derision. You feign innocence, yet behind the facade lies such disgrace. I wonder how you intend to justify this to the Deng family and the Zhao family. The other servant feigned a sigh, laced with mockery. Come, let us take you to the Deng family to face the elders, one of the servants declared. Attempting to seize Deng Man and Apos' face turned pale with fear as she clutched Li Tianyi and Apos' sleeve tightly. Li Tianyi frowned, finding the Deng family's servants as repulsive as flies. The audacity of one attempting to lay hands on her was nothing short of a death wish. Bang! In the midst of their shock, Li Tianyi delivered a swift kick to the chest of the diminutive man, whose body crumpled like a rag doll, the force of the blow leaving a deep dent in his chest. The servant did not even have time to scream before he succumbed. Why you dared to kill in the Deng family? The other servant gasped in disbelief. Silence! Li Tianyi snapped, irritation seeping into his voice as a surge of energy radiated from his hand. With a swift motion, a scream echoed as a head rolled away. Before Li Tianyi could step further into the compound, a group of young Deng family members rushed out upon hearing the commotion. The sight of blood pooling on the ground revealed 2 lifeless bodies, and their eyes fell upon Deng Man, who stood pale behind an unfamiliar man. How audacious! After causing such chaos, you still dare to return. To murder before the gates of the Deng family. Do you wish for death? Deng Man's cousins jeered, their voices laced with mockery. Li Tianyi ignored their taunts, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. Those responsible for the execution of Deng Man's parents shall step forward and take their own lives, or I shall ensure they endure a fate worse than death." His words thundered in their ears, causing a sharp pain in their eardrums. "Who do you think you are? Just a remnant of the Li family," a cousin scoffed. "What makes you believe you have the power to command us to take our own lives?" Having loathed the sight of the couple in the past, they now laughed at Li Tianyi's audacity. "Deng Man, if you turn back now, perhaps the Zhao family will show mercy. Do you recall the fate of your parents when they opposed us?" At these words, Deng Man's face drained of color as horrific memories flashed through her mind. Yet, Li Tianyi positioned himself protectively before her, sensing her trembling form and the fear in her eyes. It was clear that her cousins were no benevolent souls. They had long bullied her, and it took little to instill fear in her heart. They dismissed Li Tianyi's words entirely. Once, he and Deng Man were the envy of many, a couple admired by all, but now the Li family lay in ruins. What was Li Tianyi now? What could he hope to achieve by returning? "You wretched dog, who granted you the audacity to kill them?" One of Deng Man's cousins pointed at the bodies, demanding an explanation. These two were connected to the Deng family by ties of friendship, and their deaths at the family gates raised suspicions. "If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, I shall see to it that your legs are broken, and you shall be left at their doorstep for them to deal with." A younger cousin threatened, his malice evident despite his youth. "Do you truly believe we will take our own lives on your command? If we refuse, you will kill us?" He sneered, stepping closer to Deng Man, his expression mocking. "Try your hand. See if you can harm any of us and witness who remains standing," he taunted. His insolence palpable. Li Tianyi glared at the insolent youth, a chilling intent radiating from him. Truly, they were oblivious to their impending doom. Chapter 10. The Sinner's Suicide. Yet the seed remains with a swift motion. Li Tianyi's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the wrist of the younger generation member who had just dared to point at him. A sharp crack echoed as the young man's wrist bent at an unimaginable angle, followed by a chilling scream as he writhed in pain upon the ground. Li Tianyi then pressed his foot firmly against the young man's chest. "No," the scion of the Deng family mumbled through clenched teeth, terror etched across his face. The sound of cracking ribs filled the air as Li Tianyi mercilessly crushed them one by one. His icy gaze, however, remained fixed on the assembly of Deng family descendants. "Devil! This man is a devil!" The onlookers paled, a shiver of dread creeping into their hearts. With one final crack, the young man was finally released from his torment. His face contorted in agony, resembling a tragic figure on the brink of death. "It is your turn now." Li Tianyi's words rang out like a death knell, and the temperature around them plummeted, as if they had been transported to the Arctic. Some, jolted back to reality, turned to flee. But before they could take more than a few steps, a stone kicked by Li Tianyi struck them in the back of the head, ending their escape. Attempts to resist were swiftly quelled as Li Tianyi's hand shot out like lightning, grasping another's throat. A brief struggle ensued before the victim lay lifeless. Cries and wails echoed throughout the Deng family's villa. In their desperate plight, a few descendants awakened their primal will to survive, charging at Li Tianyi with ferocious roars, demanding retribution. With a mere flick of his fist, one of them was sent hurtling backward, oblivious to his impending doom. A surge of potent energy coalesced in Li Tianyi's hand, razor-sharp and lethal. As he severed the head of a Deng scion, deep gashes marred the ground beneath. In mere moments, those who dared to challenge Li Tianyi met their demise. A few others, paralyzed by fear, found themselves crushed beneath his feet, their ribs shattering under his weight. Amidst the cacophony of screams, silence gradually enveloped the scene. When the gazes of the crowd returned to Li Tianyi, only terror remained. His casual glance sent tremors through their bodies. "Deng Man, did they all partake in this?" Li Tianyi inquired of the woman behind him. The gruesome scene unsettled her, and it was only upon his questioning that she regained her composure. All eyes turned to her, for with a single word, the figure who had embodied devilry could decide their fates. "Deng Man, I am your cousin. We played together as children," pleaded an older Deng descendant. His eyes filled with desperation as he knelt, stripped of his former arrogance. Man, I am your cousin as well. Can you truly bear to kill me?" Another woman chimed in, her face awash with supplication. Fear washed over them, tears streaming down their faces. Some recounted fond memories with Deng Man's parents, while others swore never to speak ill of her again. Yet, how could Deng Man not harbor hatred? Remembering the events of that fateful day involving her own flesh and blood? Under the weight of their collective gaze, Deng Man nodded slightly, their faces drained of color, reflecting the despair that enveloped them. Li Tianyi showed no mercy. Having vowed to avenge Deng Man, he fulfilled his promise without hesitation. In a heartbeat, they found themselves devoid of life. Their necks swiftly snapped. At that moment, the elders of the Deng family arrived, witnessing the spectral figure of Li Tianyi amidst the corpses of their kin. "You dare, insolent wretches!" Outcries filled the air, the elders' faces twisted with rage. "Humph! What is there I cannot dare?" Li Tianyi retorted, his voice dripping with authority. The second-generation elders of the Deng family had arrived, incensed at the sight of their slain children, clamoring for Li Tianyi's life. "Young man, your skills are impressive, but do you believe the Deng family is easy prey?" A vigorous elder stepped forward, his countenance as dark as storm clouds. "Then I shall be the one to humiliate you." "What of it?" Li Tianyi countered, provoking their ire further. "Such arrogance. If you take your own life now, we shall grant you a complete corpse. As for Deng Man, we shall leave her fate to the Wang family," the elder declared slowly, his murky gaze glinting with murderous intent. The third generation of the Deng family lay nearly decimated. They were the hope of the family's future. How could the elder allow this massacre to go unpunished? "Just based on you?" Li Tianyi remained unfazed, his disdain igniting their fury. "Father, he has committed heinous crimes. Even to be ground to dust would be too lenient," one of the Deng family members shouted, threatening Li Tianyi. Shaking his head slightly, Li Tianyi dismissed their threats as the musings of insects. "It seems you are hopelessly stubborn," the elder sighed, signaling to the guards around him. At that moment, the guards swiftly drew firearms from their waists, their dark barrels aimed squarely at Li Tianyi's forehead. This was their audacity, believing that no matter how skilled an individual, they could not outrun a bullet or withstand a gun. "Were you not just brimming with bravado? Why the silence now? Any last words?" A middle-aged man from the Deng family stepped forward, vengeance ablaze in his eyes. "Execute him." Others, growing impatient, cried out, their grief palpable as their sons' corpses lay before them. With a command, the guards prepared to pull the triggers without hesitation. But suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air, as if a hidden weapon had been unleashed. One guard's arms were severed cleanly. More piercing sounds followed, shadows darting like blades, rendering the exact nature of the weapon indistinguishable. Yet, as the chaos unfolded, only the guards' agonized cries remained. As the Deng family watched in horror, two figures leaped over the wall, striking like lightning before the guards. In their hands, white silk ribbons gleamed with a chilling radiance, bathing the area in crimson. In an instant, the guards' heads rolled, their bodies left lifeless. The Deng family stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend what had just occurred, as two women emerged behind Li Tianyi. The air around them was thick with a murderous aura, their eyes icy enough to chill the soul. "Those who dare to threaten the young master shall face no mercy." The two women spoke in unison, sending a wave of dread through the Deng family. These were armed guards, yet they had been annihilated in an instant. Were these two women human or specters? The Deng family exchanged terrified glances, their fear palpable. Even the elder trembled, his previously composed demeanor crumbling. "I have stated, those who participated in the murder of Deng Man's parents must take their own lives. I shall allow the Deng family to preserve their lineage. Otherwise, I, Li Tianyi, shall eradicate the entire Deng family." Chapter 11. Fear not the multitude. Annihilate them. All the faces of the Deng family turned a shade of blue, then white, as silence enveloped the room, leaving them at a loss. The patriarch, having lived for decades and adept in the ways of human affairs, soon regained his composure and plastered a smile on his face. "Young Master Li, what has transpired in the past is bygone. We, the Deng family, are prepared to offer either 10 million in cash or a villa." The old man's obsequious demeanor embarrassed the members of the Deng family. 10 million was sufficient for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. The eldest son of the Deng family, while somewhat composed, did not exhibit the same subservience as his father. However, Li Tianyi merely shook his head slightly, closing his eyes in silence. The spirits of the Deng family members plummeted. Deng Man's uncles and aunts felt a tightening in their hearts. Some among them had fervently supported the execution of Deng Man's parents years ago. Enough. Do you truly believe the Deng family can be trifled with? Even if you flaunt your power today, do you think you can contend with the Zhao family? The second son of the Deng family, veins bulging on his forehead, began to rebuke. 1. Li Tianyi turned a deaf ear, uttering a single number. What? This was a declaration of a vendetta against the Deng family. The countenance of the Deng family turned ashen, even the patriarch sighed, suddenly appearing significantly aged. As Li Tianyi opened his eyes once more, A flash of murderous intent flickered across his face. Stop! Just as he was about to take action, a voice resonated from outside the door. Is that? The patriarch of the Deng family recognized the familiar voice, his posture instantly straightening as he peered towards the entrance. Even Li Tianyi furrowed his brows slightly, turning to look. A middle-aged man strode in through the main door, his brow furrowed upon witnessing the scene within. Deng Yunming, the third brother. The Deng family members exclaimed in astonishment. The patriarch of the Deng family let out a sigh of relief. Even his trembling legs steadied. The gloom that had shrouded their faces dissipated entirely, replaced by a mocking smirk directed towards Li Tianyi. It was as if they had suddenly found their backbone. Their savior had arrived. Deng Yunming, the second son of the Deng patriarch, was indeed the pillar of the family. The achievements of the eldest and second sons in business bore traces of his influence. In Jiangbei, the prominent families jointly governed, and even they showed respect to Deng Yunming. He had once fought on the battlefield and was rumored to have served under a renowned general. In the realm of martial prowess, he was a celebrated figure, known far and wide across the nation. The reason other families dared not offend the Deng family was precisely due to his reputation. If they truly sought to take revenge on the Deng family, it would be as easy as sending a few assassins to wipe them out. Yet, reputation matters. Who would dare disregard the name of a general subordinate? Now that the third brother is back, what do we have to fear from this young man? The Deng family members laughed heartily, their previously oppressive atmosphere lifting. In an instant, their gazes towards Li Tianyi were no longer filled with trepidation. The patriarch resumed his composure, exuding an air of confidence. The eldest and second sons displayed a newfound steadiness, resembling high-ranking executives once more. Such a young friend has truly brought disgrace upon our Deng family, Deng Yunming remarked, fixing his gaze on Li Tianyi with a hint of displeasure. He was well aware of the tragedy surrounding Deng Man's parents, which he had previously dismissed, never anticipating such dire consequences. Having witnessed the battlefield, he had a certain acumen, especially after encountering the two female assassins who emanated a palpable aura of bloodshed. The third brother. This man has murdered members of our family and has the audacity to demand our self-destruction. Is he not trampling upon our dignity? The second son spat, his teeth clenched in anger. Li Tianyi, you possess remarkable skills, but my third brother is no ordinary individual. The patriarch began, looking steadily at Li Tianyi. Oh. Li Tianyi expressed interest, gesturing for him to continue. The patriarch recounted the history with pride, and the members of the Deng family straightened their backs. With Deng Yunming present, did they really need to fear a mere Li Tianyi? The calm demeanor of Deng Yunming suggested he had transcended worldly concerns. Withdraw now, and the Deng family shall hold no grudges. The patriarch confidently declared, then closed his eyes in silence. Li Tianyi found the situation amusing. Just moments ago, the patriarch had been eager to offer 10 million to resolve the conflict, and now he feigned composure as if he were in control. Since I have arrived, why not grant me the courtesy of withdrawing? After all, do not accuse the Deng family of bullying the weak. Deng Yunming spoke condescendingly. And if I refuse to withdraw? Li Tianyi countered, remaining motionless. The prominent families of Jiangbei are well acquainted with me, and certain underground organizations show me respect. To oppose the Deng family is to oppose me. Can you bear the consequences of such a choice? Deng Yunming slowly spoke, revealing his own strength. That weight is insufficient. Li Tianyi responded, not shifting an inch. Arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The third brother, why waste words on him? He is attempting to belittle the Deng family. The eldest son turned his gaze towards Deng Yunming. Even the usually composed Deng Yunming felt a flicker of anger at this moment. Do you claim I lack weight? Deng Yunming inquired in a low voice. Li Tianyi merely smiled in silence. The reason the prominent families grant me respect is that I once served under a renowned general. Do you truly disregard the significance of a general? Deng Yunming's countenance darkened. Very few dared to disrespect him in Jiangbei, let alone a mere youth. Do not think that even if a general were to arrive, it would make a difference. Li Tianyi scoffed, remaining unfazed. Deng Yunming's expression shifted slightly as he was about to speak when a voice thundered from outside. How dare you? Such audacity. Suddenly, a group appeared in view. They are from the Zhao family. The members of the Deng family breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Li Tianyi as though he were a doomed man. This time, you shall have no escape. The Deng family harbored deep resentment, and even the patriarch wore a smile. Everyone appeared to have found a savior, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, his eyes devoid of any panic. The Zhao family, is it? Perfect timing to eliminate you all at once. Chapter 12. The wrath of the celestial deity ends all lives. As the Zhao family made their entrance, the members of the Deng family erupted in jubilant cheers. The Zhao family, a genuine powerhouse in Jiangbei, possessed a depth and strength far beyond that of the Deng family. Even Deng Yunming acknowledged the arrival of the Zhao clan with a nod. Wasn't he that the remnant of the Li family from years past? Who would have thought that such a pitiful stray dog could instill such fear in the Deng family? Some from the Zhao family recognized Li Tianyi and took the opportunity to scorn the Deng clan. Deng Leoi, the patriarch, was unable to maintain his composure. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Why was he now silent? He should hastily bind his own hands to avoid further suffering. A junior from the Zhao family stepped forward, shouting at Li Tianyi, demanding him to kneel. Kneel down. What are you waiting for? The Deng family members, emboldened, jeered at Li Tianyi, their voices filled with contempt. A band of foolish clowns dared to make such noise. Li Tianyi surveyed the scene and could not help but scoff. They were oblivious to their impending doom, still flaunting arrogance as death approached. Enraged, the Zhao family commanded their guards to encircle Li Tianyi, determined not to let him escape. Deng Yunming shook his head in dismay, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You were given a chance to show respect, yet you squandered it. Today, I shall wipe out the Li family entirely. With that, Deng Yunming's aura shifted dramatically, exuding a palpable sense of lethality, as if he had transformed entirely. Uncle Deng, why should you intervene with this insignificant remnant? Leave it to the guards. I have no doubt this brat won't sprout wings to fly away today. A junior from the Zhao family regarded Deng Yunming with newfound respect, dismissing Li Tianyi as inconsequential. The two women beside him might possess some martial skills, but Deng Yunming merely nodded, reminding the Zhao family, two mere women? How formidable could they possibly be? Old Deng, you are not what you once were. A middle-aged man from the Zhao family looked on with disdain, clearly unimpressed by Mo Feng and Mo Yu. Deng Yunming frowned slightly, but chose not to comment further. At a command, the formidable guards revealed their fierce expressions, swinging iron rods with deadly intent. For ordinary individuals, a single blow could be fatal or leave them severely injured. The Deng family members, however, were eager to witness Li Tianyi's immediate demise, their lips curling into cold smiles as they anticipated the spectacle. Those who dare harm our young master shall face no mercy. Mo Feng and Mo Yu remained silent, effortlessly producing gleaming blades that transformed them into phantoms of death as they plunged into the fray. Old Deng, since Deng Man has returned, we shall take her away shortly. Consider this a courtesy call. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man from the Zhao family showed little interest in the unfolding conflict, engaging Deng Yunming in conversation. When a junior errs, punishment is warranted. Deng Yunming, devoid of familial affection, nodded slightly. Humph, that vile wretch dared to elope. She must be captured and interrogated about last night's events. The Zhao juniors wore expressions of cruelty. On the other side, the slaughter had commenced. The guards moved swiftly, but Mo Feng and Mo Yu were even faster. As the lead guards swung their iron rods down with ferocity, they suddenly struck nothing but air. Before their minds could process the shock, the foremost two felt a chilling sensation at their throats, blood gushing forth as they collapsed in disbelief. For the assassins of the Crane Slaughter Pavilion, dispatching these foes was akin to slicing through vegetables. The scene devolved into chaos, the clangor of combat echoing relentlessly. Blood sprayed everywhere, and severed limbs made onlookers nauseous. In mere moments, over half of the guards lay dead, the tide of battle overwhelmingly in favor of the attackers. Enough. Let the Deng family collect their dead, the middle-aged Zhao man declared, his patience waning. However, as he turned, he was struck dumb with shock. Over 20 guards had been slaughtered without mercy, leaving only a few still clinging to life. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, threatening to induce vomit. In the center stood two shadowy figures, unwavering like grim reapers. Are they all dead? The Zhao man gasped, incredulous, while the Deng family members stood in utter shock. Two individuals had dispatched over 20 foes in less than 2 minutes. How could this be? This spectacle rendered the Deng family members cold with fear. Deng Leoi staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, while the previously confident Zhao Jr. turned pale, stammering, and speechless. An unsettling silence enveloped the crowd. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they beheld the two figures that loomed like gods of death. Who are these formidable experts? Why do they protect a remnant of the Li family? This question echoed in the minds of all, mingling with their dread. I warned you all. You are nothing but a band of clowns, unworthy of my intervention, Li Tianyi remarked, shaking his head slightly. Young friend, such wanton slaughter defies the natural order. Deng Yuming replied, his face grave yet unyielding. The natural order? Li Tianyi scoffed. When the Deng family executed the parents of Deng Man, where was this so-called natural order? Why was there no mention of it when the Zhao family humiliated Deng Man? Whether it be the Deng family or the Zhao family, you may implore them to spare you. Let this matter end here today. Deng Yunming suppressed his fury, striving to maintain the guise of a mediator. I have yet to say anything about sparing them. Li Tianyi's gaze swept over the Deng family members, including those from the Zhao family, before finally resting on Deng Yunming. What do you intend to do? Deng Yunming, seasoned by life and death, now occupying a high position, could not tolerate such indignity. I address you as young friend only out of respect for the two experts at your side. I have offered you multiple chances, yet you insist on opposing the Deng family. His wrath finally ignited. A tremendous aura surged forth from him. Deng Yunming was not to be compared to those guards. If he lacked skill, how could he serve under a general? Witnessing this shift, the Deng family's confidence returned slightly. They still had Deng Yunming, the third of the family. The Zhao family members exhaled, having momentarily forgotten Deng Yunming's presence. Even the middle-aged Zhao man now regarded Deng Yunming with a hint of caution, no longer viewing him with disdain as before. Young and ruthless, he sought to obliterate entire families without regard for age or status. No one in Jiangbei had dared to affront him so brazenly. Deng Yunming stood tall, his demeanor regal as he surveyed Li Tianyi and the others. I, Deng Yunming, shall not permit your kind to roam unchecked in Jiangbei. With that, he stepped forward, locking eyes with Li Tianyi, who responded with nothing but a trace of disdain. Do not be hasty. Even you, old man, shall find no path to survival today. Chapter 13. Too late, punished together with guilt, what audacity. How dare you be so arrogant? Deng Yunming's aura surged, his robes billowing without wind. With each step he took, his presence intensified. After 7 strides, the very floor beneath him shattered. A mere fist clinch resonated like thunder among the crowd. The members of the Zhao family behind him were utterly overwhelmed by this force. Gasping for breath, the Deng family members widened their eyes, their breathing quickening. Today, your blood must cleanse the shame of the Deng family. Deng Yunming roared, his gaze like lightning, fixating on Li Tianyi. You are unworthy to engage with me. I have proclaimed that the one who killed Deng Man and Apos, as parents, shall take their own life. Li Tianyi remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to Deng Yunming and Apos as presence. How dare you disregard me? Deng Yunming seethed. Even the war generals of Huagua have praised me. How can a mere commoner act so insolently? Seeing Li Tianyi's disdain, Deng Yunming's fury ignited. You do not think yourself a war general of Huagua, do you? How dare you belittle my third brother? The Deng family members' confidence surged as they collectively condemned Li Tianyi. Third brother, this man bears a deep grudge against our family. Letting him go would be a disgrace to the Deng family. The elder Deng struck his cane forcefully, his contempt for that little scoundrel palpable. Deng Yunming ceased his idle chatter, letting out a low growl before leaping 3 meters into the air. His hands formed claws, tearing through the air directly towards Li Tianyi. A dark aura shimmered faintly around his claws, as if capable of shattering stone and jade. The onlookers gasped in awe at the sight. Yet, as he approached Li Tianyi, a lithe figure interposed herself. Mo Feng's blade, resembling a white ribbon, sliced through the air. Come! Deng Yunming bellowed, his claws colliding with the blade. A piercing scream erupted. A spray of blood followed. Deng Yunming staggered back, his face a mask of horror. Looking down, he saw his hand nearly severed in 2. Flesh torn to reveal stark white bone. How could this be? Deng Yunming was incredulous. He had felt that these 2 women were weaker than himself, yet in combat, the opponent's blade had nearly claimed his hand. He could not withstand bullets or firearms, but a mere blade should not have harmed him. Once more, ignoring his pain, Deng Yunming gritted his teeth, transforming his claws into fists. He understood that this was a matter of life and death, and he had to fight with all his might. Deng Yunming unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, the air cracking with each strike. Even the slightest gust of his fists made the Zhao family members wince. They had no doubt that this blow could fell a grizzly bear. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left them dumbfounded. The graceful figure did not flinch or evade. When Deng Yunming's unrivaled punch arrived, Mo Feng extended her delicate hand, seemingly intent on grasping his fist. With a sharp crack, Deng Yunming's desperate blow was caught effortlessly by a young woman. How is this possible? Panic coursed through Deng Yunming. Even the war generals he had once commanded could not have caught his punch so easily. Was she stronger than a war general? Young master, how shall we deal with this person? Mo Feng inquired, restraining Deng Yunming while still possessing the capacity for dialogue. Kill. Li Tiany's brow remained unfurrowed. Deng Yunming was shocked, about to plead for mercy, but a line of blood had already appeared on his neck. The once revered third master of the Deng family met his end in terror before their very eyes. In the vast courtyard, silence reigned as over a dozen people stood frozen, gazing at Li Tiany as if he were a contemporary god of slaughter. Fear gripped their hearts. The underlings of Huagua's war general could kill at will. What ruthless efficiency! The Zhao family members were utterly dumbfounded. Despite having witnessed countless grand events and notable figures, they now trembled in fear. One junior even collapsed to the ground, drained of color. When Li Tiany had arrived, the Deng family had dismissed him as a mere joke, hardly regarding him at all. The Zhao family had looked upon him as an insignificant insect. Even if he had killed a few, they were but ordinary people. But now, true fear enveloped their hearts. They could not fathom how the once pitiful Li Tiany had transformed into such a terrifying force. As Li Tiany turned to face the Deng family, his murderous intent was no longer concealed. Boom! A torrent of killing intent washed over everyone present. In that moment, the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. All stood as if ensnared in a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. An endless chill enveloped them, their teeth chattering, their bodies trembling. Especially under the gaze of Li Tiany, those targeted felt as if they stood before a colossal beast from the primordial age. The Deng family is willing to accept punishment. We will surrender the sinners of that year. The elder Deng, with great effort, leaned on his cane, summoning every ounce of strength to shout this out. Some members of the Deng family were dazed, while others sat paralyzed on the ground, engulfed in fear. They had never anticipated that their trump cards would fail to halt this man's advance even slightly. Young Li, my Deng family confesses, we confess. One member of the Deng family, terrified to the point of losing control, crawled forward in a desperate plea for Li Tiany's mercy. Some even pointed out those who had supported the execution of Deng Man's parents. The individual's name turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Others seemed to lose their very souls, becoming numb. My uncle and second uncle had strongly supported it. It has nothing to do with me, a young member cried, tears and snot mingling as he disregarded familial ties, exposing his own kin. Under the relentless pressure of Li Tiany's killing intent, no one could maintain their composure. What were familial and friendly ties worth? The elder Deng, witnessing this scene, felt his heart grow cold, sighing repeatedly about the misfortune of their family. The Zhao family members dared not move an inch. In the face of such piercing killing intent, any action could lead to their demise. All gazes focused on the central figure. His words alone could determine life or death. When Li Tiany spoke, it brought despair to all. It is too late. Guilt and punishment shall be dealt together. Chapter 14. Mourning in Zhangbei. The city kneels. The members of the Deng family were engulfed in despair, their faces etched with a profound sense of loss. Some, paralyzed by fear, broke from the crowd in a frenzied attempt to flee. Chaos erupted as dozens from the Deng family began to scatter in panic. The elderly patriarch, too, was assisted by the eldest son in a bid to blend into the throng. Li Tiany remained unperturbed, exchanging a knowing glance with Mo Feng and Mou. The two female assassins, in silent accord, sprang into action, brandishing their blades as they surged into the crowd. The swiftest among the fleeing were met with a brutal fate. Cleaved in half, the eldest son of the Deng family, caught in disbelief, lost his head, and even the patriarch was not spared. The cacophony of wailing and screams filled the air, the scene reminiscent of hell itself, provoking an instinctive aversion to gaze upon it. Those from the Zhao family watched in horror, their apprehension escalating with each passing moment. Even Deng Man felt a pang in her heart. After all, this was a place she had called home for over 20 years, and she could not bear to see such devastation. She urged Li Tiany to cease the carnage. Upon hearing her plea, Li Tiany signaled for the two female assassins to retreat. As he surveyed the grim tableau of bodies strewn across the ground, blood cascading down the steps, only a handful of younger members of the Deng family remained, so terrified they trembled, collapsing to the ground. In the fortnight to follow, all families in Zhangbei donned mourning attire to pay homage to his parents. They would kneel with every step, honoring their forebears as they ascended to higher ranks. Should they fail to comply, the Deng family would face dire consequences. Li Tiany's cold gaze swept across the room, his murderous aura intensifying, particularly when his eyes fell upon the Zhao family. Their members quaked in fear, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Do you truly believe it is within your power to command the Zhao family to mourn? You must be deluded. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with, and to expect us to kneel is tantamount to inviting your own demise, a middle-aged man from the Zhao family retorted, his forehead veins bulging as he resisted Li Tiany's imposing presence. Li Tiany remained silent, his eyes closed. In that moment, the two assassins understood, and with a few more screams, the Zhao family members met their end. The remnants of the Deng family would likely never forget the horrors of this day. The annihilation of the Deng family and the humiliation of the Zhao family would cast a long shadow over their lives. Remember my words, Li Tiany declared, leaving the Deng residence without looking back. This confrontation would ignite his fearsome reputation across the upper echelons of Jiangbei. Anyone of note within the families quickly learned the truth. The slaying of the Chen family leader, the murder of the Wang father and son, and the eradication of the entire Deng family. Even the Zhao family suffered considerable losses. The news sent shockwaves throughout the families, sparking disbelief. Who possessed such audacity? This was tantamount to declaring war on all of Jiangbei. Some seethed with resentment, others reveled in the chaos, while a few sensed that a significant upheaval was imminent. The revelation of Li Tiany's identity astonished all. He was the last surviving scion of the Li family, a remnant of a once great lineage. As the news spread, it left many awestruck, some speculating that this was Li Tiany's return for vengeance. After all, the vendetta for his parents' murder was one that could not be overlooked. In a villa spanning over 10,000 square meters in the heart of the city, the prominent families of Jiangbei convened. Some wore furrowed brows, while others bore grim expressions, engaged in heated discussions. If the public were to overhear their deliberations, it would undoubtedly spark a cataclysmic upheaval. For they were plotting against a mere youth in his 20s, Li Tiany. Since we are here, let us be frank. Li Tiany has slain members of my Wang family and seized our company. If we can eliminate this wretched child, my family is prepared to offer 10% of the Wang Group's shares, a representative from the Wang family declared, his face pale with rage. Indeed, this youth has thrown Jiangbei into turmoil. He cannot be allowed to remain, another voice chimed in. Our family agrees. Those who offend us must pay dearly. Several families quickly echoed their support, eager to contribute to the extermination of Li Tiany. Initially, they felt detached from the situation, but news of Li Tiany's demands for mourning attire from all families, commanding them to kneel with each step, was intolerable. However, concerns arose regarding Li Tiany's formidable protectors. I have heard that he is accompanied by 2 exceptional fighters, and even that Deng Yunming was not a match for him, the head of the Sun family remarked. His expression grave. Deng Yunming? Even he fell? Disbelief rippled through the assembly. After all, Deng Yunming was renowned for his prowess, capable of dispatching dozens of ordinary guards with ease, yet he had proven no match for Li Tiany. As the gathered families exchanged worried glances, their attention turned to the patriarch seated at the head of the table, Zhao Qilin, who sat in quiet contemplation. When silence enveloped the room and all eyes were upon him, Zhao Qilin slowly opened his eyes. A mere child, how formidable can he truly be? He has slain a few individuals and believes himself a deity come to chastise the families of Jiangbei. If he continues with this ruckus, he remains nothing more than a mad child, Zhao Qilin remarked dismissively, showing no regard for Li Tiany. The families present exchanged glances, their spirits lifted by Zhao Qilin's confidence, believing the Zhao family possessed an ingenious strategy to counter their adversary. Our Zhao family's heritage is beyond your imagination. We have already contacted a first-star general, who will soon arrive in Jiangbei, Zhao Qilin continued, his tone casual yet tinged with pride. A first-star general from Huagua. The assembly gasped, their throats dry, exchanging astonished looks. The prospect of a Huagua general being summoned was unfathomable. They could scarcely comprehend Zhao family's capacity to enlist such might. Enlisting a first-star general to deal with this boy seems excessive, does it not? Someone whispered, swallowing hard, awestruck. With the arrival of the general, Li Tiany's doom would surely be sealed. Indeed, he is merely a vengeful child. Should he exhibit patience, perhaps in a few decades, he might have a chance. It is a pity, another chimed in. The atmosphere shifted as the representatives of the families began to regain their spirits, their demeanor brightening with newfound hope. Their regard for Zhao Qilin deepened, acknowledging the Zhao family's formidable prowess. For a first-star general was a force they had never dared to envision. Zhao Qilin, sparing few words, resumed his meditation. By the way, I have also thought of another individual. Should he come, Li Tianyi and his female bodyguards would be rendered insignificant. A spark of realization ignited in the eyes of a Wang family member, who suddenly exclaimed, "Who is it?" The crowd inquired, their curiosity piqued. Even Zhao Qilin's interest was momentarily stirred. Yet the Wang representative hesitated, swallowing nervously. In that instant, a collective understanding dawned upon the assembly, conjuring the image of that individual. Almost all present involuntarily shuddered at the thought, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Chapter 15. Who dares to be arrogant in Tianyi? While the discussions were underway at the Wang family's villa, Li Tianyi had already returned to the villa with Deng Man. He informed her that she would be residing in the villa henceforth and need not return to the Deng family. Deng Man did not object. She had long been disillusioned with her family, especially now that the Deng family had been annihilated by Li Tianyi. As the day passed, the following day saw Li Tianyi and his subordinates venture out. After several hours of travel, they arrived at a tranquil area in Zhongbei City. Here, towering skyscrapers were absent, replaced instead by modest 3- to 4-story villas. The cacophony of city life was diminished, imparting an air of a secluded paradise. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, instantly recognizing Li Tianyi's destination. This was the ancestral home of the Li family, once a distinguished clan in Jiangbei. As they alighted from the vehicle, a rather grand villa came into view, though it exhibited signs of decay, suggesting it had been neglected for many years. Weeds flourished outside, and unidentifiable vines clung to the walls. Even the gate appeared dull and faded. Li Tianyi's expression was a mixture of emotions as he sighed and pushed the door open. Inside the courtyard, leaves carpeted the ground, and desolation enveloped the surroundings. Birds had made nests under the eaves, occasionally chirping. Gazing at the familiar sights stirred memories within him. Once, this place was bustling with life, luxury cars lined the entrance, and many dignitaries brought gifts to pay their respects. The elders of the Li family would set up tables in the courtyard, sharing drinks with prominent figures, while the younger generation played and laughed. What a heartwarming scene that was. Yet the current desolation pierced his heart like a thorn. From the highest heavens to the depths of the earth, I shall turn you to ashes. I, Li Tianyi, will not rest until you are extinguished. Clenching his fists, a chilling aura emanated from his gaze, colder than the depths of the abyss, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Just as Li Tianyi was engulfed in sorrow, a commotion erupted from the backyard. Frowning, he strode toward the source of the noise. In the backyard, a group clad in black surrounded an elderly man. They were robust and fierce, their expressions menacing. Old Qian, did you think my words were mere whispers? Do you need a taste of suffering to understand my might? The leader, his face brutish, cracked his knuckles menacingly. The Li family is extinct, and yet you still wish to accompany them in death? If you don't leave now, don't blame us for our ruthlessness. The others chimed in, threatening the old man, stating that if he did not comply, they would end his life. I will not leave. Even if you kill me, I shall remain. If the young master returns, he must find his way home. What will happen if I am gone? Old Qian trembled as he struggled to rise, his murky gaze brimming with defiance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his tattered clothes bore the marks of many footprints. Ha ha ha, the young master? He is but a stray dog now, they mocked. You old fool are blind to follow the Li family. Let me tell you the truth. That little brat is already dead. Give up your hopes. Their derisive laughter echoed, yet old Qian remained resolute, refusing to believe their venomous words. Though his frail body quivered, he stood tall like an ancient pine. As Li Tianyi entered the backyard, he witnessed this scene unfold. Old Qian, the loyal steward of the Li family, had been affectionately called Old Qian in his youth. He never anticipated that Old Qian was still alive, guarding the last remnant of the Li family's legacy, awaiting Li Tianyi's return, fearful that he would be lost. Old Qian. Li Tianyi felt a surge of warmth within his heart. However, the assailants, having lost their patience, were prepared to take drastic action against the unyielding elder. The leader's eyes glinted with malice as he brandished an iron rod, ready to strike Old Qian. How dare you? A thunderous voice rang out, akin to thunder on a clear day. The assailants felt a rush of blood and a sharp pain in their ears, causing the leader to halt. They turned to see an unremarkable young man standing before them, flanked by two exceptionally striking women. Who is this wild brat? They wondered, perplexed. Are you speaking to us? Telling me to stop? The leader pushed through the crowd, confronting Li Tianyi with a cold glare, wielding his iron rod. Indeed, Li Tianyi affirmed, his gaze upon them as if they were already dead. What business is it of yours? Did someone fail to secure their trousers, revealing their shame? Several lackeys stepped forward, casting malevolent glances at Li Tianyi. What if I do? He replied, his expression icy, the glimmer of murder flashing in his eyes. The Li family had been annihilated. Yet these thugs dared to desecrate their ancestral home, mercilessly attacking an elderly man. How could Li Tianyi not be enraged? How could he not retaliate? Boss, don't waste your breath on this brat. He dares to play the hero here. Show him what you're made of. These thugs were not to be trifled with. Some had blood on their hands. Young man, you should leave quickly. You don't want to be harmed. I am but an old man, not worth the trouble. Old Qian, obscured by the crowd, could not see Li Tianyi's face and shouted desperately, stamping his feet in anxiety. But it was too late. At the leader's signal, a burly thug charged forward, swinging the iron rod with all his might. The crowd snickered, envisioning the moment of Li Tianyi's demise. Old Qian's face flushed with rage, cursing the brutes. Yet, in the next instant, all fell silent in disbelief. The thug's strike was effortlessly caught by the young man, who gripped the rod with ease. The thugs were horrified, the leader's eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You seek death, Li Tianyi scoffed, exerting force with his right hand. In an astonishing display, the iron rod was bent at a right angle before the eyes of the onlookers. A muffled grunt escaped the thug as he was sent flying overhead, crashing into the distance. None witnessed how swiftly Li Tianyi had acted. When someone checked, they discovered the thug had ceased to breathe, his entire skeletal structure shattered. His body twisted grotesquely. You are no ordinary person. Who exactly are you? The leader's eyes narrowed, a hint of fear creeping into his demeanor as he scrutinized Li Tianyi. I am Li Tianyi, the one you claim to be dead. Chapter 16. Those who offend the Li family shall meet their doom. Is it possible that Li Tianyi is still alive? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Astonishment etched on their faces. The massacre of the Li family had stirred considerable controversy throughout Jiangbei years ago, yet everyone was well aware that the entire clan had perished. The revelation that this young man had somehow survived was utterly unexpected. Upon hearing the name, Old Qian trembled and hurriedly approached the group. It's true. It's really true. Young master, you have returned. To see you alive again in my lifetime is a blessing beyond measure. Tears streamed down Old Qian and Appo's face as he instantly recognized Li Tianyi. Beside him, Imofeng quickly stepped forward to support Old Qian, who lamented, Young master, I am unworthy, and I fear I may not be able to protect the ancestral home of the Li family any longer. Old Qian's expression was one of guilt, his heart heavy with regret. Old Qian, let us discuss this after I deal with these pests, Li Tianyi reassured him, shaking his head. How arrogant. Do you think you are still the young master of the Li family? A nearby lackey, emboldened by his numbers, sneered. This house is coveted by our boss. You should leave while you can. The leader of the thugs crossed his arms, scoffing derisively. No matter how skilled you are, can you take on more than 10 of us at once? Many among us are veterans, each worth 7 or 8 ordinary men. Boss, Li Tianyi scoffed, a surge of lethal intent brewing within him. Have you heard of Runtai Real Estate? One of the top 3 real estate companies in the nation. Although this branch is merely a subsidiary in Jiangbei, it is a formidable presence here. Which of those prominent families does not engage with our boss on equal footing? The leader of the thugs grew increasingly brazen, entirely dismissing Li Tianyi. So even if this is your ancestral home, or even your family tomb, you better vacate it obediently. Do you understand? His words dripped with arrogance, as if viewing Li Tianyi through his nostrils. Very well, prepare for self-destruction, and I shall leave you with intact corpses. After hearing the leader's taunts, Li Tianyi nodded and uttered a chilling remark. Self-destruction and intact corpses? The crowd was momentarily stunned, unsure if they had misheard. Are you out of your mind, kid? Do you not see the 10 of us? The lackeys mocked him, their laughter scornful. Some had already brandished iron rods, ready to strike the oblivious fool down. You surprised us earlier, but it's just you now, the leader lamented with a shake of his head, feigning pity for Li Tianyi. Those 2 young ladies are quite lovely. We should, a lackey whispered to the leader, gazing greedily at Imofeng and Mou. Having noticed the 2 beauties, he thought their reluctance to leave was fortuitous. The leader's eyes lit up with interest. You chose to stay when I offered you freedom? Now, you shall not escape. Once I deal with you, I can enjoy some time with these two lovely ladies." How delightful! The thugs erupted in laughter, their eyes glinting with malice as they turned their gaze towards Li Tianyi. Old Qian's face turned paler, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to ensure the young master's safety. As long as the green hills remain, Old Qian thought, his resolve hardening as he prepared to fight. "Kill him," the leader bellowed, and the thugs surged forward. "I may not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one, but a group assault should suffice," he thought coldly. Li Tianyi stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath him. His long hair whipped wildly in an unseen wind, leaves swirling into the air. A concentrated blast of qi materialized in his hand, its sharpness palpable even at a distance, capable of slicing through steel with ease. In mere moments, the scene unfolded. The approaching thugs froze in horror, their eyes wide as saucers, as Li Tianyi's qi, akin to a colossal sword, swept through them with a single command. In an instant, severed heads rolled upon the ground, crimson streams of blood erupting and flooding the courtyard. The leader stood dumbfounded, his mind unable to process the events. Such a display of power was beyond his comprehension. As Li Tianyi locked eyes with him, fear gripped his heart, and he felt as if he were facing a ferocious beast. "Young Master Li, let us speak calmly. The deaths of my men are their fault for underestimating you. I no longer desire this property. Let us maintain our peace," he stammered, desperation evident in his voice. Li Tianyi cast a cool glance at him, signaling Mou to approach. This is... The leader stuttered, attempting to placate her. "I was merely joking. I sometimes speak without thinking. A lesson is acceptable." However, his laughter froze instantly, replaced by sheer terror as he clutched his throat, blood gushing forth. Mou turned away impassively, as if she had merely crushed an insect. "Young master, this. Old Qian was speechless, astonished by the transformation of his master after 5 years. He had single-handedly vanquished over a dozen foes. Despite his shock, he felt an overwhelming joy. Suddenly, the phone of the deceased leader rang, its shrill tone cutting through the tension. Li Tianyi smirked, gesturing for Mou to answer. "Let us see what time it is. What good are you if you cannot even handle this minor task? A bunch of useless fools. Kill that old man and bury him quickly. Do not delay my affairs." Now, the irate voice on the other end was coarse and crude. "Speak up. Are you all mute?" The impatience in the voice escalated. But then a chilling response came through. "They are dead. You are next." The line erupted in explosive sounds, followed by the monotonous tone of a disconnected call. Chapter 17. Those who stand in my way shall perish on the other end of the line. Mr. Lei was still in a state of disbelief, hurling curses. However, standing beside Li Tianyi, Mou understood that it would not be long before Mr. Lei would share the same fate as the thugs he employed. Although they had only recently encountered the young master, they had gleaned enough insight. Anything he uttered would inevitably come to pass. Anyone marked for death by him, regardless of their distance, was as good as doomed. No matter how formidable the force, should they infringe upon Li Tianyi's boundaries, they would find themselves bereft of hope. "Young master, I've given it some thought. It would be wise for you to leave Jiangbei City. After all, the enemies of the Li family are numerous here. If they learn of your presence, they will not let you off easily." Old Qian expressed his deep concerns, especially given that Mr. Lei would not relent easily. 5 years prior, in the very spot where they stood, a scene of utter devastation had unfolded. The heavens wept and the earth mourned, filled only with the sounds of despairing cries and anguished screams. That night, the Li family was annihilated. For an old man like him, death was trivial, but he could not allow the last scion of the Li family to perish as well. "It matters not. My return is solely to settle these scores. Even if the entire Jiangbei city stands against me, they shall not deter my resolve. Fear not, Old Qian. I am not a reckless fool," Li Tianyi assured Old Qian, exuding an air of authority. Yet, Old Qian remained fearful, for Li Tianyi was indeed the last hope of the Li family. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Tianyi instructed Mo Feng to take him to the hospital. In the car, Li Tianyi reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in contemplation, while Mou reported on Mr. Lei's background. Lei Zhan was the representative of Runtai Real Estate in Jiangbei. Ostensibly a respectable businessman, he secretly seized land through extortion and kidnapping. Once, the Li family had flourished, blessed by ancestral burial grounds. Since the rise of the Li family, all their forebears were interred there until Lei Zhan usurped it, leading to the Li family's tragic fate. Now, he had set his sights on the Li ancestral residence, resulting in the scene Li Tianyi had just witnessed, digging up the Li family graves, seizing their ancestral home, and plotting to kill its remaining members. Lei Zhan deserved 1,000 deaths for his transgressions, which surpassed even those of the families from years past. How could Li Tianyi not be enraged? As Mou concluded his report, an icy chill enveloped the car, the temperature plummeting, even frost forming on the windows. Mo Feng, the driver, sensed the shift, catching a glimpse of the murderous intent flickering in Li Tianyi's cold, deep gaze. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life as the car surged forward, racing toward Runtai Real Estate. Runtai Real Estate, the third largest real estate company in the nation, was indeed impressive, with its subsidiaries radiating grandeur. The throng of impeccably dressed individuals made Li Tianyi and Mo Feng appear out of place. Upon arriving at the front desk to inquire, they learned that Mr. Lei was on the 18th floor. "I'm sorry, but you need an appointment to see Mr. Lei. Please leave," the receptionist scoffed, barely casting a glance at Li Tianyi before returning to her phone. "Appointment? Do we need an appointment to commit murder?" Li Tianyi snorted coldly, striding toward the elevator. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Security. Security." The receptionist, noticing that Li Tianyi and his companions ignored her, hurriedly summoned security to block their path. "Are your ears stuffed with hay? Look at yourselves. You think you can see Mr. Lei? Get lost, get lost." The security guard was equally rude, brandishing his rubber baton to drive them away. "Step aside or die," Mo Feng declared, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. "What did you say? You want me dead? You've got quite the attitude, don't you? Do you know where you are? This is Runtai Real Estate, a colossal enterprise nationwide." The security guard laughed disdainfully, pointing with his baton. Mo Feng's words were dismissed as a joke. Onlookers cast sideways glances at Li Tianyi and his companions, their expressions tinged with derision. "You don't have to resort to this to meet Mr. Lei, do you? Look at you. Don't think that just because you're somewhat attractive, you can see anyone you want. Kid, take your girl and leave. Don't embarrass yourselves here." The security guard spat, full of contempt. "Enough with your nonsense." Mo Feng snapped, annoyance etched on his face as a sharp blade materialized in his hand. The guard's bravado instantly morphed into terror. Before he could scream for help, a swift sound sliced through the air, and all that remained was the thud of his body collapsing to the ground, crimson blood pooling around him. The receptionist stared blankly, paralyzed with fear, while the surrounding crowd shrieked and scattered in terror. The urgent wails of alarms pierced through the lobby, signaling the presence of an assailant or a violent act. The trained security personnel knew to shoot on sight in such situations. As more guards approached, their expressions grave. They replaced their rubber batons with iron rods. "Those who dare obstruct shall face death." Mo Feng advanced, his blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. His cold, ruthless words reverberated throughout the hall, exuding an aura of menace that quickened everyone's breath. Thus, Li Tianyi and his companions ascended in the elevator under the watchful eyes of all. The lobby descended into chaos. Anyone with a functioning mind could discern that these three were not there to curry favor with Mr. Lei. "Alert all floors. Alert all floors. 3 armed assailants have taken the elevator to the CEO's floor. These 3 are extremely dangerous. I repeat, extremely dangerous." The lobby's security shouted into the intercom, suddenly aware of the sweat trickling down his back. Meanwhile, the head of security on the 18th floor sprang into action. The sound of hurried footsteps reverberated through the corridor as teams of guards assembled, all focused on the elevator, some wielding firearms. The countdown began. 16, 17, ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Li Tianyi and his companions. A man and 2 women. They appeared no different from university students. "These are extremely dangerous individuals?" The security personnel exchanged puzzled glances with their supervisor. Before the supervisor could clarify, the man who had stepped out of the elevator spoke. "If you wish to accompany the dead, I shall gladly oblige." Chapter 18. Death approaches, a fox assuming the tigers might despite the numerous security personnel, even armed with firearms. Li Tianyi appeared utterly unfazed. His chilling words swept across the crowd like the biting winds of winter. These security guards, well trained, immediately heard the sound of bullets being chambered beside Li Tianyi. Yet, there was no hint of anxiety visible on their faces. "Is it just the 3 of you? Are you unaware of the Runtai Real Estate Company or the esteemed name of General Lei? How dare you come here to stir trouble?" The head of security began to doubt the intelligence of his subordinates, dismissing Li Tianyi and his companions entirely. A mere young man accompanied by two women attempting to breach General Lei and Apos' office seemed to them a gross underestimation of their capabilities. Captain, it's time to replace those incompetent fools below. Just a kid can scare them like this. I reckon he is too busy playing with women to have the audacity to come here. The security personnel erupted in derisive laughter, blaming the lobby security. Where's Lejean? Li Tianyi remained unperturbed, his expression as cold as stone as he gazed at the head of security. You little brat, this is not your home. You dare act so arrogantly while facing imminent death? Truly unaware of your mortality. The security personnel snickered, their dark weapons aimed menacingly at Li Tianyi. To offend General Lei. You won't survive. Kid, heed this warning in your next life. For now, just learn your lesson. The captain regarded Li Tianyi as if he were already a corpse. Yet at that moment, Mo Feng and Mo Yu stepped protectively in front of Li Tianyi, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their eyes were devoid of any emotion or fear, blood still dripping from the blades they wielded. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. How audacious to have a woman stand in the line of fire. Are you even a man? My son has more courage than you, they scoffed. Looks like he is scared out of his wits. He talks big, but is nothing but a coward. Today will be a spectacle of slaughter. With a command from the captain, the foremost guards charged forward wielding iron rods. A flicker of disdain crossed Mo's eyes as she leapt into the fray. In an instant, blood spattered, and screams filled the air. For Mo, these men were akin to vegetables awaiting harvest. In mere moments, they fell beneath her sharp blades. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the heavy sound of breaths. The captain was dumbfounded, witnessing the shock reflected in the eyes of his men. Aim for her. Aim for her. Panic surged as they realized they still held deadly weapons. Suddenly, Mo Feng brandished his blade, standing alone at the forefront. A formidable energy surged through him, causing even his weapon to hum with anticipation. The blade, as sharp as autumn water and as delicate as a cicada's wing, cleaved through the air, splitting the space in two with a resounding crack. The expressions of the onlookers were frozen in shock, morphing into sheer terror in the next heartbeat. All security personnel, unable to utter a scream, were cleaved in two by Mo Feng's sword. Blood quickly flooded the corridor, and severed limbs lay scattered. In the blink of an eye, over 20 heavily armed guards were swept away without even firing a shot. Before their demise, disdain lingered in their eyes, and mocking words still hung on their lips. Yet Mo Feng had no time for idle chatter. Anyone who obstructed him would meet a merciless end. Amidst the pile of bodies, a few pained cries emerged. It was the head of security, the forceful wind from Mo Feng's blade halting within him. Even so, a gruesome wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth. The captain gazed at Mo Feng with eyes wide in disbelief, perceiving him as a devil. He never imagined the true horror lay with this woman. Suddenly, a foot pressed down on his chest, eliciting a muffled groan. Where's Lejean? Li Tianyi lowered his head, gazing down at the prostrate figure beneath him. I'll tell you, Lejean is in Office 1 on the 18th floor. The head of security, terrified, could no longer afford to conceal the truth. Regret and resentment flooded his mind. If only he had heeded the lobby guard's advice and shot these intruders dead, perhaps he wouldn't find himself in such dire straits. Brother, I've said all I can. Please show mercy and let me go, he pleaded, suppressing the pain radiating from his chest. Did you not hear my subordinate's warning? Anyone who obstructs us will be slain without mercy. Li Tianyi shook his head slightly, his words rendering the captain ashen. The captain attempted to protest. But it was too late. An immense force surged from Li Tianyi and Apos' chest, and with a sickening crunch, his heart was crushed. His eyes widened in shock as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The sound of footsteps echoed in the now silent corridor as Li Tianyi and his companions leisurely made their way toward Office 1. The entire 18th floor, typically bustling with high-ranking offices, was eerily empty. Perhaps everyone had fled upon sensing danger, or they had been evacuated beforehand. Had Lejean escaped as well? However, when the trio reached the tightly shut door of Office 1, Li Tianyi felt reassured. Within his perception, a faint yet distinct presence lingered inside, unmistakably that of Lejean. Clearly, he had heard the footsteps outside, as sounds emanated from within. Kid, I never expected you would survive my security personnel. It seems I underestimated you. But this is where it ends. I am the representative of the Jiangbei branch of Rintai Real Estate, and if anything happens to me, the entire Jiangbei will be engulfed in bloodshed. The headquarters will not spare you, nor your friends and family. So, you would do well to leave quickly. A middle-aged voice echoed from within the office. The 5 great families respect me, and even the underground organizations in Jiangbei give me some face. So do not overestimate your worth. My influence is beyond your imagination. Do not force me to unleash my wrath. Seeing that there was no response from outside, the man continued his tirade, attempting to intimidate Li Tianyi. Facing imminent death, he still wielded the illusion of power. Li Tianyi was not one to be easily swayed. With a cold snort, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a forceful blow, the door splintered into pieces. Chapter 19. The Killer, Li Tianyi with a single kick. The heavy wooden door splintered into fragments. In an instant, Li Tianyi appeared in the office. Before him stood a gaunt middle-aged man, cowering in the corner. Gripping a handgun tightly, his gaze fixed on Li Tianyi with palpable fear. He had not anticipated Li Tianyi's audaciousness. Without a word, he had shattered the door. Don't come any closer. The middle-aged man gasped, his eyes wide with panic, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Li Tianyi, however, remained calm, surveying the scene with keen interest. Young master, this man is not Lei Zhan. Mo Feng concluded after scrutinizing the situation. Li Tianyi nodded in agreement. The man before him indeed was not Lei Zhan. With all the high-ranking figures on the 18th floor absent, it was inconceivable that Lei Zhan would remain here awaiting his demise. Did he truly believe he could outmaneuver Li Tianyi and await his corpse? Where is Lei Zhan? Li Tianyi inquired, his voice steady. I don't know anything. Don't expect to extract any useful information from me. Get out quickly, or you'll regret it when the bullets start flying. The middle-aged man screamed frantically, his hands trembling as he clutched the weapon. Be careful, young master, Mo Feng warned, her eyes fixated on the dark muzzle of the gun. It was unclear whether the man was terrified by Li Tianyi's actions or coerced by Lei Zhan. His agitation made him prone to misfire. Despite knowing Li Tianyi's formidable skills, she was aware that this was humanity's most lethal weapon. It was unwise to confront bullets head-on. Li Tianyi smirked dismissively, seemingly oblivious to the firearm as he advanced toward the trembling man. The middle-aged man, like a cornered beast, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Young master, Mo Feng and Mo Yu gasped in shock. Bang! The man aimed directly at Li Tianyi, his eyes wild with desperation. Yet, when the shot rang out, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the first bullet. The scene left everyone in stunned silence. Even the middle-aged man was taken aback. Is this even human? He thought, panic coursing through him. Die. Without a moment's pause, he fired again and again, attempting to eliminate Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi moved like a specter, gracefully evading 7 or 8 bullets with ease. The man's jaw dropped in disbelief. Was there truly someone whose speed surpassed that of a bullet? Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged startled glances, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated the extent of their young master's prowess. In such a confined space, with an adversary less than 3 meters away, the danger of multiple shots fired was palpable. They could dodge bullets, but never with such effortless grace. To achieve such feats required absolute reflexes and speed. One misstep could spell doom. At that moment, the middle-aged man realized too late. Darkness enveloped him as Li Tianyi's figure loomed before him. Gazing into Li Tianyi's merciless eyes, he trembled. Li Tianyi struck with lightning speed, gripping the man's throat and lifting him off the ground. The man's face flushed crimson, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him. Yet Li Tianyi's grip was like iron, unyielding. Once more, where is Lei Zhan? Li Tianyi's voice dripped with chilling intensity, sending shivers down the man's spine. I'll tell you, the man gasped, struggling in Li Tianyi's grasp. Li Tianyi released him, and under his icy gaze, the middle-aged man began to divulge the information. As expected, Lei Zhan had long since vacated the premises. This man was merely a decoy, meant to delay Li Tianyi. However, he was not specifically prepared for Li Tianyi. Lei Zhan had many enemies in Jiangbei and beyond, and this tactic served as a means of escape when necessary. I've told you everything. Please let me go. I am but an insignificant pawn, the man pleaded, prostrating himself in desperation, tears streaming down his face. You could have lived, Li Tianyi replied coldly, but you shot at me. Without a backward glance, he uttered this final statement, and the man met his end at Mo Feng's blade, collapsing into a pool of blood. Under Li Tianyi's direction, Mo Feng and Mo Yu inscribed 6 bold characters on the office wall in blood. Killer, Li Tianyi. That night, Li Tianyi returned to his villa. Deng Man had prepared a meal, and he dismissed the 2 female assassins. Their evening concluded amidst sweet nothings. Early the next morning, as Li Tianyi lingered in slumber. A cacophony erupted outside. Irritated, he pushed open the door, only to find a throng of individuals before his villa, each exuding an intimidating aura and wielding iron rods. It was evident they had come for him, and leading the charge was none other than Lei Zhan. "You little bastard! Did you think I wouldn't track you down through the surveillance?" Lei Zhan seethed, his fury palpable. "You killed my company's security and demolished my office. If I don't flay you alive today, I'll no longer bear the name Lei." The commotion roused the surrounding residents, who, upon witnessing the chaos, hurriedly secured their doors and windows, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Mo Feng and Mo Yu positioned themselves protectively behind Li Tianyi, while Deng Man observed anxiously from above. Lei Zhan had brought no fewer than 100 men, each one formidable. "And you two girls, do you understand the consequences of crossing me? Once I deal with this little brat, I'll make you pay dearly," he sneered, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. The scene was one that would send ordinary individuals into a state of paralysis, but Li Tianyi merely smiled. "Since you've come, do not expect to leave alive." Chapter 20. Treading on Sacred Ground. Unforgivable deeds, what audacity. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity?" Lei Zhan spat disdainfully, his face a mask of contempt. He had long since dispatched individuals to investigate the information and background of this Li Tianyi. The villa and land they coveted once belonged to the Li family, who had been exterminated, and this Li Tianyi is none other than a descendant of that very lineage. Just yesterday, I assumed a formidable underground organization had sent a killer. I thought I would need to employ my escape tactics. Yet, to my astonishment, it turned out to be a mere child, still unshorn. At this juncture, Lei Zhan felt a surge of anger. To have obliterated all his thugs and security personnel, it must be a powerful organization. Ultimately, it led to his own ignoble retreat. Upon realization, Lei Zhan, in a fit of fury, shattered his office. "Listen well, boy. Before you meet your end, let me enlighten you. Even those families that annihilated your Li clan in the past dared not provoke Runtai Corporation. Do you comprehend this? With this knowledge, you may find peace in your demise." With that proclamation, Lei Zhan gestured, and his thugs, brimming with murderous intent, charged at Li Tianyi and his companions. Li Tianyi merely sneered, showing no sign of concern. Two figures shot forth like lightning, too swift for onlookers to discern. The foremost attackers suddenly felt a tremendous force collide with their chests, akin to being struck by a freight truck. With a resounding crash, they collapsed, their bodies broken, sent tumbling backward. Before anyone could register the chaos, 7 or 8 lay dead on the ground. The onlookers then beheld the two women, who had just stood behind Li Tianyi, plunging into their ranks. "Kill them." The thugs, incensed, swung their clubs to overwhelm the two. Li Tianyi observed this scene with unwavering calm. He knew the prowess of Mo Feng and Mo Yu. If they could not handle these ruffians, they would never qualify as assassins of the Heisha Pavilion. Conversely, Lei Zhan shook his head in dismay, lamenting the fate of the two beautiful women who dared oppose him. As Li Tianyi had anticipated, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Hundreds encircled Mo Feng and Mo Yu, yet they could not even graze their garments. The two were akin to human killing machines, devoid of mercy. The blades they wielded danced like the scythes of death, and with a mere flick of their wrists, several thugs fell beneath their strikes. The carnage was absolute, the ground littered with bodies sufficient to fill a truck. Many trembled in fear, perceiving them as celestial harbingers of death. They wished to flee, but opportunities eluded them. Those attempting to escape the battlefield were swiftly met with cold steel embedded in their skulls. It was a realm of life and death. The remaining combatants resorted to desperate measures, employing their fallen comrades as shields to approach the two female assassins. Yet, a flash of white light sliced through the air, severing limbs and bodies alike. Blood flowed like a stream, forming small hills of corpses. An ordinary person arriving at this scene would surely believe they had stumbled into the depths of hell. Lei Zhan, who had initially been confident of victory, now oscillated between astonishment and terror. How could this be? His complexion drained of color as he trembled. He no longer questioned Li Tianyi's words. The brutal reality lay stark before him. In that moment, the last fleeing thug met his end, his head cleaved from his body by a swift arc of steel. All eyes turned toward Lei Zhan, who stood paralyzed by fear, a chill coursing through him. "You cannot harm me. I am the spokesperson for Runtai Real Estate. The consequences of offending Runtai are beyond your imagination. Any major family or force will face relentless retribution." Lei Zhan struggled to suppress his panic. his words tumbling out in a frantic rush, terrified that the woman would cleave him in two. "I never speak falsehoods," Li Tianyi stated, advancing step by step before Lei Zhan, articulating each word with clarity. "It appears today I am destined for demise." Lei Zhan could hardly fathom that this individual would disregard even the face of Runtai Corporation. Li Tianyi nodded, while the two female assassins fixed their cold gazes upon him, methodically wiping the blood from their blades, as if preparing for his turn. "Then you shall meet your end." Suddenly, Lei Zhan's expression hardened, and with a roar, he drew a dark golden dagger from his waist. This was his last resort. Failure meant death. He summoned all his strength to thrust it toward Li Tianyi's heart. Yet, he miscalculated. Despite the proximity, an instantaneous reaction from Li Tianyi defied all expectations. It was as if he had foreseen the attack, his hand moving with lightning speed to grasp the dagger. Seeking death, Li Tianyi growled, unleashing a powerful force from his hand. With a resounding crack, the dark golden dagger shattered into fragments. Lei Zhan screamed in agony as excruciating pain coursed through him. He glanced at his arm, horrified to find it similarly destroyed. Simultaneously, a profound terror gripped Lei Zhan's heart. That dagger could pierce even 5 centimeters of steel. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting equal shock as they examined the shards on the ground, realizing the material was anything but ordinary steel. Even they could not easily procure such a weapon. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, raising his hand to end Lei Zhan's life. "Spare me. Spare me. I will return your Li family's sacred grounds to you. I will lead you there. With me, none will dare obstruct." Lei Zhan, trembling, fell to his knees and begged for mercy, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Li Tianyi snorted coldly, pausing his movements. "Get up, lead the way." With a kick, Li Tianyi sent Lei Zhan sprawling. Nonetheless, Lei Zhan plastered a smile on his face as he guided them to a construction site. Li Tianyi recalled that this was indeed the ancestral burial ground of the Li family, once renowned in Jiangbei for its auspicious feng shui. The ancestors of the Li clan were interred here. Yet now, it lay in ruins, transformed into a landscape of steel and concrete, leaving the spirits of his forebears to rest in unrest. To desecrate an ancestral grave was the greatest humiliation for a family. Equally, it was the utmost insult to Li Tianyi. His face darkened, fists clenched tightly, the tension palpable. His eyes burned with a volcanic fury, terrifying in intensity. "Where are you? Show yourselves. Someone seeks to take my life." Lei Zhan, suddenly sensing danger, bolted toward the construction site, shouting as he ran, not daring to glance back. The surrounding contractors and workers recognized Lei Zhan and immediately cast hostile glances at Li Tianyi. Who would dare encroach upon the Li family's burial grounds? Death without mercy awaited such transgressors. Li Tianyi remained undeterred, stepping forward into the construction site, resolute and unyielding. Chapter 21. No Mercy. No survival. Lei Zhan clutched his wound tightly, gasping in pain, his face ashen. Yet, a triumphant glee illuminated his features as he gazed at Li Tianyi, his eyes now filled with malice rather than fear. At that moment, a throng of individuals emerged from all corners of the construction site, wielding shovels and steel rods. A dozen foremen, donned in red caps, gasped upon witnessing Lei Zhan's dire state. This was the infamous Lei Zhan, a figure they usually could only dream of encountering, now reduced to such a pitiful sight. They hastily assisted him to his feet, inquiring about the cause of his predicament. "It's this brat who dared to strike me. Eliminate him." Lei Zhan regained his composure and instantly became arrogant once more. At his command, the foreman rallied the workers, positioning themselves defiantly before Li Tianyi. "Is it you who has reduced Lei Zong to this state?" A burly foreman questioned Li Tianyi with a fierce glare. "And if it is?" Li Tianyi regarded them with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a swarm of ants, unflinching. "Come at me, kill me if you dare." The foreman wasted no time. Seizing a steel pipe, and some workers, eager to curry favor with Lei Zhan, charged alongside him. Li Tianyi's expression hardened. He was furious. In a flash, the gleaming sword appeared in his hand, and without mercy, his inner strength surged into the blade. The air filled with anguished cries as several men were cleaved in two, their expressions frozen in terror. The once confident workers were now paralyzed with fear, their will to assist evaporating. "Those who are uninvolved, retreat at once," Li Tianyi commanded coldly. The workers, recognizing the futility of their courage, scattered in panic. Their lives mattered more than the titles of Lei Zong or the foreman. They were mere laborers, not warriors. Meanwhile, Lei Zhan and the foreman remained rooted in place, gripped by fear under Li Tianyi's unwavering gaze. I was foolish. Look at what you've done to my arm. Let us forget this incident, shall we? After all, I have the backing of Runtai Corporation. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of them? Lei Zhan's heart raced with dread, though he still attempted to maintain bravado. The foreman, supporting him, could sense his trembling body, betraying his fear. Those who disturb my family's south ancestral resting place must pay in blood. I have spoken. Li Tianyi's voice was as frigid as the winter wind. Lei Zhan's last glimmer of hope shattered. There would be no escape this time. To hell with it, Lei Zong. We are a dozen strong. Let us fight them. The foremen rallied behind Lei Zhan, brandishing their steel pipes. They had no choice. Li Tianyi had already marked them as targets. Witnessing the earlier carnage, they believed desperate measures might yield a chance at survival. Just you lot? Li Tianyi regarded them with indifference, scoffing at their bravado. Just as he prepared to dispatch the nuisance, a fleet of vans burst onto the construction site, each containing 7 to 8 men wielding steel knives, advancing with fierce intent. It seems the Chun family has arrived. The foreman sighed in relief, believing Li Tianyi was doomed. No matter how skilled he was, a single person could not withstand 100. The newcomers swiftly encircled Li Tianyi and his companions, their leader's expression dark and vengeful as he glared at Li Tianyi. Little brat, I am Chun Yin, and Chun Yuanhe was my brother. Do you remember now? His heart burned with fury, finally learning the identity of his brother's killer. Li Tianyi furrowed his brow, seemingly devoid of recognition. Do you recall the land we co-invested in at the Jiangbei graveyard? Lei Zhan emerged from the crowd, leaning on others for support. Who had the audacity to harm you, Lei Zong? Chun Yin questioned, disbelief coloring his tone as he took in Lei Zhan's injuries. This is our common enemy. Lei Zhan directed his gaze at Li Tianyi, a smirk playing on his lips, as if to say, let us see how you escape this. You dare to injure Lei Zong? You shall pay with your life. Chun Yin shouted, astonished by Li Tianyi and Apos' audacity. I warned you, my influence is beyond your comprehension. Regrettably, you are the first and last to bring such disgrace upon me. Lei Zhan glared at Li Tianyi, his hatred palpable. His ties with the Chun family ran deep. They collaborated on ventures while he funded the construction. Thus, Chun Yin treated Lei Zhan with utmost respect. Lei Zong, this fool dared to offend you. And we have grievances against him as well. Let us settle both old and new scores, Chun Yin declared, gesturing for his men to close in on Li Tianyi. Runtai real estate held significant sway in Jiangbei, and the Chun family thrived by aligning with Lei Zhan. Their desire for revenge outweighed their loss. As they sought to vindicate their alliance, Chun Yin, propping up Lei Zhan, stood behind the throng, a sinister smile on his face, as if the outcome were already determined. With nearly 100 men wielding knives, the scene resembled a grand spectacle. Even Mo Feng and Mo's expressions grew grave. A single cut could lead to dire consequences. You two step back. They have encroached upon my family's sacred ground, occupying our ancestral home, believing my family defenseless. Allow me, Li Tianyi, to resolve this matter, he declared resolutely, causing the two female assassins to hesitate in their protest. However, concern lingered in their eyes. To boast while facing death. Not even the deities can save you today? Chun Yin and Lei Zhan scoffed, their derision clear. As the encirclement tightened, the flames of determination ignited in Li Tianyi's eyes. With a thunderous stomp, Li Tianyi unleashed an unparalleled aura, shaking the ground beneath him. Dust swirled, and the wind howled, as he stood, hair billowing as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. Those who offend the Li family shall meet their end. No mercy. No survival. Chapter 22. Facing hundreds alone, the god of death descends even in the face of over 100 adversaries. They were momentarily taken aback, intimidated by Li Tianyi's imposing presence. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. What are you hesitating for? Attack. Chun Yin and Apos' roar from the rear jolted them into action. Indeed, with so many of them, what was there to fear from a single individual? The throng surged forward. Steel blades raised high. Li Tianyi's murderous intent surged within him, and a torrent of energy poured forth from his body. With a long, piercing howl, he plunged into the mass of bodies, transforming into a ferocious beast. The first wave of attackers suffered devastating blows, unable to approach Li Tianyi before being sent flying by an unseen force. Remarkably, Li Tianyi wielded no weapon. His iron fists were his only arsenal. The razor-sharp steel blades failed to touch him. As two assailants were struck down, their chests bearing gaping wounds the size of bowls. As more blades descended upon him, Li Tianyi simply extended his arm to block them. The force of the strike was so great that it left him unscathed, even rolling the blade's edge back. The attackers, seemingly witnessing a ghost, stared in disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Li Tianyi swept his leg and sent them all flying, leaving them with multiple fractures and crushed insides, lifeless in an instant. Lei Zhan, supported by Chun Yan, felt a slight alleviation of his pain. Regrettably, they remained oblivious to the carnage unfolding within, continuing their idle chatter. "Mr. Lei, once we deal with this brat, I'll burn the bones of the Li family to ashes for you, just to vent your frustrations," Chun Yan boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. Little did he know that his illustrious reputation was on the verge of collapse at the hands of this young man. Yet, despite his martial prowess, he could hardly believe that Li Tianyi could withstand a blade unarmed. Regardless of the others in the Li family, this brat must be dealt with. Lei Zhan's countenance darkened, his words dripping with venom. "Indeed, that's certain," Chun Yan nodded eagerly, his gaze shifting to the tumultuous crowd, where cold malice flickered in his eyes. No one could survive such an onslaught. Even a martial arts master would struggle to endure. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Li Tianyi had instilled terror in their hearts. Even the slightest scratch from a blade would feel as trivial as a mere tickle, resulting instead in their swift demise at the hands of a single punch. With every step, Li Tianyi dispatched one life after another. The ground was stained with blood, merging with the dust to form a haunting boundary. Those who dared approach became mere specters beneath his fists. "Mr. Lei, this doesn't look good," Chun Yan remarked, his brow furrowed. Minutes had passed, yet the air was saturated with anguished cries. Lei Zhan remained silent, his expression grave, a flicker of panic igniting within him. Mo Feng and Mo Yu stood transfixed, awestruck by how their young master carved a bloody path through the throng. From over 100 adversaries, the numbers dwindled to 50, and now only a mere 20 remained. "Mr. Lei, this..." Chun Yan rubbed his eyes, incredulity washing over him. Lei Zhan, however, trembled in fear, realizing that his decision to confront Li Tianyi was a grave mistake. He should have steered clear of Jiang Bei. Chun Yan's throat ran dry, his fear bubbling to the surface. Bang! The last assailant was sent flying over 10 meters by a single punch, his face frozen in terror at the moment of death. This was no mere man, but a terrifying beast. Over 100 armed men failed to even graze a hair on Li Tianyi's head. Meanwhile, Chun Yan and Lei Zhan stood paralyzed, utterly bewildered. The foreman, too, had lost all semblance of order, chaos reigning supreme. Not a single body among the armed henchmen remained intact. Some bore gaping wounds, while others appeared torn asunder. A sight both gruesome and horrifying. "He is not human. He's a devil incarnate. Don't involve us. It was all Mr. Lei's doing. We had no part in this." A panicked crowd scattered in all directions, their souls gripped by fear. However, Li Tianyi had declared that those he sought to eliminate would not escape his grasp, regardless of their plight. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, receiving his silent cue, leaped into action, drawing their blades. In mere moments, the fastest of the fleeing individuals fell one by one. "Whoever dares to flee shall meet a swift end." Li Tianyi's words echoed like a curse, resonating deeply in their minds. Despite the massacre of countless lives, he remained untouched by blood. His cold gaze and the blade he cast aside instilling primal fear in the hearts of all present. In an instant, the crowd froze, trembling in place, fixated on the advancing harbinger of death. "You seek vengeance, do you not? I stand before you." Li Tianyi's cold, emotionless gaze locked onto Chun Yan. The latter and Apos' mental defenses had crumbled long ago. Thoughts of retribution were but a distant memory. With a resounding thud, Chun Yan fell to his knees at Li Tianyi and Apos' feet. Panic etched across his face as he pleaded for mercy. "I was misled by treachery. Please spare me. The Chun family will no longer oppose you. I swear it." Tears streamed down his face, his pitiful demeanor eliciting sympathy. Consumed by fear, he vowed to escape Jiang Bei and never return if he survived this ordeal. Yet, alas, Li Tianyi would not grant him such a reprieve. "Ah, it seems you shall join your brother," Li Tianyi sighed, shaking his head as he placed his hand upon Chun Yan's head. A surge of energy erupted from his palm, violently shattering Chun Yan's mind. With a heavy thud, Chun Yan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Now, it is your turn." Li Tianyi's gaze shifted to Lei Zhan as he approached step by step. Every so often, representatives from Runtai Corporation visit Jiang Bei. If they discover you were responsible for my demise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You would be better off releasing me. I can offer you substantial wealth, Lejean stammered, his face devoid of color, desperately hoping to intimidate Li Tianyi with Ruantai's name. I am quite curious about what those consequences might entail, Li Tianyi countered, raising his hand, ready to extinguish the life of this once mighty figure in Jiangbei. Runtai Real Estate was no ordinary company. They dabbled in underground enterprises and had ties to shadowy organizations. Previously, a formidable master had angered Runtai, and by the following day, everyone associated with him had perished, akin to a familial extermination. Lejean's heart raced as he spilled his fears, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. Oh, Li Tianyi's resolve remained unshaken, a ghostly light emanating from his palm as he prepared to end Lejean's life. I know the true mastermind behind the annihilation of the Li family. Lejean screamed with the last of his strength as death loomed ever closer. Chapter 23. The Zhao family scoundrels. How dare they be so arrogant? Lejean had already sensed the impending gust of wind, yet before he could utter another word, Li Tianyi's palm hovered merely inches from his face. What did you say? Li Tianyi inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the trembling Lejean. I know who was responsible for the annihilation of the Li family years ago, Lejean stammered, swallowing hard as he reiterated his claim. Li Tianyi retracted his hand, his breath becoming somewhat erratic. The incident regarding the downfall of the Li family was one he had little knowledge of. Only through the inquiries of Mo Feng and Mo Yu had he uncovered the involvement of certain clans from Jiangbei. However, it was evident that these families alone could not account for the tragedy, as there were other individuals and forces lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, the remaining clues were scant, with even the crane-killing pavilion failing to unearth them. At that moment, under Li Tianyi's penetrating gaze, Lejean continued, to be honest, I do not know the exact perpetrator. However, I am aware of an individual closely associated with the true culprit, and that person has taken your family's heirloom. The Qingyan sword. Lejean glanced cautiously at Li Tianyi, his voice dwindling to a whisper. What he provided was merely a lead, not pointing to anyone specifically, and he feared that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Unbeknownst to him, even a mere hint was enough to ignite a spark of hope within Li Tianyi. The Qingyan sword. That was the treasured heirloom of the Li family, one that Li Tianyi had scarcely seen. He had heard tales of many influential figures offering riches and power in exchange for the Qingyan sword, yet none had succeeded. Now, if he could locate the Qingyan sword, he would inevitably find that individual and uncover the mastermind behind the events. Li Tianyi's eyes gleamed with fervor, his heart ablaze. Young Master Li, I have divulged all that I can. I have not deceived you. If you are willing to spare me, I can offer you boundless wealth, beautiful women, and even a position of equal standing with the prominent families of Jiangbei, Lejean implored, sensing that Li Tianyi was somewhat swayed. You, Lejean, think you can take advantage of my family, occupy ancestral grounds, and disturb graves? Such transgressions warrant nothing less than a complete demise. Li Tianyi retorted coldly, his murderous intent unwavering. And no, please. I have already told you, you cannot kill me. I am a man of Runtai. You cannot. Yet before Lejean could finish his plea, it was abruptly cut short. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, his pupils slowly dilating. Li Tianyi had fulfilled his promise, employing his inner strength to shatter Lejean's heart. Thus, a formidable figure in Jiangbei met his end at Li Tianyi's hands. The surrounding contractors were paralyzed with fear, their expressions frozen in shock. If the decision-maker of Runtai Real Estate could kill with such ease, they knew their fates were sealed. I shall grant you an opportunity. Li Tianyi turned to survey the crowd. Upon hearing that there was a chance for survival, the contractor's eyes brightened, nodding fervently in agreement. They would not hesitate to dig up Lejean's ancestral grave if commanded. All of this must be leveled, restoring the Li family tomb to its former state. Not a single flower or blade of grass shall be disturbed, Li Tianyi declared, releasing a fraction of his malevolent aura. The contractors felt a wave of sanguine terror wash over them, as though a seed of dread had been planted in their hearts, causing their faces to blanch. Some began to kowtow and plead for mercy, hastily acquiescing to Li Tianyi's demands. Thus, the conflict orchestrated by Lejean came to a close, marked by the bloodshed of hundreds and the sacrifices of both the powerful Lejean and the leader of the Qin family. This event would inevitably spread, igniting a tempest of chaos. However, Li Tianyi was indifferent to the repercussions, returning to the villa with Mo Feng and Mo Yu. The Qingyun sword is a treasured heirloom of my family, crafted from extraordinarily unique materials. Even now, I cannot fully comprehend its essence. Li Tianyi detailed the intricacies of the Qin Yuan sword to the two female assassins. He now merely needed to locate the individual who had taken the sword, thereby unraveling the thread that would lead him to the true architect of the calamity. Following his orders, Mo Feng and Mo Yu promptly set forth to the crane-killing pavilion's branch in Jiangbei. From their demeanor, it was evident that this matter weighed heavily on their young master, compelling them to mobilize the full might of the crane-killing pavilion to secure clues as swiftly as possible. That night, as Li Tianyi gazed out at the twinkling city lights, his mind raced with myriad tasks ahead. The dawn of Jiangbei had yet to break. He had amassed knowledge of all the families involved in the massacre of the Li family, and he harbored but one word for them: slaughter. They would inevitably pay the price. And behind these families lurked the true puppeteer, regardless of their motives or the strength of their influence. Li Tianyi would uproot them without a shred of negotiation. Now he awaited news from the crane-killing pavilion regarding the Qin Yuan sword. After sorting through his thoughts, Li Tianyi brought some food to visit Deng Man. Upon seeing Li Tianyi unharmed, Deng Man's face lit up with joy. Yet he immediately perceived the forced smile upon her lips. "What troubles you?" Li Tianyi's instincts were keen, prompting him to inquire directly. Deng Man appeared to harbor unspoken worries. Tightly gripping her phone, tears glistening in her eyes, Li Tianyi's brow furrowed, a surge of anger swelling within him. He would not permit anyone to bully Deng Man again. Those who defied his boundaries would face dire consequences. Finally, under Li Tianyi's persistent questioning, Deng Man revealed her phone to show him a message from the Zhao family. The essence of the message threatened that if Deng Man did not appear before the Zhao family to confess, they would unearth her parents' remains and discard them in a mass grave. Moreover, they would circulate news claiming that Deng Man had betrayed the Zhao family for a man and would issue a warrant for her arrest. The original wording of the message was even more appalling, laced with vile language. Li Tianyi could hardly contain himself, nearly crushing the phone in his grasp. Originally, he had intended to meticulously dismantle the Zhao family in due time, especially now that a lead on the true culprit had emerged. However, this message was the death knell for the Zhao family. Zhao family. Li Tianyi enveloped Deng Man in a comforting embrace. Though the cold glint in his eyes resembled the edge of a blade, Deng Man's faith in Li Tianyi was unwavering. He was her source of security, and her previously anxious heart began to settle. As night turned to day, the sound of rustling stirred Deng Man from her slumber. Upon stepping outside, she was met with Li Tianyi's stern countenance, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Mo Feng and Mo Yu had returned, their blades gleaming ominously in the hazy morning light. "Tianyi, what is this about?" Deng Man's heart tightened with concern as she inquired. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a reminder for the Zhao family," Li Tianyi replied, before he, along with the two female assassins, set forth on their path to the Zhao family. Chapter 24. The Giant Slayer. Dingwei. The Zhao family resides in the heart of the city, where every inch of land is of great value. Nestled in a tranquil environment with only their estate present, a heavy door adorned with a copper ring stands before them, flanked by two lifelike stone lions that exude the grandeur of an ancient aristocratic household. At the main entrance, two guards engage in idle chatter, lamenting the influx of prominent figures that has left them overwhelmed, constantly bowing and scraping. "Look, here comes another one. I wonder which notable individual it is," one guard sighs. Yet they are compelled to put on a smiling facade and approach. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, their smiles abruptly freeze. For the visitors are none other than Li Tianyi and two female assassins. "Inform someone immediately. This is the god of death." The guards feel an icy chill rush over them as they hastily attempt to relay the message. This Li Tianyi is indeed a figure of considerable notoriety in Jiangbei, having just returned to annihilate the Wang family, seizing their company, and the following day eradicating the Deng family, sparing not even the Zhao clan. As the chilling news spreads, it is reported that Jiangbei's tycoons Lei Zhan and several members of the Chun family have also fallen at his hands. How could the guards not be filled with dread? The door swings open, and after two piercing screams, two severed heads roll into the Zhao family's courtyard. "All members of the Zhao family, come forth." Li Tianyi's voice booms, resonating like a tempest that sweeps through the courtyard. His commanding shout reverberates like thunder, clear and deafening to the ears of the Zhao family. Even the nearby pond ripples violently, the fish within succumbing to the shockwaves. Before long, a throng of individuals emerges, including influential second-generation members of the Zhao family, some younger relatives, and a cadre of guards. their concealed sleeves emanating a sinister black glow. The Zhao family is not ordinary, and neither are their protectors. Nearly every individual is armed with a pistol, far superior to the steel blades wielded by the Chun family's thugs. You, from the Li family. I never expected you to possess such audacity. Do you truly believe that the Zhao family is without defenders? The Zhao family members glare at the intruders, their faces flushed with anger. They had not anticipated such brazen insolence, with Li Tianyi daring to come to their doorstep. Oh, so you are the one who killed my son? A middle-aged man from the Zhao family steps forward, grief etched upon his face. His gaze towards Li Tianyi filled with boundless hatred. Li Tianyi pays no heed to their vitriol and calmly produces Ding Man and Apos' phone, revealing the contents of a message. This message was sent by someone from your family. The sender must step forward and face justice. Li Tianyi's voice is steady, unshaken by the armed throng surrounding him. His declaration ignites further ire among the Zhao family, provoking a cacophony of outrage. How dare you speak to us this way? We crushed the Li family once. You are but a remnant. They thunder back, their fury palpable. To provoke the Zhao family is to invite death. The air thickens with tension as the Zhao family members seethe, longing to rend this arrogant interloper apart. Even the concealed firearms of the guards begin to surface, awaiting the command of their leaders. I have no intention of exterminating your entire clan today. I am here solely for one individual, Li Tianyi declares, dismissing the guards and the Zhao family with utmost contempt. His audacity incites their rage to a boiling point, prompting several young martial artists to leap forward, vowing to eliminate him. One young man, robust and swift, throws a powerful punch that could fell a bull. Yet, Li Tianyi merely extends his hand and effortlessly blocks the blow. The youth cries out in agony as his arm shatters, and before he can retreat, he is met with a deadly strike, blood splattering across the ground as he falls lifelessly. A chorus of enraged shouts erupts as more young warriors rush to avenge their fallen comrade. Despite attempts by Zhao family members to intervene, it is too late. Each of their charges is met with Li Tianyi's fists, sending them reeling. Who sent the message? I shall ask once more. Li Tianyi's menacing presence looms, his iron fist stained with the blood of Zhao Qin. His aura of lethality is palpable, causing the Zhao family members to tremble, even the guards with firearms shaking uncontrollably. Impudent fool, you have no right to act so brazenly here. Today marks your end. A thunderous voice booms from behind, capturing the attention of all present. It is the Wang family, several middle-aged men striding forward with mocking smiles, their gazes towards Li Tianyi as cold as death. Yet, it is the figure looming behind them that commands the most attention. Thud, thud. He resembles a colossal beast, towering over 2 meters, dwarfing everyone around him. His muscles bulging as the ground trembles with each step. Even the Zhao family members are taken aback. They had not expected the Wang family to summon this monster. This is a fearsome entity from Jiangbei, a being no one dares to provoke. His head is large, his massive body akin to a bull, exhaling white vapor with each breath. A scar runs across his face, instilling terror in all who behold him. His blood-red gaze scans the crowd. And apart from Li Tianyi and his companions, everyone feels as though they are prey under the gaze of a predator. This man needs no introduction. He is Ding Wei, the infamous giant slayer of northern China. A figure of great renown in the underworld, he returned to Jiangbei after serving his time in the notorious Longyan 99 Purgatory. Chapter 25. The third layer of Purgatory, utterly ridiculous, 99 layers of Purgatory. Within the Zhao family, a few individuals privy to the truth gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror. They could hardly fathom that this Ding Wei had emerged from the depths of Purgatory. It all made sense now. Only someone from Purgatory could possess the capability to subdue such a fierce being. Otherwise, the organizations within Huagua would stand no chance against him. Ding Wei surveyed the assembly, a flicker of disdain crossing his features as he closed his eyes in indifference. Even the Zhao family, who had wielded power in Jiangbei for many years, were beneath his notice. The arrogance of Ding Wei did not provoke any ire from the Zhao or Wang families. On the contrary, their words dripped with flattery. Mr. Ding, we have summoned you in hopes that you might assist us in eliminating a certain individual. Whatever your demands may be, our family shall acquiesce. A representative from the Wang family stated with utmost reverence, bowing deeply, his posture humble to the extreme. Who? Ding Wei and Apos' eyelids remained unperturbed, his arms crossed, his voice resonating like thunder as he uttered a single word. Mr. Ding, it is this person. The The Zhao family member pointed towards the center, indicating Li Tianyi. This individual has caused unrest throughout Jiangbei, annihilating several families, and even dared to approach the Zhao family today to demand a person. Our family has suffered great humiliation. Should you intervene, Mr. Ding, we shall reward you handsomely. The Zhao family member spoke with urgency, directing attention towards Li Tianyi. Upon hearing the Zhao family's promises, Ding Wei's eyes finally opened a sliver, his gaze fixed upon Li Tianyi, his disdain intensifying. What significance did Jiangbei's great families hold in his eyes? That young man, scarcely in his 20s and of average height, appeared utterly unremarkable in physique, yet he had managed to instill such fear in these families. Such a wretch had rendered you all so jittery. It seemed the capable individuals in Jiangbei were indeed dwindling. Ding Wei barely cast another glance at Li Tianyi before dismissively proclaiming, "Just a mere boy." The leaders of the families turned pale at his words. Yet they dared not react, stifling their indignation with forced smiles. "Mr. Ding, you must not underestimate him. Even Lei from Runtai and Chun Yan from the Chun family have sought trouble with him. They brought over 100 men, yet were all defeated by this boy. While this may not concern you, we still hope you will take action." A Zhao family member interjected, their impatience palpable as they yearned for Li Tianyi's demise. "Oh, just based on that?" Ding Wei expressed mild surprise, observing Li Tianyi, who seemed to possess neither remarkable appearance nor aura of prowess. In a fleeting moment, Ding Wei's gaze returned to its previous disdain. Merely killing a few ordinary individuals holds no merit. It is akin to crushing ants underfoot. I have been in the third layer of purgatory. Every inhabitant there possesses a fearsome reputation. Killing some commoners is trivial at best. Ding Wei spoke confidently, delaying his action. In his mind, this boy was already within his grasp, easily dispatched. The third layer of purgatory was of little consequence, merely a step above ants. Yet he dared to embellish his own achievements. Li Tianyi could not help but scoff derisively, laden with mockery. This remark left the assembly momentarily stunned. Even Ding Wei's expression darkened. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to expound on the vastness of the world? Do you comprehend the horrors that lie within purgatory and the formidable figures it harbors? Mr. Ding, this individual has grown brazen beyond measure. He dares to insult you. A knowledgeable member of the Zhao family could no longer contain his fury, believing Li Tianyi to be woefully ignorant of what purgatory represented. The Wang family members flushed crimson, urgently beseeching Ding Wei for permission to terminate Li Tianyi. Ding Wei's rage ignited. In the whole of Jiangbei, there existed no second person who would so brazenly belittle him. Whether he was an ordinary man or possessed some skill mattered not. To insult him was to invite obliteration. Ding Wei's eyes blazed crimson, resembling two lanterns, causing those present to tremble in fear. The steam billowing from his mouth intensified, muscles swelling with power coursing through his limbs. Under the watchful gaze of all, Ding Wei finally sprang into action. His massive form moved with the swiftness of a mountain, the winds generated staggering the Wang family members beside him. Each footfall resonated like thunder, cracking the floor beneath him with gaping holes. Clenching his fist, the air seemed to explode at that moment with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Tianyi, a grotesque smile curling upon his lips, and unleashed a devastating punch. Should an ordinary person be struck, they would undoubtedly disintegrate into a mist of blood, with no hope of survival. Yet, in the eyes of the crowd, Li Tianyi also extended his fist. To them, it was a farcical sight. His fist appeared as delicate as that of an infant, lacking any semblance of might, his movements reminiscent of an elderly man practicing Tai Chi. However, in the next instant, an unbelievable occurrence unfolded. Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, shattering the ground around them, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. A figure was propelled from the smoke, crashing against a stone pillar and embedding itself in the wall. Undoubtedly, that figure was Ding Wei. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded, their minds engulfed in turmoil, shocked by the scene before them. Yet, in the following moment, a shadow flickered past, and with a resounding thud, Ding Wei reappeared amidst the chaos. Now, however, he appeared disheveled, blood oozing from his mouth, his arm trembling, and his fist a gruesome mass. "Who are you?" Jiangbei has never known such a formidable individual. Ding Wei's face was grave, anxiety coursing through him. A single punch had led to his defeat. This person was undoubtedly extraordinary. When you emerged from the third layer, did Ke Haifeng not instruct you to maintain a low profile? Li Tianyi emerged from the haze, coolly admonishing Ding Wei. "What? Ding Wei's heart raced, his expression grave. The words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of those present, draining the color from their faces. Ku Haifeng is not worthy to carry my shoes. How dare you presume to know which layer I belong to? Li Tianyi scoffed disdainfully, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of a master. Ding Wei's countenance drained of color, his heart racing as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chapter 26. The Guilty. Who dares to speak impossible? That is Ku Haifeng, an absolute overlord in the third level of the abyss. Even he is submissive in front of Ku Haifeng. If this individual is someone whom Ku Haifeng is unworthy to serve, what then is his true status in the abyss? The 20th level? Or perhaps the 30th? In an instant, various speculations flooded Ding Wei's mind, and the more he pondered, the more terror gripped him. With the strength of this individual, Ding Wei was already convinced to a large extent. Ding Sir, do not be deceived. He is already at the end of his strength. Indeed, he was merely a remnant of the Li family from Jianbei. Observing Ding Wei's fluctuating expression, the Wang family members assumed he was wavering, and someone quickly spoke up. If Ding Wei faltered now, they would soon find themselves annihilated by Li Tianyi. That last punch, with such force, could have easily slain a fierce tiger, let alone a mere human. Although he appeared unscathed, it was likely a fade meant to intimidate Ding Wei. That's right, he is only in his 20s. How could he possibly have a profound background? He is merely posturing. They believed he was on the verge of collapse, merely attempting to frighten Ding Wei. Zhao family members, having regained their composure, spoke urgently. Ding Wei scrutinized Li Tianyi and found himself in deep confusion. Indeed, this lad is only in his 20s. I have never heard of anyone formidable at this age in the abyss. Moreover, after such a ferocious strike, it is likely he has already shattered his internal organs and is merely holding on. How unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with me. You are now beyond salvation. Ding Wei's realization led to a series of cold laughs, as if he had unraveled Li Tianyi's scheme. With unwavering confidence, Ding Wei stepped forward and leapt into the air, his robust figure blocking the light, akin to a massive stone plummeting from the heavens. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, he aimed to crush Li Tianyi in the next moment. With fingers poised like claws, he reached for Li Tianyi's throat. In a mere instant, his glowing claws were about to snap Li Tianyi's neck. Yet, Li Tianyi's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He shot forth his hand like lightning, firmly grasping Ding Wei's wrist, rendering him immobile. Ding Wei was taken aback, attempting to withdraw his arm, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not succeed. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his throat, followed by the sensation of suffocation. Li Tianyi had swiftly seized his throat. Ding Wei's massive physique dwarfed Li Tianyi's, creating a scene that appeared staged, yet only Ding Wei could sense the looming specter of death. Perhaps this individual spoke the truth. He might indeed hail from a terrifying place within the abyss. Ding Wei's face flushed crimson, and a detached voice echoed in his ears. I hail from the 99th level. In an instant, Ding Wei was stunned, as if he had forgotten the imminent threat of suffocation, gradually surrendering to despair. The only thought resonating in his mind was Li Tianyi's declaration. The abyss, 99 levels? Ding Wei recalled something, gazing into Li Tianyi's indifferent eyes. An overwhelming fear surged within him. He deeply regretted provoking someone who, regardless of the truth of his claims, came from the most fearsome part of the abyss. Master Li. Ding Wei's face had turned a deep shade of purple as he desperately attempted to utter a sound from his throat. However, Li Tianyi, devoid of any emotion, offered him no opportunity to speak. Those who dared to strike at him would be met with death. With a sharp crack, Ding Wei's neck was twisted, and his massive body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the moment Ding Wei attacked to his demise at Li Tianyi's hands, only a minute had passed. Yet, during that brief time, the emotions of those present had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster, from excitement to sheer horror. They were utterly dumbfounded. This was a fearsome figure in Jianbei, a tyrant who had ruled with impunity. Who would dare to provoke him? Yet now, he had been effortlessly dispatched by Li Tianyi. The Zhao family members wore grim expressions, as fear began to seep into their hearts. The Wang family members felt a bitter taste in their mouths. This had been their greatest trump card, and now, without it, they were left vulnerable to Li Tianyi's whims. Some, gripped by terror, wished to flee. However, they found that two figures had appeared at the entrance. The two women who followed Li Tianyi, brandishing sharp blades with murderous intent. In that moment, despair enveloped the Wang family. Boy, Do not be arrogant. If you have the ability, wait for my Wang family to arrive. Do you dare? A middle-aged man from the Wang family stepped forward, dialing his phone. Li Tianyi made no effort to stop him. This was precisely what he desired. He longed for all his enemies to gather, so he could eradicate them in one fell swoop. Turning his attention to the Zhao family, Li Tianyi demanded, "Hand over the one who sent the message." Do I need to repeat myself? His patience was running thin, and a murderous intent surged within him. You expect us to simply hand him over? Do you think the Zhao family is made of soft bones? They vowed to resist, declaring, "We shall not yield." Do you intend to wipe out the Zhao family? Try me, we shall perish together. Several valiant men from the Zhao family leaped forth to rebuke Li Tianyi. Oh, is that so? Li Tianyi's eyes narrowed, and a glimmer of malice flickered within. A scream pierced the air as one of the young men who had spoken out was struck in the forehead. A gaping hole appearing, and he fell dead on the spot. At that moment, silence enveloped the room, the remaining individuals drenched in sweat, fear coursing through them. Finally, one among them, trembling, pushed a young man from the back. It was him. He is the one responsible. We had nothing to do with it. The young man, bewildered, could hardly comprehend why he had been betrayed by his own. Yet, a chilling dread enveloped him as he met Li Tianyi's frigid gaze. Li Xiao, I was wrong. I was momentarily misguided. I was only jesting. Please spare me. The young man's complexion turned pale as he knelt, bowing his head in apology. Very well, then. You shall swallow this phone. Li Tianyi produced the device, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded him. This? You cannot be serious. Swallowing this would be a death sentence. The young man protested, unwilling to comply, as he felt this was no different from committing suicide. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyi forcefully shoved the phone into his mouth and struck with a swift, decisive blow. The phone pierced through the back of the young man's skull, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Everyone present was horrified by Li Tianyi's brutal display, their hearts racing, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. The Zhao family, merely guilty individuals, dared to speak of injustice? Chapter 27. Seeking One's Own Demise. Sent to the underworld, the Zhao family was engulfed in a tumult of fury and profound shame. The illustrious Zhao clan, which had long commanded respect in Jiangbei City, wielding immense capital and strategic prowess, had subjugated countless talented elites. Yet, today, they found themselves humiliated by a mere youth. Should this scene become known, the Zhao family would be rendered a laughingstock throughout Jiangbei. However, what filled them with greater dread was the realization that the ordeal was far from over. Zhao Tai has wronged my girlfriend. Will the Zhao family not provide an explanation? Li Tianyi stood resolutely, his formidable presence causing those around him to lower their heads in submission. Your son, Zhao Tai, has already been slain by my hand. What more do you desire? Exhume his grave? Desecrate his remains? A middle-aged man from the Zhao family stepped forward, clad in a suit, his expression dark and foreboding. The others wore grim visages, astonished that this audacious youth still sought to confront them. Indeed, while Deng Man had endured considerable mistreatment at the hands of the Zhaos, it was undeniable that Li Tianyi had already claimed numerous lives during the wedding, and Zhao Tai was among the fallen. What of it? A father must bear the consequences of his child's misdeeds, Li Tianyi declared, his arms crossed defiantly. What? Zhao Tai's father turned pale, nearly collapsing in shock. He had just witnessed Li Tianyi's prowess. Should the latter choose to eliminate him, it would be a mere trifle. Overwhelmed with terror, Zhao Tai's father hastily sought the gaze of the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Qilin. Do you truly wish for a vendetta against the Zhao family? Must you incite chaos throughout Jiangbei, rallying every family against you? Zhao Qilin and Appo's voice dripped with icy disdain. He had not anticipated Li Tianyi's arrival would be so swift and without warning. The catalyst for this turmoil lay in the reckless messages sent by a Zhao descendant to Li Tianyi's beloved, precipitating today's calamity. Thus, when Zhao Tai fell, Zhao Qilin had chosen to remain silent. Yet, Zhao Tai's father was a pivotal figure within the Zhao family. Naturally, he would strive to protect his own kin. And if I do, what means do you possess? Do not conceal your inadequacies, Li Tianyi retorted, unflinching in the face of the Zhao family's threats. Zhao Qilin and Appo's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he bore the weight of immense humiliation. He longed to have this insolent youth obliterated. Yet he understood that was impossible. Recent reports indicated that the security team led by Lei Zhan had been unable to inflict a single scratch upon Li Tianyi. Must they truly endure this humiliation? A sense of suffocation enveloped the Zhao family, each member's expression a tapestry of despair, resentment, regret, and rage. Once, the Zhao family towered over countless lesser clans in Jiangbei, effortlessly extinguishing them with a mere flick of the wrist. Yet now, they found themselves teetering on the brink of annihilation. You are now acquainted with this sensation, yet it pales in comparison to the endless despair of the Li family. Therefore, you might as well present yourself for punishment. Li Tianyi coldly unveiled the gory scar, directing his ire towards Zhao Tai's father. Perhaps due to Li Tianyi's overwhelming intimidation, some in the crowd appeared ashamed, while others lowered their heads in silence. However, the majority remained unrepentant, with Zhao Qilan fiercely defending his kin, even preparing for a fatal confrontation. At that moment, commotion erupted at the entrance as a throng of armed henchmen appeared, led by the hastily arriving members of the Wang family. The Wang family's reinforcements had arrived. Li Tianyi furrowed his brow, internally lamenting the necessity of dealing with this new complication. Li family scion, come forth and meet your demise. Coward, dare not hide. The Wang family members shouted crude insults from the doorway. Mo Feng and Mo Yu nearly lost their composure, ready to plunge into the fray and unleash chaos. Anyone who dared to insult their master deserved death. Yet, with a glance from Li Tianyi, they retreated to the side, scanning the crowd of Wang family members. This time, the henchmen numbered over 100, with many Wang clan members in tow. It appeared they were prepared to go all out. Did you think the Wang family was so eager to embrace death? Li Tianyi sighed, his disdain unmistakable. Li family wretch, our clan leader has perished at your hands. Our enterprises have been usurped, and our enmity is now irreconcilable. Today, it is either your death or mine. The most authoritative figure among the Wang family stepped forward, his face twisted with madness, clearly intent on a deadly confrontation. The 100 henchmen represented a significant investment, effectively draining the Wang family's resources. Unlike ordinary thugs, these individuals were professionally trained, bred for killing. Even Li Tianyi cast a sidelong glance at them, noting their cold, expressionless faces, reminiscent of emotionless automatons. Their physiques were strikingly similar, as though they had emerged from an assembly line. Wretch, should you know of the 100 butchers and Appos gate, you will understand the origin of these henchmen. Today, we are prepared to wager the Wang family's very existence to ensure your death. The Wang family members howled in frenzied unison, their faces alight with madness. Once an obscure clan, the Wang family had risen to prominence in Jiangbei 5 years prior due to a pivotal event, seizing control of the Li family's company. With that company now gone, the Wang family's very survival hung in the balance, inciting their frenzied desperation. Meanwhile, the Zhao family exhaled a collective sigh of relief, and Zhao Qilan and Appos' brow began to unfurl. He had not anticipated the Wang family and Appos' arsenal to be so extensive. The presence of elite fighters from the underworld, trained by the notorious 100 Butchers Gate, took him by surprise. This underground organization was well known for training lethal operatives and had earned a formidable reputation in the criminal underworld within a few short years. It was astonishing that the Wang family had managed to establish such a connection, as the stage was set for an impending clash between the Wang family and Li Tianyi. The air crackled with tension. With a command issued, the horde surged forward, all bearing the intent to kill as they charged at Li Tianyi. Since you Wang family members are so eager for the afterlife, allow me to escort you to the realm of the dead. Li Tianyi's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he had become an avenging deity. Chapter 28. Ashes to ashes, souls plunged into the abyss. The hired thugs were all remarkably formidable, markedly different from those Li Tianyi had previously encountered. They resembled an organized unit rather than the typical ruffians he had seen before. Their attacks targeted critical areas such as the skull and throat, with some acting as vanguards while others executed stealthy ambushes. Even the previously formidable Ding Wei would have paused in contemplation upon witnessing such a cohort. Yet, regrettably for them, they faced Li Tianyi. He entered the fray with iron fists, undeterred by the steel blades and iron rods that struck him, treating them as mere trifles. With each punch, a life was extinguished. However, these thugs exhibited neither fear nor retreat. Instead, they remained composed, attempting to discern Li Tianyi's weaknesses. Such was the nature of trained operatives, displaying a markedly different response. Members of the Zhao family regarded them with newfound hope, believing these individuals could vanquish Li Tianyi. Meanwhile, the Wang family scoffed. envisioning a scene of Li Tianyi being torn apart by the throng. They viewed him as insignificant, akin to ants. Li Tianyi, however, lacked the patience to indulge them further, opting for a decisive strike. With a thunderous crash, the floor gave way beneath him. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, his form so swift it left behind only a blurred silhouette. Explosions resonated as the thugs' formations were shattered, yet they could scarcely catch a glimpse of Li Tianyi. One after another, these hired hands fell, some sent flying and crashing to the ground. A roar erupted from among them, a futile attempt to regroup, only for the next moment to witness a skull obliterated. The thugs collapsed en masse, as if harvested like chaff, blood spraying and staining the floor crimson. The Wang family members stood dumbfounded, their anger extinguished, their gazes locked in shock upon witnessing the demise of their comrades. The Zhao family, too, felt their hearts chill as they beheld Li Tianyi, a relentless reaper of lives, and found themselves utterly powerless. Even the heavens seemed to darken with a tinge of blood. As the pond below was stained red from the flowing lifeblood, the fish agitated, yearning to leap from the water. Regardless of how well-trained or adept at teamwork, such efforts crumble to dust before absolute power, rendering them futile. Li Tianyi's hands were drenched in blood, yet he felt no weariness, his speed undiminished. As the last thug, in a fit of rage, swung his steel blade, Li Tianyi effortlessly shattered it before delivering a punch that obliterated his innards. Though 100 men stood resolute, skilled in coordination, to Li Tianyi, they were merely slightly more aggressive ants. The Wang family was finished. With a faint thud, the patriarch of the Wang family collapsed, his eyes vacant, murmuring incoherently. They had lost their gamble, and Li Tianyi stood before them, unscathed. Some members of the Wang family trembled, while others shut their eyes in anticipation of death. You are the first family I will annihilate, but certainly not the last. Li Tianyi's bloodied hands advanced towards the Wang family, exuding an aura of impending doom. Do not celebrate too soon, you insignificant wretch. These killers belong to the 100 Butchers sect. You have slain their kin, and your demise shall soon follow. The patriarch of the Wang family, driven to madness, roared in despair. Yet, in the next instant, his voice was silenced, his twisted visage forever frozen in that moment. The remaining members of the Wang family met the same fate, all felled by Li Tianyi's hand. Thus, the Wang family's influence in Zhangbei City met its end. They had risen through the Li family, only to face annihilation at the hands of the descendants of that very family, a fitting retribution. This marked the first step of Li Tianyi's vengeance for the Li family. Observing the scene, the Zhao family felt a chill of despair wash over them. The Wang family had served as their vanguard, and to witness their fall at the hands of a remnant of the Li family evoked a sense of shared grief. In an instant, Li Tianyi flashed before the Zhao family, with Mo Feng standing menacingly behind him, sword in hand. Li family scion, you have successfully made every family in Zhangbei your enemy. You may kill, but you cannot extinguish the hate. Seeing the Wang family's downfall ignited a fury among the Zhao family, with some daring to vocally condemn Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi's cold gaze settled upon Zhao Qilin, who sighed in resignation. Do not blame me. All is for the Zhao family. You know you shall not die in vain. Zhao Qilin silenced the crowd, uttering a remark to Zhao Tai's father. The Zhao family sensed impending doom, while Zhao Tai's father struggled to comprehend the situation. Brother. Before he could finish, a gunshot echoed, and blood splattered upon every member of the Zhao family. Zhao Tai's father, Zhao Qilin's brother, lay lifeless from Zhao Qilin's bullet. Young Master Li, is this an appropriate resolution? Zhao Qilin forced a smile, his fists clenched, nails drawing blood from his palms. A tempest of emotions surged through the Zhao family, their faces as pale as death. This is merely interest. By the end of the month, all families in Zhangbei shall don mourning garb, each step a bow, as they welcome my kin to their ancestral graves. Do not forget. His voice dwindled, and Li Tianyi's silhouette slowly faded from their view. Patriarch, I refuse to accept this. When has our Zhao family ever endured such humiliation? He has turned us against one another. This enmity is irreconcilable. Once Li Tianyi departed, the crowd erupted, some even blaming Zhao Qilin for his cowardice. The arrival of a one-star war general from Huagua is imminent. All accounts shall be settled then. Zhao Qilin offered no explanation, merely casting aside a parting remark before departing. In that moment, his figure appeared to age a decade. Upon returning to the villa, Deng Man expressed her joy upon seeing Li Tianyi unharmed. Yet, she did not inquire about the events, instead offering to prepare him a meal. At that moment, Mo Feng entered the room, presenting Li Tianyi with some documents. "Young master, I have gathered intelligence on the Qingyun sword. It will be featured as the grand finale at a large auction tomorrow. Here is the seller's information." Mo Feng had brought forth the very news Li Tianyi yearned to hear, accompanied by a photograph of the seller. The image depicted a middle-aged man, refined in appearance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing the photograph, Li Tianyi and Apos' eyes blazed with fury. He recognized this man as a conspirator in the massacre of the Li family. In an instant, Li Tianyi fell silent, fixated on the photograph in his grasp, as if seeking to penetrate the veneer of civility to unveil the beast lurking beneath. His expression remained inscrutable, yet the temperature in the room plummeted. His murderous intent radiated outward, sharp as a blade against one's skin. Even Mo Feng silently lamented the chilling atmosphere. "I shall undoubtedly reduce this man to ashes and condemn his soul to the abyss." Chapter 29. The Dragon's Chamber of Commerce. Bowing in submission, the auction was held in a villa known as the Shandong Villa, located in the northern region of Jiang. This was a place only accessible to the truly affluent. The event was orchestrated by the prestigious Dragon Chamber of Commerce, one of the foremost commercial associations in Huaguo, with branches in nearly every city and investments across various industries. Its influence spanned the vast expanses of the nation, making it a veritable financial titan. Even its branch in Jiangbei wielded power beyond the imagination of most families. Upon the arrival of Li Tianyi and his companions at the Shandong Villa, they were met with the awe and admiration of passers-by. The opulent entrance left many feeling inadequate. However, Li Tianyi and his group paid it no mind as they prepared to enter. "Please present your invitation." A security personnel obstructed their path, stating that entry was forbidden without an invitation. Yet, Li Tianyi did not even lift his eyelids, striding forward unimpeded. The two guards, alarmed, braced themselves to intervene, but an overwhelming aura enveloped them, as if a mountain had settled upon their shoulders. Trembling, they looked up to find themselves ensnared by the frigid gaze of Mo Feng and Mo Yu. In an instant, their hair stood on end, cold sweat cascading down their brows, leaving them frozen in place. Effortlessly, Li Tianyi and his companions reached the entrance of the auction, which was already in full swing, the air thick with the rising tide of bids. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the heavy doors splintered into fragments, interrupting the proceedings. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they hurriedly rose to assess the situation. The chamber's security personnel swiftly emerged from their concealed positions, on high alert. As the dust settled, Li Tianyi's figure emerged, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around him. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the crowd in search of a specific individual. However, he was interrupted by a voice demanding, "Who are you? And why have you disrupted the auction and the venue?" The head of security approached, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at the trio. Other guards encircled them, brandishing weapons. "I am here to reclaim what was unlawfully taken by someone who has brought it for auction," Li Tianyi responded, his voice calm despite the tension. "This is not a matter for the chamber. Please resolve it privately," the head of security retorted, his expression growing colder. "Moreover, you will need to compensate for the damages incurred." Before Li Tianyi could respond, the security chief seemed to recognize something, his demeanor shifting with a glint of surprise in his eyes. "Are you the surviving scion of the Li family?" Recognition dawned upon him, his tone laced with astonishment. As a senior security officer, he was not only skilled but also familiar with the prominent figures of Jiangbei. The Li family had once been a formidable clan in the region, but their status had waned. "Ah, so it is the little brat from the Li family. How audacious of you to cause a ruckus here." The crowd began to murmur, some recognizing Li Tianyi's identity and mocking him for his apparent audacity. "Either compensate the chamber for its losses and depart, or you can kneel and bow thrice. I believe the owners present would be willing to pay for such a performance." The head of security sneered, showing no mercy. With the realization of Li Tianyi's identity, he felt emboldened, viewing him as nothing more than a cornered dog. The other wealthy patrons erupted into laughter, demanding that he kneel before them. They expressed their eagerness to witness the fallen scion of the Li family prostrating himself. "Do hurry. Do not test our patience, lest you join the ranks of the lost souls seeking their families," the head of security threatened, arms crossed defiantly. "Are you aware of the saying, 'Loose lips sink ships'?" Li Tianyi replied, unfazed by the taunts, his demeanor calm. The head of security paused, momentarily taken aback. "Are you threatening me? If I were to slap you, the patrons would applaud my actions," he scoffed, dismissing Li Tiany's words. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his laughter was cut short as a line of crimson traced the air. Li Tiany had struck him squarely in the chest with a powerful punch. The head of security crumpled to the ground, a gaping wound in his torso, his life extinguished. Audacity! You dare to cause chaos and take a life in the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. You shall not escape the consequences today. The patrons reacted with outrage, as if a father had been slain before their eyes. The auctioneer was equally incensed, unable to fathom such boldness, his thoughts darkening with murderous intent. Amidst the clamor of anger, the remaining guards finally regained their composure, charging forward in a wave of fury. However, they were no match for Li Tiany. As two swift figures, female assassins, glided past, leaving behind cries of despair. Those remaining security personnel were swiftly dispatched. Anyone who dared to threaten Li Tiany was met with lethal retribution. The wealthy spectators swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. They had never witnessed a display of violence so effortless, as if the assailants were merely carving through pumpkins. The earlier cacophony fell silent, replaced by a palpable fear. Amidst the crimson tide pooling on the ground, the auctioneer remained undeterred. With a mere gesture, doors around the venue swung open, and dozens of armed individuals surged forth, wielding steel blades and firearms. Panic ensued as the crowd scrambled for safety, fleeing towards the rear of the auction house, desperate to avoid collateral damage. It seemed a massacre was imminent. Yet, Li Tiany remained resolute, his gaze steely and unwavering. Even if he had to raze the auction house to the ground today, he would find his target. The auctioneer, equally driven by a thirst for blood, prepared to unleash his security forces. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a jade token hanging from Li Tiany's waist, recognition dawning upon him. But when he noticed the dragon inscribed upon it, terror washed over his features. Cease at once, the auctioneer commanded, drenched in cold sweat, as he urgently halted the advancing guards. Everyone, kneel and apologize to young Master Li. As he spoke, he hastened to Li Tiany's side. With each step closer, his breath grew heavier, and his heart raced with trepidation. The onlookers were left agape, their jaws dropped in disbelief at the auctioneer's words. The assembly was utterly bewildered by the director's pronouncement that they should all prostrate themselves before young Master Li. Murmurs arose, questioning if this was indeed Li Tiany, the scion of a fallen house. Some even dared to suggest that even in its prime, the Li family was not deserving of such reverence. The auction house, under the aegis of the Azure Dragon Commerce Guild, was far superior to its mundane counterparts in prestige and influence. Even its director was a figure courted by the most powerful families. How could this venerable man, seemingly in his twilight years and possessing vast wealth and influence, be so agitated? The security personnel of the guild were equally perplexed, having been on the verge of violence moments before, only to be instructed to kneel. The director, however, remained impervious to the confusion, his gaze fixated on the jade pendant at Li Tiany's waist, his face flushed with fervent excitement. Li Tiany, understanding dawned upon him. This pendant, a gift from his master in the netherworld, bore the name Gilded Jade Token and granted access to his senior sister's commercial empire. The Azure Dragon Commerce Guild was, in fact, her enterprise, explaining the dragon insignia upon the token. With the token recognized, Li Tiany waved dismissively at the director, his patience wearing thin. While the director understood, the underlings did not, and one, eager to curry favor, stepped forward. He rebuked Li Tiany for his audacity in addressing the director in such a manner, demanding an immediate apology and reminding him that leniency was being extended only out of respect for the Li name. A sharp slap echoed through the hall. The staff member, stunned, looked at the director, unable to comprehend the assault. The director, like a raging lion, roared that the staff member was terminated from the Azure Dragon Commerce Guild. Effective immediately, the staff member collapsed, his face ashen. Employment at the guild was highly coveted, offering unparalleled benefits and status. Being dismissed by the director meant he would be unemployable in any reputable firm in Jiangbei. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The director of the Azure Dragon Commerce Guild was apologizing to a mere youth, even declaring him the guild's most esteemed guest. It was a seismic event, a spectacle unseen in Jiangbei for over a decade. Did you not hear me? The director thundered, his gaze sweeping over the motionless security personnel. Kneel and apologize. The guards, their faces contorted with displeasure, reluctantly knelt before Li Tiany, offering their apologies, mindful of the fate that had befallen their colleague. Li Tianyi nodded curtly, accepting their contrition. I understand the Azure Cloud Sword is to be auctioned here, Li Tianyi stated, fixing his gaze upon the director. I have come to retrieve it. The director, unable to meet Li Tianyi's gaze, bowed his head humbly, like an obedient steward. This pronouncement ignited a wave of protest from the assembled patrons. Accusations of jest and mockery were hurled at Li Tianyi, with some asserting that the auction house was not a charity. They insisted on the principle of fair auction, where the highest bidder prevailed, regardless of Li Tianyi and Apos' status as a guest of the guild. One middle-aged man, in particular, was visibly displeased, his bodyguard clutching the ancient sword. Sweat beaded on the director's brow as he realized the delicate situation. However, he had resolved that the weight of Li Tianyi's token far outweighed any potential damage to the guild's reputation. Before he could speak, Li Tianyi stepped forward, confronting the middle-aged man. Are you, or any of you, unaware that the Azure Cloud Sword is the property of the Li family? He demanded. The middle-aged man stood his ground. The Li family is defunct, he retorted, and the sword no longer belongs to them. His attendant, cradling the sword, chimed in with a sneer, blamed the Li family for failing to safeguard their heirloom. The buyers bear no responsibility. The treasures of the Li family, Li Tianyi declared, his voice laced with malice, bring death to any outsider who dares touch them. His eyes locked on the attendant holding the sword, sealing his fate. Sensing the escalating tension, the director attempted to mediate, offering the middle-aged man triple compensation for the sword, with the promise of further negotiation. He warned that refusal would mean incurring the wrath of the Azure Dragon Commerce Guild of Jiangbei. The patrons gasped, speculating about the power of the token that could command such deference. They cast envious glances at the middle-aged man, regretting their failure to seize the heirloom from the Li family, an act that would have made them immensely wealthy. The middle-aged man, however, remained unmoved, shaking his head at the director's entreaties. The attendant sneered again, proclaiming that his family was not lacking in funds and that they held no fear of a mere branch of the Azure Dragon Commerce Guild. He challenged Li Tianyi to take the sword himself. Li Tianyi responded with a chilling smile. With lightning speed, he appeared beside the attendant, snatching the sword from his grasp before he could react. A flash of cold steel, followed by a crimson spray, marked the attendant and Apos' demise, his eyes wide with shock as he crumpled to the ground. Chapter 31. Who has opinions? May ask Han Feng. The gleam of the sword flickered, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Almost all present failed to perceive how Li Tianyi had struck. They merely sensed a fleeting shadow, and the attendant lay lifeless. Upon turning back, Li Tianyi stood nonchalantly in his original position, meticulously cleaning his treasured sword, as if the act of killing was a trivial matter, akin to crushing an annoying insect. A chill surged within the hearts of those surrounding him, prompting them to instinctively touch their throats. They were all individuals of high standing, valuing their lives above all. How could they not feel fear in such a moment? The middle-aged man watched in disbelief as his attendant perished by Li Tianyi and Apos' hand, and his sword was seized, his heart boiling with rage and resentment. He had never anticipated that someone would dare oppose him in Jiangbei. You dare to take my sword and slay my attendant. Your audacity is remarkable, but do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? The middle-aged man, evidently accustomed to high-stakes situations, managed to restrain his fury and spoke to Li Tianyi with a veneer of calm. Li Tianyi halted his sword cleaning, slightly lifting his eyelids, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his gaze. Since his arrival in Jiangbei, those who dared to confront him or threaten him had long since met their demise. Listen well, I am from the Lin family of Tianbei. Do you grasp the magnitude of the entity you have provoked? The middle-aged man's demeanor was imposing, challenging Li Tianyi directly, his confidence unwavering. As these words left his lips, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the gathering. The mention of the Lin family elicited a wave of reverence, fear, and envy in the gazes directed toward him. In that moment, all attention was fixated on the middle-aged man, their admiration palpable. Were it not for the current predicament, many would have rushed forward, eager to offer gifts to appease him. Almost everyone displayed an eagerness to ingratiate themselves. Even the president of the auction house began to feel apprehensive, stammering in an attempt to convey the gravity of the situation to Li Tianyi. The Lin family of Tianbei was a prominent clan, a colossal force ruling over Tianbei City. Tianbei, being the capital of the northern province, was home to numerous influential families, rendering Jiangbei merely a remote town in comparison. Even 100 families like the Zhao or Chun clans would pale in significance against the Lin family. In Tianbei, the Lin family commanded 10% of the regional economic output, securing their status as a first-rate family. For decades, they had dominated the lifeblood of Tianbei, effectively becoming local sovereigns. Hence, the president's anxiety was justified. Should a conflict arise with the Lin family, the Jiangbei branch of the Xianglong Chamber of Commerce would likely face severe repercussions. It seemed as though the balance had tipped in favor of the Lin family's middle-aged representative, with some individuals even beginning to berate Li Tianyi, demanding he kneel in apology and present his Qin Yun sword in submission for forgiveness. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unhurried, lowering his eyelids once more to wipe away the final trace of blood from his sword. If you reveal the identity of the one who provided you with the sword, I may spare your life. With a sheathing of his sword, Li Tianyi uttered these words nonchalantly. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted. The president could scarcely contain himself, letting out a resigned sigh. It appears you hold our Lin family in utter contempt. The middle-aged man regarded him with a chilling gaze, his laughter dripping with derision. Those belonging to the minor families and various businessmen were even more agitated. Some had grown up hearing tales of the Lin family, and now, witnessing such disdain, felt compelled to voice their indignation. The once mighty Li family has raised a descendant who knows not the value of respecting the powerful. They deserve this fate. The power of the Lin family was unfathomable. Child, return the sword to the Lin family, bow in apology, or sever your own legs to preserve your life. Surrounding spectators expressed mockery or urged for a confession, with many supporting the Lin family's desire to punish Li Tianyi. They simply could not fathom how a mere youth from the fallen Li family would dare oppose the Lin family with just a jade token. Since you are unwilling to reconcile, I, the Lin family, shall take a life today. You may all bear witness. The middle-aged man offered a slight bow to the crowd, then clapped his hands. Dozens of guards surged forth from the shadows. Naturally, disregarding the auction house's regulations warranted punishment, and the Xianglong Chamber of Commerce should be held accountable for sheltering this youth. The crowd nodded in agreement, endorsing the middle-aged man's actions, even directing their ire toward the Xianglong Chamber of Commerce. The president was drenched in cold sweat, facing the mounting pressure from both the crowd and the Lin family. He began to falter. Then, let it be done. With a cold demeanor, the middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to act. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd hastily retreated to safety, and the president was escorted away by staff. Mo Feng and Mo Yu attempted to intervene, but Li Tianyi restrained them. Let it feast today on the blood of our enemies. Li Tianyi flicked his finger, and the Qin Yun sword emitted a clear, melodious note. As enemies drew near, a flash of cold light illuminated the entire venue, as if lightning had erupted from the scabbard, gripped firmly in Li Tianyi's hand. The guards, wielding standard iron rods capable of crippling ordinary individuals with a single blow, were perceived by Li Tianyi as nothing more than kindling. With a mere stroke of sword energy, a multitude of foes were cleaved in half, their iron rods crumbling as if made of paper. Another swing of the sword unleashed a cacophony of agonized screams. Terror-stricken expressions froze on the faces of the onlookers. Blood gushed forth, staining the blue carpet a deep crimson. Even a slaughterhouse would pale in comparison to this scene of carnage. Those among the businessmen and minor families had never witnessed such a harrowing spectacle. Their faces turned ashen, with some even retching in fright. In that moment, Li Tianyi had dispatched dozens with just 3 strikes of his sword. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he hastily signaled again. At that instant, 5 assassins clad in black, equipped with specialized gear, emerged, brandishing firearms. This time, the young man is surely doomed. I refuse to believe he can evade the bullets. The crowd released a collective sigh of relief, convinced that Li Tianyi was destined for demise. The gunman wasted no words, aiming directly for Li Tianyi's vital spots. Yet, Li Tianyi's reflexes surpassed lightning. It was as if he could foresee their actions. He drew his sword and sliced through the bullets, severing them in two as they struck the wall behind him. The gunmen, now panicked, attempted to continue firing. But before they could, a shadow lunged forth. They felt a chill in their chests before their bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Li Tianyi pointed his sword at the remaining onlookers, the blade dripping with blood, emanating a chilling glow. Who dares to speak further may inquire of the blade in my hand. Chapter 32. Eradicating the royal family. Dozens of mutilated corpses lay strewn about, rendering the audience silent and apprehensive. The once vocal supporters of the Lin family now stood mute, their expressions frozen in shock. Who would have imagined that someone could dodge bullets and even retaliate? Such scenes belonged only to the realm of cinema. The bloodied sword gleamed ominously, instilling fear in all present. They withdrew, unwilling to stand beside the middle-aged man of the Lin family any longer. Their previous attempts to curry favor with the Lin family were motivated by the desire for resources, but survival took precedence. The bank president contemplated intervening, even at the risk of incurring the Lin family's wrath. Yet, Li Tianyi's unexpected composure brought him a sense of relief. Should a jade token bearer encounter peril within their trade association, the ramifications could be unimaginable, possibly leading to a complete upheaval. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's mind was tumultuous, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions, as he remained paralyzed, uncertain of his next move. His multitude of bodyguards had been dispatched by 3 blades, and even the armed gunmen had succumbed to their fates in an instant, leaving him bereft of security. Nevertheless, he clung to a semblance of hope, fearing not too greatly. Reveal the name of the one who sold the sword, and I shall spare you. Li Tianyi advanced slowly, his gaze piercing like a blade, fixing on the middle-aged man. The immense pressure felt as though a mountain had been placed upon him, causing his breath to grow heavy. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Opposing the Lin family was one thing, but for a descendant of the Li family to seize a sword was not inherently wrong. However, to slay a member of the Lin family was a transgression too grave to contemplate. Do you dare to kill me? The middle-aged man's complexion paled, a flicker of panic igniting within him. The Lin family's past deeds might be unknown to others, but he was well aware. Li Tianyi's cold laughter pierced the air, unveiling the Lin family's sordid history. When the Li family was annihilated, numerous forces hovered like vultures, eager to claim their flesh. Some had covertly fanned the flames, and the one responsible for delivering the Qingyun sword to the Lin family was among them. As a member of the Lin family, the middle-aged man was certainly privy to this knowledge. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? No force in Jiangbei dares to oppose the Lin family. The middle-aged man remained defiant, his fists clenched tightly. Li Tianyi remained silent, effortlessly cleaving a sturdy wooden table in two with a mere sweep of his sword. Very well, I shall speak, but you must promise to let me go once I do. The middle-aged man trembled in fear, hastily making his plea. The onlookers were astounded. This was the first time they had witnessed the Lin family bowing to anyone, an act that would tarnish their reputation if it spread. Yet, what followed from Li Tianyi's lips struck terror into their hearts. I demand that you reveal the name of the one who sold the sword, and I will guarantee you a complete corpse. Li Tianyi's impatience was palpable, the sword in his hand humming ominously. Those surrounding him were utterly shocked. They had not anticipated this audacious young man from the Li family to be so relentless, seeking to annihilate the Lin family. Some even etched his features into their memories, cautioning their kin to steer clear of him. I am of the Lin family. To kill me would invite retribution upon you. The middle-aged man, now frantic, began to lose his composure, his voice rising in desperation. Silence. Li Tianyi unsheathed his sword with precision. In a swift motion, a head fell heavily to the ground, its expression frozen in disbelief. A chill swept through the crowd, and gasps of horror escaped their lips. They regarded Li Tianyi with a mix of fear and reverence. The Lin family had now tasted death at the hands of another within the auction house. The bank president felt a bitter pang. Their association now bore a debt to the Lin family. Those who had previously insulted the Li family were drenched in sweat, retreating in haste, praying that Li Tianyi would overlook them. Fortunately, he merely scanned the crowd, wiped the blood from his sword, and departed with 2 companions. Once he was gone, the onlookers felt as if they had been drained of strength. Some exhaled deeply, while others collapsed to the ground. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, and the fear would linger long in their memories. News of the event spread rapidly. Li Tianyi returned to his villa with his companions. Since Deng Man had left the Deng family, her spirits had gradually lifted, often engaging in playful banter with him. Meanwhile, Mo Feng and Mo Yu discreetly exited the villa, blending into the night. Early the next morning, Li Tianyi departed with the Qingyun sword. Soon, his vehicle halted at Jiangbei's infamous burial ground, surrounded by restless spirits. The atmosphere was heavy with resentment. Even under clear skies elsewhere, this place felt perpetually cloaked in gloom. The autumn breeze added an air of melancholy. At the gravesite of the Li family, Li Tianyi burned offerings and brandished the Qingyun sword. Mother, father, and kin, I have reclaimed the Qingyun sword. Open your eyes and witness how I shall wield the Li family's weapon to vanquish our foes. His heart was heavy with sorrow, emotions swirling within him. The cold wind carried a haunting wail, as if his loved ones were responding to him. Meanwhile, Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension. They turned their gazes toward the distance, weapons at the ready. Li Tianyi, attuned to the sound of approaching vehicles, felt his demeanor grow increasingly frigid. He had previously dispatched members of the Chen family here, and now, it seemed others were foolish enough to seek him out. A convoy of a dozen vehicles approached. Halting nearby, as the doors swung open, a throng of individuals poured forth, clad in identical uniforms that radiated an air of menace, each sporting close-cropped hair, emblazoned with the emblem of Tianhong Security. Clearly, they had come for Li Tianyi, each exuding a formidable presence. This time, they were armed not with rubber batons, but with steel blades, intent on ending his life. From within the crowd emerged a leader, flanked by several young men whose faces radiated animosity, eager to exact revenge on Li Tianyi. Is it him? The leader, towering above the rest and brimming with muscle, pointed directly at Li Tianyi. Yes, it is he, the remnant of the Li family. He is the one who killed your Tianhong security comrades and left our Wang family in ruins. The young men nodded vigorously, their hatred palpable, as if they would recognize him even in ashes. With the confirmation, the leader's gaze turned lethal, and 100 men encircled Li Tianyi and his companions, ensuring there was no escape. Li Tianyi cast the last of his paper offerings into the flames and grasped the Qingyun sword. This time, I shall eradicate your Wang family to the roots. Chapter 33. Today, neither gods nor Buddhas can save you. Li Tianyi stood proudly, wielding the Qingyun sword. As the cold wind fluttered his garments, resembling a valiant hero ensnared by adversaries in a dire predicament. Mo Feng and Mo Yu coldly surveyed the crowd. With just a command from Li Tianyi, the ground would soon be strewn with corpses. Any ordinary bystander would undoubtedly conclude that Li Tianyi and his companions were doomed, with no hope of survival. The younger members of the Wang family shared this belief, which emboldened them at this moment. Did you think the Wang family had perished entirely? They taunted. We are not only alive, but we shall also avenge the annihilation of our clan today. The youthful scions glared at Li Tianyi, their hearts brimming with animosity. As descendants of the Wang family, they were not well versed in the events of the past, yet they had enjoyed a privileged upbringing. However, following the incident with the Wang family enterprise, they found themselves ensnared in economic turmoil, with many of their leaders mysteriously vanished, rumored to have been slain. The orchestrator of their misfortunes was none other than Li Tianyi. Once affluent young masters, they had now fallen to the depths of despair. Such a stark contrast naturally fueled their resentment. The spirits of our ancestors have guided us. Today we finally have you in our grasp. Your flesh and blood shall repay the debt owed to the Wang family. Fear not, for I shall ensure that your ashes lie entwined with those of your kin, so that you are never parted. Though the two Wang descendants were younger than Li Tianyi, their aura of vengeance was palpable. Yet their current plight mirrored that of Li Tianyi's past. When the Li family was obliterated, he was the sole survivor, fleeing with a heart heavy with unending hatred. The Wang family, being one of the instigators, now faced the consequences of their actions in a manner that could only be deemed poetic justice. Li Tianyi refrained from immediate confrontation. He wished to witness the anguish of his foes. He wanted them to experience the profound grief of losing their family. I know you believe we are now in a similar situation, that my suffering brings you satisfaction. But look around. These are the very souls who seek your demise. Though our forebears have perished, you shall accompany them in death. The wealth they left behind ensures our survival, while you are left with naught but a broken sword and a heap of bones. The Wang descendants hurled venomous insults at Li Tianyi, aiming to provoke him into a frenzy, to witness his ultimate despair. Yet they were met with disappointment. Li Tianyi remained serene, seemingly unperturbed. If you wish to strike, do so without further ado. There is no need for idle chatter. Mo Feng could no longer bear the tension, brandishing his weapon, ready to engage. Fortunately, Mo Yu restrained him with a glance. Their orders forbade them from acting without the master's command, a directive entrusted to them by their leader. The sight of Li Tianyi's female companion sheathing her sword, seemingly enduring humiliation, ignited a sense of vindication in the Wang heirs. You killed the Wang patriarch and his son, leading to our employer and Appo's demise. The leader stepped forward, his eyes emanating a menacing authority as he towered over Li Tianyi. his hand inching toward the steel knife at his waist. What will you do now? Li Tianyi did not raise his gaze, nor did he even flutter his eyelids, holding his sword in one hand while the other lay behind him. Our Tianhong Security Group has a formidable presence throughout the North Province. Our employers have never encountered mishaps during the contract period. In Jiangbei, you are the first to dare slay our employer without regard for Tianhong's reputation. Each word from the leader dripped with murderous intent, his steel knife now drawn, glinting ominously. Tianhong Security Group, a prominent force in the North Province, was renowned throughout the nation. Nearly half of the region's wealthy elite employed their services. Yet, upon recently establishing their presence in Jiangbei, they found themselves embroiled in such turmoil, threatening their credibility and future in the area. Do you understand why Tianhong has thrived within a mere decade? Generally, no one dares provoke our employers. In the underworld, there exists a saying: if an employer faces misfortune, Tianhong will pursue the assailants to the bitter end, annihilating their enemies as recompense. The leader explained, akin to a cinematic villain delivering his final soliloquy. Yet, he remained unfazed, believing his words would not alter the outcome. In moments of assured victory, some individuals feel compelled to demonstrate to their adversaries the magnitude of the force they have provoked, reveling in their suffering before their demise. The leader and his cohorts yearned to see Li Tianyi engulfed in unrelenting dread and anguish, believing that such torment was more gratifying than simply ending his life. Li Tianyi, however, stood firm like a resilient pine, observing their futile tirades. Did you reflect upon this scene while orchestrating the slaughter of my family? You now find yourselves cornered. Kneel and repent before the spirits of the Wang family. Perhaps your death will be a tad more merciful. One of the Wang descendants leaped forth, vociferously rebuking Li Tianyi. They were unaware of the Wang family's alliance with a formidable entity or of Li Tianyi's past confrontations with hundreds. They were oblivious to the eventual downfall of the Zhao family, the demise of Wang family members, and the bloodshed that ensued. They were naively confident that Li Tianyi alone could not possibly triumph against such a multitude of security personnel. Li Tianyi sighed, weary of the spectacle. Perhaps these young heirs had yet to reach the depths of despair he had once endured. Consequently, terror began to creep across the distorted faces of the two Wang descendants. In the dim light, the cold glimmer of steel flashed twice in quick succession. Two crimson arcs shot upward, leaving the surrounding onlookers momentarily stunned. The leader, startled by the sudden spray of blood, turned to find the two Wang heirs had been decapitated. You have truly lost your mind. To die while still committing sins. You dare to kill an employer before my eyes. Today, neither gods nor Buddhas can save you. The leader and Apos, heart swelled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. The notion that another employer had fallen, especially before him, ignited a fury within him that yearned for vengeance against Li Tianyi. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unflustered, casting a calm glance at the leader. Indeed, today, neither gods nor Buddhas can save you. Chapter 34, A Swarm of Ants. How dare you be so bold? Do you know what you are saying? The team leader questioned, incredulous that this young man would dare to threaten him. Li Tianyi's earlier act of murdering their employer had already incited his ire, and now he was on the verge of losing control. He even felt that killing Li Tianyi outright would be too lenient a punishment. Do you think I was jesting just now? Li Tianyi replied defiantly. The Wang family is merely one of our employers. Do you truly believe that annihilating them grants you the audacity to oppose us? The team leader, now seething with rage, attempted to instill regret in Li Tianyi for provoking the Tianhong group. He recalled a time when rival forces had paid handsomely to assassinate their employer within 3 days. A dozen attempts had been made, and the resulting corpses had piled high. Do you know what happened to the employer in the end? He remains trapped in his dreams, never to awaken. There had been others who sought to eliminate their employer, reveling in their triumph as they fled across the entirety of Huagua, only to be ultimately slain after months on the run. The team leader's expression was devoid of arrogance. He was merely stating facts. So, Li Tianyi feigned ignorance, responding with a question of his own. So, no one who has offended the Tianhong group stands here to converse with us afterward. Therefore you must die? The team leader spat, shooting Li Tianyi a scornful glance as he stepped back from the crowd. The henchmen, brimming with murderous intent, tightened their encirclement. Li Tianyi held his sword aloft with one hand, yet he showed no inclination to strike. Mo Feng and Mo Yu positioned themselves protectively in front of him, their gazes icy as their blades hummed softly. Meanwhile, the team leader observed the unfolding scene with a frigid demeanor, flanked by two men clad in black who had appeared without notice. You may inform your superiors that this matter has been resolved and that the reputation of Tianhong remains unscathed, the team leader commanded. His pupils momentarily narrowing before returning to their normal state, his voice grave. With his command, the henchmen surged forward, their steel blades slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Mo Feng let out a cold snort, his long hair billowing as he unleashed his inner strength, and his weapon radiated a chilling brilliance. With a swift motion, the steel blades shattered as if made of paper. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, but before they could react, another flash of cold light erupted. Blood-red arcs painted the air, releasing a wave of heat. Mou, undeterred, danced through the crowd like a specter, her sword sweeping through a 3-meter radius, as if cutting through tofu. Though the two were more than capable of handling their adversaries, the sheer number of opponents made it impossible to eliminate them all in such a short time. Li Tianyi had long since grown accustomed to this scene. The terror and cries of the crowd barely registered as he remained unfazed. The team leader's confidence waned, shifting from certainty to unease. Yet, he took solace in the abundance of manpower, convinced that they could exhaust these two skilled fighters through sheer attrition. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have experts by your side. However, it is a pity that they will pay the price for your foolishness. And you, a so-called man, were a coward when the Li family fell, now hiding behind women to shield you from harm. You do not deserve to be called a man. Your existence is an affront to the Li family. The team leader's disdainful gaze fell upon the impassive Li Tianyi, his contempt growing as he openly mocked him. He acknowledged Li Tianyi's audacity, daring to seek vengeance and provoke the Tianhong group. However, to rely on women as his support, in the leader's eyes, rendered him nothing more than a spineless weakling. The so-called vengeance was merely a foolish act born of believing oneself protected by powerful allies, destined to lead to ruin. Li Tianyi, however, simply closed his eyes in meditation, indifferent to the leader and Oppo's incessant prattle. Unaware of your impending doom, the team leader fumed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. But as he turned his gaze back to the fray, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Mo Feng and Mou, trained assassins, wielded their blades mercilessly, deftly maneuvering amidst the throng of attackers without showing any signs of fatigue. Each time an enemy struck, they were met with a block. While a multitude of adversaries fell at the hands of the two, they appeared to grow more vigorous with each confrontation, leaving no one able to impede their progress. As if they fought in a realm devoid of obstacles, sweat began to bead on the team leader's forehead, his astonishment mounting as the tide of battle seemed to turn against them. How is this possible? They are like emotionless machines, utterly unaffected by exhaustion. Though a handful of foes remained locked in combat, the leader sensed that these two would soon carve a path to freedom. I believe it is time for your esteemed selves to intervene, lest the prestige of Tianhong be utterly tarnished, he said with a bitter smile, addressing the two black-clad figures beside him. Originally, the two men had come merely as observers to assess the Jiangbei branch's handling of the situation, but they had not anticipated encountering such formidable opponents. With such experts present, it is no wonder you struggled, one of them remarked, his gaze igniting with intensity as he looked at Mo Feng and Mou. The atmosphere around the two women shifted dramatically as a powerful force erupted from them, a torrent of energy surging skyward. The team leader felt a jolt of excitement. The elite from headquarters were about to intervene, and regardless of the prowess of the two women, they would likely meet their demise today. As blood arced through the air, the two women struck down the last of their adversaries. The once formidable assault had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Each time the onlookers believed the two were nearing exhaustion, they found themselves rejuvenated at the critical moment, maintaining peak performance. Ultimately, over 100 foes fell, engulfed in fear and shock. In that moment, Mo Feng and Mou sensed something was amiss, their attention drawn to the two men in black. Their eyes locked in the air, and it was as if 4 currents of electricity collided, sparking with intensity. Without a word wasted, the two black-clad figures darted forward, effortlessly retrieving steel blades from the ground as they charged. Mo Feng and Mou matched their speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows as they pressed forward. The 4 engaged in a fierce battle, the outcome of which remained uncertain. The team leader watched in horror as the 4 fought fiercely, his heart racing. He silently thanked his fortune that reinforcements from headquarters had arrived. Otherwise, he would surely have faced disaster today. Amidst the chaos, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Tianyi, and a shiver ran down his spine. This young man exuded no aura of strength. He was no expert at all. With his skills, the team leader was confident he could subdue him, thus completing the mission successfully. Without a second thought, he lunged toward Li Tianyi, taking several large strides to close the distance. To his surprise, the two women, despite sensing his approach, did not attempt to intervene, likely too engrossed in their own battle. Prepare to die? The team leader snarled, his expression fierce as he struck out with a powerful palm aimed directly at Li Tianyi's face. In that moment, Li Tianyi opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. The team leader and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, his body freezing in place as he felt a chill run down his spine, rooted to the spot. Chapter 35. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill it. Awaiting. Invisible force descended from the heavens, pressing down upon the leader's spine with a creaking sound. Had he not gritted his teeth in resistance, he would have already fallen to the ground. Gazing into Li Tianyi's indifferent eyes, he felt as though he were surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the world before him drenched in a chilling crimson hue. Terror etched itself onto his face as a wave of regret surged within him. It dawned on him that this was the grim truth. Li Tianyi was the most fearsome of all. His inaction stemmed not from inability but from disdain. The malevolent aura radiating from Li Tianyi was far more terrifying than that of the two individuals from headquarters, instilling a deeper sense of dread. The leader's palm hovered before Li Tianyi's visage, yet despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not advance a single inch. Meanwhile, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. The two men clad in black became increasingly anxious. They had exhausted all their efforts, yet could not inflict even a scratch upon the two women, their expressions growing more grave by the moment. Conversely, Mo Feng and Mo Yu moved with an air of leisure, each step and turn executed with impeccable precision. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse, the black-clad men began to fight desperately, bloodshot eyes betraying their mounting panic as their movements grew frantic. Yet, they remained no match for Mo Feng and Mo Yu, their fear intensifying as beads of sweat formed upon their brows. In the ensuing chaos, one of the black-clad men let out a harrowing scream as a sword's energy sliced through his chest, leaving a gruesome wound in its wake. The other, disheveled and frantic, faltered for but a moment, only to have Mo Yu deliver a fatal stroke to his neck, ending his life on the spot. Mo Feng, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a decisive blow. The black-clad man's attempt to block was futile as the steel blade was effortlessly severed. His head was cleaved in two, the last remnants of life in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. The leader, witnessing this carnage, felt his insides roiling, his face paling as he muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Li Tianyi drew forth the Qingyun sword, its resonant sound echoing through the air. You cannot kill me. I have declared that the Tianhong group will seek vengeance for any grievances. Do you wish to be hunted to death by them? A powerful instinct for survival ignited within the leader's heart, allowing him to roar despite the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Yet, Li Tianyi slowly raised the Qingyun sword, utterly unfazed. Release me, and let today's events be forgotten. What say you? Panic surged within the leader, and he began to plead for mercy. With a swift motion, the sound of the sword cleaving the air drowned out his desperate cries, and a bloodied head rolled to the ground. Today, dark clouds loomed overhead. The autumn wind howled mournfully, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. The scene was left with hundreds of corpses, adding to the multitude of lost souls in this forsaken burial ground. Thus, the Wang family met its demise, leaving no heirs behind. A clan erased from existence by Li Tianyi. After departing the burial ground, they did not return home, but instead proceeded directly to the Jiangbei Third Hospital. For it was the day of old Qian's discharge. Young master, are you saying that the ancestral home of the Li family has been preserved, and even the ancestral grave has been reclaimed? In the hospital, old Qian stared wide-eyed, his hands trembling slightly as he held a teacup. Li Tianyi nodded, rare traces of a smile gracing his features. Having devoted decades to the Li family, old Qian was regarded as a member of the family by Li Tianyi, akin to a respected elder. Excellent, excellent. Who would have thought that in my twilight years, I would witness the revival of the Li family? Truly, I can die in peace now. Old Qian gazed at Li Tianyi with a heart full of gratitude, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He could see that this young master was no longer the same as before, yet he refrained from prying further. At times, even those in subservient roles must know their place, understanding when to advance and when to retreat. Old Qian's injuries had healed considerably, and his discharge paperwork was complete. Li Tianyi had also permitted him to continue residing in the ancestral home to oversee it. Naturally, old Qian was overjoyed and readily agreed. As they walked out of the hospital, the conversation turned to the past. However, when the topic of the Li family massacre arose, old Qian's expression darkened, his words growing increasingly agitated. Through his account, Li Tianyi gleaned more details, his gaze growing colder and his accumulated killing intent intensifying. Many forces had participated in the initial assault, both overtly and covertly, with most families in Jiangbei having some involvement. Moreover, it seemed that there were unseen hands guiding and inciting this unity among the Jiangbei families. Old Qian only hinted at this, but when Li Tianyi sought more details, he was met with a gentle yet firm refusal. The forces behind this have only revealed the tip of the iceberg in bringing about the Li family's downfall. It is best that you remain unaware of the full extent for now. Li Tianyi chose not to press further, as he had already uncovered a clue: the Lin family. They swiftly moved past this topic, with old Qian simply hoping for Li Tianyi's safety and urging him not to delve too deeply. Li Tianyi merely smiled, offering no response, and shifted the conversation to other matters until they reached the entrance. This was a grand hospital, and the entrance was bustling with luxury vehicles. The security personnel, not the frail elderly, but rather imposing men exuding an air of authority. As if receiving a signal, the security guards approached Li Tianyi and his companions. A voice rang out, "Are you the scion of the Li family?" A middle-aged man in a lavish suit, portly and agitated, hurried towards them, his expression dark and foreboding. "We are of the Li family. May I inquire who you are?" Li Tianyi remained silent, but old Qian bowed slightly, politely inquiring. "I am the director of this hospital, and I have no desire for superfluous dialogue. My son attended the Zhao family and Appo's wedding a few days ago at the Jinlong Grand Hotel. Boy, do you recall?" The man's eyes blazed with fury, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. Li Tianyi did not deny it. He had indeed taken many lives at the Jinlong Grand Hotel. It was likely that this hospital director's son was among them. "Today, the heavens have smiled upon me, allowing me to catch you. You will accompany me to my son's grave and pay your respects. Today, you shall not leave. The only way out for you is as a corpse." The man's expression was vicious as he fixed his gaze on Li Tianyi. With a signal, several pairs of robust security personnel rushed over, their imposing figures and fierce demeanor adding to the tension. "Speak your last words." The man scoffed, commanding the crowd to encircle Li Tianyi and his companions. Li Tianyi shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh as he spoke languidly. "If you wish to accompany your son in death, I shall gladly assist you." Chapter 36. The so-called nobility is just meat for fish with just you? The man scrutinized Li Tianyi with disdain. In the Golden Dragon Hotel, there were almost no survivors. No one knew how Li Tianyi had dispatched those individuals. However, the man was certain that it was impossible for Li Tianyi to have accomplished such a feat alone. With hundreds present at the wedding banquet, how could one person slaughter them all like pigs? At that moment, the security personnel approached, their gazes towards Li Tianyi laden with hostility. They were well-trained and robust, specifically hired by the hospital to handle emergencies. "If you have the guts, repeat what you just said," the man sneered, emboldened by the situation. Upon hearing that it was a remnant of the Li family wreaking havoc in the Golden Dragon Hotel, they had immediately been filled with rage. Unfortunately, they had not gathered more information. Now that they had Li Tianyi cornered, they could not let him escape. Li Tianyi remained silent, while the anxious old Qian regretted coming to the hospital. "Director, since this matter involves the young master, it is a matter concerning the Li family. If you allow the young master to leave today, we will surely repay you in the future." Old Qian had no choice but to speak humbly, his voice lacking confidence. Although he was aware of Li Tianyi and Appo's actions, it was too late. Ensuring their safe exit from the hospital was the priority. "Repay? Are you joking, old man? Who doesn't he know that the Li family has been exterminated? What do you have to offer?" Old Qian's words drew derision from the man, who was resolute in not letting Li Tianyi go. After all, it was a matter of vengeance for a slain son. Had the Li family still been in existence, he might have considered it further, but now they had long since fallen. "You say the Li family has been exterminated?" At that moment, Li Tianyi coldly interjected, his gaze toward the man flashing with murderous intent. He hadn't intended to kill. He was no bloodthirsty individual. But anyone who dared to insult his family would not live to tell the tale. "Is that your implication, that the Li family still has you as its last scion?" "Rest assured, I shall promptly eliminate this last scion." The man's face twisted with rage, his small eyes glinting with malice. As he stepped back from the crowd, he whispered a few words to the security personnel. Li Tianyi discerned that the gist was to silence the four of them and dispose of their bodies in a mass grave. The security personnel nodded, rallying their comrades to surround them, their murderous intent evident. Meanwhile, the hospital's main entrance had been sealed, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Those attempting to do so were harshly rebuffed. "Young master, do you have confidence? If you cannot handle this, then escape over the wall with these two girls. This old fool can buy you some time." Old Qian, loyal to the end, saw their path to safety closing and was desperate to secure a way out for Li Tianyi. However, Li Tianyi merely shook his head, offering a calm smile as he patted Old Qian's shoulder, reassuring him. Just then, the thugs shouted and charged towards them, wielding iron rods that promised death with a single blow. Old Qian's heart raced, and he wished to pull Mo Feng and Mo Yu behind him. Yet they boldly advanced to meet the attackers. Old Qian was powerless to stop them, his alarmed exclamation barely escaping his lips. But the ensuing scene nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. The two girls merely sidestepped past the security personnel, who suddenly clutched their throats in terror. Blood streamed uncontrollably through their fingers, and within moments, 3 or 4 security guards lay dead on the ground. What followed was even more astounding. The two danced through the chaos, their movements graceful yet deadly, as blood marked their path. More bodies fell, and those who had charged in first now regretted their rashness. Escape was no longer an option. The hospital, typically a sanctuary for healing, had transformed into a gruesome battleground. Old Qian was left dumbfounded, his heart racing at the sight. Although he had known the prowess of these two girls, witnessing it firsthand was utterly shocking. The expression of the hospital director shifted dramatically, transitioning from a cold smirk to exhilaration, then to shock, and ultimately to sheer terror, all within just a few fleeting minutes. Though these security personnel had undergone professional training and were more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals, they proved no match for the two skilled assassins. In under 5 minutes, more than 20 men lay lifeless, with not a single one given the chance to flee. The scene was drenched in blood, a horrifying spectacle that sent chills down the spine. The self-proclaimed director, a middle-aged man, stood frozen in place, his legs seemingly weighed down by lead. Unable to move an inch, he gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, pooling on the ground as he regarded Li Tianyi with fear. "Do you remember what I said earlier?" Li Tianyi's smile was enigmatic as he snapped his fingers, summoning Mo Feng and Mo Yu to his side. The man's body trembled at the sight, collapsing to the ground as if struck by gunfire. "You cannot kill in a hospital. It is strictly forbidden to have any bloodshed." His desperate excuse was ludicrous. Moments ago, he had boasted of killing Li Tianyi's companions. Now he implored for mercy. How could that be possible? "Young Master Li, spare me. It was my folly. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? You are magnanimous. Please let me go." Seeing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, the man, terrified to the core, began to openly beg for his life. Li Tianyi's gaze remained icy as he shook his head. The man's face turned ashen, a wave of profound regret washing over him. Just then, dozens of vehicles roared onto the road, barreling through the hospital's entrance. Even Li Tianyi cast a fleeting glance in their direction. As the cars came to a halt, a cadre of well-trained, fierce-looking thugs leapt out, brandishing standard-issue knives and swords. Accompanying them were impeccably dressed, imposing middle-aged men and elegant women, making their way toward Li Tianyi. Reinforcements had arrived. The man, still seated on the ground, nearly wept with relief. He was finally saved. "Kid, this is the end for you." The man, regaining his confidence, laughed heartily and scrambled to his feet. Li Tianyi cast a nonchalant glance at him. "They have come to accompany you to your grave." Chapter 37. Morning in Jiangbei, step by step at long last. The man broke through the haze and beheld the clear sky, his excitement immeasurable, a stark contrast to his earlier pleas for mercy. He could not help but marvel at the correctness of his actions. Upon discovering Li Tianyi, he promptly informed all the members of his clan, eager to show them how he had met his demise. In that moment, others from rival families had urged him to personally execute the wretch. Yet he had taken the initiative first. Grateful for this preemptive strike that had preserved his own life, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The members of the other families, upon seeing Li Tianyi alive, seethed with rage, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Although they witnessed the gruesome scene before them, not a single one took it seriously. With their numbers exceeding 100 and their combat prowess formidable, why should they feel fear? They felt none at all. This confidence emboldened the man to once again act brazenly in the hospital. Thank goodness you did not kill him. It has granted us the chance to take our revenge. Indeed, should we succeed in eliminating this scoundrel, the credit shall be yours, and we will be most grateful. The sight of the living Li Tianyi invigorated the onlookers, who could not restrain their praise for the man. Didn't you wish to kill me? Let us see you try now. Do you think you can escape today? I have said it before. The only way you leave here is in a coffin, and I shall see that my words are fulfilled. The man, having narrowly avoided death, felt an even greater surge of murderous intent towards Li Tianyi. Though he had not always seen eye to eye with these individuals, at this moment, he yearned to reserve an entire hotel to express his gratitude. When you killed my son, did you ever contemplate a day like this? My son merely attended a wedding. What wrong did he commit that warranted his death? Voices rose in anger, some pointing fingers at Li Tianyi, their teeth gritted in fury. Yes, they had merely attended a wedding. How could such a fate befall them? It was a question they would never understand. Yet, how could Li Tianyi offer them an explanation? Would a fierce tiger kneel before an ant, allowing it to voice its grievances? Li Tianyi would not forget the vile words uttered by the young science, nor the scorn and disdain reflected in Deng Man's eyes. Had he not arrived in time, Deng Man might have succumbed to the torrent of derision. How could anyone with a shred of decency find it in themselves to bully a girl abandoned by her family? Thus, Li Tianyi believed himself justified in eliminating these individuals, unburdened by guilt, and felt no need to explain himself to their kin. Either leave or die. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the crowd, his words like a winter wind, chilling the hearts of all who heard. The progeny of the Li family deserved their fate. They were foolishly boasting even as death loomed. If you possess any courage, then try killing me. Li Tianyi's taunts were met with scorn and derision, dismissed as mere jest. What are you? A remnant of the Li family. The man could not help but join in the collective condemnation of Li Tianyi, brimming with arrogance. Yet, before he could finish, his words were abruptly silenced. The clamor ceased abruptly. Li Tianyi slowly withdrew the Qing Yun's sword from the man's body, wiping it clean with an expressionless demeanor. This act ignited a furious response from the crowd, igniting the fuse for chaos. Under the orders of their families, a throng charged forward. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, undeterred, plunged into the fray once more. In an instant, the hospital transformed into a hellish battleground, a place once meant for healing now rife with carnage. As time trickled by, the members of the families gradually emerged from their fury, becoming silent as they realized their comrades were falling one by one. Hundreds of them were no match for their opponents, unable to even halt their advance by a fraction. Shock and panic began to seep into their hearts, some even feeling an urge to flee. Regret blossomed in others as they recognized the heaps of corpses scattered upon their arrival, yet they themselves remained unscathed. In less than 10 minutes, the assailants fell like carrots, with no ability to defend themselves, all mercilessly slaughtered. Some among the families began to tremble, while others rushed to their vehicles, shouting for the drivers to escape. In that moment, they saw Mo Feng and Mo Yu as bloodthirsty demons, realizing that staying meant certain death. But how could they possibly escape? Before they could even insert their keys, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a sword pierced the engine of one car. Seeing the engine spewing black smoke, the men inside were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape. Though Mo Feng and Mo Yu were women, they had become the nightmares haunting the hearts of the onlookers. Devoid of the courage even to glance their way, the families, clustered together, appeared numerous, yet they were but ants huddling together, trembling in the cold wind. Are you truly going to kill us all? A stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, fear evident in his heart, yet a flicker of defiance remained. Li Tianyi approached slowly, his gaze chilling, and in an instant, the Qing Yun's sword unsheathed, its cold gleam captivating all eyes. The middle-aged man's heart raced, and he closed his eyes, believing he could not escape his grim fate. Yet after 2 cries of agony, he opened his eyes to find himself unharmed, while 2 of his companions lay dead in a pool of blood beside him, those who had been the loudest in their insults towards the Li family. Li Tianyi sheathed his sword and turned away, with Mo Feng and Mo Yu supporting the astonished old Qian as they followed behind. Those who had narrowly escaped death gasped for breath, their taut nerves finally relaxing. However, at that moment, Li Tianyi's voice rang out clear and resolute. At the end of the month, all families in Jiangbei shall don mourning attire, step by step, to bring my kin back to the Li family cemetery. Should you fail to comply, I shall pay you a visit personally." Instantly, the crowd shivered, exchanging alarmed glances, their faces alternating between pale and flush, utterly at a loss. Even those who wished to curse found their words stifled, transforming into a mere sigh as they beheld Li Tianyi's retreating figure. With the matter concluded, Li Tianyi escorted old Qian back to the ancestral home of the Li family before returning to Deng Man's villa. Having only recently returned, he could do little more than remain by her side each night as a form of atonement. However, upon his return, he found Deng Man furrowing her brow, fixated on a letter resting on the table, concern etched across Li Tianyi's face. Deng Man bluntly stated that the four great families of Jiangbei had convened, seeking to invite Li Tianyi for a discussion to resolve recent matters. Yet, unlike Deng Man, Li Tianyi felt no trepidation. Instead, he reveled in the prospect. The grand performance was finally about to commence. Chapter 38, Slaying the King and Annihilating the Deng. Who dares to insult me? Deng Man discerned that this was evidently a Hongmin banquet. While it was termed a negotiation, it was, in truth, a trial. Yet, Li Tianyi consoled her, stating that this occasion could eradicate the forces in Jiangbei, alleviating future concerns. Observing Li Tianyi's unwavering confidence, Deng Man found herself momentarily entranced. Could it be that Tianyi could truly stand against all the families of Jiangbei? After all, they represented nearly all the formidable powers in the region. However, given recent events, Deng Man was inclined to trust Li Tianyi. The vendetta against her family could not be forgotten. The following day, Li Tianyi set forth with Mo Feng and Mou to the location mentioned in the letter. It was a residence situated on the outskirts of Jiangbei, surrounded by a serene and pleasant environment. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they were promptly greeted by attendants. Once inside the grand hall, the servants instructed him to wait, mentioning that the representatives of the four great families would arrive shortly. It was evident that this was a deliberate attempt to leave him in a state of neglect. Only the subordinates awaited their master. It was unthinkable for a master to await his subordinates. Nevertheless, Li Tianyi remained unfazed. He had not come as a guest and saw no need to adhere to such formalities. He closed his eyes, seeking to cultivate his spirit, and in an instant, the world around him fell silent. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the distant chirping of birds echoed, and even the rhythmic heartbeat of Mo Feng and Mou was perceptible to him. At that moment, a faint smile of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. His heightened senses immediately detected at least 100 individuals congregating in the backyard, seemingly engaged in discussion. "Young master, should I teach them a lesson?" Mo Feng's expression darkened, his words laced with menace. How dare they treat their young master with such disdain? Even if all the families of Jiangbei were gathered, Mo Feng felt no fear. "No need. They are coming." Li Tianyi slowly opened his eyes, halting Mo Feng's advance. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the rear hall. The first to enter were several guards, armed and with cold expressions, taking positions on either side of the hall. Following them were representatives from various families, the Sun, Zheng, Chen families, and even some heads of families, each bearing grievances against Li Tianyi. When they glanced at him, their faces were anything but amiable, their expressions brimming with hostility. Last to enter were several men in their 30s, the representatives of Jiangbei's most powerful clans, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of arrogance. Among them was another man, surrounded by admirers, whose status was on par with the others. His aura was markedly different, emanating a palpable sense of bloodlust, his brow and eyes reflecting a certain ruthlessness. From the murmurs of those present, Li Tianyi deduced that this man was a subordinate of a one-star general, invited to this gathering, explaining his supremacy over the other families. This general's subordinate took the central seat, and almost everyone wore expressions of sycophancy, though only the representatives of four families were permitted to sit beside him. "Li Tianyi, you have stirred up chaos in Jiangbei, yet you remain unrepentant. What do you have to say for yourself now?" One representative spoke from a position of authority, as if presiding over Li Tianyi's judgment. The general's subordinate, however, merely closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of detachment. Li Tianyi gazed at the assembly, his brow furrowing. The prominent figures of the four families were conspicuously absent, leading him to suspect that his journey had been in vain. His purpose for attending was to confront the four great families, to settle matters once and for all. These so-called four families were He, El, Qian, and Zhao, who controlled the economic lifeblood of Jiangbei, regarded as the providers for the people of Jiangbei. Having held dominion for decades, These families were deeply entrenched, their wealth unfathomable to the average person, wielding means beyond common understanding. However, 5 years prior, Jiangbei had 5 prominent families, with the Li family once standing alongside the He family as its leaders. Now, the He family reigned supreme in Jiangbei, while the Li family had dwindled to Li Tianyi alone, now facing their judgment. Do you admit to the bloodshed and murder attributed to you? The representative of the L family interjected, casting a heavy accusation. The smaller families present, inflamed with indignation, clamored for retribution against Li Tianyi. It was I. What will you do about it? Li Tianyi retorted with a cold smile, boldly acknowledging his actions, eager to witness their response. Slay the Wang family and their progeny. Annihilate the Deng family, sparing only a few young heirs. The representatives of the families continued to voice their grievances, feigning pity as they recited Li Tianyi's alleged transgressions. This display further incited the crowd, igniting anger and even a desire for violence. Yet, Li Tianyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of indifference. They are the key to Jiangbei's future, poised to contribute to its economic development, while you neglect the greater good. Thus, you must provide an account today. The representative from the He family spoke, his tone resolute and righteous. As the foremost family in Jiangbei, his words indicated that Li Tianyi would undoubtedly pay for his past misdeeds. Their rationale sounded noble, backed by the entirety of Jiangbei. Then I wish to inquire. Li Tianyi's voice rose. Who among you can provide an explanation for the downfall of the Li family? His demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an unstoppable force. The question reverberated through the assembly, causing subtle shifts in expressions, even leading the He family's representative to pause, brow furrowed. Who among them could claim to be uninvolved in the demise of the Li family? Today, we are the ones questioning you, not the other way around. Moreover, the Li family has long been buried in the annals of history. Discussing it is utterly pointless. The Zhao family's representative stepped forward, his eyes brimming with resentment, deliberately sidestepping Li Tianyi's query. His words elicited cheers from the crowd, for their family had been humiliated by Li Tianyi just days prior, and today, they sought to reclaim their dignity. Alas, does the Zhao family truly wish for their own demise? Li Tianyi sighed, his right hand flipping, revealing the Qingyun sword. His heart had turned cold, fueled by a thirst for vengeance. The Zhao family stood before him, dismissing the significance of the Li family and Appo's downfall. Was this not an invitation to death? As Li Tianyi drew his sword, the assembly fell into stunned silence. With the great families of Jiangbei gathered, did he truly intend to unleash a massacre? Impudent. The general's subordinate, seated prominently, opened his eyes, issuing a furious rebuke. He had anticipated intimidating Li Tianyi, yet the latter showed no signs of hesitation. In the hall, a blinding flash of cold light erupted, followed by a geyser of blood as the head of the Zhao family's representative tumbled to the ground. Those who insult the Li family shall die. Chapter 39. The Sword of Azure Clouds. Sending you to the west, a headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, striking not only the earth, but also the hearts of all present. They could scarcely fathom that a remnant of the Li family would dare to act in such a setting. Where was their dignity? The representatives of several families turned pale, their faces shifting from green to white, consumed by an intense fury. Others below appeared ashen, seemingly recalling the terror unleashed by Li Tianyi, causing cold sweat to break out on their brows. Yet, the majority were enraged, for the warriors stood resolutely in the hall, emboldening them to voice their indignation. How audacious! You dare to kill merely because someone spoke a truth? This reveals you to be nothing more than a bloodthirsty fiend. Surely, you must foresee the outcome of today. Do you wish to drag others to their doom with you? The voices of the smaller families rose in a chorus of condemnation, spewing vitriol. Yet none dared to step forward. What gall! You presume to take a life before me. It seems you are indeed unprepared to leave here alive. How self-aware of you! The warrior's subordinate, enraged, crushed the armrest of his chair with a fierce grip. As an envoy of the war general, he looked down upon this small locale, holding an air of arrogance reserved only for the few families worthy of his attention. Today, as an escort, he could not allow the family representative to be slain under his very nose. The repercussions would be unbearable should word of this spread. Li Tianyi sheathed his sword and adopted an air of tranquility, paying no heed to the warrior's subordinate. Young man, you likely do not realize whom you stand before. This man is the right hand of a one-star war general. On occasion, his words may even carry the weight of the general himself. Is your disdain a slight against the general? The representative of the L family spoke with a sarcastic tone, casting aspersions upon Li Tianyi. They had refrained from attacking initially, aware of Li Tianyi's capabilities, resorting instead to psychological tactics to pressure him. However, they had not anticipated his resolute response, which had now escalated into a confrontation with the warrior's subordinate. Li Tianyi cast a cold glance at the representative of the L family, realizing he was the most talkative of the lot, reveling in his own verbosity. The moment their eyes met, the L representative felt a chill run down his spine, silencing him instantly. "You are not worthy to engage in discourse with me," Li Tianyi scoffed, disregarding the dignity of these families with a single disdainful remark, instantly inciting outrage among all present. "All the families of Jiangbei are gathered here. Who do you think you are to treat us with such contempt? Do not forget that your Li family was once the foremost family. Even now, the head of the Li family would not dare speak so recklessly. You are but a junior." The crowd, roused like enraged hyenas, unleashed a torrent of verbal assaults upon Li Tianyi. "Are you implying that we are unworthy even of your acknowledgement?" spoke the representative of the He family, his face ashen and exuding authority. "In Jiangbei, even the other prominent families would not dare to utter such threats, let alone a remnant of the Li family. What are you really?" Li Tianyi mocked, inciting further fury from the He family representative. "I am the right-hand man of the war general, Chu Weiming. I hereby pronounce your death sentence." Chu Weiming's forehead pulsed with rage, his murderous intent surging. "You are merely a lackey of the war general, unworthy even to carry my shoes. Yet you dare to speak of judgment. Who grants you such audacity?" Li Tianyi's eyes glimmered with contempt, his words piercing like a blade into Chu Weiming's heart. This declaration pushed the collective anger of the assembly to a boiling point. To belittle Chu Weiming was, in essence, to insult the war general himself, a transgression that could not be forgiven. "Seize him. Cut off his head." Chu Weiming could no longer contain himself, his fists cracking ominously, trembling with rage. At this moment, the representative of the He family interjected, "Mr. Chu, hold on. Jiangbei belongs to us. Let us deal with this mere child. If matters escalate, we shall call upon you." The He family representative made a suggestion, garnering agreement from other family representatives. Chu Weiming, though displeased, nodded, eager to witness if this youth's words were as resilient as steel. As the prospect of a confrontation loomed, the smaller family members hastily withdrew, eager to observe this long-anticipated spectacle of Li Tianyi's downfall. With a command from the family representatives, side doors of the hall swung wide open. A cadre of guards surged in, armed with standard-issue short blades. Their expressions were steely, every breath synchronized, their powerful physiques concealing explosive strength. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the larger families and their lesser counterparts. Even their security forces were unmatched, though numbering only 50. Each was worth 10 of the hired muscle from other families. Even Mo Feng and Mo Yu furrowed their brows, recognizing that these families had come prepared. A synchronized battle cry erupted as they charged forward. Just as Mo Feng and Mo Yu prepared to intervene, Li Tianyi halted them, slowly drawing the azure cloud sword. "Bathe the azure cloud in blood. Let it quench the thirst for vengeance," Li Tianyi proclaimed, his spirit soaring as he brandished his sword, launching a single, sweeping strike. This stroke seemed to cleave space itself, dividing the world in two, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp intent. Vases shattered, furniture splintered. The advancing guards widened their eyes, frozen in place as a blade-like aura sliced through the air. A sound akin to a sword severing parchment echoed, and those guards stood motionless, blood seeping from their chests. Initially, the wounds were but paper-thin, before bursting open, cleaving their torsos from their bodies. In a single stroke, 50 lives were extinguished. All present held their breath, disbelief flooding the room, while the family representatives stood in stunned silence. Even Chu Weiming and Apos' face turned grave, his heart pounding. Mo Feng and Mo Yu felt parched, questioning their own sight. "Now it is your turn." Li Tianyi advanced, his gaze fierce as he approached the family representatives, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. The representatives trembled in terror, their authority evaporating, glancing nervously at Chu Weiming. "Enough. You shall not act with such impunity here." Chu Weiming stepped forward, voice booming, drawing his sword and aiming it directly at Li Tianyi, behind whom a disciplined formation of men appeared. Clad in black uniforms, their robust physiques emanated a palpable bloodlust. Their eyes cold and devoid of emotion, resembling emotionless beasts. The aura they exuded sent shivers down the spines of the family representatives, reminiscent of a battlefield. This farce ends here. Do you have any last words? Chu Weiming assumed the demeanor of a battlefield general, his presence shifting ominously. Li Tianyi, undaunted by the scene, felt an energy brewing within him. Let the azure cloud escort you to the afterlife. Chapter 40. The Four Great Clans. Shattered and sunk. This was the first time the people of Jiangbei had encountered a force of such magnitude. The aura emanating from them was enough to instill fear. In comparison, the guard seemed merely like security personnel. With a battalion like this, not only could Jiangbei City find its footing, but even the entire northern province would be in awe. Unfortunately, this was military strength, exceptional and trained through specialized methods, beyond their reach. As this troop emerged, nearly everyone believed that Li Tianyi was doomed. A sense of relief washed over them. Representatives from the prominent families exhaled deeply, grateful for the invitation extended to Chu Weiming. Without him, they would have surely faced calamity today. Not only was this troop formidable, but Chu Weiming's presence eclipsed that of anyone in the battalion. The representatives of the families standing beside him felt breathless under his overwhelming aura. This was true power. A collective sigh of envy filled the air, with some even resolving to send their descendants into the military for rigorous training. Attack! Chu Weiming bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, causing the very rafters to tremble. His subordinates roared in response, charging towards Li Tianyi and his companions. Emophone and MOU sprang into action, fearing for their master's safety. The two female assassins clashed with the soldiers. Keen observers noted the difference that battlefield experience made. It was rumored that the two women by Li Tianyi's side moved like shadows, striking silently. Yet, they found their advance obstructed by the battle-hardened soldiers. Mo Feng and Mou, both trained assassins, excelled in stealth and delivering lethal blows when least expected. However, their strength diminished in daylight, and direct confrontation further weakened their capabilities. They were only able to utilize half of their potential, yet even then, they weaved through the soldiers with ease. Though they could not dispatch foes swiftly, their blades consistently found their marks, delivering fatal cuts. Nevertheless, these soldiers were unlike ordinary men. Wounds that would incapacitate the average person seemed to have little effect on them, continuing their fight and causing frustration for the assassins. Meanwhile, Chu Weiming had set his sights on Li Tianyi, letting out a fierce shout as he swung his sword. Yet, upon the strike's descent, he discovered that Li Tianyi had vanished from sight. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his arm, and he gasped. A gash had appeared, blood streaming forth. Li Tianyi re-emerged a short distance to his right. Enraged, Chu Weiming lunged again, but the outcome was the same. His other arm was soon marked by another cut. Li Tianyi toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, inciting Chu Weiming's fury. With a roar, Chu Weiming's hair stood on end, and his body crackled with energy, even wisps of smoke rising from his head. His speed and strength surged dramatically. Li Tianyi recognized this as a desperate gamble, Chu Weiming risking his life to maintain the dignity of his soldiers. Yet, the inevitable did not change. More wounds appeared on Chu Weiming until the final cut marred his neck. On the other side, soldiers continued to fall, and with Li Tianyi's involvement, within moments, numerous lives were extinguished. The family representatives were left speechless, their emotions plummeting from elation to despair, akin to a roller coaster ride. The onlookers from the smaller families were similarly struck, their souls trembling in the face of the carnage, some even fainting from terror. All had perished. Whether family guards or soldiers, all vanquished at the hands of Li Tianyi. An overwhelming dread rose within the family representatives, their legs trembling as they sought to flee this scene of carnage. With a swift motion, a steel blade flew through the air, piercing the representative of the L family against the wall. The remaining representatives, terrified, wished for additional legs to escape the horror, hastily retreating. Just as they stepped through the door, another blade pierced their hearts. The representatives of the four great families all met their demise. Despair washed over the onlooking smaller families, some collapsing to the ground in madness, muttering incoherently. Fortunately, Li Tianyi spared them, leaving only a parting remark. The end of the month, do not forget. This phrase had echoed in the ears of many before. He sought to dominate all families in Jiangbei, compelling them to mourn for the fallen of the Li clan. Had Li Tianyi's words become prophetic? Fear gripped everyone. Perhaps, as he foretold, all families would indeed bow in submission. This spectacle rapidly spread to the ears of prominent figures throughout the region. Meanwhile, within a grand estate, The head of the He family wore a grim expression as he listened to his subordinate's report. The combined forces of the four great families and their soldiers had failed to subdue a remnant of the Li clan, igniting his fury. The demise of the so-called representative was inconsequential. The He family was not lacking in heirs. However, the soldiers had perished within the estate. And if the battlefield commander sought retribution, could all the families of Jiangbei withstand his wrath? Father, we must eliminate this young man before the commander arrives. Otherwise, if he seeks vengeance, our clan may face annihilation. A middle-aged man pondered for a moment before offering his counsel. Others concurred, recognizing the necessity of respecting the commander to avert provoking his immense wrath. Who could be dispatched against him? The head of the He family understood this principle well, yet the strength displayed by Li Tianyi instilled fear. Baitu, someone suggested. At the mere mention of this name, the head of the He family's eyes twitched, yet he slowly nodded in agreement. As night fell and the cold winds howled, leaves rustled ominously. Two figures darted across the treetops, agile as cats. They lightly touched the branches, propelling themselves into the air before landing swiftly on the ground below. Cloaked in black, they blended seamlessly into the darkness, halting before a villa. They were skilled assassins, effortlessly disabling the villa's locks and gaining entry to the hall. The night was ripe for murder. They hailed from Baitu, the top-tier assassins tasked with eliminating a man named Li Tianyi. This individual had a vendetta against Baitu, making their mission a twofold success. As they stealthily approached, blades drawn, the lights suddenly flickered on. Startled, they froze, realizing Li Tianyi sat calmly on the sofa, expressionless. Speak, how do you wish to die? Chapter 41, The Butcher's Gate. Kill without hesitation. The two assassins from the Butcher's Gate had initially come to kill, yet an unexpected turn of events left them bewildered. Did you know we would come, or have you discovered us beforehand? One of the killers, unable to contain his disbelief, inquired. Li Tianyi appeared to be anticipating their arrival, but such foreknowledge seemed almost impossible. They would rather believe that he had merely detected their presence. To uncover their hidden tracks would require an extraordinary level of perception, one they did not believe existed in the entirety of Jiangbei. Are you here to kill me? Li Tianyi countered, offering no answer. The abilities of these two men were likely among the finest in Jiangbei, even surpassing those of figures like Mo Feng and Mo Yu, whose senses could hardly detect their approach. Yet, Li Tianyi had perceived them from 500 meters away, lending credence to their second speculation. You are correct. We have come to kill you. However, one must wonder, how could someone like you provoke the He family and the Butcher's Gate? Another assassin could not resist but to question. In the Butcher's Gate, only a handful of experts like them existed, and they would only act in dire situations. Yet, how could a mere boy, seemingly in his 20s, possess the capability to incite such wrath? Had they truly been away from the world for too long? Or was he perhaps an illegitimate son of the He family, with someone seeking his life for fear of him inheriting wealth? Seeing that Li Tianyi remained silent, the two assassins began to speculate. They simply could not fathom how such a young man could compel them to act, akin to squashing an ant only to summon an elephant. Enough of this prattle. Li Tianyi shook his head, taken aback by the incessant babbling of the killers. From their words, it appeared even they were unaware of their true employer. They were merely tasked with executing the mission. Let us not linger. Shall you go first, or shall I? You go ahead. I killed a few people yesterday, and I'm still reeking of blood. The two began to defer to one another, seemingly dismissive of Li Tianyi. Very well. Both of you can come at me together. Li Tianyi stood, drawing his Qingyun sword with a sharp clank. The two assassins paused, almost bursting into laughter, mocking the notion that he could slay them with an ancient relic. Without a word, Li Tianyi lunged forward, the sword's glimmer chilling their hearts. This kid possesses some skill. The two were momentarily shaken by his sudden attack, barely avoiding the blade's edge. They exchanged positions, with Li Tianyi holding his sword in one hand, while the other two recovered from their surprise. Even if this boy had some talent, they deemed it insufficient to warrant their intervention. They acknowledged their miscalculation. Li Tianyi's unassuming demeanor had caught them off guard. However, they dismissed his display of skill as mere childish play, unworthy of their concern. At that moment, Li Tianyi smirked coldly and leaped outside. The two exchanged glances, disdain etched on their faces, and in an instant, they materialized behind him. Kid, it's time to die. One of them, without losing speed, lunged for Li Tianyi's heart from behind. With his current speed, Li Tianyi appeared doomed. Yet, with a swift motion, Li Tianyi spun around, moving with a speed that left the two assassins dumbfounded. He then swung the Qin Yun's sword, blood splattering in an arc. One of the Butcher's Gate experts fell, lifeless. The other assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy had actually killed a skilled member of the Butcher's Gate, igniting a furious blaze within his gaze. You will pay for this. He no longer underestimated Li Tianyi, vanishing from sight in an instant and reappearing before him, fury propelling his every move. Debris flew, leaves scattered as he charged. His blade aimed directly at Li Tianyi's heart. But this was futile. Li Tianyi had already seen through every action. With another swing of the Qin Yun's sword, the night erupted in a flash of cold light. A scream rang out as the assassin's wrist shattered, the pain excruciating. This was a formidable opponent. A truly terrifying foe. 10 or even 100 of him would not stand a chance. Every movement of his full-speed assault appeared sluggish as a snail to Li Tianyi. The once sharp blade now seemed like scrap metal. This is not a fight I can engage in. Mr. Li, we were foolish, unaware of your true capabilities. We beg for your mercy. At that moment, the assassin cast aside all notions of honor, prestige, and the pride of a skilled fighter, pleading for his life. The killer shall always be hunted. Li Tianyi uttered coldly, and the assassin's face drained of color, realizing his fate was sealed. Just then, a graceful figure rushed out, Deng Man. Having heard the commotion outside, fearing for Li Tianyi's safety, upon seeing him unharmed, she sighed in relief, but her expression paled at the sight of the corpse. Sir, the Butcher's Gate will seek vengeance. If you kill me, even if you fear nothing, can you protect your woman? The assassin, madness etched on his face, aimed to use Deng Man as leverage against Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi's eyes narrowed, a palpable murderous intent enveloping the assassin, pinning him to the ground. With a swift motion, accompanied by Deng Man's startled cry, the assassin's head rolled away. Deng Man was his Achilles heel. Should anyone dare threaten her, no matter the distance, Li Tianyi would pursue them to the ends of the earth. He brought Deng Man back inside, summoning Mo Feng and Mo Yu, issuing a stern command that they must not leave her side. They would not disobey the command of their young master, especially in his current, wrathful state. Before they could inquire about the situation, Li Tianyi vanished into the night. The Butcher's Gate. The glint of vengeance burned fiercely in Li Tianyi's eyes as he moved with the speed of lightning, swiftly covering a distance of over a kilometer, far surpassing the two assassins. At that moment, in an underground boxing arena, blood flew across the ring as spectators cheered. Bets were placed, and fighters warmed up. Amidst the chaos, an unremarkable, slender man entered, his appearance starkly contrasting with those around him. Since when did the Butcher's Gate have such a scrawny lad? One tattooed brute stepped forward, mocking him. Before he could revel in his jest, he was abruptly smashed against the wall, lifeless in an instant. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the man, who emanated a formidable aura, his words cold as winter. Those from the Butcher's Gate shall be killed without hesitation. Chapter 42. A body of strength, unable to withstand a blow, everyone was stunned, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. This was the stronghold of the 100 Slaughter sect, ostensibly a boxing gym. Yet, an uninvited man had intruded and directly slain their members. The fighters in the ring ceased their bouts, and one leaped down, while those previously engaged in merriment stood up, encircling Li Tianyi with unfriendly gazes. Why did you kill our 100 Slaughter sect members? Are you affiliated with another faction? A burly man spat, flinging his cigarette but to the ground and coldly interrogating Li Tianyi. The surrounding crowd wore menacing expressions, some even brandishing steel knives. They were incensed by this intruder, who had dared to invade their territory in the dead of night and commit murder without provocation. Such insolence was a grave affront to their dignity. Li Tianyi wasted no words. With a flick of his wrist, the Qin Yun's sword materialized in his hand. Since the assassin had claimed that the 100 Slaughter sect would seek vengeance, it seemed that their existence was rendered unnecessary. The crowd was agitated. Whether they were enemies or seeking revenge, it was evident that matters would not resolve peacefully today. You are the first to dare confront the 100 Slaughter sect. You possess remarkable audacity. Whether you seek to make a name for yourself or use us as a stepping stone, you have come to the wrong place. Almost everyone in the 100 Slaughter sect possessed some degree of skill. They were not mere commoners. They monopolized the nightlife entertainment venues, and they were not to be trifled with. As weapons were drawn, Li Tianyi prepared to unleash a massacre. Stop! A voice rang out from the far corner of the gym. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, leaped down with a thud that reverberated through the floor. At that moment, the crowd, filled with rage and the desire to eliminate Li Tianyi, found themselves compelled to halt. The imposing man, breathing heavily, advanced with a commanding presence, his gaze penetrating as if assessing a ferocious beast. In this world, while the strong are revered, reason must still prevail. Might I inquire to which faction you belong, and what grievances you hold against the Hundred Slaughter sect? Standing before Li Tianyi, he towered over him, casting a shadow of intimidation that left the onlookers feeling suffocated. His mastery of external martial arts granted him incredible strength, capable of lifting 2 tons. His rigorous training rendered him nearly impervious to harm, an embodiment of terror. Brother, why waste words on this fool? He has killed our men. He deserves death. Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the crowd. Indeed, there is nothing left to discuss. Let us eliminate him. The crowd, brimming with indignation, suggested swiftly executing Li Tianyi. The honor of the Hundred Slaughter sect was at stake, and failure to act would invite ridicule from other factions. Foolish. If you do not employ your intellect, you shall forever remain mere brutes. The towering man chastised, rebuking the crowd for their bloodlust. Have you ascertained which faction is behind this? What organization seeks to confront us, or who has cast this bait to provoke us into conflict? Despite their grumbling, the crowd refrained from further dissent, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. He is correct. Let us identify the faction involved. Tomorrow, we shall gather our forces to annihilate them. This statement garnered agreement from the masses, who clamored for vengeance, leaving Li Tianyi momentarily sidelined. Now, answer my question. Should you dare utter falsehoods, the consequences will mirror those of this ring. The towering figure spoke to Li Tianyi, his eyes flashing with intensity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a mighty punch that struck the arena floor, causing a thunderous collapse, shattering the supporting pillars. The onlookers gasped in awe, recognizing the man's formidable power. Faction. You insignificant insects lack the qualification to know. Li Tianyi found the situation amusing, as these individuals had yet to recognize him as the target of their assassins. Despite the man's prowess, he paled in comparison to the 2 assassins from earlier. As Li Tianyi's words ignited the latent fury within the crowd, the tension escalated. Brother, this fool is insufferably arrogant. Grant me the chance to cripple him. I assure you, I shall not kill him. Others echoed this sentiment, eager to see Li Tianyi incapacitated before further questioning. The towering man's expression darkened. He too was tempted to eliminate this insolent intruder. Chen Er, go and cripple his limbs. Remember, he must not die. With a cold snort, he signaled to a hawk-eyed man in the crowd. Chen Er stepped forward, surveying Li Tianyi with a cruel grin. Without further ado, he lunged, his fingers poised like claws, tearing through the air with a sound that was almost grotesque. Should an ordinary person fall victim to such an assault, they would undoubtedly lose an arm. Alas, Li Tianyi was no ordinary individual. As Chen Er struck, the towering man turned away, lighting a cigarette. Truly, you invite your own demise, he sighed, releasing a plume of smoke. Before he could take a second puff, a figure flew through the air, embedding itself in the wall, eyes wide in shock, already lifeless. It was none other than Chen Er, who had barely lasted 10 seconds in the arena. The towering man was momentarily stunned, turning to see the equally dumbfounded members of the Hundred Slaughter sect. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothing, his expression devoid of emotion. How foolish, seeking death. The towering man's fury ignited. Just moments ago, he had been relaxed, but now his countenance was one of utter rage. He leaped forward, his face a mask of murderous intent, his fists striking at Li Tianyi's head like meteor hammers. He had no intention of leaving a survivor. This boy must die today. The crowd recoiled in terror, scrambling to avoid the impending onslaught. The impact of their collision shattered the gym floor, sending debris flying as lights flickered and dust billowed down. A colossal figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall. Amidst the smoke, only Li Tianyi's calm voice remained. Is there anyone else who wishes to court death? Chapter 43. The annihilation of the butchers. At this moment, the tall figure lay amidst the ruins, a gaping wound in his chest marking the end of his life. As the dust gradually settled, Li Tianyi stood poised, sword in hand, though it remained sheathed, leaving everyone bewildered as to how he had executed his strike. The once boisterous boxing gym fell into a profound silence. Their foremost champion had been effortlessly dispatched by this young man. Shock and horror rippled through the onlookers, elevating Li Tianyi's status to an entirely new echelon. Some speculated that he must be a master from a rival organization, sent to claim dominion over the entertainment venue. Others whispered that the butchers had made too many enemies, provoking a skilled assassin to their presence. Yet, fear did not grip them. There were still more than 50 individuals within the gym, and even a master could not possibly contend with their numbers. Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrade. A cry rang out, jolting everyone back to the present, and with weapons drawn, they surged towards Li Tianyi. As the premier underground organization in Jiangbei, the butchers boasted numerous skilled fighters. Aside from the recently felled giant, there was another, swift as the wind, who refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to hurl iron claws in an attempt to ensnare Li Tianyi's ankles. Another combatant wielded a fierce blade, executing a series of intricate and powerful strikes that resonated with a sharp clarity. The crowd lunged as one, encircling Li Tianyi in a relentless assault. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. The Qingyun sword was drawn with deliberate grace, slicing through the air and severing the iron claws of the swift attacker. A horizontal slash followed, cleaving another man's steel blade in twain. As the onslaught converged upon him, the scene appeared to outsiders as a certain death trap. However, Li Tianyi's speed transcended comprehension, his sword transforming into a mere flicker, a blur in his grasp. The rapidity of their attacks seemed to him as languid as a snail's pace, easily deflected and countered. What ensued was a one-sided massacre, a flash of cold brilliance from his sword, and 5 heads tumbled to the ground. Li Tianyi resembled a bloodthirsty demon, showing no mercy as bodies fell beneath his blade. Yet, none could breach the 3-meter radius surrounding him, as his lethal sword energy carved out a domain uniquely his own. Fear gripped some, while others were left aghast. What manner of demon was this? Who was he? And how had the butchers provoked such a formidable adversary? Scanning the history of Jiangbei over the past 2 decades, one could scarcely find a rival of his caliber. In a mere 5 minutes, fewer than 10 remained standing, the rest having been ruthlessly slaughtered. The survivors were drenched in the blood of their fellow disciples, the ground littered with corpses, blood splattering everywhere, and dismembered limbs inducing waves of nausea. They gazed in horror at the man unblemished by blood, as if beholding an emissary from the depths of hell. The butchers were facing annihilation. Li Tianyi's murderous intent remained unabated. With a deft flick of the Qingyun sword, he severed yet another head from its shoulders. He did not hasten to slay them all, instead meting out judgment upon each individual, one by one. Suddenly, a hidden door in the gym swung open, and a shadowy figure darted forth, releasing a small projectile from his hand almost simultaneously. The dart, as swift as a willow leaf, aimed directly for the back of Li Tianyi's head. Yet, he had already sensed the threat, his hand darting out like lightning to grasp the dart midair. The man in black, his hair streaked with gray, showed no surprise. Instead, he executed a graceful maneuver to reposition himself, unleashing a volley of darts from his hands. A master of hidden weapons. The surviving disciples of the butchers felt a surge of hope at witnessing the black-clad figure's actions, calling out for vengeance against Li Tianyi. This was their true master, a figure seldom summoned. With the butchers in peril, he finally took action. In response to the incoming projectiles, Li Tianyi caught each one barehanded, leaving the dark-clad man astounded. The relentless barrage of hidden weapons proved tiresome for Li Tianyi, and in a moment of impatience, he vanished from sight. As if transformed into a wraith, the man in black's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet, before he could evade, 2 fists appeared before him, plunging him into utter chaos. With a resounding crash, the black-clad figure was sent hurtling away, lifeless and unresponsive. The cheers of the butcher's disciples, who had once rallied behind their cause, fell abruptly silent. Each heart felt as if struck by a powerful blow, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Li Tianyi paid no heed to the fallen body, dismissing it as one would a mere fly. His gaze fixed upon the shadowy entrance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Figures emerged from the darkened doorway, 8 or 9 individuals, clad in black, most of them middle-aged. They appeared unremarkable. Yet Li Tianyi sensed their latent power far surpassed that of the mere foot soldiers he had just vanquished. Each of them was several times stronger than Lu Yunming, with the elder at their center even surpassing Ding Wei significantly. No wonder they were the foremost underground organization in Jiangbei, their might eclipsing any family he had previously encountered. Yet, regrettably, they remained beneath Li Tianyi's notice. Are you here to wage war against the butchers? What is it you seek? Wealth, power, or territory? Should it be for such trifles, we would gladly oblige, provided you are willing to join our ranks, the elder remarked, not even glancing at the corpses strewn about. His demeanor remained congenial, an invitation extended to Li Tianyi. The previous Dark Weapon Master had been a mere test of Li Tianyi's abilities, the outcome unforeseen. If they could recruit a talent such as Li Tianyi, perhaps the butchers could expand into Tianbei after all. As for the fallen lackeys, their demise was inconsequential. But what if I am here to slay you? Li Tianyi's murderous aura surged, causing the Qingyun sword to emit a series of resonant chimes. He had awaited the arrival of these high-ranking butchers. Only by eliminating them could the organization be truly extinguished. May I inquire as to your name and the force you represent? The butchers are willing to offer triple the price. The elder's expression shifted slightly. Yet his smile remained intact, a genuine offer of allegiance. For an ordinary person, such a proposition might have been compelling. Having slaughtered so many from another organization, he was now being met with warm overtures. What is my name? I am the very one you seek to eliminate, Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the elder. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, the elder's smile evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. Chapter 44. You wretches, come and meet your doom. Upon the revelation of his name by Li Tianyi, the crowd was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of incredulity. They found it hard to believe the claims made by Li Tianyi. They had dispatched 2 experts from the Hundred Slaughter sect, both adept in assassination. Rumors suggested that this Li Tianyi possessed formidable skills, having eliminated Lu Yunming and even Ding Wei, ultimately slaughtering the subordinates of a general. This at least indicated that Li Tianyi's prowess was on par with the elder-level experts of their sect. It was no wonder the He family sought their assistance, for in all of Jiangbei, no other force could rival their martial might. With 9 elder-level experts, they believed sending 2 would suffice to eradicate Li Tianyi. How could he possibly be alive and present here? A senior elder whispered a query into the ear of the old man, contemplating whether this youth had foreseen their movements or managed to escape, seeking vengeance by confronting them. They preferred to accept this explanation rather than entertain the notion that Li Tianyi could have dispatched their elite assassins in such a brief span. Perhaps this hinted at some level of capability on his part. The elder merely nodded in acknowledgement, yet the fact remained that their sect had already been besieged, with their ranks decimated. You are indeed clever, and your intelligence is commendable, but you underestimate the Hundred Slaughter sect, since you have suffered no injury. How about I call off the assassination attempt? We shall let bygones be bygones. What do you say? The elder remained unflustered, his gaze flickering with intrigue as he perceived potential in Li Tianyi. Being so young yet so powerful, it was conceivable that in a decade or so, he might dominate the north. You might as well articulate how you wish to meet your end, Li Tianyi retorted, casting a dispassionate glance at the elder, revealing no trace of emotion. The elder-level experts seethed with rage at his words, while even the elder furrowed his brow in displeasure. Do you truly believe yourself invincible in Jiangbei? You have not yet witnessed the true might of the Hundred Slaughter sect, have you? The individuals you have slain, like Lu Yunming, are beneath our notice. Do you now grasp the disparity between us? The assembly seethed with indignation at Li Tianyi's audacity, deeming him excessively arrogant. Had it not been for the elder's desire to forge an alliance, they would have lunged at him in fury. Young friend, at our level, threats of violence are beneath us. If you are unwilling, we shall part ways amicably, the elder declared, his patience wearing thin. He had not anticipated that Li Tianyi would prove more obstinate than a stone in a privy. If such a person could not be won over, it would be unwise to escalate hostilities further. Seeing Li Tianyi's capabilities, the elder was reluctant to engage in a bloody confrontation. If you wish to kill, then kill. If you desire to let me leave, then let me go, Li Tianyi countered, dismissing the elder's words and instead confronting them directly. What do you mean? Do you intend to fight us? Just you? Your leader allowing you to depart is already a favor. Otherwise, after you have slain my disciples, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. The elder-level experts could no longer contain their fury, believing Li Tianyi to be ungrateful and ignorant of restraint. Yet, they underestimated him gravely. Li Tianyi advanced, drawing his sword, transforming into a blur of motion, his speed astonishing. The elder's pupils constricted, but they immediately responded, preparing to eliminate this audacious youth. Heaven has a path. You refuse to tread it. Hell has no door. You seek to enter. The elder roared in anger, his body emanating wisps of vapor as he joined the fray against Li Tianyi. They attacked with fists and blades, each formidable in their own right. A middle-aged man struck with his fist, which emitted a brilliant white light, powerful enough to crash against Li Tiany's back. Yet, a wretched scream escaped his lips as searing pain coursed through his arm. It felt as though he had struck a 1-meter-thick steel plate, unyielding and unbreakable, resulting in an instant fracture. Others fared no better. An elder wielding a knife had his arm severed, blood staining half his body, a gruesome sight. One unfortunate soul was pierced through the chest by Li Tiany's fist, a gaping wound oozing life's essence. Li Tiany descended upon them like a war god. Each sword stroke and punch delivered with an unassailable ferocity, rendering him unstoppable. Only the elder managed to withstand some of the onslaught, yet even he coughed blood, having expended all his strength in a failed attempt to strike Li Tiany, only to be repelled by the force of his inner energy. His insides felt as though they had been rearranged, suffering a grievous injury. At that moment, he finally accepted the grim reality. The 2 elder-level experts dispatched had been slain, and all within a mere 10 minutes. How could this be? Gazing at the scene where Li Tiany resembled a deity of death, the elder could scarcely believe his eyes. How could a single body attain such limits, transcending the realm of humanity? The might of the 100 Slaughter sect, if unleashed without restraint, could conquer all of Jiangbei in a day. Yet now, one man had them subdued. The elder was engulfed by shock, as the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. In mere moments, the elite of the 100 Slaughter sect were nearly annihilated, with hardly 2 still standing. Fear gripped him, a visceral terror of death rising within. With a swish, the elder bolted towards the exit, but just as he reached the threshold, an oppressive aura, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon him. Thud! A sound echoed as the elder was crushed to the ground, unable to rise. He felt like a mere ant at the foot of a mountain, utterly insignificant. The sound of Li Tiany's footsteps echoed ominously in his ears. The elder turned to witness the eradication of the 100 Slaughter sect's disciples and all their experts. In that moment, he was paralyzed with fear and flooded with regret. Li Tiany slowly raised the Qingyun sword, his eyes devoid of warmth. An hour later, as dawn broke, several cars came to a halt outside the boxing gym. A group of middle-aged men, accompanied by their guards, slowly pushed open the gym's doors. As the doors swung wide, a nauseating, acrid scent of blood assaulted them, nearly provoking their stomachs to revolt. Upon lifting their gazes, they were met with a sight that rendered them speechless. The gym was strewn with corpses, countless in number, the blood still fresh, exuding a foul stench. Atop the highest platform sat a solitary figure, coldly observing them. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 45. If you do not come, like the 100 butchers, the scene in the boxing gym filled all onlookers with dread. As if they had stepped into a hellish abyss. Countless severed limbs lay scattered across the ground, and the heads that had tumbled there still bore expressions of terror. Their eyes wide open, the collapsed ring and the shattered walls bore silent witness to a brutal conflict that had transpired. The members of the He family felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this grim tableau. Just yesterday, everything had been intact, yet overnight, the entire 100 Butchers sect had been eradicated. Amidst the sea of corpses, a young man stood resolute. In the midst of such carnage, he bore no sign of distress. His brow unwrinkled. 2 women flanked him, brandishing sharp blades, their expressions grim and unyielding. Could it be that they were responsible for this massacre? After all, this was the 100 Butchers, the most formidable force in northern Jiang. Which prominent family possessed such strength? What had truly transpired here? Unable to contain their curiosity, the He family members turned to Li Tiany, whose face had gone pale, suppressing his fear and revulsion. They evidently did not recognize him. As the last time he had appeared, all had met their demise, leaving no trace of his likeness. They provoked me, hence their fate. Li Tiany sat calmly atop the ring, his demeanor tranquil as he refrained from making a hasty move. He had gleaned from the elder of the 100 Butchers phone that the He family was in league with them, and thus he awaited their arrival. It was early in the day when the He family had come to verify the bodies he had left behind. "May I inquire who you are, and what grievances you hold against the 100 Butchers?" Several middle-aged members of the He family frowned, their faces betraying their displeasure. The 100 Butchers had been hired to eliminate Li Tiany, yet now, with their demise unknown, a formidable opponent had brought about their downfall. "You are members of the He family?" Li Tiany countered, his gaze piercing as he looked down upon them. "Indeed, we had some dealings with the 100 Butchers. Your actions have placed us in a most awkward position," the leading middle-aged man admitted, his displeasure evident. Although they were astonished by Li Tiany's capability to annihilate the sect, Their status as the foremost family in northern Jiang afforded them a certain confidence, rendering them unperturbed by a mere skilled fighter. "And what do you propose to do?" Li Tianyi inquired with a cold smirk, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. "Our collaboration with the 100 Butchers was to have them eliminate one individual named Li Tianyi. Now that the 100 Butchers are no more, perhaps you could fulfill that task," the man suggested, his brow furrowed as he directly invited Li Tianyi to undertake the assassination. However, he could hardly fathom that the very person seated above was Li Tianyi himself, and the He family was foolishly offering a bounty for his own demise. Truly, the He family was astute in identifying new partnerships. The stench of blood was overwhelming, causing the middle-aged man to grimace further, as he produced a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose while awaiting Li Tianyi's response. "Very well, I accept." Li Tianyi rose, confirming his agreement. The expressions of the middle-aged men brightened as they exchanged glances and nodded at one another. "I shall disclose the whereabouts of this individual. How long do you anticipate it will take to complete the task? I can offer a preliminary sum of 20 million. I require proof of his demise." The middle-aged man coughed lightly, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed contempt. To them, the 100 Butchers and this young man were merely competent fighters. Regardless of skill, all must eat, and even the strongest must bow before the financial might of their families, becoming subservient. "Are you inquiring about the time frame? It can be done at this very moment. Alive, if you prefer." Li Tianyi feigned innocence, leaping down from the ring and smiling lightly. "Now, you mean you can capture Li Tianyi immediately?" The middle-aged man was astounded, incredulous at the assertion. He was aware of Li Tianyi's prowess. Could this youth truly eliminate him in such a brief span? No, I have already brought him before you. I am Li Tianyi." A cold smile crept across Li Tianyi's lips as he stood directly before the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the man was rendered speechless, while the others questioned their own ears. "You are Li Tianyi? What a jest! How could he possess such capabilities? He has even obliterated the 100 Butchers. Yet he is scarcely in his 20s. The voice of the middle-aged man dwindled, a hint of panic creeping into his heart. The young man before him appeared no older than 20, and as per the accounts of those present, Li Tianyi was often accompanied by two formidable women, akin to vigilant bodyguards. The middle-aged man's teeth chattered, cold sweat forming on his brow, for indeed, two women stood at Li Tianyi's back. Even a fool could discern the uncanny coincidence. This could only mean that the person before him was unequivocally Li Tianyi. Panic seized the middle-aged man, his calves trembling in fright. "Save me!" he cried out in desperation, attempting to flee towards the guards behind him, calling for help. The guards, realizing the urgency, sought to shield their He family members. Yet, it was too late. With a swift motion, the Qingyun sword pierced the middle-aged man's heart from behind. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth struggled to articulate words, but his pupils began to dilate. "Kill him!" The remaining middle-aged men were struck with terror, scrambling behind their guards. Yet, these guards were not the pampered offspring of wealthy families. They were hardened individuals who felt no discomfort amidst the brutality. As protectors of the He family, they were no ordinary fighters, but they were unfortunate enough to encounter Li Tianyi. These lowly henchmen did not require Li Tianyi's intervention. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, armed with their blades, surged into the crowd. Li Tianyi, meanwhile, retrieved a handkerchief from the deceased middle-aged man's grasp, wiping the blood from his sword. For those who have wielded a knife to carve carrots, they would understand the sentiment of Mo Feng and Mo Yu at that moment. The guards fared no better than the carrots in their hands, as one sword stroke felled 5 or 6 of them. In less than 3 minutes, the duo had dispatched all opponents, adding fresh, warm blood to the crimson-stained boxing gym. The remaining middle-aged members of the He family cowered in a corner, heads bowed, trembling, their bodies smeared with the blood of their fallen guards. When they finally mustered the courage to lift their heads, they beheld only the retreating silhouettes of Li Tianyi and his companions, accompanied by the chilling proclamation, "In 3 days, all families in northern Jiang shall don mourning garb," proceeding to the mass grave to pay their respects to the Li family. "If you do not come, it will be as if you are but 100 butchers." Chapter 46. The grudges of Jiangbei must be settled after this night. The 100 Butchers sect will no longer exist in Jiangbei. Once a formidable underground organization that monopolized the nightlife of the region, its downfall will usher in a tempest of bloodshed and the rise and fall of various factions. As news of this monumental event spread, families across Jiangbei were left in shock. Some were gripped by fear, while others were filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Underground organizations that had long suffered under the thumb of the 100 Butchers began to stir, eager to seize the territory left vacant. Unlike the established families, some leaders even sought to express their gratitude to Li Tianyi. At this juncture, news began circulating within the family's groups, and an invitation from the He family was received. Instantly, everyone sprang into action. Luxury cars poured out of the villas, all converging on a singular destination. The foremost family of Zhongbei was preparing to take action, rallying the collective strength of the city to eradicate the malignant presence of Li Tianyi. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances were astonished. The He family was mobilizing the entire power of Zhongbei merely to confront one individual. An undercurrent of tension swept through the city. In a certain estate in Zhongbei, groups of armed guards stood vigilant, their demeanor serious and unwavering. Members from various families were invited inside, and even the seasoned guards could not help but be taken aback by the gravity of the gathering. In the grand hall, the heads of the He, Liu, Qian, and Zhao families occupied the foremost seats, accompanied by dozens of other family heads or key figures. The atmosphere was charged with solemnity. Each expression was grave as they united to consolidate Zhongbei's strength. The remnants of the Li family had returned, leaving a significant impact on the region, and those present were clearly willing to advance or retreat together with Zhongbei. The patriarch of the He family, though approaching his 60s, commanded authority as he spoke, silencing any murmurs with his presence. His words were unequivocal. Those who chose not to participate today would find themselves at odds with all of Zhongbei, facing inevitable repercussions. The actions of the Li remnants had stirred universal outrage, marking them as a common adversary that must be eradicated. The heads of the Chun and Zheng families rose to express their ire toward Li Tianyi, while many others echoed their sentiments, voicing their willingness to unite against the Li family's remnants. Li Tianyi had antagonized far too many families, nearly inciting the wrath of all Zhongbei. Many now yearned for his demise. Yet, some family heads furrowed their brows, weighing the potential consequences. As smaller families with no ties to the Li family, they found themselves in a precarious position where involvement could prove detrimental. However, a universal truth lingered: when all are in error, even one's innocence can be deemed a fault. With no dissenting voices, the assembly would proceed according to plan, integrating the strength of all families. The He patriarch rose, his words resonating with conviction, and the families present expressed their eagerness to act. Enmity toward Li Tianyi ran deep, and they were prepared to pay a hefty price for vengeance. Thus commenced the first day of Li Tianyi's 3-day ultimatum, uniting the families of Zhongbei into a formidable alliance. They set aside their past rivalries in commerce and territory, coming together in a spirit of solidarity. For Li Tianyi, this first day unfolded with unexpected tranquility. No one sought confrontation, and no unforeseen events transpired. He and Deng Man spent a serene day in their home, marking it as the most comfortable day he had experienced since returning to Zhongbei. As the second day dawned, the atmosphere in Zhongbei began to shift ominously. Even during his errands, Li Tianyi overheard murmurs of unrest among the populace, who sensed impending turmoil. Large chain supermarkets shuttered their doors, granting employees paid leave for an entire week, much to their confusion. Such closures typically incurred substantial losses, significantly impacting the daily lives of nearby residents, leading to widespread grievances. The peculiarities did not end there. Entire office buildings closed, with undetermined reopening timelines and compensation for losses. Absurdly, some upscale restaurants and hotels were hastily selling off their properties at half price, as if in desperate need of cash. Numerous transportation routes were abruptly closed, prohibiting vehicles and pedestrians alike, citing road damage. All these events unfolded within a single day, stirring a palpable sense of impending change among the ordinary citizens. Vehicles dwindled on the streets, and people hurried home, with parents cautioning their children against venturing outside. Some began hoarding essential supplies, while rumors circulated of a lurking terror organization in Zhongbei. It was said that the great families were poised to unite against this threat, promising the citizens of Zhongbei a return to safety. Li Tianyi, however, remained unfazed by these rumors. He keenly sensed that the activities of these families were a clear attempt to eliminate him, and the supposed terror organization was merely a manifestation of his own identity. Yet, he continued to indulge in his daily pleasures, for he believed that rumors would eventually dissipate, yielding to clarity and calm. On the third day, Imophone and Mou arrived, their expressions grave as they informed Li Tianyi of significant movements among the families. Yet, he had already sensed the tension. The villa they resided in had been selling rapidly to affluent buyers, but within a single day, the entire populace had vacated. His perceptive instincts revealed that they were the only occupants remaining in the entire neighborhood, a clear indication of the family's machinations against him. Mo Feng and Mo reported the presence of helicopters circling above Jiangbei, and many convoys appeared on the sealed roads. Observations revealed that these convoys were manned by genuine soldiers, likely mercenaries. The streets of Jiangbei grew increasingly deserted, with a heavy atmosphere weighing down on the hearts of its inhabitants. Yet, Li Tianyi remained composed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events all along, instructing Mo Feng and Mo to prepare for a challenging day ahead. As the fourth day arrived, the appointed time had come. Stepping outside, he cast his gaze toward the burial grounds, his eyes gleaming with determination. The grievances of Jiangbei were destined to be resolved. Chapter 47. With your blood. Avenge my grievances. Li Tianyi personally went to purchase joss paper and gold ingots, adorned with a white flower on his chest and a black mourning veil on his arm. 5 years ago, at this very moment, the Li family was annihilated, and today marks the anniversary of that tragedy. Silent, he sat in the vehicle, the significance of the day flooding him with memories of the past. The roads were sparse with vehicles, and scarcely any pedestrians could be seen. Before long, the trio arrived at the desolate burial ground in Jiangbei. As they stepped out, a chilling sense of desolation enveloped them. The sky remained as heavy and oppressive as ever. The burial site was devoid of any living creature, littered only with a haphazard arrangement of mounds of earth, creating a scene of profound sorrow. Li Tianyi approached the graves of his kin, engaging in the ritual of burning paper offerings, refraining from inquiring about family matters. Mo Feng and Mo stood nearby, vigilant and alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The unusual occurrences in Jiangbei over the past few days had left them feeling uneasy, as if something sinister lurked in the shadows, poised to strike a lethal blow. In the distance, a barren hill was gradually shrouded by ominous clouds, and the sisters' gazes were drawn upward. Beneath that oppressive darkness gathered a throng of people, their numbers substantial, at least in the thousands. Mo Feng and Mo recognized the heads of the Zhao, Chun, and Deng families among them. They had come. Nearly all the families of Jiangbei were present. Yet it was evident that they were not here to honor Li Tianyi's 3-day truce. Their demeanor was not one of mourning, but rather radiated hostility. Behind them stood the soldiers from the convoy Mo Feng had observed. Each warrior towered over 6 feet, clad in specialized steel armor, wielding alloy long knives at their waists. They moved like a well-drilled army, their synchronized steps stirring up dust and causing the ground to tremble, their cold expressions resembling that of merciless killing machines. Li Tianyi rose, gripping his sword with one hand while the other rested behind him, coldly observing the approaching throng of soldiers. As they drew nearer, the desolate mountains echoed the tension between the two factions. The families of Jiangbei advanced aggressively, with thousands of soldiers at their backs, their leaders casting glances at Li Tianyi, their eyes brimming with ire and animosity. Li Tianyi maintained an impassive demeanor, standing tall against the chilling wind that billowed through his garments. The Qingyun sword in his grasp hummed ominously, as if ready to transform into a dragon and strike down his foes. He stood alone against the entirety of Jiangbei, moving forward with unwavering resolve, with no possibility of retreat. Mo Feng and Mo stood by his side, their blades gleaming and sharp, poised to draw blood at any moment. Did you not wish for the families of Jiangbei to gather at the burial ground? We have arrived. However, we are here to take your life. The head of the He family stood resolutely amidst the cold wind, his voice commanding, his posture erect despite his advanced age. You slaughtered the entirety of the Wang family, leaving not a single descendant. Do you dare to acknowledge this? My Chen family suffered the loss of over 100 lives at your hands, without an ounce of mercy. Do you remember, you little beast? And our Deng family. The leaders of all families stepped forward, vociferously denouncing and interrogating him. This assembly represented the true core strength of all the families, intent on confronting Li Tianyi for a final resolution. With the backing of thousands of soldiers, they felt emboldened to confront him, even as the memories of their slain loved ones haunted them. The collective outrage of the families erupted, accusing Li Tianyi of murdering their sons and extinguishing their lineages. Do you hear? The entirety of Jiangbei curses you, wishing for your demise. Thus, you must die. Your transgressions are far too grave. Only your blood can atone for your sins. Therefore, surrender and avoid needless sacrifice. The head of the He family quelled the clamor, addressing Li Tianyi with righteous indignation. This proclamation thrust Li Tianyi into direct opposition with the entire city, as all present pointed fingers at his alleged wrongdoings. They understood that no individual could withstand the might of a city. Li Tianyi's gaze darkened as he surveyed the assembled crowd. Then allow me to pose you a question. His expression was complex, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Was the Li family guilty back then? He fixed his stare upon them, eager to gauge their responses. If they deemed him guilty for slaying their kin and extinguishing their ancestral flame, he was curious to know their justification. If his actions constituted a crime, then what sins had the Li family committed? In the realm of reason, Li Tianyi's query rendered them speechless. Each family leader fell silent, exchanging looks of confusion, at a loss for words. Alas, one could only lament that the Li family lacked the means and strength to confront formidable foes, leading to their obliteration in history. Years had passed, and discussing it now bore little significance. It was not a valid reason for their annihilation. The head of the He family feigned righteousness, his words resonating as he attempted to dismiss the matter. Li Tianyi chuckled, his laughter mingling with the howling wind, echoing far and wide. It was a derisive, mocking laughter, aimed at the shameful, cold-blooded, and hypocritical nature of these families from Jiangbei. Their ancestral homes had been usurped, their graves repurposed for construction. Family members desecrated and left to rot in the wilderness, with even Deng Man sold out by her own kin multiple times. Thus, Li Tianyi believed he had committed no wrongdoing. His actions were justifiable. You just stated that the Li family lacked sufficient strength and resources. To me, you are not but a swarm of ants. Since you possess inadequate power, what grounds do you have for complaint? Li Tianyi's scornful laughter continued, echoing his sentiments back at them. The affairs of the past cannot be equated with today as circumstances. Perhaps some families erred, yet such transgressions can ultimately be pardoned. They should not have suffered your massacre. The head of the He family's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a mere youth could wield such eloquence. Li Tianyi was destined to die, but they desired his demise to unfold in their preferred manner. Just as the Li family had been extinguished, they would fabricate a tale of a great fire, tidying up the aftermath with ease. Today, Li Tianyi would similarly meet his fate. As you stated, the weak deserve death. You all are no different. Since you refuse to don mourning attire, let blood spill here. Li Tianyi and Appo's murderous intent began to rise. He was left without words, with only the prospect of bloodshed remaining. Only their blood could quell the animosity directed at the Li family. Child, this will be the final resting place for your Li family. The head of the He family spoke softly, surveying the desolate burial ground. Upon receiving the signal from the families of Jiangbei, the soldiers commenced their advance, thousands charging forth, all intent on slaying one man. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were the first to charge ahead. Despite the overwhelming numbers, they pressed on without hesitation. Li Tianyi flicked his Qingyun sword, producing a soft chime. Then let us settle the debts of the Li family. Chapter 48. The aura of death, staring into the abyss. Thousands of mercenaries surged forth, a formidable force that stirred the very earth beneath them, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Their blades glimmered with an ethereal light, cleaving through the biting winds. Their gazes devoid of emotion, resembling the most cold-blooded assassins. For a price, they would not hesitate to slaughter innocents, their eyes betraying no flicker of remorse. It is no exaggeration to label them as instruments of war. Yet, their services commanded an exorbitant fee, and their strength did not stem from Jiangbei. Only a coalition of the powerful families of Jiangbei could afford to employ these war machines, and even the He family would find it burdensome. In this battle, they felt assured of victory. After this confrontation, who would dare to defy the collective might of the families? Such rebellion would surely invite retribution. Some family heads exhaled with relief, certain that Li Tianyi was destined for demise. Others lamented, having expended vast sums of cash and liquidated numerous assets to orchestrate this spectacle. Only the head of the He family remained silent, shaking his head with a sigh. To orchestrate such grandeur merely to eliminate a remnant of the Li family seemed absurd. If word of this spread, it would surely invite ridicule. They held the upper hand, harboring no concerns. Regardless of Li Tianyi's prowess, he would meet his end today. Meanwhile, the true battle commenced. Mo Feng and Mo Yu led the charge, elite assassins of the crane-killing pavilion, unflinching in the face of countless battles. The soldiers moved swiftly, yet the two women outpaced them, seamlessly infiltrating the enemy ranks. Mo Feng's sword danced like flowing water, her movements elusive and unpredictable, and in an instant, blood spilled as warriors fell before her. Her blade was swift and razor-sharp, rendering the soldiers' long knives as ineffective as paper, their armor no match for her ferocity. With a single sweep, she inflicted ghastly wounds upon several warriors, cleaving some in half. Mo's swordplay was fierce, each strike akin to cleaving the heavens. A vertical guillotine that none could withstand. As dozens of soldiers fell, more surged forth, their long knives descending with lethal intent. Amidst the chaos of battle, the two women maneuvered effortlessly, weaving through the gaps between the soldiers, leaving a trail of warm blood in their wake. However, the sheer number of opponents began to take its toll. Even against a sea of lesser foes, fatigue crept in. Mo Fong felt the sting of a blade slice through her clothing, nearly drawing blood, while Mo's hair was severed in several places, a close call. Yet they pressed on, embodying the spirit of Valkyries, instilling fear in the hearts of their adversaries. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from behind, and a figure, as formidable as a mountain, charged into the fray. The impact reverberated like a sonic boom, causing eardrums to rupture and blood to flow. Dozens of soldiers were struck down as if by a freight train, their bones shattered, their insides reduced to pulp. Li Tianyi entered the battlefield, his gaze cold and lethal, exuding a palpable aura of death. The Qingyun sword in his hand glimmered ominously, instilling dread in those who beheld it. His presence ignited a frenzy among the soldiers, who, enticed by the bounties offered by the powerful families, sought to bring him down. They charged at him with reckless abandon, eager to claim the prize of his lifeless body. "Come forth," Li Tianyi roared, his voice echoing with defiance. The Qingyun sword buzzed with energy as he struck down several soldiers in an instant, their bodies cleaved in twain. The sword's power leaving gaping wounds in its wake. Another swing, and the soldiers fell from head to toe, their organs spilling onto the ground. Blood cascading like a torrential downpour. The earth itself seemed to split apart, leaving a gash several meters deep. The air was thick with the scent of carnage. The cries of the dying ringing out like a chorus from the depths of hell. The family heads, witnessing this carnage, were taken aback, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had not anticipated Li Tianyi's overwhelming prowess. Amidst the throng of soldiers, he did not appear as a cornered prey, but rather as a war god, defying all odds. Yet, as they observed the calm demeanor of some family heads, their anxiety subsided. At that moment, Li Tianyi's resolve only intensified, his aura of invincibility growing ever more formidable. Over 20 soldiers converged on him, intent on inflicting a heavy blow, their expressions taut with dread. In the presence of such a fierce adversary, a single misstep could lead to death. Yet, none could breach the 3-meter barrier surrounding Li Tianyi. The razor-thin sword energy swept across the battlefield, rendering flesh and armor alike as mere parchment, easily torn asunder. With Li Tianyi's participation, Mo Fong and Mo's killing spree escalated. As if they were competing in a deadly race, heads falling like autumn leaves. The family heads atop the hill stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be immortal? Thousands had failed to vanquish them. Their expressions shifted from calm to dismay, brows furrowing as fists clenched tightly, faces paling. What manner of monster was this? In less than half an hour, the ranks of soldiers had dwindled from 1,000 to fewer than 100. Would they ever be able to defeat them? This question haunted not only the family heads but also the soldiers, who believed that as their numbers dwindled, so too would the strength of their relentless foe. Yet, as the bodies piled high, Li Tianyi's ferocity only grew, showing no sign of fatigue. Fear gripped the hearts of some soldiers, and they hesitated to charge forth. The battlefield resembled a true charnel house, a rain of blood staining the desolate earth a deep crimson. Li Tianyi's eyes glowed with a fierce red, his fury unabated. Transforming him into a harbinger of death, no soldier could hope to survive his onslaught. At long last, the final head fell. The fervor for riches extinguished from the soldier's face, leaving only horror and trepidation. Li Tianyi radiated an aura of white mist, his eyes ablaze with crimson. The very essence of death surrounding him, causing the surrounding flora to wither in an instant. The heads of the smaller families bristled in terror, waves of fear crashing over them. The head of the He family paled, his fears confirmed. This adversary was far from easy to deal with. Yet he still held a reserve. Li Tianyi's gaze bore into him, his words chilling as the onset of winter. What are you waiting for? Release them to their doom. Chapter 49. The so-called warriors are nothing remarkable. He Jia, the head of the He family, took a deep breath and nodded solemnly towards the rear. At this moment, the crowd parted, and 3 individuals clad in distinctive armor emerged, their appearance bearing little difference from the warriors before. However, these 3 were clearly middle-aged men, their armor radiating a dark sheen, and their long blades were cold and sharp, seemingly forged from impenetrable metal. As they stepped forward, an immense aura surged forth, causing every heart to skip a beat, as if the very air had been siphoned away. These 3 men possessed formidable strength, far beyond that of the previous warriors. Each one could rival 500 soldiers. It was no wonder that the heads of the prominent families remained unperturbed. This was the true ace in the hole. Upon witnessing the arrival of these super warriors, the heads of the smaller families erupted in jubilant cheers. After investing so much effort, they could not afford to let this young man escape. What face would the families of Jiangbei have left? He Jia maintained a calm smile, appearing utterly at ease. The 1,000 warriors had undoubtedly exhausted much of their stamina, and now, with the emergence of these 3 super warriors, they would surely be vanquished. The heads of the smaller families felt their investments were vindicated. The fear that had gripped them moments ago dissipated. The 3 super warriors wasted no time, advancing directly towards Li Tianyi. Their speed transcended human limits, each step creating deep craters in the ground as though struck by explosives, accompanied by a thunderous sound. They were truly like 3 monstrous beings in human form. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at this terrifying display of power. To their eyes, the 3 seemed to blur into mere afterimages, arriving before Li Tianyi in an instant. Li Tianyi dismissed Mo Feng and Mo Yu, waiting composedly for the 3 to strike. The 3 super warriors attacked from 3 angles, their long blades raised high, eyes cold and merciless. With a swift motion, they swung their blades in unison. The space appeared to split in 2, as the intensely powerful alloy blades cleaved toward Li Tianyi's neck, moving so fast they left traces in the air. Li Tianyi's gaze sharpened. His Qingyun sword flashed like lightning, even swifter than the 3, accompanied by a deafening crack. He charged directly toward the blades, meeting their combined force head-on. In that instant, it felt as if thunder had struck. 2 torrents of ferocious power collided, producing a piercing, thunderous sound. The ground seemed to erupt in a cataclysm, the area within several meters being torn asunder, with deep gashes marring the earth, a testament to the unleashed blade energy. This single blow echoed like an explosive detonation, leaving the spectators breathless, their hearts racing in their throats. As the dust settled, the landscape lay ravaged. Yet one figure stood resolutely amid the chaos: Li Tianyi, the remnant of the Leaf family. Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. Several family heads collapsed to the ground, their eyes devoid of life, consumed by despair. The expressions of the heads of the prominent families were equally dramatic. He Jia, initially astonished, doubted his own vision, only to turn pale and exclaim, "Impossible." Yet the 3 super warriors lay motionless in the craters, lifeless. This was the stark reality. Their blades shattered, their armor in tatters. Each bore a horrific sword wound that pierced through their hearts. Li Tianyi sheathed his sword, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked toward the assembled families with an icy demeanor. If you were to see the Grim Reaper approaching, what emotions would you experience? Fear, terror, despair, perhaps even madness. The families now found themselves in the same predicament, utterly lacking the courage to flee. They had just witnessed Li Tianyi's prowess. Even the fastest sports car would pale in comparison to his speed. If you possess no means to confront formidable foes, then is your death not a foregone conclusion? Li Tianyi stood before the family heads, his Qingyun sword emanating a frigid glimmer. The members of the smaller families trembled in fear, while only a few of the more seasoned heads could maintain their composure, albeit their faces drained of color. The Chun and Deng families lamented their fates, bemoaning their misfortune with tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, the Grim Reaper stood before He Jia, his eyes glowing with a blood-red intensity, sending chills down the man's spine. He Jia dared not meet his gaze, his heart racing, teeth chattering, ultimately settling into a bitter smile. "Young Master Li, our family bears no connection to the massacre of yours. It was entirely orchestrated by the He family." Just then, a middle-aged man, glistening with sweat, crawled to Li Tianyi's feet, weeping and pleading. As one person succumbed to fear, others followed suit, crawling and crying. Faced with the devil and the specter of death, all notions of dignity, alliances, and pretense vanished. A chorus of voices erupted, denouncing the He, Lu, Qian, and Zhao families, branding them as instigators. The members of the Qin and Ding families, witnessing this scene, felt a bitter pang. Their grievances with Li Tianyi had escalated to an irreconcilable state. Even begging for mercy would yield no relief. The four prominent families had orchestrated the extermination plan. None involved would escape unscathed. Li Tianyi's words were cold and unwavering, delivering a death sentence to all present. Those who pleaded for mercy turned ashen, their eyes vacant, some even resorting to curses and frenzied howls, driven mad by despair. He Jia let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. He felt the chill of the wind howling around him, mixed with the sound of rapid footsteps. Yet, the pounding grew louder, and the wind intensified, stinging his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of several helicopters circling low, drawing nearer. In the distance, armored vehicles appeared, resembling steel behemoths, roaring forward with thunderous engines, racing toward their location. In an instant, the once desolate burial ground erupted with the cacophony of steel machines and the thunderous roars of helicopters. The family seemed to forget the Grim Reaper at their side. Transfixed by the spectacle, Zhao Qilan of the Zhao family nearly collapsed, as if the tension had finally released its grip. He Jia and Apos' face, too, was alight with excitement, betraying his elation. He has arrived. The Star Warrior is here. We are saved. The heads of the other prominent families rejoiced, even wishing to rush forth to welcome the warrior. In their moment of impending doom, the arrival of the warrior shone like a beacon, dispelling the darkness in their hearts. Li Tianyi did not hasten to act, but quietly observed the unfolding scene, softly uttering a chilling phrase. But even a Star Warrior cannot save you. Chapter 50. The arrival of the senior sister. The Valkyrie, the armored vehicles and helicopters were unmistakably military assets, belonging to the forces of the war general, representing the pinnacle of strength in Huagua. Initially, they had presumed that the war general would not return, considering the Jiangbei families beneath his notice. Consequently, they expended considerable resources to hire super soldiers. However, Li Tianyi's formidable prowess surpassed their comprehension, nearly resulting in their annihilation. In that critical moment, the war general appeared, akin to a large hand rescuing a drowning person from the depths of despair. The various families cheered, entirely oblivious to Li Tianyi's previous whispered words. Those families that had pleaded for mercy sprang to their feet, their faces twisted with resentment as they cursed him to an ill fate. They soon turned and surged into the crowd, raising their arms in fervent calls, oblivious to the shame of their earlier actions. The armored vehicles lined up before the families, while the helicopters descended slowly. Cold, resolute soldiers, well-trained and fierce, leapt from the vehicles, forming ranks with an air of unyielding authority. Each soldier was armed and donned in immaculate camouflage uniforms, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation that instilled fear in all present. The families hastily retreated, leaving only Li Tianyi standing defiantly, flanked by Mo Feng and Mou. As all eyes turned in anticipation, a figure descended from the largest helicopter, capturing everyone's attention. This war general stood nearly 2 meters tall, a middle-aged man whose bulging muscles seemed ready to burst from his camouflage attire, exuding explosive power. His closely cropped hair gave him a clean-cut appearance, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle and Apos' breath heavy and vitality exuberant. War General, the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens, as if even the clouds had been momentarily dispelled. Some members of the families turned pale, with one collapsing from the sheer force of the shout. Zhao Qilan from the Zhao family trembled as he approached the war general, desperately trying to explain, No, I am from the Zhao family. I'm the one who used connections to summon General Jiang. His face drained of color as he spoke. The Zhao family, under the leadership of their elder, had previously held some resources and even had acquaintances in the Tianbei Jiang family. This war general, Jiang Yu, hails from that lineage. I heard you summoned me merely to deal with one individual? War General Jiang Yu dismissed the alert soldier with a glance, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. War generals typically followed the orders of relevant authorities in Huagua, dealing with extraordinarily formidable foes, individuals capable of dismantling tanks with their bare hands or withstanding rocket fire. Such figures often held significant notoriety within their circles, most registered with the war generals. Had it not been to repay a favor, Jiang Yu would never have deigned to visit this insignificant place in Jiangbei. Indeed, General, that individual has killed your subordinate, exhibiting great arrogance. The patriarch of the He family lamented, his voice thick with sorrow. Other families quickly echoed his sentiments, claiming they witnessed Li Tianyi cleave the war general's subordinate in two. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, palpable anger brewing as his gaze pierced through the crowd toward Li Tianyi. The families continued to besmirch Li Tianyi, as if filing a complaint. Yet, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing the temperature to plummet, limbs stiffening, and even small puddles beginning to freeze. Jiang Yu and Appo's mere anger had altered the climate for several meters around him, instilling fear even in the soldiers, who instinctively took a step back. The crowd hastily retreated, and Jiang Yu's gaze met Li Tianyi's. Despite facing such intimidating presence from a one-star war general, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, holding his ground. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dared to meet his gaze, indicating a certain fortitude. Alas, he has slain my subordinate. A mere youth has subdued all of you in Jiangbei, rendering you utterly useless, Jiang Yu scoffed, surveying Li Tianyi while mocking the Jiangbei families. Though these were esteemed families in Jiangbei, today they had summoned him to confront a mere 20-something, which he deemed disgraceful. The families felt their pride wounded, their resentment toward Li Tianyi intensifying. You should take your own life, otherwise it will be said that a war general has bullied the weak, tarnishing my reputation. Jiang Yu cast a condescending glance at Li Tianyi and his companions, exuding an oppressive aura. He sensed a subtle energy emanating from Mo Feng and Mo Yu, reminiscent of certain assassins he had encountered before. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi appeared as an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible aura. Is it merely your status as a one-star war general? If you kneel before me now, I might consider taking you as a dog, Li Tianyi retorted disdainfully. His words struck like thunder, leaving everyone present momentarily paralyzed. The stern soldiers couldn't help but lean in, curious about the audacity of this individual. The families were aghast at Li Tianyi's boldness, lamenting his impending doom. The air grew even colder, fierce winds whipping through the gathering, as though the very atmosphere had been stripped away, causing the families to struggle for breath. Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with icy fury, his hair bristling, his face betraying a storm of rage, a single thought consuming him: to obliterate this insolent youth into a mist of blood. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, with all presuming Li Tianyi's fate was sealed, certain that no one could save him. Just then, a familiar sound erupted, a tremendous roar drawing nearer at a rapid pace. Over 20 armed helicopters approached, each adorned with menacing rockets that instilled a sense of dread. Even Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, observing the commotion. The helicopters did not land, yet all could clearly see figures leaping from them. This spectacle startled the onlookers. How could anyone survive such a fall from several dozen meters? Then, thunderous explosions erupted, creating craters in the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The earth trembled beneath them, evoking a sense of trepidation. As the dust began to settle, a striking figure emerged, and upon seeing her, Li Tianyi couldn't help but smile faintly. She donned ornate armor that clung to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves. With an exquisitely beautiful face adorned with an icy demeanor, she resembled a Valkyrie descended from the realms of myth. Who dares to harm my junior brother? Chapter 51. If the divine descends, assassinate the general. Her voice was chilling yet commanding, resonating in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Behind her, from the deep pits, figures emerged, 10 in total, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their bodies reeking of fresh blood. Among them, there were both men and women, each cloaked in an enigmatic and subtle power, masters concealed in the shadows. An armed helicopter descended slowly, its pilot emanating an aura of lethal intent akin to that of the gathered crowd. At this moment, Jiang Yu, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a shift in his previously relaxed demeanor, becoming solemn and grave. He hadn't anticipated such intriguing developments in Jiangbei today. No wonder that young man dared to be so audacious. He clearly had formidable backing. Yet, the murderous intent in Jiang Yu's eyes did not wane. To insult a general was an affront that could not be easily forgiven. Otherwise, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The various clans present felt an ominous premonition regarding the sudden appearance of this woman and her fearsome subordinates, who were evidently allies of Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi gazed at the breathtaking woman, and even he, typically reserved, couldn't help but smile. Second senior sister. He felt a surge of excitement, having reunited with the sister who had treated him like family after many years. Long time no see, Tianyi. The stunning woman, Yuning, melted the frost from her visage as she turned her gaze towards Li Tianyi, blooming into a radiant smile that resembled the warmth of spring. The cold-hearted warriors around them were momentarily entranced, captivated by her ethereal beauty. It was not an exaggeration to say her smile could enchant 100 hearts. The members of the Crane Kill Pavilion were likewise dazed. They had rarely witnessed their leader smile, always maintaining an icy demeanor. Jiang Yu, though somewhat moved, quickly suppressed his emotions, knowing that they might soon become adversaries. Senior sister, what brings you here? Li Tianyi, in her presence, shed his usual icy exterior, displaying a gentle warmth. The enchanting woman before him was none other than his second senior sister, Yuning, one of his closest confidants. I happened to pass through Jiangbei and thought I'd come to see you. Is that not permissible? Yuning playfully tapped the top of Li Tianyi's head, a hint of reproach in her tone. All right. I was just planning to visit you once this matter was resolved, but time has eluded me. Li Tianyi responded with a shrug, expressing his helplessness. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, momentarily leaving Jiang Yu and his entourage in a state of awkwardness. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, upon witnessing their leader's demeanor, widened their eyes in disbelief. Jiang Yu's countenance turned increasingly grim, his eyes smoldering with barely contained fury, his fists clenched tightly. As a one-star general, he was accustomed to being treated with respect, even by his adversaries. Yet now, he felt utterly insulted and belittled. Are you attempting to help him gain prominence? I am a general of Huagua. If you obstruct me, you shall bear the consequences. Jiang Yu's forehead throbbed with tension as he coldly questioned Yuning. He sensed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared and might possess the strength to rival him. Yuning's conversation with Li Tianyi was interrupted, and her expression darkened as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Yu, instantly reverting to her frosty demeanor. She scrutinized everyone present, her brows slightly furrowing. A detail Jiang Yu swiftly noted. A smirk curved his lips. It seemed this woman was wary of his power and would not act recklessly, as he had surmised. She soon addressed Li Tianyi. Junior brother, I believe I need not intervene on your behalf. Very well. Li Tianyi shrugged nonchalantly, displaying a casual demeanor before his senior sister. Jiang Yu's cruel smile emerged, confirming his belief that in the face of life and death, bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood were trivial compared to one's own survival. The clan shared this sentiment. Breathing a sigh of relief, it appeared the general held greater sway. Some clan leaders even shouted in excitement, praising the general's might. Yet, the exchange between the senior sister and junior brother nearly drove Jiang Yu to the brink of rage, compelling him to leap forth and eliminate them. A mere general, accompanied by a motley crew, is hardly worth my attention. I had anticipated encountering a foe of grander stature. Yuning sighed, shaking her head in disappointment, her disdain evident as she dismissed the others. Jiang Yu, infuriated, caused the ground beneath him to tremble, the air around him freezing into frost. Kill. The final command erupted from between his gritted teeth, infused with a murderous aura that painted the sky crimson. The seasoned warriors behind him surged forward in an instant, charging toward Li Tianyi and his companions. As they launched their assault, their weapons were drawn, dark barrels aimed menacingly at the group. Then, leave that fellow to you. I shall handle the lesser foes, Yuning remarked casually, still engaged in conversation with Li Tianyi, utterly unfazed by the chaos. As she finished speaking, the 10 or so masters from the Crane Kill Pavilion sprang into action, moving like phantoms, their forms blurring as they advanced. The warriors, sensing the threat, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets flying in a furious storm. Yet terrifyingly, the masters of the Crane Kill Pavilion did not flinch or evade, allowing the bullets to strike them. Each one was shielded by a thin, ethereal barrier, as delicate as paper, yet impervious to the onslaught of bullets. The warriors, witnessing this, discarded their firearms and drew their short blades, readying themselves for a melee confrontation with the masters. Meanwhile, an overwhelming force surged forth, uprooting the earth around it like a tornado. Jiang Yu was on the move, his lethal intent directed straight at Li Tianyi and Yuning. Undaunted, Li Tianyi faced the impending threat with calm assurance. Senior sister, watch as I capture this general. Chapter 52, 100 kills. Not a single survivor. Li Tianyi unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, racing toward the one-star general. Witnessing Jiang Yu finally make his move, the families erupted into jubilant cheers, with some rallying support for the general. Among them, the corpulent head of a family was particularly animated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For these lesser families, witnessing a general in action was a rare spectacle, something they might never see again in their lifetimes. Some had grown up hearing legends of the generals, instilling in them a belief that these warriors were invincible. Meanwhile, the warriors engaged in battle with the masters of the Crane-killing pavilion, but as soon as the clash began, they realized how gravely mistaken they were. The adversaries moved with an elusive grace, their blades ineffective against the opponents, making it impossible to lock onto a target. Conversely, the casual strikes of the masters produced thunderous booms, generating sonic blasts with terrifying lethality. In mere moments, several warriors were obliterated by a gaunt man's palm, reduced to bloody remnants. Others were struck with such force that gaping wounds appeared, leaving the scene gruesome and decidedly one-sided, with no chance of retaliation. At this moment, Jiang Yu had approached Li Tianyi, completely disregarding the chaos around them. "Embrace death," Jiang Yu roared, launching a full-force attack. In an instant, his fist was enveloped in a misty white aura, accompanied by a piercing sound that heralded destruction. Li Tianyi, undeterred, chose to confront the one-star general head-on. He extended his delicate, fair hand, striking out lightly as if performing Tai Chi. Seeing this, Jiang Yu scoffed, convinced that Li Tianyi's arm would shatter under his might. Yet, as they drew closer, Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss. Li Tianyi's slow motion belied the immense power that would soon be unleashed. As his elegant fist neared his chest, the air around it tore apart, igniting flames and resonating with a deep, thunderous hum, reminiscent of a meteor descending from the heavens. But it was too late. Their fists collided with a cataclysmic force. A thunderous boom erupted, causing the battlefield to collapse in a 10-meter radius. With massive stones flung into the air amidst a swirling cloud of dust. In the newly formed crater, Jiang Yu's arm had vanished, leaving half his body drenched in blood. His condition utterly horrifying. A searing pain radiated from his nerves to his brain, yet Jiang Yu remained silent, overwhelmed by shock rather than physical agony. How could someone so young possess such terrifying combat prowess? Jiang Yu could hardly fathom it. Even more horrifying was that Li Tianyi emerged unscathed from the monumental clash. "I refuse to believe you possess such strength." The one-star general, utterly broken, howled in madness. Li Tianyi snorted coldly, and as Jiang Yu launched another punch, a murderous intent surged within his eyes. With a sharp sound, the Qingyun sword was drawn. Li Tianyi swung the blade with ferocity, causing Jiang Yu to pale with an overwhelming sense of despair. His fist could not withstand the ferocious sword energy. In a mere heartbeat, the blade shredded his other arm, leaving it in tatters. The Qingyun sword continued its relentless path, cleaving his head in two. Li Tianyi sheathed his sword, and Jiang Yu's lifeless body crashed to the ground. A once mighty one-star general, who had looked down upon Jiangbei, now lay dead in this forsaken graveyard, his life extinguished by a single punch and a single sword strike. In another part of the battlefield, the masters of the Crane-killing pavilion had dispatched all of the one-star general's subordinates. They seized the family members one by one, dragging them before Yuning as if they were mere chicks. "Have you lost your minds? Don't you see we are allies of the general? If you treat us this way, he will annihilate you." The oily-faced man screamed, reprimanding the masters of the Crane-killing pavilion. But in the next moment, his voice was abruptly silenced. A long sword pierced through his back, obliterating his heart into a pulpy mass. With a cold glint in his eyes, a gaunt man discarded the body aside. The remaining individuals trembled in fear, silenced by terror. "Master, shall we eliminate these people as well?" One of the Crane-killing pavilion's experts inquired, his eyes glimmering with a blood-red hue. Upon hearing this, the family members turned pale, some even falling to their knees in desperate supplication. "Let my junior arrange it," Yin replied, not even glancing at them, her beautiful eyes fixed on the deep pit. At last, a figure emerged, sword in one hand, the other resting behind his back, strolling forward with an air of nonchalance. With a resounding crash, the deep pit behind him collapsed, buried under rubble and earth. Once invincible and renowned, the general had descended with 50 followers, intending to slay Li Tianyi. Yet, he had not anticipated that this graveyard would become his final resting place, alongside wandering souls and restless spirits. The families were stunned to see Li Tianyi emerge, their hearts gripped by horror. Li Tianyi had indeed slain the general. Despair washed over them, extinguishing any flicker of hope. The head of the He family let out a heavy sigh, his murky gaze lifted to the sky as if resigned to fate. He had built a commercial empire in Jiangbei from scratch, facing countless hardships without ever flinching. Yet now, he found himself undone by a mere youth, watching decades of effort crumble to dust. "Can you spare the bloodline of the He family?" he asked, his voice tinged with bitterness, as if pleading with Li Tianyi. Other families, some resigned to their fate, ceased their resistance, smiling as they awaited liberation, while others, unwilling to accept their demise, attempted to flee but were swiftly pierced by a sword. "But first, do you think my kin would agree?" Li Tianyi glared at the He family head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Years ago, the Li family had been mercilessly slaughtered, and those who begged for mercy had met the same fate. "Ah, how ruthless! But you will ultimately meet the same end. We were merely pawns in the past," the He family head spat, his face contorted with resentment as he cursed Li Tianyi. "You speak of the Lin family?" Li Tianyi's expression remained calm, utterly unconcerned, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flared in his eyes. "The Lin family will share your fate." Chapter 53. Total annihilation. Root and branch. The head of the He family stared wide-eyed, incredulous, never having anticipated that Li Tianyi was aware of the Lin family's affairs. Indeed, the Lin family was not like our clans. They possessed several formidable warriors, and you would be killed, leading to the annihilation of the Li family. The expression of the He family head was frenzied, as if he could foresee Li Tianyi's future. Some individuals, like those clinging to a lifeline, began to threaten Li Tianyi regardless of their connections to the Lin family. Jiangbei appeared as a wild wasteland compared to Tianbei, with the Lin family towering as a colossus, their power immeasurable. Should you pursue total extermination, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Indeed, you may extinguish us, but can you truly contend with the Lin family? Zhao Qilan of the Zhao family displayed none of his earlier composure, his heart filled to the brim with fear. Those present, of illustrious lineage, were the local emperors of Jiangbei, some possessing wealth that ordinary people could not amass over generations. If there was even the slightest chance of survival, none wished to become the souls of a mass grave. "When you lack strength, do not complain," Li Tianyi scoffed, seeing through these individuals. At his subtle signal, Mo Feng and Mo Yu swiftly executed the heads of the He, Lu, Qian, and Zhao families. The entire sky over Jiangbei turned crimson that day, and for a long time to come, it would surely descend into chaos and conflict. As these prominent families crumbled, smaller clans would tread upon their corpses to ascend to their positions, becoming the new He and Zhao families. This is the world of the survival of the fittest. Only true power holds sway. Moreover, some families, such as the Deng and Qin clans, were also ruthlessly eliminated without mercy. Li Tianyi had offered them a chance, but they sought their own demise. However, he did not pursue total annihilation. Some smaller families were indeed unrelated to the downfall of the Li family and had only come here under duress. Thus, Li Tianyi granted them a choice. They could don mourning garb to pay respects and escort the Li family's remains back to their ancestral burial site, or face death. The members of these smaller families, terrified to their core, dared not refuse. They promptly procured candles, paper offerings, and mourning attire, even summoning other family members to join. In an instant, this makeshift graveyard surpassed even some prominent families' funerals in grandeur, with hundreds kneeling in rows, alternately burning paper money. The desolate mountains echoed with sorrow, the cold wind carrying a hint of weeping. Hundreds of mourners formed a grand procession, bowing with each step, kneeling to welcome the Li family's remains back to their ancestral grounds in Jiangbei. Dozens of vehicles adorned with white banners approached, some bearing floral wreaths, others scattering paper money. A funeral team unearthed the Li family remains, placing them in an exquisite redwood coffin, then loading it onto a vehicle. Li Tianyi stood quietly by, his heart heavy with unnameable emotions. Yun Ying and others stood beside him, silent, aware that this pain would forever linger in his heart. The procession set off, with certain families blocking the road, drawing the attention of onlookers. They arrived at the Li family's ancestral burial site, now restored to its original state, the previous structures having been completely dismantled. The coffins of the Li family were interred, and ritualists clad in yellow robes were invited, performing what resembled a dance, chanting phrases that spoke of souls returning home to find peace. This news stirred considerable commotion in Jiangbei, unveiling the truth about the Li family. It was revealed that the Li family had been annihilated by a coalition of families, and now their descendants had returned to exact vengeance. Many from various families spontaneously came to pay their respects and assist in the funeral, expressing sentiments of both admiration and sorrow. Yet, the following day, most would forget this event, as it seemed too distant, relegated to mere dinner-table conversation. Those families that had donned mourning attire to pay homage became subjects of ridicule. Little did they know that these families bore no resentment towards Li Tianyi. In fact, they were filled with gratitude. As the prominent families fell, they were the first to reap the benefits. Upon returning to the villa, Li Tianyi's first action was to instruct Mo Feng and Mo Yu to eradicate the remaining influence of those families. Blood soon stained Jiangbei once more, with screams echoing from various locales and the ground littered with corpses. Rumors spread that a terrifying force in Jiangbei had vanquished the allied families in a bloody purge. This rumor even compelled the citizens of Jiangbei to isolate themselves at home for several days, fearful of the terror that might unleash chaos. Li Tianyi and Apos' words were unyielding. From this moment forth, Jiangbei would witness a transformation. In the span of a single day, the He, Qian, Lu, and Zhao families were entirely eradicated, save for a few young heirs. He showed no mercy towards the likes of the Chun and Deng families either. A monumental upheaval gripped Jiangbei. Meanwhile, the instigator, Li Tianyi, calmly sipped tea in his villa, watching television. To his left sat Deng Man, and to his right, Yuning. From this point forward, all hostile forces in Jiangbei were to be accounted for, yet Deng Man was solely concerned for Li Tianyi's well-being. "Ah, my junior brother, your insight is commendable." Sitting on the sofa, it was impossible to conceal Yun Ying's striking figure, especially when not clad in armor. Yet, she bore a frosty demeanor towards outsiders. Even towards Li Tianyi and Apos' acquaintances. Deng Man, feeling the pressure emanating from Li Tianyi and Apos' senior sister, found her breathing somewhat labored. "Senior sister." Li Tianyi frowned and tapped the table. "All right, no more teasing her." Yun Ying offered a smile, retracting a fragment of her imposing aura, instantly alleviating Deng Man's discomfort. "I was merely passing through and must depart shortly. Say a few flattering words, and senior sister, why not handle the Lin family for us?" Yuning spoke casually, as if annihilating the Lin family were no more significant than crushing a few ants. Deng Man widened her eyes, casting a discreet glance at Li Tianyi's second senior sister, her disbelief palpable. After all, this was the Lin family, a prominent clan in Tianbei. Even 100 families could not compare. How could she speak of the Lin family as if they were no more formidable than a plucked rooster? Yet Li Tianyi shook his head, rejecting his second senior sister's suggestion. "Senior sister, this is a matter for our Li family. I must personally eradicate each of my family's killers. Jiangbei is merely the beginning. No matter what forces arise thereafter, I shall uproot them entirely." He rose and approached the window, gazing towards Tianbei, his eyes harboring an undiminished hatred. "Lin family, are you prepared?" Chapter 54. Not only dare I strike, but I also dare to kill. Tianbei is a vast metropolis located in the heart of the northern province. Its expansive area is equivalent to more than 20 Jiangbei regions, rendering Jiangbei merely a corner of the northern province in comparison. Upon arriving in Tianbei City, one is immediately enveloped by a sense of openness. Towering skyscrapers rise majestically, luxury cars and beautiful women abound, and opulent shopping malls and boutiques line the streets in succession. Li Tianyi settled Deng Man, and then made his way directly to Tianbei City with Mo Feng and Mo Yu. Although his second senior sister had departed, she had imparted a shocking revelation to Li Tianyi before her departure. Apart from him, another member of the Li family exists, a man named Li Fudan, his uncle. He survived because he betrayed the Li family, luring enemies to their sanctuary. 5 years ago, his uncle vanished from Jiangbei, and according to his second senior sister, he is now in Tianbei City. Upon receiving this news, Li Tianyi felt not only anger but a profound sorrow. Now, newly arrived in Tianbei, his first task is to unearth this traitor of the Li family and confront him directly. Tianbei City stands as the economic and cultural hub of the northern province. Every individual traversing the commercial plaza is impeccably dressed, embodying the elite of society. When Li Tianyi, clad in a simple shirt and jeans, arrived, he attracted curious glances from nearly everyone. The area is replete with towering office buildings housing some of the most prominent companies in Tianbei. Despite sensing the strange and even disdainful gazes surrounding him, Li Tianyi remained unperturbed, striding purposefully. However, when some well-dressed elite men caught sight of the elegant Mo Feng and Mo Yu accompanying him, they paused, intrigued. They speculated if this young man might belong to a prominent family, given the presence of two strikingly composed beauties at his side. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of Li Fudan's company, Fudan Real Estate. The towering building boasted over 30 floors, a valuable asset in the financial district of Tianbei. It appears that after betraying the Li family, his uncle has been living quite comfortably. With anger rising within him and his gaze turning steely, Li Tianyi stepped boldly through the doors of Fudan Real Estate. He approached the front desk and learned that Li Fudan was holding a shareholders' meeting on the 36th floor. "Are you looking for my father?" A voice, slightly magnetic, broke through, accompanied by the overwhelming scent of luxurious perfume. Li Tianyi turned to see a well-groomed young man assessing them with a smile, flanked by two burly bodyguards. Li Xiao, the front desk attendant, and some passing staff greeted him obsequiously. Li Xiao? Li Tianyi's expression sharpened. This young man was none other than Li Fudan's son, his cousin whom he had never met. Though Li Fudan had a son, he had never brought him back to Jiangbei, leaving him in the care of his father-in-law in Tianbei. "Are you saying Li Fudan is your father?" Li Tianyi inquired, seeking confirmation. However, his cousin's gaze wandered past him, drawn instead to Mo Feng and Mo Yu, only returning to reality upon hearing Li Tianyi's question. "Yes. You don't seem to be from Tianbei. What business do you have with my father?" The young man's tone turned slightly chilly, clearly displeased by Li Tianyi's directness. "I am a relative of your father, here to inquire about some matters," Li Tianyi offered, a slight smirk forming on his lips. "Relative?" The young man blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend how his father could still have relatives after all these years. Although skeptical, his curiosity was piqued by the presence of Mo Feng and Mo Yu. "How about this? I know of a fine foreign restaurant nearby where we can chat over a meal," the young man suggested, his attention shifting back to Mo Feng and Mo Yu. Mo Feng and Mo Yu remained unfazed, their killer instincts rendering them indifferent to external influences. "No need. I will go up to find him," Li Tianyi replied coldly, fully aware of the young man's ulterior motives. The young man frowned, his irritation palpable. "Brother, my father is in a meeting. No one can disturb him. If you dare go up, I assure you, you will leave with broken legs. Moreover, I was asking these two young ladies, not you. A country bumpkin trying to claim kinship with our family? Who do you think you are?" Feeling belittled, the young man's arrogance surged. The relatives of the Li family were all high-ranking executives or hotel magnates, individuals of high social standing. In contrast, Li Tianyi's shabby appearance only fueled the young man's disdain, suspecting him of attempting to extort the Li family. As the two bodyguards approached, ready to physically remove Li Tianyi, he showed no sign of retreat. In a flash, he struck out, delivering two swift blows. The guards were caught off guard, their bodies lifted off the ground before crashing to the floor like discarded sacks, their faces swelling and blood streaming from their noses, their teeth presumably knocked out. The young man, witnessing this spectacle, recoiled in shock, hiding behind his bodyguards. "If you dare cause trouble at Fudan Real Estate, you must be tired of living. Get rid of him." His face contorted with fury, revealing a history of bullying others. The two burly bodyguards, though astonished by Li Tianyi's speed, charged him nonetheless, aiming to seize his shoulder. Yet the outcome was the same. They soared through the air, landing heavily and sliding across the floor. As the young man refocused, all he could see were the two guards convulsing on the ground, their injuries horrific. After dispatching the assailants, Li Tianyi turned his indifferent gaze toward the young man. "Not only do I dare to strike you, but I also dare to kill you. Do you believe me?" Chapter 55. Acting on behalf of heaven. Relentless in execution, the pale-faced man sensed the murderous intent in Li Tianyi's words, a chill coursing up his spine. "Do you dare to kill me? You, a mere country bumpkin, think you can take my life? You are digging your own grave." He had never encountered someone as ruthless as Li Tianyi before. Though trembling in fear, he stubbornly clung to the belief that he had powerful connections. Those surrounding them were equally shaken by Li Tianyi's display of prowess, deeming him excessively audacious for daring to threaten the eldest son of the Li family. Yet, Li Tianyi was unfazed. He seized the pale-faced man with ease, much like a child handling a chick, and dragged him into the elevator. His intention was not to end the life of his cousin, but to inquire about the situation in Tianbei City. The pale-faced man was quaking in terror, spilling every detail he knew. He introduced himself as Li Tianbin. When Li Tianyi asked if he was aware of the affairs of the Jiangbei Li family, the young man, accustomed to a life of indulgence, confessed ignorance. He had never been to Jiangbei, and his father had only visited during the year-end. "Surely your father must have told you that the Jiangbei Li family is your true kin?" Li Tianyi inquired, his brow twitching with irritation. Li Tianbin, however, appeared bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. Li Tianyi proceeded to inform him about the Jiangbei Li family, asserting that Li Fudan was his uncle, a native of Jiangbei. Li Tianbin dismissed this claim, insisting that his family had always been registered in Tianbei and that his father had not returned to Jiangbei in 5 years. If you are trying to associate with my father simply because of our shared surname, you are mistaken, he muttered, casting a fearful glance at Li Tianyi's back. As the elevator reached the 36th floor, Li Tianbin was unceremoniously dragged into Li Fudan's office, resembling a ragged dog. Upon arrival, he overheard a familiar voice. This year, Ruintai's sales in Beijing have not been satisfactory, and there are issues at the Jiangbei branch. A key figure has died. We need to discuss this. The voice belonged to a robust, middle-aged man, laced with an accusatory tone. Is this because of the ancestral residence of the Li family? Do you suspect me of foul play? We are partners, after all. Another middle-aged man spoke, his voice simmering with suppressed anger. Do not misunderstand. You are one of the few descendants of the Li family. If you have any news, do let me know. Our boss is extremely displeased, and the consequences could be dire. The commanding tone of the man rendered Li Fudan silent. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The conference room door burst open, and a human-shaped object fell to the ground, startling everyone inside. Li Fudan looked down and felt his heart drop. Tianbin. He saw his son, resembling a lifeless dog, his body limp, multiple fractures visible, barely clinging to life. He had been seized by Li Tianyi, who had shattered the conference room door with a single blow. It was a miracle that he had survived. Inside the room, aside from Li Fudan, there were a few others from Runtai, all bewildered by the scene. Did someone dare to create chaos within Fudan real estate? Li Fudan cradled Li Tianbin in his arms. Panic etched across his face, desperately trying to call for medical assistance. I can see you are suffering, so you do understand the pain of the heart. A voice drifted in from outside, seemingly mocking Li Fudan. Who is it? Who's out there? Come in. Whoever harmed my son will not leave here alive. Li Fudan's eyes reddened with rage, yet he still retained a sliver of rationality. The moment he heard the voice, he had summoned all the bodyguards to the 36th floor. Third uncle, long time no see. Li Tianyi stepped into the room, his gaze icy as he regarded Li Fudan. With a thunderous crack, Li Fudan felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Gazing upon that familiar face, he felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Unable to reconcile the reality before him, the others from Runtai shared his disbelief. Were not all members of the Li family supposed to be dead? How was it possible for another to emerge? Could this young man have any connection to the Jiangbei Runtai incident? Li Tianyi, you are alive? How can this be? Li Fudan exclaimed, scrutinizing Li Tianyi repeatedly until he was convinced of his identity. I was beginning to wonder if you were truly one of the Li family. To save your own skin, you betrayed your kin. Should you not descend to the depths of hell for this? Li Tianyi's eyes burned with the flames of vengeance. His voice as chilling as winter and Appo's breath. Li Fudan had never anticipated this turn of events, and he could hardly believe that the Li family was not completely annihilated. Regardless, I am your elder. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? And is Tianbin's condition your doing? Faced with the betrayal of a once familiar relative, Li Fudan revealed no hint of familial affection, instead chastising coldly. In the past, he had betrayed the Li family for survival, and now, a mere descendant of the family could not stir his hardened heart. You will soon wish you had met a more merciful fate than his. Li Tianyi unsheathed the Qingyun sword with a resounding clash, its brilliance illuminating the room. He intended to wield the heirloom of the Li family to eliminate this traitor. Tianyi, you should not have returned. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but the Li family no longer exists. Let bygones be bygones. I can offer you some money. Leave Beijing and live a good life, will you? Li Fudan's brow furrowed as he eyed the sword in Li Tianyi's hand, a deep-seated trepidation taking hold. He recognized the weapon as the treasured heirloom of the Li family, and that Li Tianyi intended to execute him on behalf of the family. Li Tianyi was fully aware of Li Fudan's trepidation. His keen senses had detected a group approaching swiftly. Sword in hand, he disregarded Li Fudan's pleas and moved towards him with cold resolve. Boy, do you truly think so little of us? Do you intend to kill our Runtai partner before my very eyes? Interjected a well-dressed middle-aged man, his demeanor increasingly convinced that the Jiangbei Runtai incident was linked to Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Do you wish to accompany him to the grave? Chapter 56. Lost Souls and Wandering Spirits. Li Tianyi harbored no favorable impression of Runtai. In Jiangbei, Runtai conspired with the Qin family, encroaching upon the ancestral home of the Li family, their burial grounds, and even the mass grave. Should they dare to obstruct him, Li Tianyi would not hesitate to make them accompany him in death. Did they think that, armed with a mere broken sword, they could fancy themselves as heroes of legend, invincible in all the world? The middle-aged man's expression darkened, his demeanor exuding the authority of a superior as he derisively laughed at Li Tianyi. As he spoke, he gestured, and the two stern-faced men beside him stepped forward, appearing to be formidable bodyguards. Go, disable his hands and feet, and avenge our partner. The rest will be left to him. The middle-aged man scoffed, clearly dismissive of Li Tianyi. If he were indeed the one who had slain the figure of influence in Jianbei, he could return with the body and receive a reward. Alas, I warned you that your return was a mistake. Do not blame my uncle for being ruthless. After all, you have caused my son such suffering. Li Fudan expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged man before letting out a sigh toward Li Tianyi. His words dripped with lamentation, yet the twitch of his eyes betrayed his true intentions. He wished for Li Tianyi's disappearance from this world, whether due to the harm he had inflicted upon his son or the potential troubles he might bring in the future. The two bodyguards demonstrated their exceptional prowess as they advanced toward Li Tianyi in a mere step, astonishing Li Fudan. These were no ordinary men. They were martial artists, explaining the middle-aged man's audacity. As they approached, both guards formed their hands into claws, conjuring a gust of wind as they viciously aimed for Li Tianyi and Apos' arms. Yet, in the next moment, they grasped nothing but air, their hands skimming past his arm without so much as grazing his clothing. Their pupils constricted in shock, but there was no time to contemplate. They lunged for Li Tianyi's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Li Tianyi let out a cold laugh, his wrist pivoting swiftly as the Qingyun sword sliced through the air. With a swift whoosh, the sword's icy gleam was accompanied by a spray of blood, erupting forth instantaneously. Two anguished cries followed as the black-clad guards clutched their severed arms, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Bloodied limbs fell to the ground, and the gruesome scene caused the hearts of onlookers to seize. The expressions of the two guards transformed in an instant, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their pallid faces reflected sheer terror as they stumbled backward. This was a genuine master, a rarity even in Tianbei. Such a figure would be a revered guest in any prestigious family, occupying a vital role. How could he be present here? As panic surged within them, they contemplated fleeing through the window. However, Li Tianyi would not allow such an escape. Those who dared to strike at him would find no mercy. His eyes blazed with intensity as he swung the Qingyun's sword with ferocity. A visible, tangible wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving tables, chairs, and porcelain vases in half. The force remained undiminished as it struck the two guards, who could not even utter a cry before a crimson line appeared across their bodies, splitting them in two. Organs and intestines spilled forth, painting the ground a deep crimson, as if 2 buckets of blood had been splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless, his blood seemingly frozen, his entire being paralyzed as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Li Fudan nearly leaped from his seat, astonished as if witnessing the feats of a celestial being, his jaw dropping in shock. Was this a form of killing from afar? Could it even be considered human? Surely, even the superheroes of cinema could not wield such power. As they regained their composure, their faces turned ashen, fear washing over them like a tide. Tianyi, I am your third uncle, your last remaining relative in this world. Do you truly wish to witness the fall of the Li family? Li Fudan's body trembled, for he perceived the murderous intent in Li Tianyi's eyes, attempting to appeal to their familial bond. Yet he seemed to have forgotten his recent actions against Li Tianyi, wishing for an outsider to eliminate him. Such a person, merely existing, was a disgrace to the Li family. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by the sound of guns being chambered. Li Fudan's bodyguards had arrived, surrounding the office. The middle-aged man exhaled a sigh of relief, his pale knuckles relaxing slightly, as cold sweat drenched his back. My security personnel have arrived. If you do not leave now, you may find it impossible to escape. Li Fudan cursed inwardly at the slowness of his men while attempting to placate Li Tianyi, fearful of provoking his wrath. Meanwhile, the corridor erupted into chaos with the sounds of struggle and anguished cries. Li Tianyi remained unfazed, as though he had anticipated the ensuing conflict, displaying no surprise at all. Conversely, the two others felt an ominous premonition rise within them. In the corridor, 2 graceful figures flanked the entrance, blocking the security personnel from entering the office, leading to one-sided slaughter. These were merely ordinary security guards. Even armed with pistols, they could not pinpoint the two agile figures. Their movements had surpassed the capability of the naked eye to track. Each time they approached, only afterimages remained, and with each flash of their gleaming swords, lives were claimed. Those behind surged forward, while the front lines cried out in panic, desperate to retreat. The corridor descended into utter chaos. These men became mere lambs for slaughter, mercilessly dispatched by the two figures. In less than a few minutes, the sounds outside dwindled, leaving behind a scene of carnage. With bodies strewn about and walls painted in blood, Mo Feng and Mo Yu approached Li Tianyi, their swords still dripping with blood, exuding an aura of lethal intensity that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. "Did you eliminate the security personnel outside?" The middle-aged man from Runtai exclaimed in astonishment. The entire security detail of Fudan Real Estate numbered at least 50, yet in mere moments, they had all been vanquished. Even the two martial artists from earlier could not have accomplished such a feat. Li Fudan's lips twitched, his heart racing like a tempest, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Li Tianyi approached, sword in hand, gazing down at the utterly despondent Li Fudan. "Upon your demise, you shall become a lost soul, a wandering spirit, devoid of the right to enter the ancestral grounds of the Li family." Chapter 57. Though distant, they shall be punished. Though close, they shall not be forgiven. Upon hearing the sentence of his impending demise, Li Fudan was instantly engulfed by terror, his spirit shattered. As he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, he claimed to be the third uncle of Li Tianyi, asserting the bonds of blood. Yet, where was this fraternal sentiment when he betrayed the Li family? Li Tianyi's retort was sharp, rendering him speechless, his words laced with icy resolve. "I am not merely a member of the Li family. I am also part of the Zhu family. Should you take my life, they will not let you escape unscathed. Do you truly wish to live as a fugitive?" Faced with Li Tianyi's unwavering determination, Li Fudan lost his composure and resorted to threats. If the Zhu family is indeed involved in the annihilation of the Li family, then their existence is rendered unnecessary. Li Tianyi sighed deeply, raising the Qingyun sword and directing it toward Li Fudan. "The Zhu family is a prominent clan in Tianbei. How dare you?" But before Li Fudan could finish his protest, a crimson line appeared across his neck. His pupils dilated, the disbelief etched upon his face. At that moment, his son, Li Tianbin, Li Tianyi's cousin, lay on the brink of death, his body convulsing before he succumbed. Compared to Li Tianyi, they were the true remnants and cancers of the Li family. Today, Li Tianyi would eradicate the traitors of the Li family, restoring its honor. "My involvement in your family's affairs is non-existent. What transpired earlier was my fault, and I am willing to make amends." The remaining middle-aged man watched in terror, powerless to intervene. He bowed deeply, his posture submissive, beads of sweat dripping onto the floor, his anxiety palpable. "You just attempted to kill me. For that alone, you shall not live." Li Tianyi scoffed, showing no mercy. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by thunder, collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen, his heart extinguished. "I am the manager of Runtai Real Estate. Do you know of Runtai Group? It is one of the top companies in the country." The middle-aged man's lips quivered as he desperately shouted, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Tianyi. "Third in the nation? I single-handedly annihilated the branch in Jiangbei. What can you do?" Li Tianyi's disdainful words echoed, as he looked down upon the middle-aged man with the indifference of a god. Indeed, it was he. The middle-aged man realized. This was the individual who had stirred chaos in Jiangbei, the remnant of the Li family. But Tianbei is not Jiangbei. Before he could finish, Li Tianyi ended his life without a hint of compassion. After dispatching these men, Li Tianyi stepped out, his eyes unblinking. Today had gone smoothly. Upon arriving in Tianbei, he had already accomplished his first task, eliminating the traitors of the Li family. As for the Zhu family, Li Tianyi held only one belief: those who obstructed him would perish. In the southern part of Tianbei, there lay a luxurious villa complex, known to house 1/10 to 1/12 of the wealthy elite, a rather daunting statistic. The trio made their way to a villa sprawling over 10,000 square meters. With its gardens, courtyards, and swimming pools, it was the epitome of opulence. This was the residence of Li Fudan, and Li Tianyi had acquired the keys from his office, learning of its existence. According to his son, the massacre of the Li family was far from simple, with a multitude of forces involved, so intricate that even the he-killing pavilion might not be fully aware. Inside the villa, exquisite carpets, Fine tiles and costly antique artworks adorned the space. Observing this, Li Tianyi felt a surge of anger. The Li family had fallen into ruin, their bodies left to decay, while this man lived like a king in Tianbei, amassing wealth as a real estate magnate. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Li Tianyi's formidable aura shattered the precious artworks and porcelain antiques, reducing them to mere fragments. "Who are you?" In the midst of the chaos, a voice of alarm rang out. A beautiful woman, her expression one of shock, appeared before the three intruders. The woman, with her graceful figure and mature charm, was none other than Li Fudan's wife, Zhu Ziki. Panic gripped her as she beheld these unexpected guests. Unable to fathom how they had entered her home. "Throw her out," Li Tianyi commanded casually, casting a glance at Zhu Ziki. Recognizing the complexities surrounding the Li family, Li Tianyi resolved to make this villa his temporary residence, seeking any potential clues. His feelings toward Li Fudan's wife were far from cordial. For a parent who could raise such a son could hardly be deemed a good guardian. "Who are you? Have you lost your minds, invading our home? Do you know who my husband is?" Zhu Ziki shouted in alarm, her voice piercing the air as she attempted to push the intruders out. "You rascals dare to invade my territory, are you mad?" In disbelief, Zhu Ziki erupted in a fit, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to covet her home. But Mou was unyielding, effortlessly casting her aside as if she were a mere chick. As Zhu Ziki attempted to retaliate with further complaints, Mo foam emitted a chilling aura, casting a cold glare in her direction. In that instant, Zhu Ziki felt her blood run cold, an overwhelming dread enveloping her as if death itself were staring her down. She dared not speak further, hastily retreating in a flurry of panic. With Zhu Ziki expelled, Li Tianyi confidently settled into the villa, unburdened by any sense of guilt. He stood by the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of Tianbei, momentarily entranced by its brilliance. According to his family, Tianbei was a land of exceptional talent, home to numerous influential figures. Families like the He clan wielded immense power here, capable of uprooting entire factions with a single blow. This region served as the heart of a province, teeming with prominent families, especially 5 that reigned supreme. Their influence stretching across the northern province and garnering some renown in Huagua. Moreover, the underground organizations in this city were among the most active and numerous in the north, filled with notorious figures and strange beings from myriad tales. Yet, compared to Tianbei, Li Tianyi preferred Jiangbei. The allure of prosperity paled in comparison to the charm of a beloved companion. However, the matter was far from resolved. The annihilation of the Li family was indeed a complex affair. In his search, Li Tianyi stumbled upon some clues hidden within Li Fudan and Appo's study, notes that detailed various events. Perhaps Li Fudan, consumed by guilt and unrest, chose to document his thoughts. These notes revealed to Li Tianyi that this journey was not merely about the Lin family. Tianbei might well become the second Jiangbei, drenched in blood. Li Tianyi caressed the yellowed pages, his gaze icy and resolute. Chapter 58. Enemies from afar must be punished. This narrative note, penned approximately 5 or 6 years ago, has succumbed to the passage of time, the paper now yellowed. Li Fudan inscribed his feelings upon it, be it fear, lamentation, or a profound sense of his own insignificance. It was also the first occasion that Li Tianyi truly approached the essence of the matter. When the Li family was annihilated 5 years prior, the actions of those families in Jiangbei were but trifling. Some families served as guides, others as peripheral supporters, while yet others provided intelligence. It is worth contemplating that the Li family once boasted the title of the foremost family in Jiangbei, dominating the economic sphere to the detriment of all others. Merely relying on the families of Jiangbei was insufficient to topple the Li clan. The real forces behind the scenes were the true perpetrators. They supplied funding to strike at the Li family's enterprises, and adept martial artists descended upon them, dismantling their security apparatus. Li Fudan's wife, a member of the Zhu family, had once glimpsed the powerful at a banquet and learned of certain secrets, indicating that an assault on the Li family was imminent. The reasons for this plot remained obscure, though it was rumored that the Li family had offended someone significant, becoming entangled in some clandestine matters. Zhu Ziki relayed this information to Li Fudan, and shortly thereafter, calamity struck. The thunderous arrival of countless assailants culminated in the Li family's eradication overnight, leaving the secret forever shrouded in mystery. Even Li Fudan himself was preserved at great cost by the Zhu family, only permitted to live after it was confirmed that he was unaware of his family's secrets. Having offended someone, Entangled in secrets, Li Tianyi narrowed his eyes, recalling a photograph of that enigmatic young man. As for the nature of the secrets, he remained in the dark, unable to fathom what hidden affairs could provoke the annihilation of the Li family by such powerful clans. The Jiangbei families merely handled peripheral matters. The true executioners were those mentioned in the correspondence. The Lin family of Tianbei was at the forefront, a fact known to Li Tianyi, but as he delved deeper, a chill crept into his gaze. The 5 great families of Tianbei had even participated, dispatching formidable warriors, including those of general rank. This revelation left Li Tianyi perplexed and increasingly curious about the individuals the Li family had offended and the hidden secrets that lay beneath. The Li family, when viewed from a broader perspective, was merely one of the prominent families in Jiangbei. How could it warrant the mobilization of such high-ranking figures? Perhaps the true answers could only be unearthed by seeking out these great families. Li Tianyi shut his eyes, reminiscing over the contents of the notes. The concluding remarks of this journal reflected Li Fudan's feelings of guilt. What person does not act for their own benefit? Heaven and earth shall perish them. Or perhaps he felt compelled to shoulder the heavy burden of carrying on the Li family's legacy. Such sentiments can only be described with a single term: shameless. This also underscored the formidable nature of the forces behind the scenes. A mere utterance from the mysterious young man had caused these illustrious families to bow and serve. A phenomenon far from ordinary. Whoever you may be, whatever the reason, I shall ultimately ensure you pay blood for blood. A fiery rage ignited within Li Tianyi, and the cup in his hand shattered into shards with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, in the northern district of Tianbei, a veritable den of hidden talents. The Zhu family's villa stood nestled upon the mountainside. Here, one could truly overlook the bustling prosperity of Tianbei, where countless lights twinkled, embodying endless affluence. The villas were perched amidst the hills, revealing a golden panorama each morning, cloaked in wispy clouds. At that moment, the grand hall of the Zhu villa was filled with individuals of considerable stature, yet their faces were marred by fury. "Father, you must take charge of this matter. How could our Fudan simply vanish without a trace? And my poor Tianbin?" Zhu Ziki knelt before an elderly man, her wails echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Within the span of a single day, Zhu Ziki had received the devastating news of her husband and son's demise, causing her to faint in shock. Only upon seeing their lifeless bodies did she collapse entirely under the weight of her grief. Overwhelmed by pain and resentment, she stormed to the gates of the Zhu family, demanding justice. Although she was a married daughter, she remained a part of the Zhu family. Should the Zhu family neglect this matter, it would invite ridicule. The elder, clad in humble attire and possessing a robust complexion despite his advanced years, finally opened his eyes, compelled by his daughter's lamentations. His gaze shifted to the clerk beside him, adorned in gold-rimmed spectacles. "Master," according to the scene's description, Li Fudan met his demise at the hands of a young man. This individual stormed into the company yesterday, injuring several staff members, before taking young Master Tianbin upstairs into Li Fudan's office, where the security personnel were slaughtered, along with 3 from the Runtai company. The clerk adjusted his glasses and recounted the events. "What?" Zhu Ziki gasped, her face paling in horror. Just the day before, she had been forcibly removed from the villa by a trio of intruders, her rage propelling her to seek her husband at the company, only to discover his corpse instead. At that moment, she had cast the incident from her mind. Now, it dawned upon her that the intruders had been the very ones who had taken her husband and son's lives. "What is it?" Elder Zhu frowned, observing Zhu Ziki, who was paralyzed by fear. Zhu Ziki recounted her encounter with the intruders, igniting a flurry of outrage among the gathered family members. The audacity of the murderer, who not only committed the heinous act but also brazenly took residence in the home of the victims, was indeed unprecedented. Who is this young man? Elder Zhu's anger simmered just beneath the surface, his eyes twitching. "It seems he hails from Jiangbei and lacks any notable background," the clerk promptly replied. "A mere country bumpkin, bold enough to act in such a manner. Ma San, you shall go and deal with him. Eliminate him and dispose of the body at the Jiangbei border, so that those country folk may witness the consequences." Elder Zhu huffed, clearly incensed. A tall, slender man nodded from the corner and exited through the back door. With tears glistening in her eyes and a face filled with venomous hatred, Zhu Ziki yearned to accompany Ma San, eager to witness how Li Tianyi would be tortured to death. In the southern city of Tianbei, within the confines of Li Fudan's villa, the afternoon drew near as he contemplated which family to approach first. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and approached the window, gazing down the distant road, where the Qingyun's sword had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Enemies from afar must be punished. Chapter 59. If you are unconvinced, feel free to try. Li Tianyi possessed formidable perceptive abilities, his gaze extending far beyond the immediate surroundings. On the bustling road, he soon discerned a convoy resembling a dragon, approaching with a singular purpose. Clearly, these were reinforcements from Zhu Ziki, intent on causing him trouble. As anticipated, the convoy halted directly outside the villa, and a group of menacing thugs swiftly emerged from the vehicles. Bring the guy here. Break his limbs if you must. As for the two women, take them back to Madame Zhu, commanded a tall, gaunt man seated in the rear of the vehicle, his eyes closed, a sliver of the window revealing his casual demeanor. Understood, Brother Ma. Just watch us, replied a scarred-faced man, his expression fierce yet obedient to Ma San's orders. With a shout, the group of thugs leaped over the fence and made their way toward the villa, wielding steel rods that marked them as common ruffians, their attire disorganized and haphazard. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the door firmly shut. The scarred man signaled to his comrades, preparing to force the door open when an unexpected voice startled them. Is this the best Zhu family can muster? Just a bunch of insignificant pawns. From the garden, Li Tianyi lounged on a stone bench, casually tossing a grape into his mouth, two women standing attentively behind him. Despite the approaching thugs, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, his indifference palpable. Are you the one who killed the Zhu family's son-in-law? You certainly have a big mouth. The scarred man scrutinized Li Tianyi, his disbelief evident. The young man appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any imposing presence or fierce demeanor. Did the Zhu family not inform you of the casualties at Fudan Real Estate? Li Tianyi expressed his disappointment, expecting a more formidable opponent. The mere presence of these petty thugs failed to pique his interest. Don't try to intimidate me. Everyone has blood on their hands. Do you think this will scare us away? The scarred man scoffed, leaning casually against the stone bench. You should go back and inform the Zhu family that if they wish to prolong their miserable existence, they ought to seek out some real fighters, Li Tianyi remarked. Casting aside the grape seed he had just spat out, popping another grape into his mouth without acknowledging the menacing thug. You really believe you can threaten the Zhu family? You have no idea how high the stakes are, the scarred man retorted, a mocking smile distorting his features, revealing the scars that adorned his face. Although he was merely a subordinate doing the Zhu family's dirty work, he was known among the underworld. Go on, I'll be waiting here. If you take too long, the Zhu family might just hire someone else. Li Tianyi's audacious words left the scarred man questioning the young man's sanity. Do you understand that even the owners of five-star hotels and real estate tycoons bow before the Zhu family? I thought you were a notorious outlaw or a fearless bandit. But instead, you're just a delusional fool, he scoffed, regarding Li Tianyi with contempt. Now, you'd best not resist, otherwise, if you get hurt, I'll have a hard time explaining myself, the scarred man warned, brandishing his steel rod with a sinister grin. One of his subordinates approached, cracking his knuckles and neck, displaying a fierce expression as he lifted the steel pipe to strike at Li Tianyi's arm. As the rod sliced through the air, everyone knew it would undoubtedly break bones. Finally, Li Tianyi raised his head, unperturbed, simply spitting out the grape seed with a soft sound. With a swift whoosh, the seed zipped through the air, its speed rivaling that of a bullet, piercing the thug's skull. A small blood hole appeared, and the thug's movements froze mid-strike, his eyes dimming as he collapsed lifelessly. A mere grape seed, transformed into a lethal projectile by Li Tianyi, exhibited power and speed akin to that of a firearm, leaving Mo Feng and Mo Yu in astonishment. However, the scarred man did not share their disbelief. Upon witnessing Li Tianyi spit out the grape seed, he could not fathom its lethal potential. There's a shooter, he exclaimed, leaping from the bench, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings warily. The other thugs, equally startled by the turn of events, displayed palpable panic, as if facing an imminent threat. How reckless of you to be so bold, considering there's a marksman lurking, the scarred man thought to himself. Yet he quickly regained composure, eyeing Li Tianyi with determination. Li Tianyi, with a sardonic smile, let the grape seed rest on the table. Oh, feel free to give it a try. Chapter 60. What worthy of words? Do you wish to intimidate me? The scarred face bore a fierce expression, his eyes narrowed. Every nerve in his body taut, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Having navigated the underworld for years, one could not achieve renown without possessing considerable skills. Attack! He bellowed, commanding his men to launch an offensive against Li Tianyi. He was gambling now, wagering whether the gunmen across from him would be faster than his own henchmen, who were within a mere 20 paces of Li Tianyi. The outcome was uncertain. Upon receiving the command, his subordinates charged forward with reckless abandon, adopting a do-or-die posture, where it was either their adversary or themselves who would perish. Yet, the scarred face retreated swiftly, taking refuge behind a wall while observing his men rushing into battle. As the assailants closed in, Li Tianyi remained unperturbed. With a subtle tremor of his hand upon the table, the grape seeds shot forth, hurtling towards their targets like projectiles. A cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air, reminiscent of a machine gun's relentless fire, transforming the seeds into lethal instruments. The assailants barely had time to comprehend what was happening. The seeds, as if forged from iron, swiftly penetrated the skulls of each attacker. A series of dull thuds echoed as their foreheads blossomed with visible wounds. Yet these men uttered not a single cry of anguish before collapsing, their brains reduced to a gruesome pulp. In their fervor to eliminate Li Tianyi, the henchmen had failed to notice the unfolding spectacle, while the scarred face, hidden behind the wall, was rendered speechless. "Is this truly human?" he murmured in disbelief, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Li Tianyi, however, merely sighed, lamenting the loss of such a beautiful garden. The hardships he endured in purgatory were not worth mentioning. Even during his time with the Li family, he had never experienced such opulence. At that moment, the scarred face felt parched, swallowing hard to regain his composure. He observed that Li Tianyi had not noticed him and darted away, moving faster than a wild hare. Mo Feng was about to step forward to deal with him, but was halted by Li Tianyi, who suggested letting him return to deliver the news. With a calm demeanor, Li Tianyi expressed a desire for capable individuals from the Zhu family to arrive. The Zhu family was a colossal force in Tianbei, and he was eager to test the waters by gradually eliminating their minions, allowing the family to bleed out slowly. Would they then feel despair? Would they regret their past actions? At that moment, the scarred face, having narrowly escaped death, wished he could shed a couple of legs. Even if he were to injure his knees, he dared not pause for a moment. He finally fled the villa, his body drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Yet, he could not help but glance back, still haunted by the earlier events, his heart racing with dread. "Where are your men? Where's that kid?" At this juncture, Ma San stepped out of the vehicle, his brow furrowed as he beheld the scarred face in such a state. The scarred face jumped at the sight of Ma San, but upon recognizing him, he nearly broke down in tears. That grape seed, it was like a machine gun. So terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He began to babble incoherently, gesticulating wildly as he recounted the harrowing experience, his composure shattered. A resounding slap echoed as Ma San struck the scarred face, his expression darkening. "Speak clearly." The slap jolted the scarred face back to reality, and he began to narrate the events, his eyes wide with terror, convinced that Li Tianyi was beyond human. The grape seeds possessed the power of bullets. Ma San furrowed his brow. This was undoubtedly a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. He pondered that if he possessed such abilities, he could wield similar means. But the idea of dispatching a multitude of foes with a mere flick of the wrist was beyond belief. Even a warrior of considerable rank could not achieve such feats, let alone someone from the rural outskirts of Jiangbei. It seemed he would have to engage directly to gauge Li Tianyi's strength. With a deep breath, Ma San's eyes glimmered with electric energy, his body crackling with power. He appeared to grow taller, his previously slender physique now exhibiting signs of muscularity, as if his flesh were inflating like a balloon, stretching his garments to their limits. With a thunderous crash, Ma San's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater and a resounding boom. He leaped into the air, soaring over 3 meters high, effortlessly clearing the walls as if they were non-existent. With every landing, another crater formed, lingering wisps of smoke rising, an aura of intimidation surrounding him. The scarred face was once again left dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he collapsed to the ground. What manner of world was this? He muttered, unable to reconcile the reality unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Ma San approached Li Tianyi and his companions, his gaze narrowing at the corpses strewn across the ground. The scarred face's words proved true. They had indeed been executed in an instant by those seemingly innocuous grape seeds. Gazing at the young man before him, Ma San's expression shifted to one of rare gravity. "Might I inquire why you have slain the husband of Madame Zhu and her son? If a satisfactory answer is not forthcoming, I fear today will not conclude amicably." Ma San exuded confidence, his eyes burning with intensity, eager to engage with Li Tianyi. Since arriving at the Zhu family, he had seldom fought, his combat prowess nearly rivaling a one-star warrior and rarely displaying such fervor. "You have ruined a beautiful garden," Li Tianyi replied, ignoring the question and instead surveying the devastated landscape behind Ma San. The garden lay in shambles, pockmarked with craters, its once vibrant flowers trampled. "Please answer my question." Ma San's eyes flickered with flames, his robe billowing without wind as a powerful aura radiated from him. Li Tianyi could sense that Ma San was no ordinary adversary. A search throughout Jiangbei would likely yield no one of his caliber. Yet, it was astonishing that a mere envoy from the Zhu family possessed such martial prowess. Truly, his reputation was well-deserved. Nevertheless, Li Tianyi regarded him with disdain, his expression darkening. "What are you, that you dare to question me?" Chapter 61. Imminent Demise. Silence is golden. Li Tianyi exuded an air of arrogance, utterly disregarding the presence of his opponent. He would not even spare a glance at a mere one-star warrior, let alone consider them a worthy adversary. The insolent youth, unwilling to speak, would soon find himself subdued, subjected to extreme measures, and compelled to divulge the truth. Ma San, seething with fury, had never encountered such disrespect. Not even the patriarch of the Zhu family had dared to address him in such a manner. How dare this insignificant brat, possessing only a modicum of skill, act with such disdain? With a derisive snort, Li Tianyi dismissed him, opting instead to relinquish him to the capable hands of Mo Feng and Mo Yu. "What? You dare to send 2 women to confront me? Is this an affront?" Ma San's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to wrench Li Tianyi's head from his shoulders. Mo Feng and Mo Yu advanced, their expressions cold and their presence formidable, akin to unsheathed blades poised for action. "Who do you think you are? Hiding behind women. It seems the scarred man exaggerated your prowess. Or perhaps these 2 are your true support." Ma San scoffed, his laughter echoing, causing leaves to tremble and fall. However, Mo Feng and Mo Yu did not wait for his taunts to escalate. They surged forward, one to the left and one to the right, closing in on Ma San. The gleam of their blades, striking like lightning, was enough to instill fear in any heart. As they weaved around him, their swords formed a deadly net, ensnaring Ma San within. "Child's play," Ma San bellowed, unleashing a colossal punch. His entire arm radiated a dark glow, converging towards his fist, which detonated with a thunderous crack, reminiscent of a sonic boom. The ground quaked beneath him as his fist shattered the intricate web of blades, producing a resounding thud. Yet his knuckles bore the marks of minor injuries. Mo Feng and Mo Yu refrained from direct confrontation. This was merely the beginning. They moved with the grace of phantoms, their movements inscrutable, swiftly maneuvering behind him. Ma San's pupils contracted as he recognized their exceptional skill and swiftly turned to face them. Mo Feng's blade slashed towards the back of his neck, while Mo Yu delivered a horizontal strike to his abdomen, their techniques ruthlessly precise. These women were assassins, the reapers lurking in the shadows. Each possessed the absolute strength to dominate Ma San. Yet, they seldom engaged in head-on conflicts, preferring to resolve matters with swiftness. Ma San raised both arms in a desperate defense, barely managing to fend off their assault, sustaining varying degrees of wounds. These 2 women were terrifying. Ma San's heart raced as he instinctively grasped their fighting style. Once again, they vanished, soaring through the air, launching a flurry of punches toward the spectral sword energies that emerged. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with thunderous sounds as Ma San, a towering figure, left craters in the earth with each step. Meanwhile, Mo Feng and Mo Yu circled him, their elusive forms exacerbating his frustration. Wounds began to mar Ma San's body, blood trickling from increasingly perilous spots, his cold sweat betraying his mounting fear. His stamina waned, while the 2 assassins grew ever more enigmatic, leaving him bewildered. "Die!" Ma San roared, mustering all his strength for one last punch, yet failing to even graze the hem of their garments, deepening his terror. In truth, his ability to withstand these 2 masters of the crane-killing pavilion was no small feat, and had word of it spread, it would be deemed remarkable. In the dark, he would not have even had the opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Mo Feng and Mo Yu retreated swiftly, evading Ma San's reach and landing gracefully before Li Tianyi. "Ha! It seems you were spent, yet you still failed to eliminate me. What a pity," Ma San surmised, believing the 2 women had exhausted their strength. Although he concealed his delight, disheveled and bleeding, his clothes tattered. He awaited this moment to unleash his full power. But before he could take a step, his eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his heart. A small wound on his neck began to expand, blood gushing forth. A sharp and lethal injury manifested on his chest and neck, while gashes on his abdomen and arms widened. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were unfazed. Their blades had struck with such swiftness that Ma San could not react in time. Incredulity washed over him as he realized his life was slipping away. The outcome of the day left Li Tianyi feeling somewhat unsatisfied. According to the scarred man's words, he was merely a servant of the Zhu family, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. As night enveloped the garden, the corpses had been cleared by Mo Feng and Mo Yu, restoring the area to its former tranquility. They tidied the space meticulously and brought Li Tianyi news. One of the 5 prominent families of Tianbei, the Chao family, would host an engagement banquet for one of their third-generation heirs the following evening. The betrothed was a young lady named Jin Yitong. Upon hearing the name, Li Tianyi paused, a familiar visage surfacing in his mind. The Jin family was well known in Tianbei, though not at the pinnacle of power, merely mid-tier. A marriage alliance with the Chao family would undoubtedly elevate their status. The reason for his momentary distraction lay in the fact that he had some history with this woman, though it was far from romantic. During the peak of the Li family's influence, the elder had sought to forge ties with the Jin family, leading to the proposal of Jin Yitong. To outsiders, it appeared as though the Li family was overreaching, a sentiment echoed by the Jin family, with Jin Yitong herself disdainfully dismissing Li Tianyi. In a public setting, she had once scorned him, likening him to a toad aspiring to court a swan, leaving the Li family humiliated and their elders in distress. Ultimately, due to the elders' refusal, the union fell through. At that time, Li Tianyi had been relieved. He was embroiled with Deng Man and, following the proposal's failure, had retorted to Jin Yitong, asserting that she was unworthy of him. However, this only earned him derision, being labeled as arrogant and foolish. How unfortunate that your future in-laws are but remnants of a fading legacy, Li Tianyi sneered, resolved to impart a lesson to the Chao family on the morrow. Chapter 62. Matters can be overlooked, but grudges cannot be forgotten. The Chao family stands as the true eminent clan of Tianbei City, one of the foremost families in the northern province, having once dealt a devastating blow to the Li family. In the notes of Li Fudan, it was recorded that the Chao family dispatched formidable experts to dismantle the security forces of the Li family, rendering them incapable of resistance, ultimately leading to their slaughter. Had the Li family's security remained intact, their annihilation would have been inconceivable. Li Tianyi harbors an indescribable fury and hatred towards the Chao family, placing them directly atop his list of enemies. Given that it was a momentous occasion for the Chao family, how could Li Tianyi allow them to revel in their festivities? As for Jin Yitong, she held no significance in his thoughts. Early the next morning, as the streets began to fill with pedestrians, many car audio systems broadcast the extravagant details of the engagement banquet. Sitting in his vehicle, Li Tianyi listened to the enthusiastic announcements with a hint of disappointment. After all, this was merely an engagement ceremony, lacking the presence of prominent figures from the major families. With only a few elders from the Jin family and some younger members from other clans in attendance, Changya Manor, a property under a large corporation, specializes in such grand events and is well regarded for its exceptional service. This expanse covers over 100,000 square meters, adorned with luxurious courtyards and shimmering glass lanterns, complemented by vast meadows, creating an idyllic setting perfect for wedding photos. At this moment, a butler was addressing the doormen, instructing them to keep their eyes peeled and ears open. He warned them that offending a significant figure could lead to consequences far beyond mere dismissal or salary deductions. The butler's words were stern, and the doormen listened intently, clearly intimidated. "Ah, young master, you've arrived quite early. Come, let me escort you inside." As he spoke, the butler's peripheral vision caught sight of a flamboyantly dressed young man, and he hurried over with a beaming smile to welcome him in. As more young masters began to arrive, the doormen grew increasingly anxious in their efforts to greet the guests. Before long, nearly all attendees had gathered. As the focal point of the engagement, the groom, Chao Jian, was radiant. With his striking features and well-tailored suit, he exuded charisma as he engaged in jovial conversation with the elders of the Jin family at the head table. Beside him was the youthful and stunning Jin Yitong, her blushing demeanor reminiscent of a rose poised to bloom, eliciting envious glances from many affluent young ladies present, which she relished. What a breathtaking soiree of high society it was. The announcements began, with the butler's voice resonating throughout the hall. The Zhu family from Tianbei, presenting a cash gift of 30 million. The Lin family from Tianbei, offering a seaside villa as a congratulatory gift. Numerous families attended, with 2 of the 5 major families from Tianbei contributing generous gifts to the engagement. The list of families was extensive, and the newlyweds greeted each with smiles. From Jiangbei, the Li family, Li Tianyi. At this moment, the butler loudly proclaimed the final family name. However, after finishing, he paused, slightly taken aback. Jiangbei Li family? When did the Chao and Jin families become acquainted with a clan from Jiangbei? The guests, initially engaged in lively conversation, fell silent upon hearing the last name. Few were truly familiar with the Jiangbei family, which was merely a corner of the northern province. The butler, his eyes wide with confusion, realized that no details of a cash gift had been recorded for this family. Only the members of the Jin and Chao families frowned in concern. They were all too aware of the Jiangbei Li family's history. Upon hearing the name Li Tianyi, Jin Yitong could scarcely believe it, nearly gasping in disbelief. Which friend is playing a jest here? Please step forward. Chao Jin, the rising star, stood up and scanned the gathering with a hint of displeasure. Yet, no one responded, leaving him awkwardly holding his drink in silence. Young Master Chao, perhaps there is a mistake regarding the Jiangbei Li family, the butler suggested, attempting to smooth over the situation with a forced smile. The guests chimed in, dismissing the Li family as irrelevant, asserting that there was no way a family from that impoverished region could attend such a gala. Chao Jin's expression lightened slightly, preparing to sit down when another voice interjected. Indeed, the Jiangbei Li family nearly met their demise, thanks to your Chao family. This voice surged through the air like a tempest, clear and unmistakable to all present. At that moment, someone entered through the main door, leisurely making their way towards the banquet. It was Li Tianyi. Under the gaze of all attendees, he approached the table, fixing his icy stare upon the members of the Chao family. The remnants of the Li family, exclaimed an elder from the Chao family, his eyes wide with shock. Hadn't the Li family been exterminated long ago? Could this be a surviving member? Chao Jin was similarly stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Just a remnant of the Li family. What does it matter? Have you forgotten? You once perpetrated a massacre, your hands stained with the blood of the Li family. Could you truly find peace in your hearts? Li Tianyi's words dripped with scorn, plunging the entire banquet into an unsettling silence. One may indulge in their meal, yet words must be measured, young man. Today is the engagement of the Chao family. Are you certain you wish to create a disturbance here? An elder from the Chao family stepped forward, feigning anger to mask the tension. The extermination of a Jiangbei family was neither a trivial matter nor insignificant, yet to have an enemy disrupt a wedding would surely bring disgrace. Some families had harbored dissatisfaction with the Chao family's actions, but the elder's remarks prompted deeper contemplation among the guests. Why would the Chao family eliminate a minor clan? What gain is there? A senior member of the Jin family recalled the Jiangbei Li family's previous proposal for Jin Yitong's hand in marriage, which had ultimately been declined. Could it be? As the elder paused, leaving his words hanging, the previously nonsensical situation began to make sense. It was a matter of pride following a rejected proposal that had led to this confrontation. Suddenly, the guests regarded Li Tianyi with varying expressions, contempt, ridicule, and disdain, deeming him arrogant. Li Tianyi observed the charade with a cold smile. If you have forgotten, then let your blood serve to awaken that memory. Chapter 63. On the day of the wedding, joy turns to grief. How audacious. Do you believe this is your rural domain in Jiangbei, where you can act recklessly? The elder of the Chao family bellowed, summoning a group of guards. Following the embellished tales spun by the Chao and Jin families, the onlookers unanimously concluded that Li Tianyi, dissatisfied with the failed alliance, had come to salvage his pride. Youthful exuberance and impulsiveness could be understood, yet one must recognize the appropriateness of the occasion and the venue. Among those present, who could possibly rival the might of the Li family? Did he truly aspire to compete with the Chao family? A glance in the mirror would suffice for self-reflection. The guests expressed their disdain, mocking Li Tianyi for his audacity to create a ruckus at the Chao family's wedding banquet. Even Jin Yitong's delicate features betrayed her fury. She had looked down upon him years prior, and it was disheartening to witness his continued lack of ambition. When one possesses sufficient prowess, admiration naturally follows, rather than resorting to such foolish antics to bolster one's fragile ego. Rising from her seat, Jin Yitong cast a cold gaze at Li Tianyi, unreservedly humiliating him, declaring him as hopeless as mud that cannot be molded. The more he acted out, the more she believed him to be an inexperienced, reckless fool. In stark contrast stood Chao Jian, who, despite his youth, had already begun to engage with the family business, emerging as a paragon among his peers. The comparison was as stark as that of a crow to a phoenix, rendering any semblance of equivalence impossible. Miss Jean is correct. Seeking to disturb a wedding to reclaim lost dignity is a grave error. Such capriciousness demands a price. Today is a momentous occasion. Let us avoid bloodshed by breaking his legs and casting him out, suggested the elder of the Chao family, a sentiment echoed by all. Some even believed that breaking his legs would be too lenient, contemplating the elimination of him entirely to uphold the Chao family's authority. This matter shall be decided by Yitong, Chao Jian said with a gentle smile, glancing at Jean Yitong as if it were a trivial affair. His elder, though appearing calm, harbored malevolent intentions as he regarded Li Tianyi, secretly resolving that this youth must not live. Jean Yitong's gaze towards Li Tianyi was filled with disdain and contempt, devoid of any kindness. This man is utterly shameless. It would be better to mar his appearance, leaving him forever unable to face the world. Her loathing for Li Tianyi culminated in a venomous thought that sent chills through the onlookers. Yet, she remained unfazed, her head held high, anticipating the moment when Li Tianyi would kneel in agony. After all, he had once spoken ill of her. Now, it seemed, she would have her revenge. What are you waiting for? Act, Chao Jian commanded, casting a cold eye towards the Chao family's guards. A few stepped forward, one unsheathing a dagger, intending to carve a few marks upon Li Tianyi's face. With his head held high, Li Tianyi faced the cold glares of the multitude, the murderous intent of the Chao family, and the venomous gaze of Jean Yitong. Yet, he remained unchanged, his heart ablaze with a simmering hatred, ready to erupt at any moment. You have no one to blame but yourself for being here, the guard advanced, a vicious glint in his eyes, the dagger gleaming ominously. The audience watched with bated breath, some noble youths chortling at the spectacle of a country bumpkin facing the consequences of his ignorance. Chao Jian's expression darkened, and Jean Yitong scoffed, her heart seething with anger. How dare Li Tianyi disrupt her joyful day? The guard lunged, the dagger slicing towards Li Tianyi's face, promising to draw blood deep enough to reach bone. At that moment, a gleaming sword descended from above with astonishing speed, like a shard of ice piercing the heavens, swiftly embedding itself in the guard's skull. The guard's cruel expression froze in place as blood cascaded down his face, his body collapsing backward. The remaining guards, who had intended to seize Li Tianyi, were petrified by this sudden turn of events, glancing around in panic. The guests, too, were taken aback, rising to their feet to witness the two figures that had appeared atop the ceiling, Mo Feng and Mo Yu. The sisters, strikingly similar in appearance and demeanor, leaped down from the roof, landing gracefully beside Li Tianyi. Dare to lay a hand on our young master, and you shall face dire consequences. Their expressions were frigid, their postures regal, emanating an aura of lethal determination that instilled fear in the hearts of all present. Those gathered, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly discerned that these two women were no ordinary fighters. The inquiry rippled through the minds of the Chao and Jean families simultaneously. Had Li Tianyi entered into a fortunate alliance? Although the crowd was initially startled, they were not overly shocked. Many had witnessed true warriors before. What began as a mere reprimand had escalated into a violent spectacle at a wedding, leaving Chao Jian seething. His wine glass shattered in his grip, his countenance dark with rage. Jean Yitong, momentarily astonished, soon regained her composure, her gaze towards Li Tianyi filled with loathing. This day, which should have been filled with joy, had been marred by his presence. Li Tianyi, you are insufferable. Are you truly so selfish as to risk your life for your pitiful pride? Her fury was palpable, wishing fervently for his demise. Yet, rather than instilling fear among the guests, Li Tianyi's actions only bred further scorn. What had begun as a mere disfigurement had now escalated to a matter of life and death. He had brought this upon himself. The crowd, witnessing the fatality, understood that the day could not end amicably. Their derisive comments flowed freely, eagerly anticipating Li Tianyi's downfall. To them, the notion of merely disfiguring someone was trivial. Yet it effectively robbed a man of his dignity and future, condemning him to a life of shame. Summon the captain of the guards. Execute those two warriors and break this Li fellow's legs, feeding him to the wild dogs. Chao Jian growled through clenched teeth, the flames of hatred dancing in his eyes. It was evident that he harbored deep animosity towards Li Tianyi, who had ruined this momentous occasion. Li Tianyi surveyed the gathering, a cold smile etched upon his face, regarding them as a den of vipers, all engaged in sordid dealings. Today, he would transform their wedding into a funeral. Chapter 64. Who is the stronger? The outcome is clear at this moment. Two middle-aged men entered the arena. Those with keen observation would undoubtedly notice that their gait and breathing were unlike those of ordinary people. Their eyes gleamed with intensity, and their postures were erect. With each breath, a faint mist escaped from their nostrils, signifying their extraordinary nature. They approached Chao Jian, behaving with decorum, neither obsequious nor overly deferential. Upon receiving Chao Jian's directive, their gazes shifted toward Mo Feng and Mo Yu. In their eyes, these two warriors were the only credible opponents, while the nearby Li Tianyi was completely disregarded. As skilled martial artists, one must select an appropriate path rather than follow and protect an ordinary individual. The two men advanced slowly, their formidable presence emanating as if they were colossal whales drawing in water, causing the surrounding air to be nearly depleted. Indeed, these were two formidable experts rivaling seasoned generals, having reached the pinnacle of ordinary martial prowess. Mo Feng scoffed repeatedly, mocking the two. To the untrained eye, Li Tianyi appeared merely as an ordinary person, a perception shared by the two upon their arrival in Jiangbei. However, once they grasped the truth, they recognized the terrifying potential of Li Tianyi. It seemed an inevitable confrontation awaited, yet lamentably, beautiful souls often meet untimely ends, an unfortunate fate for them. One of the men sighed, and then their auras transformed dramatically, surging like a rainbow, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the space around them appeared to warp slightly, as though two flames were rising in fervor. Some guests gasped in shock, and young nobles expressed their astonishment at the formidable legacy of the Chao family, which had unleashed two grandmasters. Chao Jian, standing tall with a hint of pride, embodied the terrifying strength of the Chao family. Jin Yitong covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy, grateful that her judgment had not faltered and thankful to the elders of the Jin family for their choice. A fierce wind began to swirl around the two men, intensifying around them. They struck with calm demeanor. With a mere tap of their toes, they propelled themselves 5 meters away, their figures darting toward a single target. In response to the aggressive advance, Missouri Feng and Mo Yu shouted in unison, their swords gleaming coldly, appearing almost translucent under the sun's rays. One of the men attacked with a palm strike, immense force behind it, reverberating like thunder, as if moving mountains. Though slow in execution, the lethality was profound. Mo Feng was the first to engage, thrusting his sword forward, forming a line between man and blade, transforming into a beam of silver light. With a sharp sound, the sword's tip pierced the man's palm but became lodged in the gap between his bones. The middle-aged man felt a surge of pain but did not relent in his force. They stood in a deadlock, Mo Feng's sword beginning to bend, dangerously close to snapping. She abandoned her frontal assault, withdrawing her sword and transforming into a wraith, launching sudden strikes that illuminated the air with flashes of silver. Meanwhile, Mo Yu mirrored Mo Feng's unpredictable combat style, which incited frustration in their opponents. The two adversaries, comparable in strength to the previous day's Ma San, were nonetheless still flesh and blood. Under the rapid maneuvers of Mo Feng and Mo Yu, their movements began to falter. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers frowned, particularly Chao Jian, whose complexion darkened. He had not anticipated that two grandmasters would be so thoroughly bewildered by the subordinate of a remnant. What face would the Chao family have left if word spread? Realizing the precarious situation, an elder from the Jin family stood up. Young Master Chao, my Jin family has also brought 2 experts today. Perhaps they could lend a hand to assist. The Jin family's representative spoke humbly, ensuring the dignity of the Chao family remained intact. Everyone understood that the mightiest families valued their reputation. Seeking assistance was far preferable to witnessing their champions being bested. Our Zhu family has also brought a few capable guards who can assist you, Chao brother, in subduing these 2 women. The Lin family echoed similar sentiments, suggesting they were merely there to observe the unfolding drama. At this juncture, more families declared their support, asserting that the disruption of the banquet by this young man constituted a declaration of enmity, and they were willing to dispatch experts to apprehend him. Watching this unfold, Chao Jian's expression brightened, filled with immense pride in being a scion of the Chao family, and he conveyed his gratitude to all present. As directives flowed from the banquet host, hidden martial artists began to reveal themselves, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged experts were struggling. Having been reduced to a state reminiscent of moss sand from the previous day, clothing tattered, bodies marred with wounds. "Capture that boy," Chao Jin commanded. His gaze fixed on the solitary Li Tianyi. One martial artist, swift as lightning, dashed forth before the command was fully uttered, his fingers splayed like claws, aiming directly for Li Tianyi's neck. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light shocked the onlookers, resembling the cascade of a galaxy. The brilliance was so intense that many could not bear to witness it and instinctively shut their eyes. When they reopened them, Li Tianyi remained unharmed. Yet his expression was icy, holding his sword aloft as if he had transformed into a celestial blade, pointing skyward with a piercing intensity. Before him, there were no longer any martial artists, only a pool of red and white blood, mingled with fragments of flesh. One martial artist had been cleaved into a mist of blood before their very eyes. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Some even exclaimed disbelief. For just moments ago this boy had appeared ordinary. How could he suddenly ascend to such a formidable warrior? Chao Jin's expression shifted, and Jin Yidong's eyes widened in astonishment, as members of both the Chao and Jin families internally lamented that this boy could not be allowed to live. "Eliminate him," commanded an elder of the Chao family, his gaze dark and foreboding. They were not the rustic inhabitants of Jiangbei, ignorant of the potential dangers a martial artist could pose if allowed to grow. The power Li Tianyi had displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary warrior. He possessed the strength of a general, and thus, he must be extinguished today. In an instant, all the martial artists surged forward, numbering 40 to 50, each one skilled, their abilities rivaling those of the elders who had once been known as the 100 Slaughters. This was Tianbei, a place teeming with experts, where any one of them could claim dominion in Jiangbei. Some wielded swords, others fists, unleashing a myriad of attacks that ensnared Li Tianyi, rendering him unable to escape. The onslaught of harm descended upon him, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Yet, at that moment, the world around Li Tianyi slowed, the trajectory of time appearing to stretch. He slowly extended his palm, internal energy surging through his limbs and coalescing in his hand. In that instant, it seemed as if electric currents danced across his palm, producing a thunderous sound, accompanied by a rising mist of ethereal white. Let me show you what it truly means to be a strong man. Chapter 65. In a fit of rage, like a divine being descending at this moment, the expressions of all present were frozen on their faces, and Li Tianyi could perceive it with remarkable clarity. He was perilously close. A sharp blade was poised at his forehead, poised to strike. The light in Li Tianyi's eyes surged as he clenched his fist tightly. Boom. In an instant, it was as if he had detonated a bomb, producing a deafening roar, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted forth. The individuals at the forefront, who had previously felt assured of their victory, were now stricken with horror, attempting to retreat in haste, but it was too late. A dreadful force surged towards them, radiating an intense heat, reminiscent of a fireball barreling forward. In an instant, they were as if struck by a colossal mountain, their bones shattered, hair singed to a crisp by the searing gusts, and their internal organs turned to mere pulp. Those trapped in the middle had no time to escape, and they were swiftly engulfed by the oncoming terror, each one suffering the impact. They could not even emit a muffled groan as their blood evaporated instantaneously, their demise more severe than that of a collision with a freight truck. Only a few who lingered at the back survived, albeit severely injured. Their bodies were hurled backward, crashing onto the artificial hill, half of them drenched in blood. Over 50 martial artists, in a mere moment, were annihilated. The frontmost had nearly been reduced to charred remains, leaving only ash in their wake. The banquet tables were overturned. The carpet shredded into tatters, as if a tempest of unprecedented ferocity had swept through, leaving everyone disoriented and sprawled on the ground. Even the masters engaged in fierce combat with Mo Feng and Mo Yu were violently thrown aside, crashing to the ground with broken bones, struggling to rise. Upon witnessing the scene, both masters were rendered speechless, their minds tumultuous, as if a volcano had erupted within them. The horror was beyond words, akin to a natural disaster. How could human strength be so formidable? The air howled past, leaving chaos in its wake. Chao Jin had been blown beneath a table, while Jin Yitong's face paled, her makeup a disarray. The guests scrambled to their feet, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. When they turned their gaze back to Li Tianyi, who stood before them with his hands clasped behind his back. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. They were not blind. They had witnessed Li Tiany's terrifying prowess, which could hardly be classified as human. It was as if he had effortlessly compressed air, generating an inconceivable heat that unleashed a torrent of force, resulting in over 50 martial artists meeting their end. Now, tell me, did you not participate in the extermination of the Li family? Chao Jian rose, feeling a chill at his neck, only to find a sharp sword poised against it. With Li Tiany's icy gaze fixed upon him, Chao Jian stammered, his voice trembling, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Jin Yitong, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright, frozen in place and unsure of what to do. The guests, observing Chao Jian's faltering demeanor, had long since deduced the answer. It was likely as Li Tiany had asserted. Jin Yitong, overwhelmed with indignation and embarrassment, believed that Li Tiany had come to restore her honor. Little did she know, he was there for vengeance. A truth concealed from her by her family. Li Tiany, how dare you interrogate the scion of the Chao family? Do you intend to make an enemy of us? Even if it wasn't the Chao family that acted, do you truly wish to obliterate us? You should reconsider. An elder from the Chao family stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Tiany. In his mind, he could hardly fathom that anyone in Tianbei would dare oppose the Chao family, even if they were martial artists. The Chao family possessed their own formidable experts. Enough. Li Tiany frowned, drawing his Qing Yuan sword with a swift motion, its brilliance flashing as a head fell to the ground. The crowd was once again stunned. The Chao family was slain without a second thought? Was this not a declaration of war against them? I admit, it was our family that committed the act, but I did not participate. It was merely a matter of circumstance. Chao Jian exclaimed, seeing the sword aimed at him, fear coursing through him, prompting him to divulge everything in a rush. Under the threat of death, no one could maintain their composure. Jin Yitong, observing Chao Jian's fearful expression, regretted her earlier provocations against Li Tiany. If he were displeased, she would surely suffer the consequences. Very well, then you shall perish, Li Tiany responded without further ado. Lunging forward, the Qing Yuan sword, razor-sharp, easily pierced Chao Jian's skull. Chao Jian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had met his end on his own wedding day. Jin Yitong, terrified, collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Her dreams of marrying into a prestigious family lay shattered, yet faced with the devilish Li Tiany, she could not summon any hatred. The two experts from the Chao family, witnessing this scene, were filled with rage, cursing Li Tiany, their hearts engulfed in despair. However, the imminent arrival of Mo Feng and Mo Yu swiftly extinguished their lives, their expressions forever frozen in shock. Master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Mo Feng and Mo Yu approached Li Tiany, seeking his command. Eliminate them. Leave no one alive, Li Tiany ordered, his gaze cold and merciless as he surveyed the trembling crowd. His casual words stripped them of their lives. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that this young man from the Li family intended to eradicate them entirely. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could oppose all the families alone? I refuse to believe you would dare to kill us. If you possess the courage, go ahead and try. Do you think this is the rural area of Jiangbei? There is no one to hold you accountable. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, some shouting in anger, others begging for mercy, many in disbelief that Li Tiany would truly take action. The Zhu and Lin families loudly proclaimed their lineage, warning that Li Tiany would invite retribution upon himself. Their hearts raced, for their martial artists had perished, leaving them vulnerable. Some attempted to resist, but it proved futile, as Mo Yu swiftly beheaded them with a single stroke. Countless cries of despair echoed as blood stained the once sacred ground. Yet, the two remained unyielding, like merciless reapers, their blades falling without a flicker of hesitation. Jin Yitong, in despair, was pulled by an elder of the Jin family, attempting to escape amidst the chaos, only to be blocked by a looming figure. She forced a bitter smile, her face devoid of color. The chill emanating from Li Tiany's Qing Yuan sword rendered her limbs icy. However, Li Tiany appeared somewhat unsettled. Jin Yitong gasped in pain as he grasped her wrist with a fierce grip. Who gave you this? Li Tiany's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on a silver ring adorning her finger, his breath becoming erratic. The pain penetrated deep into her bones. Yet Jin Yitong refrained from crying out, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Li Tiany, however, paid no heed to her discomfort, his focus solely on the ring, murmuring, "Could it be that you still live?" Li Bingrong Chapter 66. The calamity of the Chao thief today. The weather is splendid, with the sun rising in the east, heralding a beautiful day. However, at the Changya Manor in the eastern part of the city, the scene is one of unimaginable horror. Any ordinary person arriving here would likely faint from sheer terror. The ground is littered with corpses, and the atmosphere is one of utter devastation. Blood flows freely, staining even the nearby pond a deep crimson. After a long while, a plump figure crawls out from beneath a table, gasping for air, still in a state of shock. He is the steward of Changya Manor, his face drained of color, as if his soul has fled. He has witnessed the brutal slaughter carried out by 3 individuals within the manor, sparing none of the prominent families, the Chow, Lin, and Zhu clans alike. The man responsible is terrifying, like a reaper sent from the depths of hell. Finally, he tremblingly retrieves his phone and dials his employer, his voice quaking as he recounts the events. Upon finishing, he hears a cacophony of smashing sounds on the other end. The person he is speaking to has erupted in fury. Who is this audacious individual daring to shatter the reputation of our Su Entertainment Company? His name is Li Tianyi. Fear manifests in the steward's eyes as he utters this forbidden name. The calamity that once struck Jiangbei has now descended upon Tianbei, sweeping through the city like a tempest. Li Tianyi has returned to his villa in the southern part of the city, and the various families have begun to receive the news, which is slowly brewing into a storm. In the northern district, the Zhu family is in turmoil. The patriarch, Old Master Zhu, has been enraged twice within a week, casting a shadow over all members of the Zhu clan, who sense that a great upheaval is imminent. Except for a few sons occupied with their careers, nearly all the influential leaders of the Zhu family have gathered here. Could it be him again? Old Master Zhu seizes the messenger by the collar, resembling an enraged lion, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His presence is imposing, causing the messenger to kneel in fear, unable to meet the old man's gaze. According to surviving doormen from the manor, the intruders appeared quite ordinary, accompanied by 2 women, and were called Li Tianyi, Jiangbei, the Li family. Old Master Zhu releases his grip, his expression shifting between light and shadow as memories flood back. Moreover, the body of Ma San has been discovered today, and given the circumstances, it is likely that this remnant of the Li family has become a martial artist, a formidable one at that. Retrieve one of Ma San's brothers. Old Master Zhu closes his eyes, leaning back on the sofa with a heavy sigh. All present in the hall stand in silence. There are CEOs from publicly traded companies and leaders of underworld organizations, all bowing their heads, adopting a submissive posture. Similar events are unfolding throughout Tianbei, as the name of the Jiangbei Li family sends ripples through the upper echelons of Tianbei society. In the eastern district, the Chow family. Chow Jian's father has smashed all the antiques in his possession, and the servants dare not approach the room. Hours later, he bursts through the doors, his face darkened with rage, summoning the martial experts of the Chow clan. Find this Li Tianyi for me, alive or dead. The fury in his eyes is palpable, and despite being in the prime of his life, he has already begun to show strands of white hair. It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge the authority of the Chow family, and this time, it is his own son who has fallen victim. A servant catches a glimpse of the room's devastation and is immediately filled with dread. Priceless porcelain has been shattered, and valuable paintings have been torn to shreds. At this moment, the colossal machine that is the Tianbei elite begins to slowly churn into motion. From martial artists to various entertainment venues, Li Tianyi's photograph and information are disseminated across the region. Meanwhile, in the western district of Tianbei, the Lin family resides in a courtyard carpeted with fallen leaves, where a middle-aged man emerges, holding a sheet of rice paper emblazoned with a vivid, blood-red character. Kill. Taking a deep breath, he issues a command for the Lin family's martial artists to assemble, preparing for an assassination operation. The Jin family, though considered ordinary within Tianbei, possesses significant assets and operates substantial enterprises, particularly in the mining sector. Their residence occupies a central location in Tianbei, sprawling over vast acres, a testament to their prosperity. A middle-aged couple rushes back from other provinces upon receiving the news, heading straight for the living room. Inside, the hall is crowded. A woman sits on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Surrounding her are various individuals lamenting, some seething with anger, while others hide malicious glee, though most feel sorrow for the grieving woman. Itong. The couple reaches the distraught girl, their hearts racing with anxiety. Yet, when she lifts her head, the man stumbles back in disbelief, unable to process what he sees. The woman, upon catching sight of her daughter, goes pale, and faints. Before them, the girl bears 2 deep gashes across her face, from forehead to chin, and from ear to ear, with flesh exposed and bleeding profusely. These horrific sword wounds have transformed her once radiant beauty into a grotesque visage. This girl is Jeannie Tong. She is among the few survivors, yet she feels as if she is living a fate worse than death. Her initial intention to mar Li Tianyi's appearance has now resulted in her own tragic fate. Li Tianyi, the Jin family will not rest until we have our vengeance against you. Jin Yitong's father roars to the heavens, consumed by hatred, wishing to devour Li Tianyi's flesh and drink his marrow. A similar scene unfolds in various locations throughout Tianbei, reminiscent of the turmoil in Jiangbei, where the name of the Li family has incited widespread fury. This incident has come to be known as the Changya bloodshed, causing significant repercussions. However, at this moment, Li Tianyi has retreated to the solitude of his room in the villa of Li Fudan, isolating himself from the outside world. He clutches the silver ring he took from Jin Yitong, rubbing it thoughtfully, his gaze filled with sorrow, his heart restless. The ring bears unique engravings and intricate designs, which he himself carved. Li Bingtong, his sister, perished in the inferno that consumed the Li family, a memory that haunts him still. This ring was a gift he bestowed upon his sister for her 18th birthday. It is not merely silver, but crafted from an incredibly precious metal. The distinctive patterns are his handiwork, and he recognizes them instantly. By all rights, this ring should have been lost to the flames, yet it has surfaced, prompting questions that linger in his mind. Li Tianyi clenches the ring tightly in his palm, his eyes glimmering with determination. Chao family, prepare for my arrival. Chapter 67. If you seek death, then let it be fulfilled. Today marks the 2nd day since the bloody incident in Nagano, with the sky radiant and clear. The events of yesterday have begun to permeate public discourse, becoming a favored topic of conversation among the populace. Young master, I should have anticipated this and prepared the vehicle yesterday, Mo Feng expressed, remorse evident on his face as he apologized to Li Tianyi while they sat in a taxi. Li Tianyi raised a hand to halt his self-reproach, indicating that it was not their fault, for amidst their fierce battle the previous day, they had little energy to concern themselves with such matters. The journey to the eastern part of the city was not particularly short, and the three remained silent in the vehicle until the driver shattered the stillness. Hey, handsome and beautiful, have you heard? A sensational battle erupted at the Nagano estate yesterday. The young driver spoke animatedly, as if he had witnessed the event firsthand. You should have seen it. Numerous prominent figures perished, and dozens of martial artists met their end on the spot. Frankly, they had it coming, flaunting their arrogance as if they were invincible, relying solely on their fortunate births. The driver continued his fervent monologue, his enthusiasm unabated despite the lack of engagement from his passengers, even drawing a frown from Li Tianyi. Nevertheless, they gleaned that various families were frantically searching for Li Tianyi, intent on vengeance. This was precisely what Li Tianyi hoped to see. The more frantic these families became, the more it affirmed that he had struck a nerve. After 2 hours of travel, the driver had been speaking for over an hour, his excitement undiminished. Finally, they arrived at their destination, with Mo Feng and Mo Yu barely containing their frustration from the incessant chatter. As the driver leaned against the car door, lighting a cigarette, a message from a chat group arrived on his phone, accompanied by a photo. The caption read, "This person is none other than the protagonist of the Nagano bloodbath, young Master Li from Jiangbei." Upon seeing the photo, the driver's cigarette fell to the ground, as if struck by lightning. Although the image was quickly retracted, he remained in shock, for the individual in the picture had just been seated beside him in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, the instigator of the bloodshed had already arrived at the Chao family estate. The residence was easy to locate, dominating the vicinity, with most of the area occupied by their grand property, frequented by influential figures. As they approached the entrance, a doorman hurried forward, his previously enthusiastic demeanor replaced by a sycophantic smile. However, upon getting a closer look, his expression shifted faster than the turning of a page, as he realized the visitor was merely a brash youth. "May I inquire as to which esteemed family you hail from?" he asked, straightening his posture, impatience evident in his tone, dismissing Li Tianyi after a cursory glance. "Jiangbei Li family," Li Tianyi replied, standing poised with an air of cold arrogance. The doorman racked his brain but found no information regarding the Li family, especially one from Jiangbei, a place he deemed a backwater, devoid of any formidable clans. He believed that anyone worthy of entering this estate must be a scion of a prestigious family or a hotel magnate, dismissing Li Tianyi as inconsequential. Begone. Do not cause a ruckus here. Though I am merely a doorman, I possess more connections and resources than you commoners, he declared, his disdain palpable. Yet suddenly, the doorman fell silent, his eyes widening in realization as he scrutinized Li Tianyi anew, now with great caution. As a servant of the Chao family, he was among the first to be informed of such names, but he never anticipated one would dare to come to their door. Observing Mo Feng and Mo Yu standing behind Li Tianyi, the doorman's suspicions were confirmed. His mind buzzed with anxiety, his teeth began to chatter, and his breath became labored. Quickly, send word. Inform them that I have arrived. Remember to summon Chao Jian and Amp, Apos, S. father. Li Tianyi, perceiving the doorman and Amp, Apos, S. unease, spoke directly. His gaze was fixed on a nearby residence, exuding an ancient and grand aura. The doorman felt as though a weight had been lifted from him, drenched in sweat. He scurried inside the estate. Within moments, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Chao family residence, igniting a previously tranquil atmosphere into one of chaos. A group of brash young heirs emerged, their arrogance palpable. You are the one who killed Chao Jian, audaciously daring to show your face here. You must possess the courage of a bear and the heart of a leopard. They were all in their 20s, brimming with bravado, surrounding Li Tianyi with hostile intent. They were closely related to Chao Jian and had a strong desire for vengeance. Upon hearing about the incident at the Nagano estate, they had nearly acted with martial artists to settle the score, but their elders had intervened to prevent a catastrophe. Now, with Li Tianyi at their doorstep, the young men were exhilarated, shouting threats. I have no desire to kill today. Just bring out Chao Jian's father. Li Tianyi regarded these raucous fools with indifference. Had he wished it, they would have met a bloody end on the spot. What audacity! This is the Chao family, and you, a despicable criminal, dare to prattle on. Have you contemplated your demise? To simply kill him would be too lenient. He should be captured and subjected to torment until he wished for death. These young men, emboldened by their surrounding martial artists, began devising ways to make Li Tianyi and Apos' life a living hell. However, one relatively composed member of the Chao family interjected, cautioning them about Li Tianyi's martial prowess. Yet, he was quickly drowned out by the others, insisting that with so many martial artists at their side, they could easily subdue him. Li Tianyi sighed softly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If you seek death, then let it be fulfilled. Chapter 68. No need for bloodshed, just turn away, what a joke. Today, it seems you are courting death. What audacity grants you the courage to act so arrogantly, merely because you are a martial artist? A few young men crossed their arms, sneering coldly, emboldened by the presence of fellow martial artists around them. Li Tianyi, disinterested in their banter, merely cast a glance. At that moment, Mo Feng and Mo Yu surged forth. The young men were caught off guard, and even the surrounding martial artists felt an icy gust, their hearts racing with alarm. In the blink of an eye, blades danced in their hands, and a torrent of blood spilled forth. Within mere moments, several martial artists fell to their swords, unable to react in time. Quick, strike back. The remaining martial artists, in shock, rushed forward to confront them. Yet, collectively, they were no match for the two. A chilling breeze swept past their ears, and soon, heads rolled. Some attempted to defend with weapons, but they were as fragile as paper, cleaved apart in an instant, their bodies severed in two. In scarcely 5 seconds, the dozen or so martial artists surrounding them were decapitated, their cries barely escaping their lips. It was only then that the young members of the Chao family began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, the ground was already strewn with corpses. With a thud, one young man fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear. The remaining few were drenched in cold sweat, hastily attempting to flee back to their residence. Yet, as they turned, they were struck with terror. For at that moment, Mo Feng and Mo Yu had leveled their swords at them, their eyes devoid of mercy, radiating a murderous intent. When the core members of the Chao family arrived, they were greeted by a scene of carnage. Bodies and blood littered the ground. The young scions lay lifeless, paying a bloody price for their reckless arrogance. This incited a fury in their elders that bordered on madness. With bloodshot eyes, they glared fiercely at Li Tianyi. Emerging were several authoritative figures from the Chao family, known for their considerable influence throughout Tianbei. Typically stoic, they remained unperturbed even in the face of calamity. However, the sight before them ignited an explosive rage. Li Tianyi surveyed the throng before him, locking eyes with one individual. This middle-aged man, eyes ablaze with fury and fists clenched tightly, bore a striking resemblance to Chao Jian. He was Chao Qianshao, a prominent figure within the second generation of the Chao family, whose only son had been slain by Li Tianyi and Apos' sword just the day before. Today, he sought clarity on a singular matter. Li Tianyi cut straight to the heart of the issue, dismissing the hatred directed at him. Silence. Save your words for the afterlife. First, I shall subdue you and honor my son. Chao Qianshao interrupted, his words laced with venom. The sentiment among the other Chao family members echoed his. No words could alter the current predicament. You have slain Chao Jian and so many of our kin. Do you still expect us to speak kindly to you? Another middle-aged man spoke up, his heart bleeding at the sight of the fallen. These were the hopes of the Chao family, extinguished in the span of a morning. How could one not be enraged? I shall ask you once more, from where did the ring Chao Jian gifted to Jin Yitong originate? Li Tianyi retorted coldly, producing the ring he had acquired from Jin Yitong. Upon receiving the ring, he learned it was a gift from Chao Jian. As a scion of the Chao family, it was unsurprising he could recognize the valuable piece, yet he had not anticipated it being given away. What a lavish family the Chaos are. Do not shift the topic. If you seek an opportunity to flee, it is already too late. Chao Qianshao sneered, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Tianyi. Indeed, had an ordinary martial artist dared to confront the Chao family, they would surely have met with failure. The throng behind the core figures of the Chao family comprised a formidable force of around 70 to 80 martial artists, exuding an aura distinctly different from the ordinary. This assembly was far more powerful than those at the banquet, representing a substantial threat. As the martial artists comprehended Chao Qianshao's words, they swiftly encircled Li Tianyi and his companions. Among them stood 4 particularly potent martial artists, far beyond the capabilities of the average fighters. Do you admit that the extermination of the Li family in Jiangbei is linked to your Chao family? Li Tianyi's eyes glinted with icy resolve upon hearing the insult directed at his family, his voice hard as steel. He did not even glance at the encircling martial artists. So what if it was our Chao family? What do you intend to do about it? Your Li family deserves to perish. I will never forget the despairing faces of your kin as they cried out in agony. Chao Qianshao's mocking laughter echoed, seeking to wound Li Tianyi's heart with his words. Indeed, his taunts struck a nerve, and Li Tianyi's expression turned frigid, the murderous intent within him surging forth. I recall a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to you. I witnessed him cleaved in two by a martial artist. In his final moments, he called out for his son. Alas! Another middle-aged man interjected, his own offspring's body lying before him. Noticing the turmoil in Li Tianyi's expression, he grew emboldened. Relishing the moment, Li Tianyi's gaze hardened, the temperature in the air plummeting as if winter were upon them, leaving everyone feeling a chilling dread, limbs growing numb. The 4 powerful martial artists behind the Chao family sensed the shift and positioned themselves protectively in front of their leaders. The surrounding martial artists tightened their encirclement, ready to strike at any moment, their swords poised to pierce Li Tianyi's heart and bring his life to an end. You Li family are but a mere clan from Jiangbei. Death at the hands of martial artists is the best fate for you. How could our Chao family be compared to yours, daring you to commit such a crime? Even as they sensed the chill in the air, the Chao family members remained emboldened, mocking their adversary. Li Tianyi, now thoroughly incensed, had not intended to unleash a massacre today. Yet the Chao family had chosen their own demise. Clearly, if blood were not shed today, they would never lower their haughty heads. Chapter 69. The sword chills 10,000 miles. Blood stains the sky today. He had intended to inquire about the origin of the ring. Although he anticipated some surprises, he was taken aback by the utter lack of concern displayed by the Chao family, who regarded Li Tianyi with disdain and blatantly exposed his vulnerabilities. Indeed, such prominent families would never condescend to negotiate with obscure individuals. Thus, the discourse was firmly anchored in the realm of sheer power. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, the air thick with animosity as tensions escalated. Kill! A middle-aged man from the Chao family unleashed his pent-up fury with a roar. In an instant, the surrounding warriors, taut as drawn bows, surged forward, dozens of them charging at Li Tianyi and his companions. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Tianyi vanished from sight. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, armed with their swords, engaged in fierce combat with the other warriors. Meanwhile, the 4 formidable fighters felt their pupils constrict as they sensed a shadow dart past them. But by the time they reacted, They were met with a series of horrified screams from behind. The core members of the Chao family were swiftly dispatched, their throats severed by a single stroke, the chilling sword energy almost decapitating them. Only Chao Qianxiao remained alive, ensnared by Li Tianyi, unable to move. The four masters were struck with disbelief. They had failed to even catch a glimpse of Li Tianyi's figure, allowing him to seize the initiative. Though not among the elite of Tianbei, they were still figures of considerable standing, yet they had permitted a mere youth to eliminate members of the Chao family under their very noses. Meanwhile, Chao Qianxiao, still disoriented and spinning in confusion, felt as if he were being hoisted like a chick. You remnant of the Li family, if you possess any skill, fight me as a warrior. Is this truly all you can muster? Once a figure of authority, now he was reduced to a puppet in another's grasp. A source of shame and anger that left him flustered. Speak. Where did your son acquire this ring? With a slight exertion, Li Tianyi tightened his grip, causing Chao Qianxiao to feel a sharp pain coursing through his neck, as if it might snap at any moment. The words whispered in his ear felt like the cold wind, sending shivers down his spine. When he focused his gaze, he found his fellow warriors, who had stood beside him mere moments ago, now fallen in pools of blood, their throats slashed, eyes wide in terror. A surge of fear gripped Chao Qianxiao's heart. Yet his long-standing position of power instilled a sense of pride within him. Instinctively driven by terror, he nearly blurted out the truth, but clenched his teeth in defiance. Attack! At that moment, the other four warriors exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to strike, while Li Tianyi was momentarily distracted. They lunged forward with the swiftness of a tempest, two aiming directly for Li Tianyi's face, while the other two sought to reclaim Chao Qianxiao from his grasp. However, Li Tianyi's perception was exceptionally acute. Even while distracted, he sensed their movements. With one hand still clutching Chao Qianxiao, he swung his sword with blinding speed. The sound of steel slicing through the air echoed as the two attackers instinctively drew back their hands, while the other two were forced to halt their advance. But Li Tianyi, undeterred, pressed forward, intent on eliminating all four. A chill ran through the four as they braced themselves, refusing to retreat, and engaged Li Tianyi in combat. Be cautious. His speed is astonishing, and his sword is razor-sharp. One warrior, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, warned his companions. Having merely brushed past Li Tianyi, he felt a deep gash open on his chest, blood spilling forth. They could not afford to underestimate him. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them, dispelling any earlier dismissiveness. Initially, they had regarded Li Tianyi with disdain, believing that with their numbers, they could easily quell him. Yet, to their astonishment, he exceeded their expectations in combat. As they prepared for a serious confrontation, Li Tianyi's speed surged once more, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The four widened their eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled the air, and sensing impending doom, they hastily retreated. Yet, it was too late. Li Tianyi had appeared behind one of them, his sharp Qingyun sword plunging into the man's heart. The blade pierced through his back, the rampant sword energy siphoning away his life force. The warrior looked down at his chest, shock and disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Even in his final moments, he murmured, everything had transpired too swiftly. The remaining three felt a wave of icy dread wash over them as they witnessed a companion, one they had fought alongside for years, fall lifeless before their eyes. Li Tianyi withdrew the Qingyun sword, still holding Chao Qianxiao, his icy gaze locked onto the remaining three. In an instant, they were gripped by the urge to flee, fully aware they stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. However, with a predator of his caliber on their heels, the prospect of escape was nearly non-existent. They had no choice but to brace themselves for confrontation. Meanwhile, on another front, Mo Feng and Mo Yu found themselves in a precarious situation. It was not due to a lack of prowess on their part, but rather the overwhelming numbers of warriors surrounding them, nearly 80 in total. To remain unbeaten in such circumstances was a remarkable feat. Even the other four masters would struggle under such pressure. Fortunately, Li Tianyi's speed proved advantageous. The remaining three warriors were no match for him and were swiftly brought to their knees. One attempted to launch an assault, but was sent flying by a kick to the chest, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Another met a swift end as a blade pierced his brow, leaving him lifeless. The last one, summoning every ounce of strength, darted towards the Chao family's entrance, seemingly seeking aid. Yet, his life was extinguished by a swift stroke that severed his head, his eyes reflecting despair. Chao Qianxiao, dangling helplessly, felt nauseated by the whirlwind of violence, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. However, he remained silent, holding on to the belief that the presence of the Chao family warriors and the four masters would deter Li Tianyi from harming him. Yet, when he regained his composure, the sight before him shattered his resolve. He found himself discarded beside the corpses of the four masters, while Li Tianyi stood at the center of the battlefield. Warriors fell like weeds beneath his blade, lives extinguished as easily as grass. Li Tianyi embodied the spirit of a war god, his sword casting a chilling aura across the expanse, blood staining the heavens above. Chapter 70. It is not the best, but the most expensive. These are warriors, not mere cabbages on the street. Warriors capable of taking on 10 or even 100 foes, who can scale walls and strike unseen. Yet, they were effortlessly dispatched by Li Tianyi and Apos' sword. Chao Qianxiao could hardly believe his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. No one understands the terror of such individuals better than the prominent families that harbor warriors. In today's society, power is not solely defined by financial dominance. It requires the martial prowess to defend one's territory, and both are indispensable. The family that possesses the mightiest warriors holds absolute sway in the entire northern province. It is through these warriors that they truly establish themselves as formidable forces. However, at this moment, Chao Qianxiao felt as if his family had been rendered powerless, reduced to a mere trunk, severed from its limbs. The warriors around him were wailing and shrieking in the face of impending death. Despite their desperate resistance, they were ultimately no match for Li Tianyi's swift sword. His blade was exceptionally fast. Blood dripped from Chao Qianxiao's heart, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. He lamented not having exterminated the Li family when he had the chance. His vision was shrouded in a crimson haze. The previously disadvantaged Mo Feng and Mo Yu suddenly found their fortunes reversed with Li Tianyi's arrival. The tide had turned dramatically, the atmosphere thick with the energy of swordplay. Any strike that grazed a foe resulted in severed limbs and gaping wounds. They were horrified by the existence of such an unparalleled master. In mere minutes, the foundation of the Chao family, their entrenched capital in northern Tian, was obliterated by Li Tianyi's hand. Blood flowed freely, and corpses piled like small hills. Such a gruesome scene failed to elicit any change in Li Tianyi's expression. His bloodstained sword in hand, he slowly approached Chao Qianxiao. "Speak, or perish." Li Tianyi's sword gleamed coldly, his words chilling to the bone. Regrettably, Chao Jian had already been slain. Otherwise, he might have gleaned more clarity regarding certain matters. However, if this was indeed something the Chao family salvaged from that great fire, they must have some inkling. "Go on, kill me," Chao Qianxiao declared defiantly. Though he struggled to breathe under the weight of Li Tianyi's imposing aura, his son lay dead at Li Tianyi's hands, and he would not grant his enemy the satisfaction of submission, even in death. "Very well, I refuse to believe that no one in your family is aware. If no one knows, I shall eradicate the entire Chao lineage." Li Tianyi appeared as an emotionless deity, wiping out a clan as if it were a trivial task. Chao Qianxiao was overwhelmed with disbelief, panic consuming him. He recognized that given Li Tianyi's temperament and the unquenchable hatred he bore, the annihilation of his family was entirely possible. Alas, Chao Qianxiao sighed heavily, filled with immense reluctance. However, should calamity befall the Chao family now, when the elders return, he would bear the weight of this sin, even unto death. He finally spoke, compelled by the threat of annihilation. "This ring was gifted by a junior of the Shen family, named Shen Linheng, though we do not know its origins." He lowered his head, consumed by humiliation and fury. It was not the significance of the item that stung, but rather the fact that it symbolized his submission to the enemy who had slain his son. Subjugated by his martial might. "If my Chao family's pinnacle warriors were here, you would have perished long ago." Chao Qianxiao seethed internally, lamenting the circumstances. If only he had waited a few more days, such a predicament would not have arisen. "Rest assured, you shall meet them soon." Li Tianyi showed no mercy, severing Chao Qianxiao's head with a single stroke. He had declared that those who dared to reveal murderous intent against him would be slain without hesitation, especially the Chao family. The downfall of the Chao family was inevitable, though not at this moment. Li Tianyi had more pressing matters to attend to. Despite the slim chances of success, he remained determined to seek answers. Li Tianyi moved like the wind, a specter of death leaving no trace behind. When others finally arrived, they were met with a scene of utter carnage. News spread rapidly. The Chao family had suffered numerous casualties, and Chao Qianxiao, the youngest son of the elder, had also fallen. This shocking revelation sent ripples through the community, eclipsing the recent Longya bloodshed incident and sparking new intrigue. Countless individuals speculated on the identity of the audacious challenger to the Chow family's authority. It had been many years since such astounding news had emerged, and yet, two extraordinary events had transpired in quick succession, all shrouded in mystery. Many who learned of the events wondered if they were connected to the Longya incident, spawning a flurry of rumors. The protagonists of these two grand events, meanwhile, found themselves at a nightclub, situated in the heart of Tianbei. This entertainment district was lined with numerous bars and dance halls. As night approached, the streets buzzed with young patrons dressed in trendy and extravagant attire. Most hailing from families with some wealth, for few would dare to frequent such establishments otherwise. Thus, it became a favored haunt for the affluent elite and young masters to indulge themselves. Li Tianyi's presence here was prompted by the frequent sightings of several young masters from the Shin family. Passers-by often observed them embracing companions and arriving in luxury vehicles. As luck would have it, the trio was passing by and decided to seek out leads. They arrived at the entrance of a prominent nightclub, the neon sign of the Newcastle Bar shining brightly. This was the largest bar on the street, boasting multiple floors filled with dance halls and lounges. A favored retreat for the young elite. Other bars would have their promoters eagerly rushing to greet patrons from afar, but at Newcastle, only 4 towering bouncers stood at the entrance, verifying membership. When Li Tianyi and his companions attempted to enter, they were informed that admission was restricted to members only. Mo Feng privately inquired whether they should force their way in, but Li Tianyi declined. The bustling crowd made a scene unfavorable for their covert operations. However, the bouncers mistook Li Tianyi's demeanor for that of a penniless individual, attempting to expel them to safeguard their business. This scene caught the attention of a gaggle of wealthy youths, who immediately began to mock. When did Newcastle Bar stoop so low as to allow such penniless individuals to linger? A young master adorned in luxury attire scoffed, deliberately displaying his ostentatious car keys. Lu Xiao, we are handling the situation, one bouncer replied, his tone respectful. Very well, find someone to guide us. We're headed to the 16th floor dance hall. The young master strutted, exuding arrogance, casting disdainful glances at Li Tianyi. Apologies, Lu Xiao, but your membership only grants access to the 12th floor. You lack the credentials for the 16th. The bouncer explained candidly, though with an apologetic tone. We are friends of young Master Shun. How could we be denied entry? Lu Xiao frowned, raising his voice in displeasure. At that moment, Li Tianyi, whom they had deemed insignificant, interjected. Please grant us the highest membership you offer. Chapter 71. The dragon-embellished black card. Supreme glory. Upon uttering these words, all eyes were instantly drawn to the speaker. Even the affluent heir from the Lu family couldn't help but turn his gaze in that direction. His companions, equally astonished, scrutinized Li Tianyi anew. Do you know how much the best diamond membership here costs? The burly man questioned Li Tianyi, his disbelief evident and his tone rather rude. In truth, there were not many top-tier members in Newcastle, but they could bring friends along. This, however, was merely the membership fee, excluding the cost of beverages. I don't know. Li Tianyi replied candidly, his honesty setting him up for mockery. Did you hear that? This kid doesn't even know the cost and dares to boast about acquiring a top-tier membership? It's laughable. Lu Xiao jeered, prompting his entourage to cast disdainful glances at Li Tianyi. Listen, kid, the top membership costs 5 million a year, and that doesn't even cover drinks. Do you now realize how ignorant you are? This is not a price that an ordinary family can afford. Lu Xiao's companions chimed in, eager to enlighten Li Tianyi. To them, he appeared to be a naive country bumpkin, unaware of the realities surrounding him. Their derision for those of lower status was unabashed. Yet, standing at the periphery, a woman refrained from mockery, instead displaying a look of disdain towards the wealthy young men. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a white dress, resembling a pure white lotus. Her appearance made it difficult to associate her with the frivolous scions nearby, particularly given the sorrow and helplessness reflected in her eyes, suggesting a deeper story. All right, enough laughter. Shun Ji's people are coming down, one of the mockers suddenly said, his tone shifting as he spotted a rugged man emerging from the hall, wearing a sly grin. Huigu, what do you think of this one? Lu Xiao approached the man, whispering and exchanging furtive glances. Let us go. The man, Huigu, said coldly, casting a glance at the woman beside him. Lu Xiao's face lit up with joy. He knew the woman had caught Shin Xiao's eye. Though he felt a twinge of regret, she was both beautiful and graceful. having taken considerable effort to win over. He recognized the necessity of sacrificing her for a connection with Shen Xiao. The bouncers, upon recognizing Shen Xiao's associates, ceased their objections and allowed them to pass. "Please leave. Do not disrupt the bar's business," one of the bouncers stated firmly, his gaze carrying a warning. Numerous patrons passing by glanced over, their expressions rife with contempt and mockery directed at Li Tianyi and his companions. "I said, I want one," Li Tianyi replied, a note of impatience in his voice, unperturbed by the 5 million price tag. The bouncer frowned, struggling to believe this young man could indeed produce such a sum. "Let me remind you, that is merely the membership fee for 1 year. If you are merely pretending to be affluent, do not jeopardize your family's well-being. Furthermore, one must possess the right status. Wealth alone is insufficient." Though the bouncer appeared cold, there was a hint of conscience in his warning. He had seen too many young people lost to the allure of luxury, only to live a life filled with regret. Some things, if not possessed at birth, are nearly impossible to acquire later. "Enough." Li Tianyi, growing increasingly impatient, produced a gold-edged black card and tossed it out. Before the bouncer could react, Li Tianyi stepped inside with determination. This unexpected action immediately caught the attention of others nearby. A group of bodyguards in black swiftly surrounded him, their expressions menacing. "Kid, are you looking for trouble? Have you done your homework?" A short, stout man approached, sizing up Li Tianyi with a scowl. Those around him treated him with deference, addressing him as the manager. The hall was awash in vibrant lights, adorned with golden staircases and luxurious decorations. Currently, Li Tianyi and his companions were blocked, and the bodyguards seemed poised for confrontation. Noticing the commotion, the wealthy young men and women in the hall turned their attention toward the unfolding drama. The manager, wearing a forced smile for the esteemed guests, showed no mercy to those causing disturbances. "Either get out now, or I will break your legs and throw you out. Do you want me to help you choose?" The stout manager sneered, pointing at Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi remained expressionless, neither responding nor making any attempt to leave. "Looks like you've chosen the second option. Truly, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin," the manager declared, gesturing for the bodyguards to break Li Tianyi's legs. Wealthy heirs, donned in expensive shoes and sipping fine champagne, coldly observed the spectacle before them, their laughter echoing in the air. The manager, arms crossed, mocked Li Tianyi, proclaiming that the Newcastle bar was not a place for someone of his ilk. Just as the bodyguards were about to act, the bouncer finally, trembling, handed the black card to the manager. "Manager, take a look at this. I suspect my eyes might be failing me." The bouncer cautiously presented the card, fearful of dropping it, his tone noticeably altered. "Can't you see I'm occupied? What kind of card is this? It doesn't even have a bank's name on it. What use is it?" Although the manager was impatient, he still picked it up for a cursory glance. Upon seeing the words "dragon embellished," he nearly dropped the card in shock. A dragon embellished black card? At that moment, even the manager's tone transformed. He swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. "Whose is this?" The manager's throat felt dry, and his breathing grew heavy. He understood that this was the black card from the Dragon Embellished Commerce Association. The Dragon Embellished Commerce Association is renowned throughout Huagua, with assets surpassing nations. The credit cards under its name are not linked to any bank, representing an overdraft of the association's wealth. The black card is famously known as a credit card with no limit, meaning it can be used infinitely, potentially overwhelming the card reader with its boundless credit. Moreover, the accompanying privileges are unimaginable, marking the holder as an esteemed guest of the Dragon Embellished Commerce Association. In the entire northern province, there had never been a holder of a black card, until today. The manager could hardly articulate his emotions, his body trembling with excitement. "Whose is this?" He gazed at the bouncer, panting, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, having completely forgotten about the ongoing confrontation. Following the bouncer's cautious gaze, the manager slowly turned to see the face of the very person he had just ridiculed and threatened to break. That person was none other than Li Tianyi. Chapter 72. Honestly confess. And you may yet survive. The manager could never have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed a prestigious black card from the Xianglong Chamber of Commerce. What an astounding concept. It was even more extravagant than a college student becoming a general. Reflecting on his earlier disrespectful remarks, where he had threatened to break the young man's legs, he realized he had made a grave error. He had undoubtedly offended the Xianglong Chamber of Commerce. If they were to learn of this, a single word from the president of the northern province could very well mean he would not see the light of another day. Are you certain this card is genuine? The manager, still in disbelief, quietly inquired of the burly man beside him, his heart racing with anxiety. It is indeed real. I have confirmed it, the burly man replied, his gaze towards Li Tianyi now filled with newfound respect. The weight of his previous words suddenly filled him with shame. Young master, I must apologize for my earlier lack of discernment, he stammered, bowing deeply before Li Tianyi, his face contorted in an expression of contrition. Convinced of his ability to read people, he had never anticipated being so utterly mistaken. 5 seconds passed, then 6. Li Tianyi remained silent, while the manager held his bow, sweat dripping onto the floor. In his heart, he dared not harbor any resentment. Rather, he was consumed with trepidation. Every nerve in his body taut with anxiety. The surrounding staff, witnessing their superior in such a submissive posture, dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in respect. The entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence, onlookers rendered speechless. What was happening? The manager of Newcastle was apologizing to a young man in his 20s? They could scarcely believe their eyes, their hearts shaken. You just threatened to break my legs? Li Tianyi finally spoke, his tone icy as he began to hold the manager accountable. He was not a vengeful person, but he was certainly one who believed in retribution. Your attitude towards me will dictate my response to you. If you wish to harm me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Young master, The manager's body trembled as he stuttered, unsure of how to respond. Mo Feng, break one of his legs. Li Tianyi commanded coldly, showing no mercy towards such a man. This statement shocked everyone present. This unassuming young man dared to threaten the manager's well-being? Even the staff could hardly believe it, their heads snapping up. Disbelief etched across their faces. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the manager's apparent relief. He exhibited no anger, nor did he order his subordinates to resist. He was utterly compliant. Yes, young master. Mo Feng responded, swiftly delivering a kick that landed squarely on the manager and Apos' knee. The sound of anguished screams echoed through the hall, causing some young masters to go pale with fright. This individual truly dared to take action. The manager curled up on the floor, clutching his leg in agony, drenched in sweat. Yet, within, he felt a strange sense of relief, even gratitude. Losing a leg signified the end of this ordeal, and he would not face repercussions. However, the others present were filled with speculation about the ruthless young man's true identity. Young master, which floor do you wish to visit? Allow me to escort you. One of the staff nervously inquired of Li Tianyi. 16, Li Tianyi replied, his expression unchanged, unaffected by the extraordinary events that had just transpired. He followed the staff member, departing the hall under the watchful gaze of all. At that moment, no one dared to speak further. A black card from the Shanglong Chamber of Commerce overshadowed all else. This title far exceeded any familial lineage in terms of prestige. On the 16th floor of the Newcastle bar, the ambience was vibrant, filled with music and laughter. Countless beautiful women swayed their bodies enticingly, their gazes flirtatious. Below, the sons of affluent families embraced their companions, lost in a haze of desire and intoxication. Upon entering, Li Tianyi immediately spotted a group at the center, undoubtedly the focal figures of the 16th floor, surrounded by stunning companions. An array of luxury car keys lay on the table before them. The drinks were of a caliber unheard of by ordinary individuals, accompanied by exquisite cigars and gourmet delicacies. Among them, a dashing young man, seated at the center, swirled his drink, scanning the dancers on stage as if hunting for prey. The earlier brash young master was now crouched before him, eagerly gesturing animatedly. An elegant woman was just pulled to the young man by the brash young master. Overwhelmed with regret, she longed to escape, but upon seeing the row of bodyguards behind the young man, her complexion paled. Oh! The dashing young man's eyes lit up with interest as he noticed her. He had grown weary of the countless women who threw themselves at him. But this one's unique grace and resistance ignited a spark of desire within him. She is the one, he thought. Reclining back against the sofa with a smirk of amusement, hands laced behind his head, those seated beside him, understanding the unspoken cue, vacated their spots without hesitation. What are you waiting for? This is an opportunity you may never encounter again, the brash young master urged, noticing the woman's lack of response. In a moment of desperation, he shoved her towards the dashing young man, hoping to facilitate their interaction. The floor was slick, and the woman stumbled, losing her balance and falling forward. Just then, an unnoticed figure darted past, catching her effortlessly. Thank you, she gasped, still shaken, her complexion slightly pale. When she looked up, she was stunned to realize that the young man before her was none other than Li Tianyi, the same individual she had seen on the first floor. The brash young master, witnessing the woman being rescued, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she fallen and been injured, the dashing young man would undoubtedly be displeased. He had intended to thank the young man, but was taken aback upon recognizing his face. "How the hell did you get up here?" he exclaimed, astonished. However, Li Tianyi paid him no mind, disregarding his presence entirely, and approached the dashing young man directly. His entrance was abrupt, leaving many bewildered. "Where is Shen Linheng? Speak, and you may yet have a moment longer to live." Chapter 73. Tian Yi takes the lead. Bowing in submission, "What did you say?" The young master of the Shen family seemed to have misheard Li Tianyi's words, slowly sitting up to scrutinize him. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, with an unremarkable appearance, he resembled a financially struggling college student. The ballroom was filled with noise. He could only faintly catch references to Shen Linheng and something about death. "Kid, who are you? Are you speaking to Shen Ge?" A young master nearby, who was holding a cigar, rose to coldly question Li Tianyi. Those who reached the 16th floor were all young scions from prominent families in Tianbei, especially within this core circle. Typically, anyone encountering the young master of the Shen family would show utmost respect, yet here was someone daring to question him. Although they could not hear the conversation clearly, the tone and the indifferent expression of Li Tianyi indicated a grave mistake had been made. Dressed so poorly. How on earth did this fellow manage to come up here? When did the security measures of Newcastle Bar become so lax? The young gentlemen and ladies seated beside Shen Ge looked at Li Tianyi with disdain, some even preparing to call the staff to have him removed. "Shen Ge, I saw this guy on the first floor. He doesn't even know how much a Newcastle Bar membership costs. Look at him. He surely tried to sneak in." At this moment, Lu Xiao approached, directly mocking Li Tianyi with a derisive snort. Upon hearing this, Shen Ge cast a cold glance at Li Tianyi and casually waved his hand, indicating he should quickly step aside. As for Shen Linheng, he did not ponder too much. Which native of Tianbei was unaware of the Shen family's Shen Linheng? The mere thought of his cousin, who had chosen a military path instead of venturing into business, and had become a war general at such a young age, stirred a feeling of discontent within him. The elders of the Shen family often compared him to this cousin, subjecting him to ridicule from his peers. "Come here." His mood soured, and his words turned forceful as he directed a dark glance at a nearby woman. She felt a sudden tightening in her chest, standing frozen in place, appearing quite resistant. Yet, surrounded by wolves, there was no one to assist her, and despair filled her heart. To protect her loved ones from harm, her eyes filled with sorrow as she reluctantly took a few steps forward. However, Li Tianyi remained steadfast, unmoving, his cold gaze fixed on Shen Ge. "I say, you brat, are you tired of living today?" Lu Xiao, growing impatient, directly rebuked Li Tianyi. He even advanced towards him, reaching for Li Tianyi's collar, intending to drag him out. With a glint in his eye, Li Tianyi swiftly grasped Lu Xiao's wrist, twisting it back at a right angle with a sharp crack. "Ah!" Lu Xiao instantly felt excruciating pain, letting out a loud scream. He clutched his wrist tightly, staggering and gasping for breath, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Yet, his cries were drowned in the cacophony of music, heard only by a few nearby. Lu Xiao stared at Li Tianyi in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this fellow had the audacity to strike him. The woman was equally astonished, covering her mouth in shock at Li Tianyi's boldness. This man, whom others looked down upon, had stepped up at two critical moments. Whether by intention or coincidence, she found a long-lost sense of safety in his presence. Goodness, this kid has truly lost his mind, daring to lay hands on Shen Ge. Such youthful recklessness, offending Shen Ge for the sake of a woman, was indeed remarkable. The young masters nearby were taken aback by Li Tianyi's actions, but soon turned to mockery. Initially, they were unaware of his purpose for being there, but it became evident that he was there for the woman. "Since I can remember, no one has dared to lay a hand in front of me, let alone touch my people." "Very well, you have quite the courage." Shen Ji's irritation flared as his gaze returned to Li Tianyi, taken aback by his audacity. Having been raised in luxury, surrounded by sycophants, he was unaccustomed to anyone disregarding his authority. "You deal with him. I do not wish to see this man in Tianbei tomorrow." Shen Ge gestured to those behind him, his words laced with malice. The imposing figure who had appeared on the first floor stepped forward, approaching Li Tianyi with a menacing aura, his face illuminated under the lights, exuding an intimidating presence. Shen Ji's command was unmistakably clear. Li Tianyi's life was in jeopardy. The others comprehended this, scoffing internally, cursing Li Tianyi for his predicament. Just as they anticipated bloodshed, a figure stepped in front of him. Shen Gu, I will agree to any terms you propose, but please spare him. It was the cool woman, trembling slightly, having made a significant decision. She was acutely aware of the Shun family's power. Without assistance, Li Tianyi was undoubtedly doomed. Sacrificing herself would serve as retribution for Li Tianyi's earlier act of kindness. Oh, what if I refuse to spare him? Shen Gu remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the woman. Then I shall die, but I will not allow you to lay a finger on him. Her face drained of color, yet her eyes shone with determination. Shen Gu hesitated, displeasure brewing within him, but he ultimately acquiesced. The fate of this man rested within his whims. The difference between killing an ant and letting it live was negligible. Have the staff come over and toss this fellow out. Shen Gu scoffed, issuing the command. The cool woman closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, perceiving a bleak future ahead. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi remained indifferent to the ongoing discussions, displeased with Shun Ji's conduct. At Shun Ji's behest, the staff arrived. Li Tianyi observed the scene without moving, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Shen Gu, who dares to offend you? We shall expel him immediately. 4 robust men approached, showing utmost respect towards the young master of the Shen family. Following Shun Ji's gaze, they turned their fierce eyes towards Li Tianyi. Upon recognizing Li Tianyi's face, the burly men were left dumbfounded. It's him. Chapter 74. Like a deep abyss, unfathomable on one side stood the young heir of the Shen family, and on the other, a holder of the coveted black card from the Dragon Merchants Association. The choice before them was excruciatingly difficult, fraught with peril. A mere misstep could endanger their very lives, and this was no jest. The 4 burly men felt an overwhelming bitterness in their hearts, their eyes brimming with tears. They had not anticipated that these 2 figures would come into conflict. What is the hold-up? Why aren't you taking action? The young heir of the Shun family discerned the tension and questioned the staff members. Instantly, the employees of Newcastle found themselves in a predicament. My apologies, young Master Shun, but we cannot act against this gentleman. One staff member finally spoke up, gritting his teeth to relay the uncomfortable truth. The response left everyone momentarily stunned. The command had come from the young heir of the Shen family, while the man opposite him was merely an inconsequential figure. May I inquire why? Are you not aware that he is the heir of the Shen family? Some of the surrounding young lords expressed their disbelief, deeming the staff's actions foolish. The gaze of the young heir became increasingly cold as he fixed his eyes on the employees, demanding an explanation. Young Master Shun, this gentleman possesses a black card from the Dragon Merchants Association. Your actions put us in a difficult position, one staff member whispered in his ear, revealing the underlying circumstances. They could not afford to offend either party. This matter had exceeded their authority. They had just witnessed Li Tianyi's subordinates incapacitate the manager, who, astonishingly, expressed gratitude rather than resentment. Even a fool could understand the weight of a holder of the Dragon Merchant's black card. Upon hearing this revelation, the young heir was equally taken aback. He stared incredulously at Li Tianyi, his heart a tumult of emotions, momentarily rendering him speechless. A holder of the Dragon Merchant's black card. The veins on his forehead throbbed as anxiety gripped him. In all of Tianbei, it was nearly impossible to find such a card. Yet here it was before him. He recalled that his grandfather had once visited the president of the Dragon Merchants in Beisheng, presenting numerous valuable gifts, all in hopes of securing a black card. Yet, the president had dismissed the offerings, stating that his grandfather lacked the authority to apply. This must be a deception. I refuse to believe it. The young heir shoved the staff aside, confronting Li Tianyi directly. Flames seemed to flicker in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Li Tianyi. They claim you are a holder of the black card? You are without background and utterly ordinary. How could you possibly possess such a card? Show it to me. Fueled by jealousy and indignation, he commanded Li Tianyi with an air of authority. His cousin was revered by all, while he was trampled underfoot. Now, encountering this insignificant individual who was supposedly a black card holder, he found it utterly unbelievable. Why was fortune not on his side? Why had good luck never favored him? His loud accusations drew the attention of those around him. The young lords and ladies rose in disbelief, their gazes fixed incredulously on Li Tianyi. The cold, aloof woman watched the unfolding scene, perplexed, yet she sensed that the man who had aided her possessed an extraordinary identity. I will ask you one last time. Where is Shen Linheng? Li Tianyi, having lost all patience, regarded the young heir with indifference. In his eyes, this young master was merely a spoiled scion, brimming with arrogance. You dare to disregard me? Do you see? He cannot produce any black card. Everything he claims is a lie. The young heir felt vindicated and turned to inform everyone of his conclusion. To impersonate a black card holder is a crime you cannot bear. Kill him. Now. The young heir's demeanor became frantic as he issued commands to his subordinates. The staff, now helpless, realized the conflict had escalated beyond their control. Though the young heir was convinced that Li Tianyi was a fraud, a seed of doubt lingered in his mind. However, he believed that eliminating Li Tianyi would absolve him of any repercussions, even if the latter were indeed a black card holder. He could not fathom the Dragon Merchants Association taking issue with the Shen family over a mere death. If he allowed this young man to live, he would lose all face in this circle. Anyone could trample upon him. He could not match the talents of his family, yet he could surely deal with a nobody. His command was resolute, devoid of mercy. The formidable man sprang into action without hesitation, wielding a short blade aimed at Li Tianyi's throat. He cared not for the Dragon Merchants Association. He was solely obedient to the young heir's orders. This scene sent shockwaves through the staff. If anything were to happen to Li Tianyi in their bar, they would not escape unscathed. Challenge me? Humph. You ought to know that the Shen family possesses not only wealth, but also the might to suppress all. A cold smile graced the young heir's lips as he envisioned Li Tianyi's demise. The composed woman felt a wave of dread wash over her, her face paling as she could only watch Li Tianyi poised on the brink of death. The onlookers were stunned by the young heir's ruthless display. Yet, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The formidable man, who could have easily pierced Li Tianyi's throat in the blink of an eye, suddenly halted, the blade resting 3 centimeters from its target. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not advance an inch. It felt as though an invisible barrier, more solid than steel, stood before Li Tianyi. What was happening? The man felt a surge of panic as he exerted all his might. He realized he could not retreat either. He was ensnared in a metaphorical quagmire, trapped between 2 opposing forces, unable to move. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and an ominous premonition gripped him. When he lifted his gaze, his pupils dilated in horror. The man he had previously dismissed now gazed back at him, his eyes deep and inscrutable like an abyss. In response to the assault, Li Tianyi's expression conveyed nothing but disdain and mockery. This was no ordinary individual. He was a true master. The realization sent chills surging through the man's core, making his hair stand on end. Not only did Li Tianyi possess an extraordinary identity, but also an unimaginable strength. The consequences of striking me will be death, Li Tianyi spoke softly, his words resonating like a celestial decree, echoing in the ears of the formidable man. Chapter 75. The Killer. The resolute man, Li Tianyi, felt a jolt of fear as he gazed into the eyes of his adversary, which radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent. An overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. He understood that if he did not extricate himself swiftly, his life would be in jeopardy. At that moment, everyone around sensed the shift in atmosphere. The martial artist from the Shen family appeared frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The dagger in his grasp seemed incapable of advancing even an inch, merely inches from Li Tianyi's throat. Panic surged through the resolute man's heart as his internal energy surged, converging within him like hundreds of streams flowing into his limbs. He stood rigid, grappling against an unseen pressure. Suddenly, the 2 forces that had been assailing him dissipated, and he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Despite being drenched in sweat, a chill remained in his heart. Run! The resolute man shouted, retreating rapidly. His voice rang out, startling the others. They were bewildered by the scene before them. Yet, in an astonishing display of speed, the man was already at the doorway. Li Tianyi, unruffled, casually picked up a die from the table. With a swift motion, the ordinary die transformed into a projectile in his hand, shooting forth with lethal intent. Just as the resolute man thought he might escape, his eyes widened in horror as he lunged forward, only to feel a sudden impact at the back of his head. A gaping wound appeared, blood oozing out. Shen Shao stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes. This was a martial artist from their Shen family, capable of defeating 100 ordinary people with ease. Yet now, he lay lifeless on the floor. He was also a martial artist. Someone exclaimed, realization dawning upon them. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Tianyi's prowess left everyone astounded. A mere 20-something, who had previously seemed insignificant, was revealed to be a martial artist. Shen Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he fixed an unyielding gaze on Li Tianyi, struggling to accept this truth. The other young masters felt a tremor of unease, their derision towards Li Tianyi waning. However, despite their newfound awareness, fear did not take root in their hearts. After all, they hailed from prominent families, each possessing their own martial artists. Li Tianyi gripped another die, causing hearts to race with trepidation. His cold, indifferent gaze exuded a chilling aura, instilling fear in those present. Even if you are a martial artist, the Shen family has many skilled fighters. By killing a member of our family, you have made an enemy of the Shen clan. There will be no refuge for you in Tianbei. Shen Xiao declared defiantly, his confidence unshaken, as his array of black-clad bodyguards formed a protective barrier around him. These guards, although outwardly resolute, felt a tremor of fear within. They were mere mortals, while their opponent was a martial artist. Nevertheless, Shen Xiao urged them to attack. Even as they hesitated, caught between the fear of their master and their own instinct for self-preservation. Forward! A leader among the guards shouted, charging ahead with the others, drawing their short blades in a desperate bid for survival. As they surged forward, two shadows descended rapidly from above, like specters merging with the darkness. A sharp swish sliced through the air, followed by a metallic glint, as one bodyguard suddenly collapsed without a sound, blood staining the floor. Then came the second, and the third. The bodyguards barely registered what was happening as their comrades fell around them, succumbing to an unseen menace. Panic ensued, but they had no time to dwell on their fears. In mere moments, the guards lay slain, blood pooling around them. Another martial artist. Someone gasped, as the two shadows revealed themselves to be women of striking resemblance and chilling demeanor, Mo Feng and Mo Yu. A flicker of panic crossed Shen Xiao's mind as he swallowed hard, and the surrounding young masters felt a wave of dread wash over them, fearing that they too might fall victim to Li Tianyi's wrath. With no security left, they were vulnerable to a martial artist's lethal prowess. At that moment, staff members, noticing the commotion, assumed a disturbance was occurring. The lively music of the dance hall abruptly ceased, and bright lights flooded the room. Shen Xiao's group was instantly illuminated, drawing the attention of onlookers. A murder at the Newcastle bar. Someone screamed, terror gripping them as they witnessed the gruesome scene. Chaos erupted as patrons scrambled for safety, fleeing towards exits and elevators. Meanwhile, a burly man in the bar sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Shen family had suffered loss at the Newcastle bar, and their culpability was unavoidable. The situation was spiraling beyond their control, and all they could do was hope for no further bloodshed. Yet, amidst the fleeing crowd, some young masters remained, unfazed by the carnage. Having witnessed various scenes of chaos before, they recognized Shen Xiao's predicament against Li Tianyi and the two women. You have some audacity. Not realizing this is the young master of the Shen family? Dare to offend him here today, and you might find yourself conversing with the Grim Reaper tomorrow. One brash young master approached, eager to curry favor with Shen Xiao, scornfully addressing Li Tianyi. He stood beside Shen Xiao, dismissively appraising Li Tianyi. From his attire alone, he surmised that this individual was no significant player. Perhaps by aligning himself with Shen Xiao, he might reap considerable rewards. The remaining onlookers shared similar thoughts, rallying around Shen Xiao, their arrogance emboldened by their family backgrounds. Seeing his allies gather, Shen Xiao's anxiety began to dissipate, and a smug expression returned to his face. He could not fathom that this man dared to oppose so many prominent families. It was akin to digging his own grave. Which powerful family do you belong to? Have you lost your mind? A flippant young master scoffed, deriding Li Tianyi. His words dripped with sarcasm. Yet, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Remember this name. The killer, Li Tianyi of Jiangbei. Chapter 76. A Sword and 50, Cold Hearts and Trembling Courage in Jiangbei. The name Li Tianyi resonated through the crowd, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The raucous young men who had been mocking him moments before now stood frozen, their expressions shifting as fear crept into their eyes. Even Shen Xiao held his breath, wide-eyed and trembling slightly. Those who had previously rallied behind him were now silent, the sound of their gulping audible in the tense atmosphere. What instilled such terror in them? Who was Li Tianyi? He was the architect of the Longya bloodshed incident, responsible for the massacre of numerous martial artists from various prestigious families, leaving behind a scene of carnage and bloodshed that was too horrific for even seasoned fighters to bear. Shen Xiao, hailing from a prominent family, was all too aware of the whispered warnings. Li Tianyi was a force to be reckoned with in Tianbei, someone to be avoided at all costs. Rumors swirled that the recent bloodbath involving the Chao family was also linked to him. The Chao family boasted countless martial artists and formidable masters, yet they had been subdued effortlessly by this man, who departed without a hint of concern. Li Tianyi was undeniably a harbinger of death, unafraid of any powerful family. A chill swept through the crowd, causing their teeth to chatter involuntarily. With a swift motion, Li Tianyi locked eyes with Shen Shao, his intent clear: eliminate him. At his command, a figure vanished from sight. I'll speak. Shen Linheng, frantic and sweating profusely, hastily divulged, he is not in Tianbei right now. He will return in 2 days to visit the Shun family estate. The sharp edge of the sword hovered perilously close to his throat, threatening to pierce with the slightest pressure. Mo Feng, brandishing the blade, awaited Li Tianyi's decision. Li Tianyi remained impassive, offering no words. In an instant, the sword pierced Shen Shao's throat, blood gushing forth. Shen Shao's eyes widened in horror. His voice stifled as he clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground in a fit of convulsions as life ebbed away. Shock rippled through the onlookers. The faces of the wealthy young men turned pale, panic overtaking them. What shall we do with these people? Mou inquired, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Kill them. Li Tianyi replied coldly, showing no mercy. He harbored no goodwill towards these entitled science. Those who dared to oppose him must be prepared to face death. No. I'm a direct descendant of the Xing family. How dare you? We have no quarrel with the Shen family. Spare me, spare me. Chaos erupted as Mo Feng and Mou unleashed their blades, blood spilling across the floor. Some threatened, while others begged for mercy, but it was too late. Their defiance had sealed their fates. The burly guards could only avert their eyes, powerless to intervene. For Li Tianyi was not only a black card holder, but also an exceptionally skilled warrior. The cold, elegant woman present was equally taken aback by the bloody scene. Her face paling slightly. Jiangbei, Li Tianyi, she murmured, her brow furrowing as she felt an unsettling familiarity with the name. In that moment, every person who had stood with Shen Shao was eradicated, leaving not a single soul behind. Mo Feng and Mou's swords dripped with blood, emanating a chilling aura. Spectators huddled in corners, trembling in fear, whispering that a great calamity was imminent in Tianbei. Li Tianyi had once again orchestrated a bloodbath, annihilating the Shun family's heir and slaughtering the scions of other families. His unparalleled martial prowess, coupled with his black card, rendered him capable of challenging entire clans single-handedly. The once vibrant ballroom lay in ruins, now stained with blood, the liveliness extinguished, replaced only by lifeless corpses. Li Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, as though the events were inconsequential. It was only after he departed with Mo Feng and Mou that the remaining onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Their backs drenched in cold sweat, their hearts still racing. The incident at the Newcastle bar would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the community once more, leaving people in disbelief. The staff at Newcastle bar were left in despair. The death of the Shen family's heir would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for them. While they were still reeling from the shock, Li Tianyi was already en route back to his villa. Approaching midnight, the streets remained brightly lit. Yet the usual bustle was absent. All the shops had closed their doors. Upon returning to the villa courtyard, the trio did not immediately retreat indoors. Li Tianyi seated himself at a stone table, while Mo Feng and Mou stood alert behind him, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Someone is coming, Li Tianyi remarked, his face betraying no emotion. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure emerged, moving with deliberate calm. The man was gaunt, his gaze cold and footsteps silent, blending seamlessly into the darkness, unnoticed by ordinary eyes. Unfazed by being detected, he approached and seated himself across from Li Tianyi. You killed my brother? He inquired, his bony fingers tapping rhythmically on the stone table, his voice rasping. Li Tianyi regarded him intently, recognition dawning upon him. This man bore a resemblance to one who had sought trouble with him days prior. Ma San. Indeed, Li Tianyi confirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. His demeanor unflustered by the prospect of vengeance, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Quite bold to oppose the Zhu family, the gaunt man conceded, nodding in approval. He remained composed, lacking the rage one might expect from a grieving brother. Instead, he scrutinized Li Tianyi with keen interest. I am Ma Zhenrong, Ma San's elder brother. As a premier martial artist of the Zhu family, he had spent years solidifying their influence in other regions. upon hearing of his brother's demise. He returned to Tianbei the very next day, armed with information about the young man before him, an offspring of the Li family in Jiangbei, responsible for the massacre of 50 to 60 martial artists at Longyan Manor and the slaughter of most of the Chao family's fighters, including four masters. Yet, despite this knowledge, Ma Jinrong approached, confident in his own abilities. "Since you know I'm here, you might as well prepare for your execution," he stated firmly. Locking eyes with Li Tianyi. Though aware of Li Tianyi's formidable reputation, Ma Jinrong regarded him with disdain, believing his own prowess could easily eclipse the young man's accomplishments. Li Tianyi, however, remained unperturbed. Instead, he posed a simple question: "Have you come alone?" Chapter 77. In the Northern Province. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This statement undoubtedly serves to mock Ma Jinrong, suggesting he lacks the requisite qualifications. How laughably youthful and reckless. Rather than expressing anger, Ma Jinrong erupted into hearty laughter. He acknowledged that Li Tianyi, despite his youth, had indeed achieved remarkable accomplishments in martial arts, which warranted admiration. However, excessive confidence borders on ignorance and arrogance. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, I refined my inner strength and gained renown in the northern skies at a young age. By the age of 20, I had become a revered warrior in the Zhu family, aiding the great clan in times of peril. At 40, I vanquished a top 10 master from Jiangbei, my reputation soaring like the sun at its zenith. I am keenly aware that there are greater heights beyond the heavens. How dare you, a mere youth, utter such presumptuous words without comprehending your own insignificance? A smirk of disdain crept across Ma Jinrong's face as he dismissed Li Tianyi's audacious claims. He regarded Li as a genuine talent, yet the more brilliantly displayed, the more determined Ma Jinrong became to see him eliminated, not solely for avenging his fallen brother, but also because of Li's ties to the Jia family. "Since your demise is imminent, allow me to enlighten you. When your family was annihilated, I was directly involved, personally extinguishing your kin." Ma Jinrong's cold grin was unmistakable. The implication was clear: "You have slain my brother, igniting my wrath, and I shall reciprocate by revealing that I have taken your family from this world, inciting your fury in turn." Indeed, he noted a shift in Li Tianyi's expression, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. Satisfaction welled within Ma Jinrong as a subtle aura of murderous intent began to envelop him. After all, it was his own brother who had perished, and his desire for vengeance against Li Tianyi was palpable. Conversely, Li Tianyi could hardly fathom that the true executioner would stand before him today. In that fleeting moment, he yearned to rend Ma Jinrong apart, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Why did your clan strike against the Li family?" Li Tianyi's complexion returned to normal as he posed this question. Although he understood it was a secret tied to personal grievances, he remained perplexed as to what could incite such a devastating assault by the prominent families of the northern province, leaving the Li family utterly decimated. "You wish to know? Very well, kneel and repent for my fallen brother, and I shall reveal the truth to you as you take your final breath." Ma Jinrong's pride was palpable, a derisive snort escaping him. He understood that for anyone, the inexplicable destruction of their family would leave them desperate for answers, a rationale for their slaughter, for without it, even death would bring no solace. "If you kneel and admit the truth, I might grant you an intact corpse." Li Tianyi's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "What?" Ma Jinrong questioned his own hearing, for Li did not appear to be pleading. Rather, he seemed to issue a command, even offering the preservation of his corpse as a condition. This was a blatant insult to him, a humiliation directed at a formidable martial artist. Bang! Enraged, Ma Jinrong slammed his hand down, shattering the stone table into fragments. His expression hardened, fixing a fierce gaze upon Li Tianyi. Yet, he soon regained his composure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I still vividly remember the despair and screams of your kin in their final moments. I witnessed a middle-aged couple at your home, the man bearing a striking resemblance to you. They called out for their son, their hearts filled with anxiety, but alas, they never beheld their child one last time before they perished." Ma Jinrong spoke with deliberate calmness, feigning sympathy for the couple, while his words bore the weight of a dagger aimed at Li Tianyi's heart. It was unmistakably the fate of Li Tianyi's parents he described. He scrutinized Li's expression, eager to witness the anguish and regret that would unfold. In that moment, he relished the power he wielded over his prey, deriving pleasure from their psychological unraveling before their death. "You shall meet a most wretched end." Li Tianyi felt a profound impact, his eyes cold. a tempest of murderous intent swirling within him. His restraint stemmed from a desire to extract information, yet he had not anticipated that Ma Jinrong would challenge his very limits through words. What's wrong? Are you in pain now, yet utterly powerless? All you can do is retaliate with impotent words. What good is that? Ma Jinrong chuckled triumphantly, convinced he had breached Li Tiany's defenses. He dismissed any notion that Li's threats posed a genuine concern. To him, Li, despite his talents, was no true threat. Preposterous. Young master, let us eliminate him. Mo Feng interjected angrily, her sword poised, awaiting Li Tiany and Appo's command. No, I shall personally see this man to his end, Li Tiany replied, shaking his head in refusal. You think you can resist, given your pitiful status? Enough, let me show you what true strength is. Ma Jinrong scoffed at the trio before him. His eyes blazed with intensity as his aura surged, the very fabric of his being transforming as he stood. Rising slowly, his energy ascended rapidly, reaching its zenith in mere moments. A series of crackling sounds emanated from his body as he grew, his once thin frame swelling with newfound power. Ma Jinrong's presence became as formidable as a mountain, an invisible force enveloping the surroundings. Streetlights flickered ominously, and a fierce wind swept through, rustling the leaves violently. As a remnant of your clan, dying at my hands will grant you peace in the afterlife. Ma Jinrong's murderous intent surged, his words stirring the wind to a frenzy, causing leaves to scatter. He was resolute in avenging his brother, prepared to unveil his true might. Just moments ago, he had been still, now he moved with the force of a tempest. Quite intriguing, Li Tiany mused, his gaze fixed upon Ma Jinrong. This was undoubtedly the most formidable martial artist he had encountered since returning to the city. Even those he had previously faced, such as the one-star battle general or Ma San, paled in comparison. Ma Jinrong's prowess rivaled that of a two-star battle general, a remarkable feat indeed. No wonder he dared to confront Li after learning of his exploits. What astonished Li Tiany further was the realization that Ma Jinrong was not even the pinnacle of strength within the northern province. Truly, this was the capital of the northern province, a realm teeming with hidden talents. Li Tiany rose slowly, devoid of any ostentatious aura, his tone measured and calm. Indeed, you possess the qualifications to provoke my intervention. Chapter 78. Thunder in the heart, unflinching countenance facing imminent death, yet still seeking to gain the upper hand with words. Today, you shall pay for my brother's life. Ma Jinrong bellowed, his gaze piercing like a torch, fixed fiercely upon Li Tiany. With a thunderous crash, he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremor violently. A large crater formed beneath him, emitting wisps of green smoke. Filled with combat fervor, Ma Jinrong clenched his fists, resembling a colossal beast. As he advanced toward Li Tiany, with a swift leap, he launched his fists, forged as if from steel, slicing through the air with a deafening sound. The strike descended like a meteor, exuding unparalleled might. His fists, in friction with the air, sparked flames, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Li Tiany, in contrast, made only the slightest of movements. He slowly extended his palm, devoid of flamboyance or intimidation, seemingly aiming to counter Ma Jinrong's fearsome blow. Seeking death, Ma Jinrong scoffed inwardly, envisioning Li Tiany exploding into a mist of blood. Boom! The two finally collided, producing an earth-shattering sound akin to the detonation of explosives. As an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped the entire villa courtyard, Mo Feng and Mo Yu stumbled back several steps, astonished. Ma Jinrong's strength was formidable, far beyond that of Ma San. The soil of the garden was upheaved, trees uprooted, and flowers and grass reduced to powder in an instant. The ground quaked, and the explosive sound echoed throughout the sky, reverberating for hundreds of meters. In the midst of dust and smoke, the two figures were momentarily obscured. How is this possible? Within the swirling dust, Ma Jinrong's countenance shifted dramatically. He maintained his aggressive stance, his fist crashing against Li Tiany's palm. Contrary to his expectations, there was no explosion of flesh and blood. Li Tiany's seemingly delicate hand was as unyielding as a fortress. Ma Jinrong knew his own strength well. This punch could kill an elephant, and even the most skilled warriors of Tianbei would dare to confront it head-on. Yet now, it was being thwarted by a young warrior in his 20s. What astonished him most was that his opponent appeared to be exerting no effort at all, remaining utterly composed. Such a ferocious and shocking punch had failed to force Li Tiany back even an inch. This realization left Ma Jinrong utterly flabbergasted. Once more, In a fit of rage, Ma Jinrong withdrew his fist. As he retracted his left fist, he stomped his foot with great force, channeling energy through his waist, and unleashed a powerful right punch. Instantly, this punch broke the sound barrier, accompanied by a thunderous boom and a flash of red light. It was even more ferocious than the previous strike. The surrounding dust was violently swept aside, revealing both combatants. Li Tianyi remained unfazed, effortlessly extending his soft palm to meet Ma Jinrong's attack once again. Another explosive sound reverberated through the entire villa complex. Some were awakened from their slumber, while others turned pale with fear, their hearts racing. Anyone within a kilometer of the park could hear it. Speculations arose about armed forces infiltrating Tianbei, engaging in conflict with prominent families. Others speculated that perhaps a meteor had fallen, causing the unusual noise. Meanwhile, Ma Jinrong's face turned ashen as he watched in disbelief. Li Tianyi had effortlessly blocked his assault, not even breaking a sweat. It felt as if his iron fist had struck a cloud, devoid of any lethality. Die! Ma Jinrong roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of inner energy towards Li Tianyi. This reckless act aimed to obliterate Li Tianyi's vitality with overwhelming force. In an instant, it surged forth like a dam breaking, imbued with lethal intent, seeking to tear apart Li Tianyi's flesh. However, what transpired next surpassed his wildest expectations. The once formidable energy dissipated upon entering Li Tianyi's body, as if it had vanished into the abyss. Li Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, his indifferent gaze sending chills down Ma Jinrong's spine. What is happening? A sense of foreboding arose within Ma Jinrong as he swiftly retreated, finding himself several meters away. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. Li Tianyi retracted his hand, responding to Ma Jinrong's confusion. He began to advance, the temperature around him gradually dropping, each step measured and deliberate. Upon his seventh step, a tremendous aura surged forth, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Boom! The earth cracked open, revealing deep chasms. A terrifying energy coalesced into a tempest, extinguishing all nearby streetlights. Li Tianyi's gaze sparked with intensity, his hair whipping wildly, as if a deity had descended. Ma Jinrong stood in shock, rooted to the spot. This was the reason his fists could not inflict a scratch upon Li Tianyi. The aura emanating from Li Tianyi struck fear into Ma Jinrong, causing his body to tremble. Such overwhelming, surging power left his heart in despair. If Ma Jinrong was a heavy mountain, then Li Tianyi's displayed strength was akin to an endless ocean, vast, boundless, and infinite. It turned out that a master had emerged. At that moment, Ma Jinrong's will to resist evaporated, his belief in invincibility crumbling to dust. He had never encountered a warrior of such caliber in his life. At Li Tianyi's level, one could no longer refer to him as merely a warrior. He was a master, a deity of martial arts. Die! Li Tianyi's brows furrowed as he uttered a single word. With that utterance, a weighty force akin to a mountain descended upon Ma Jinrong. As Ma Jinrong contemplated begging for mercy, his hatred faded into oblivion. Yet the immense pressure crushed him into the earth, shattering his spine in an instant. He lay in the deep pit, unable to utter another word, reduced to a lifeless corpse. His body was flattened, bones shattered, and innards ruptured, transforming into a puddle of gore. Ma Jinrong's demise was gruesome, leaving no intact remains, his skull shattered into fragments, blood and viscera splattering everywhere. Faced with such a bloody scene, Li Tianyi did not so much as furrow a brow. For a butcher who had stained his kin's blood, this fate was, in fact, merciful. Li Tianyi gazed calmly at the lifeless body, his aura gradually subsiding, as if he had returned to being an ordinary person. No longer was he the vengeful figure emerging from the abyss, consumed by hatred. If it were mere slaughter, he could have stormed the 5 great families and annihilated them, which would have brought him satisfaction. However, he understood that the true enemy lay hidden in the shadows. He needed to unearth the clues before finally striking with lethal intent. It seemed necessary to pay a visit to the Zhu family. The murderous intent in Li Tianyi's eyes slowly receded, transforming into a profound depth. To harbor thunder in one's heart while maintaining an unchanging demeanor, that is the mark of a true man. Chapter 79. No Blood. No words. The following morning dawned bright and clear. The once chaotic garden had returned to its former glory, with even the stone table replaced by a new one. The body of Ma Jinrong had vanished without a trace. The cataclysmic battle of the previous night left no evidence behind, as if it had never occurred. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Mo Feng and Mo Yu. As assassins from the crane-killing pavilion, their expertise in scene management was unparalleled. Li Tianyi, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, summoned the two and headed straight for the Zhu residence. To the north of Tianbei City lies a range of low mountains, transformed into a lavish and highly sought-after locale. Acquiring a villa here requires more than mere financial resources. The owners are the powerful elite of Tianbei, whose words carry significant weight. The Zhu family, residing halfway up the mountain, stands as a colossal force in Tianbei. A single command from the elder Zhu could send tremors throughout the entire province. The sun cast its golden rays upon the rooftops, illuminating them with a dazzling glow. Morning mist lingered in the mountains, creating an ethereal ambience, as if one had stepped into a realm of immortals. This place was indeed distinct from other villas, offering an otherworldly experience, elevating one's status. Even Li Tianyi found himself captivated by the scenery. The Zhu villa was easy to locate from a distance. One could see a sprawling compound. Parks and lakes adorned the grounds, their vastness astonishing. A testament to the Zhu family's immense wealth, one could hardly argue against their status as the local sovereigns. At the entrance of the Zhu estate, a circle of family members had gathered, their faces grim as they gazed upon the lifeless form of Ma Zhenrong. His body lay in a grotesque state, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, the expression of terror frozen on his face, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Amidst their fury, confusion reigned. What could instill such fear in a formidable warrior? Even in the direst of battles, Ma Zhenrong had never shown an ounce of trepidation. Could this be the doing of Li Tianyi? A middle-aged man from the Zhu family spoke up, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze. This was their top combatant, and losing him felt like losing an arm. It was inconceivable that a mere youth in his 20s could have slain Master Ma. Others echoed this sentiment, speculating that some unforeseen event had befallen their esteemed warrior. Younger family members, reluctant to believe such a possibility, also weighed in. They, too, were in their 20s. Akin in age to Li Tianyi, having thrived under the influence of their family, they firmly believed that, despite Li Tianyi's prowess, he could not surpass them by much. Surely, Master Ma must have faced an onslaught from formidable foes. After all, rival families yearned for their power to wane, harboring ulterior motives. How could a mere youth dare to challenge them? A warrior from the Zhu family rose to defend Master Ma, and several others agreed with him, convinced that the truth lay in their assertions. This individual held considerable esteem among the Zhu warriors, surpassing even Ma San in strength. He posited that it was unlikely even Ma San had fallen to Li Tianyi. Perhaps the circumstances had merely aligned fortuitously, leading to widespread suspicion. As for the bloodshed at Changya, he dismissed it as inconsequential, considering it hardly worth mentioning. Who dares to bark like a dog? A voice suddenly pierced through the crowd from behind, as a man accompanied by two women stepped into view. The onlookers blinked in disbelief. Was this audacious figure addressing the Zhu family? It was none other than Li Tianyi. Zhu Ziki, standing amidst the crowd, instantly recognized him. The very man who had slain her husband and son and cast her out. Even if he were reduced to ashes, she would recognize him. Her words struck the crowd like thunder, and they were momentarily taken aback before rage ignited within them. This man had not only murdered members of the Zhu family, but had the audacity to return? Such an affront was nothing short of a blatant insult. Are you the one who killed our warrior? A slightly older man stepped forward, confronting Li Tianyi. He could scarcely fathom how the audacious youth dared approach them. The Zhu family harbored a deep-seated hatred for this remnant, and the fact that they had yet to hunt him down was a testament to their restraint. The crowd seethed with fury, especially the younger generation, their faces betraying their desire for vengeance. Is it the King of Hell who granted you this audacity to tread upon the Zhu family's threshold? You have arrived at an opportune moment. Do not expect to leave alive. The legitimate heirs of the Zhu family, many of whom held considerable influence, gathered in astonishment at Li Tianyi's appearance, followed by a wave of ire. If you wish to avoid becoming like him, it is best you answer my questions truthfully. Li Tianyi retorted, unfazed by their collective anger, pointing at Ma Zhenrong's corpse. His gesture caused some faces among the Zhu family to blanch. Did this imply that Li Tianyi truly had slain Master Ma? If so, he might possess the strength to confront the Zhu family. Pray tell, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that Master Ma was killed by you? Who do you think you are? The previously skeptical warrior stepped forward again, scoffing at Li Tianyi. He was among the most doubtful of Li Tianyi's abilities and felt compelled to speak out. Master? Huh. The warrior's disdain for Li Tianyi juxtaposed with his respect for Ma Zhenrong. Although Master Ma was indeed formidable, to be referred to as a master by Li Tianyi was utterly unfitting. You dare to insult Master Ma? Today, I shall not let you escape unscathed. The warrior narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him, scattering the morning mist surrounding the entrance. As a close ally of Master Ma, he felt compelled to defend his honor. Had the Zhu family not restrained him, he would have charged forth already. Master Ma merely encountered a mishap, nothing more than a coincidence. You must have been lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping, to choose this moment to appear. Others joined in, eager to dismantle Li Tianyi's claims. None wished to entertain the notion that Master Ma had fallen to Li Tianyi's hand. As Li Tianyi made his entrance, more members of the Zhu family emerged from the villa, including their warriors, each far surpassing those encountered at Changya Manor. There were no less than 100 of them, each a formidable presence, comparable to the elite of the Chao family. They stood alongside the Zhu family members, poised to act at a moment and Appo's notice. Li Tianyi, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene, his expression turning icy. It seemed that no blood would compel them to speak. Chapter 80. The slaying of the horse. And when he arrived at the door, he was well aware that this endeavor might not unfold smoothly. Given the profound anger of these families towards him, he knew that instilling fear through death was the only way to elicit their cooperation. Such arrogance. Let me put it to the test. Today, I shall see what you have to say when I have you beneath my feet. The warrior who had spoken earlier now opened his mouth again, his eyes blazing with fury as he envisioned tearing Li Tianyi apart. An elder from the Zhu family spoke up, urging him to reduce Li Tianyi to ashes and avenge the deceased. Come forth. This warrior had long harbored disdain for Li Tianyi and immediately charged forward. His physique was imposing, towering over most, yet his speed was remarkable. He reached Li Tianyi in the blink of an eye. Just as he prepared to strike, he caught a glimpse of two women behind Li Tianyi vanishing from sight. His pupils constricted slightly, and he swiftly drew a dagger to defend himself. With a clang, it sounded like metal striking metal. The tall warrior halted abruptly, his expression turning cold as he warily surveyed his surroundings. Not far from him, Mo Feng and Mo Yu had encircled him. He recognized that these two women were also martial artists, their strength far from negligible. How cowardly. A true man should face his opponent directly, not hide behind women. The tall warrior scoffed, harboring contempt for Li Tianyi. The Zhu family members observed this and began to mock Li Tianyi in earnest. I wondered how he managed to kill Ma San. It appears he relied on these two women. I may lack skills, but I will never depend on women for my victories. What a disgrace to manhood. Most of the remarks came from the younger generation, their expressions dripping with disdain and their words sharp. The warrior facing Mo Feng felt assured in his assessment. He had been observing Li Tianyi and discerned no martial aura emanating from him. Instead, he found the two women to be quite extraordinary, exuding an aura reminiscent of enigmatic assassins. If that were the case, it made perfect sense. Clearly, Ma San was not killed by you. I had thought you were someone of substance. Turns out, you're merely a waste of space. Just wait until I dispatch these two warriors. Then I shall deal with you at my leisure. The tall warrior now regarded Li Tianyi with even greater disdain, turning his attention fully to Mo Feng and Mo Yu. The truth was laid bare. The issue lay with these two women. As long as he eliminated them, Li Tianyi would be rendered a toothless tiger. Indeed, I did not kill Ma San, Li Tianyi admitted candidly. This confession only served to reinforce the crowd's belief in their assumptions. Li Tianyi was merely relying on these two women. All worries and concerns vanished from the Zhu family's hearts, as a heavy stone seemed to lift from their chests, emboldening them to taunt Li Tianyi with abandon. You lack the qualifications to compel me to act, Li Tianyi continued, his expression calm as he revealed the truth. Yet, how could such words convince the arrogant Zhu family members? Just wait until I rip out your teeth and see how bold you remain. Especially the tall warrior, who believed he had seen through everything, hurled insults at Li Tianyi. With a roar, he charged directly at Mo Feng, his speed astounding, reaching her in an instant. His dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, aimed squarely at Mo Feng's head, a lethal strike, offering no mercy. But with Mo Feng's agility, she effortlessly evaded the blow. The tall warrior offered her no respite, his dagger striking out repeatedly, each aimed at a vital point. Mo Feng danced like a weightless butterfly, evading with ease. Meanwhile, Mo Yu joined the fray, altering the dynamics of the battle. To the tall warrior's chagrin, he had yet to even graze the hem of Mo Feng's clothing. His anger mounting, With the arrival of the second female assassin, he found himself increasingly flustered. As he chased one, the other would attack. As he pursued the other, the same would occur. Their speed, agility, and strength far exceeded his expectations. He had encountered assassins before, who typically employed elusive tactics, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision, retreating if unsuccessful. However, today he faced something entirely different. They were relentless in their assaults, unlike any true assassins he had known. Yet, their subtle presence and uncanny agility remained undeniable. This is bad. Sweat beaded on the tall warrior's forehead. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. One of the female assassins cut his calf with her blade, the wound not fatal. Yet it harbored a chilling energy that threatened to tear him apart at any moment. This was a perilous sword technique, nearly impossible to defend against. If this continued, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. However, the oblivious Zhu family members saw it differently. They observed their warrior relentlessly pursuing the women while they merely fled. Truly, a warrior superior to Ma San. Surely, in less than 3 minutes, they shall be defeated. Indeed, where can they flee to? The Zhu family members brimmed with confidence, convinced of their impending victory, harboring no doubts. The tall warrior nearly spat blood upon hearing this. In 3 minutes, it might just be my own demise. Finally, he discovered a potential path to victory. Li Tianyi. If these 2 women were under his command, capturing him would secure their win. His thoughts shifted rapidly, and he resolved to act. The tall warrior initially lunged at Mo Feng and Mo Yu, forcing them to retreat. Abruptly, he halted, his speed surging as he charged directly at Li Tianyi. He executed a clever ruse, drawing the tiger away from its den. At this moment, even if Mo Feng and Mo Yu wished to pursue, they could not catch up to him. The sudden shift in the tall warrior's actions bewildered the onlookers. Why would he withdraw when he had the upper hand? Li Tianyi too was taken aback, realizing the warrior's target was now him. They truly regarded him as an ordinary person. Even witnesses to the Longya bloodbath did not believe in Li Tianyi's formidable prowess. Part of the reason lay in Li Tianyi's youth. Such strength at a tender age was indeed unprecedented. The second reason was the arrogant families, too proud to acknowledge anything beyond their narrow beliefs, blind to the truth. Now, the tall warrior stood before Li Tianyi, a fierce expression on his face. He lunged for Li Tianyi's neck, his fingers glowing ominously as a piercing sound sliced through the air. Li Tianyi narrowed his eyes, issuing a cold laugh that radiated an aura of power. Seeking Death. Chapter 81. The Dragon's Roar of the Azure Blade. Sword piercing the vast sky, a towering warrior, swift as lightning, surged forward to confront Li Tianyi. His intention was to capture Li Tianyi alive. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped his heart, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. A force, heavy as Mount Tai, descended upon him, enveloping him entirely and rendering escape impossible. Boom! In an instant, the formidable warrior was pressed to the ground, his ribs shattering, blood frothing from his mouth. The aura surrounding Li Tianyi instilled profound terror within him, as if a multitude of sharp swords circled around, ready to tear him to shreds. He felt akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, or a deer facing a tiger, an uncontrollable fear taking hold of him. Prostrate on the ground, the warrior dared not move, panic overwhelming him, devoid of the arrogance he had just displayed. Was it not you who had been boasting moments ago? Li Tianyi approached slowly, his gaze lowered, surveying the towering warrior with a disdainful air. I. The warrior's face drained of color, his voice faltering, unable to articulate a response. He could hardly believe that this young man, barely in his 20s, was indeed a top-tier warrior. Amidst his shock, a flicker of regret surfaced within him. The oppressive aura filled the air, causing the warrior's nerves to tense, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, utterly at a loss for words. To acknowledge this would mean his demise. Li Tianyi's gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent flashing through his eyes, as he planted a foot upon the warrior's back. The warrior, intending to utter something, found his voice abruptly silenced, his eyes wide in horror. He felt as if a hammer had struck him. A searing pain coursed through his body, and darkness enveloped his vision. Every blood vessel within him burst instantaneously, his bones shattered, his vitality extinguished. A warrior far stronger than Ma San fell before Li Tianyi without even a second round. This spectacle left the Zhu family members utterly stunned, their previous anxieties resurfacing. No one dared to provoke Li Tianyi any further. An eerie silence fell over them. They were reeling from the revelation that a remnant of the Li family had emerged, now daring to challenge the Zhu family. The younger generation clenched their teeth in frustration, their eyes bloodshot with disbelief. How could Li Tianyi, at such a young age, possess such formidable prowess? Zhu Ziki, once filled with resentment, now appeared pale, her head spinning. She was unwilling to accept this reality. With Ma San dead, Ma Zhenrong deceased, and now this warrior meeting a tragic end, the world was well aware of the bloodshed in Changya. Should these events be publicized, they would send shockwaves throughout the northern province. Li Tianyi and Apos' actions had astonished everyone, obliterating the rumors in an instant. You are incapable. Bring forth your elder. I have matters to discuss with him, Li Tianyi declared, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the Zhu family in an authoritative tone. His intent was unmistakable. He sought the elder Zhu. The use of such commanding language, however, was intolerable to the Zhu family. Even a mere clay figure would possess some temper, let alone the illustrious Zhu family of Tiabe. Their anger surged anew, words of insult pouring forth as they vehemently berated Li Tianyi. You think you are worthy to meet our elder? You are nothing but a brute. Without your martial prowess, you are not. The eldest of the group stepped forward, his face ashen, yet retaining an air of authority. Clad in solemn black attire, he embodied a figure of power. He spoke the truth. Although the Zhu family was in shock, they had not yet reached the point of terror. With over 100 warriors present, even if they could not kill him, they were more than capable of driving him away. They possessed immense wealth and vast underground influence in Tianbei. Issuing a bounty for Li Tianyi's capture was a viable option. In their view, toppling the Zhu family was beyond the capabilities of a single Li Tianyi. Try if you dare. Li Tianyi replied, his gaze fierce and unyielding. He understood that the elder Zhu was well aware of the reasons behind the annihilation of the Li family. You may offer a reward of 10 million for injuring him, and 50 million for his death. The middle-aged man, unable to contain his rage, issued the command. Instantly, the warriors were invigorated, their eyes gleaming with ambition as they turned their sights upon Li Tianyi. The Zhu family had placed a heavy bet, wagering on their ability to eliminate Li Tianyi. Initially, these warriors had felt trepidation regarding Li Tianyi and Apos' strength, their expressions grave. Yet, under the allure of substantial reward, valor would surely emerge. With a tumultuous roar, over 100 warriors charged forward, a spectacle rarely witnessed in the mundane world. Some wielded weapons, while others relied on their fists, each vying to be the first to slay Li Tianyi. Unfazed, Li Tianyi drew his Qingyun sword, ready to unleash a massacre. Without needing assistance from Mo Feng or Mou, Li Tianyi aimed for a swift resolution. He lightly tapped his toes and plunged into the throng of warriors. Seeing this, the warriors were elated, charging toward Li Tianyi. Undeterred, Li Tianyi unsheathed the Qingyun sword, its cold light illuminating the sky. The clear sound of its draw resonated like a dragon's roar, echoing for miles. The immense power within him surged forth, flowing into every inch of his being. With a singular swing of his sword, visible energy erupted, cleaving the air. His strikes were swift. Everything would be divided in twain, let alone flesh and blood. Time seemed to slow, the expressions of the onlookers frozen in place. The foremost warrior began to exhibit signs of terror, sensing the dread of the impending strike. Yet, the warriors behind him pressed on, driven by a frenzy for wealth. With a swift slash, blood sprayed across dozens of meters, showering the ground like a rain of crimson. With just a single stroke, dozens of warriors met their demise, leaving the rest in stunned silence. As realization dawned, the warriors jolted back to their senses, regret and fear flooding their hearts. The Zhu family members were equally astonished, the middle-aged man's face paling to an extreme. Li Tianyi was far more formidable than they had anticipated. The remaining warriors, gripped by terror, sought to escape. Li Tianyi's gaze remained icy, the Qingyun sword thrumming in his grip, unwilling to let them flee. Stop! Just as Li Tianyi prepared to enact total annihilation, a thunderous voice rang out. The force of the shout resonated with such intensity that leaves trembled and fell. Li Tianyi paused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards the entrance. The gates of the Zhu family opened slowly, revealing an elderly man striding forth with the poise of a dragon, accompanied by a cadre of middle-aged individuals. Upon sighting the elder, all present stepped aside, their words dripping with respect. Clearly, this was Elder Zhu Kaji. Li Tianyi inclined his head slightly, suppressing his urge for carnage, and addressed Zhu Kaji directly. Old man, Should you provide the answers I seek, I may grant your Zhu family a few more days of existence. Chapter 82. One Step, One Kill. Unstoppable Li Tianyi displayed no respect towards old Master Zhu, speaking with audacity. In all of Tianbei, who would dare address Zhu Keji in such a manner? Even his peers would address him with reverence. Li Tianyi's words ignited a firestorm of emotions among the crowd. What an arrogant young man. He is truly a remnant of the Li family. Soon, I shall have your tongue severed. To insult the head of the Zhu family is a crime punishable by death, even if you had 100 lives. The middle-aged men accompanying old Master Zhu spoke up, their anger palpable. Unlike the father of Chao Jian from the Chao family, these men were the true core of the Zhu family. They were well aware of Li Tianyi's formidable prowess, yet they bore no fear. This indicated they had their own means of support and were undaunted by Li Tianyi's strength. Truly, the wild grass cannot be eradicated. It flourishes again with the spring breeze. Old Master Zhu showed no sign of anger, seemingly unfazed by Li Tianyi's threats. His complexion was rosy, and his words dripped with sarcasm. The wild grass he referred to was undoubtedly the Li family of Jiangbei. He expressed no surprise at Li Tianyi and Apos' survival. You have repeatedly slain my Zhu family members and still dare to come here. Young man, you shall not escape. With a smile adorning his face, clad in well-fitted attire, old Master Zhu appeared to be the embodiment of a benevolent elder. However, his words concealed a deadly intent. Oh, you think those warriors by your side can protect you? Li Tianyi scoffed, unperturbed by the scene before him. He had already sensed where their confidence stemmed from. The middle-aged man in gray robes standing close to the old master was a formidable expert. Upon hearing Li Tianyi's remark, the old master felt astonished, yet maintained his composure. Indeed, your strength piques my interest. The gray-robed man spoke, his face devoid of emotion, his demeanor as rigid as wood. His acknowledgement surprised old Master Zhu even more. He knew this gray-robed individual ranked ninth among the warriors of Tianbei. His prowess had reached unparalleled heights, representing the true martial foundation of the Zhu family, the foremost expert. To think he would recognize Li Tianyi's capabilities. How do you compare to the one from last night? Li Tianyi inquired with a smirk, referencing Ma Zhenrong, who had claimed to have defeated the 10th-ranked warrior of Tianbei. He possesses some skill, yet he is far from my equal, the gray-robed man replied candidly. This revelation granted Li Tianyi newfound insight into the might wielded by these prominent families. Excluding anomalies like himself, their strength was indeed formidable. This explained why he had long remained by old Master Zhu's side, for the old master greatly valued life. Let it be. It is time for everything to come to a close. The errors of the Li family must be rectified. Eliminate him. Old Master Zhu spoke with unwavering confidence to the gray-robed man, a smile gracing his face as he uttered the command to kill. As if it were merely a trivial matter. A child has erred, and the elder shall intervene to resolve it. What could be more trivial? Initially, old Master Zhu had no intention of stepping forward. However, the situation had escalated. Li Tianyi had slain the Ma brothers and numerous warriors. There was no choice but to let his personal warrior take action. Zhu Keji remained calm and self-assured, confident in the prowess of the gray-robed man. You shall die by my hand. Consider it a privilege. The gray-robed man advanced slowly, his gaze as deep as an ancient well, his aura completely suppressed. Yet the Zhu family members erupted in cheers, invigorated. They mocked Li Tianyi, proclaiming he would ultimately perish at the hands of the Zhu family's warriors. Soon, news would spread that the instigator of the Changya bloodbath had been vanquished, further elevating the Zhu family's prestige. With a single step, the gray-robed man moved as if strolling leisurely, yet he found himself several meters away in an instant. This spectacle left the onlookers astonished. His speed was astonishing. Li Tianyi held his sword in one hand, the other behind his back, calmly observing the approach of the gray-robed man. With a swift motion, the gray-robed man struck, using one hand to grasp for Li Tianyi and Apos' throat. In one moment, he was several meters away. In the next, his 5 fingers were inches from Li Tianyi and Apos' face. Impressive. Li Tianyi nodded in admiration, drawing the Qingyun's sword and aiming for the man's wrist. The gray-robed man's speed was remarkable, yet Li Tianyi was even swifter. Sensing the icy chill emanating from the sword, the gray-robed man retracted his hand, vanishing once more, now a dozen meters away. The gray-robed man felt a shift within him, his typically impassive demeanor beginning to change, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Li Tianyi's strength likely surpassed his expectations. His inner energy surged, his robes billowing with an unseen wind as he began to take the encounter seriously. However, before he could make a move, he saw Li Tianyi advance. Li Tianyi took a measured step forward, akin to a leisurely stroll, yet he appeared directly before the gray-robed man. The same movement had been executed by Li Tianyi. This revelation caused the gray-robed man's pupils to constrict in shock. Before he could react, he saw Li Tianyi's finger, poised like a sword, aimed at his brow. The speed was blinding. The gray-robed man's expression turned grave. He did not underestimate his opponent, channeling all his strength as he too pointed his finger in retaliation. Their figures blurred, both launching their attacks before the Zhu family members could comprehend the unfolding scene. Each infused their finger strikes with their internal energy, determined to settle the outcome with a single blow. Bang! The collision of their finger strikes produced a deafening explosion, sending forth an invisible wave of energy that swept through the crowd. The aftershock resembled a tempest, toppling the Zhu family members and inciting chaos. They screamed in panic, momentarily forgetting to observe the duel. The tips of their fingers did not meet. An invisible barrier seemed to separate them. The gray-robed man channeled his entire strength, desperately attempting to inundate Li Tianyi with his ferocious energy, aiming to rend him asunder. Yet, as he did so, his expression shifted to one of increasing gravity. This is dire. He realized his internal energy was being drawn into an abyss, devoured completely. Even as he sought to withdraw, an irresistible force firmly anchored his body. The gray-robed man gazed at Li Tianyi in disbelief, yet he was met only with a pair of profound eyes. It was not he who had reached the pinnacle, but this young man. His martial arts mastery was beyond imagination. So it is. The gray-robed man forced a bitter smile, his hair visibly turning white with each passing moment. He was losing not only his internal energy, but his very vitality. At last, Li Tianyi ceased his assault, and the gray-robed man slowly collapsed. He cast a glance at old Master Zhu, his expression shifting ominously. Do you recall what I said earlier? Chapter 83, Stubborn and Unyielding. A sword to sever the head. Old Master Zhu gazed upon the lifeless body of the gray-robed man, his eyes twitching with disbelief. The battle between them had lasted no more than 5 minutes. In that fleeting span, Zhu Kaji felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of hell. He had believed that killing Li Tianyi would restore the Zhu family's honor, a certainty he had taken for granted. Yet, how could it have come to this? Staggering slightly, Zhu Kaji nearly collapsed, his eyes vacant as he mumbled incoherently. How could he dare to believe it? It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare, a horrific dream where the remnants of the Li family had slain the renowned ninth master of Tianbei. But the reality lay stark before him, demanding acceptance. The expressions of the other Zhu family members, once filled with jubilation, froze in place. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Had Zhu's foremost master truly perished? Their faces drained of color, each one turning pale as the realization struck them like a thunderbolt. All their confidence evaporated in an instant. Tell me, what was the reason for the extermination of the Li family? Li Tianyi inquired, his tone calm, yet laced with menace as he awaited Zhu Kaji's response. No one could deny the gravity of the moment any longer. Zhu Kaji, an elder lion of the family, despite his waning years, still held an aura of authority. Yet now, he seemed to age a decade in an instant, his once assertive gaze dulled. The other members of the Zhu family felt a tightening in their chests, turning their anxious eyes toward old Master Zhu. Shock, horror, fear, and tension gripped them as they faced an imminent choice between life and death, the weight of which was unbearable. Will you spare the Zhu family if I tell you? Zhu Kaji suddenly raised his head, squinting at Li Tianyi. He recalled Li Tianyi's words, that he could delay their demise, but never promised to spare them. I have said I would delay your demise, but seeds of fate will be sown, Li Tianyi replied, shaking his head, his words devoid of compassion or room for negotiation. The veins on Zhu Kaji's forehead pulsed as he fixed an intense gaze upon Li Tianyi. What must we sacrifice to ensure our survival? With fury simmering beneath the surface, Zhu Kaji attempted to negotiate. Despite being on the brink of death, old Master Zhu remained remarkably composed, a testament to his status as the leader of Tianbei. He understood that if they could survive this day, the Zhu family's wealth would remain unshaken. What price must be paid to resurrect my kin? Li Tianyi scoffed, countering Zhu Kaji's inquiry. This question undoubtedly cornered Zhu Kaji into a dire predicament. Why should I divulge such knowledge to you? Should you dare to annihilate the Zhu family, other clans will unite against you, seeking your demise. Zhu Keji offered a grim smile, issuing a warning to Li Tianyi. Kill. Li Tianyi commanded without turning back, uttering the single word with chilling finality. Behind him, Mo Feng received the order and plunged into the crowd of Zhu family members, his sword slicing through the air. A scream pierced the silence as a young Zhu descendant fell, clutching his neck, blood staining the ground. Zhu Keji's countenance turned a shade of iron as he ground his teeth in anger. He realized that Li Tianyi was forcing his hand, compelling him to unveil the secret. Continue. Li Tianyi remained unwavering, observing Zhu Keji's shifting expressions. The remaining Zhu descendants resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, panic-stricken, running in every direction, terror-stricken by the specter of death. Mo Feng did not relent, swiftly severing the head of a middle-aged man, blood splattering across the scene. Mo Yu joined the fray, unleashing a massacre. The remaining fighters and Zhu family members were utterly helpless, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Some even begged old Master Zhu for mercy, pleading for their lives. In an instant, the Zhu family's entrance was stained crimson, bodies strewn across the ground. The bloodbath reminiscent of the Longye and Chao family incident unfolded within the Zhu residence, their lamentations piercing through the fog of despair. A middle-aged man of some standing perished, and Zhu Ziki met the same fate. Within mere minutes, the majority of the Zhu family had been decimated. They remained oblivious to the core of the secret, only aware that it involved a significant family conspiracy, the extermination of the Li family orchestrated by the Wei clan. Zhu Keji could no longer contain himself, reluctantly revealing the truth to Li Tianyi. No matter how exalted or authoritative he may be, these were his descendants and kin. He could not bear to watch them perish before his eyes. Old Master Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation as the weight of his words signified the Zhu family's capitulation to the remnants of the Li family. Li Tianyi fixed his gaze upon Zhu Keji, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Meanwhile, Mo Feng and Mo Yu continued their relentless slaughter. I speak only the truth. We, the Zhu family, are unworthy to engage with such individuals. I have divulged all that I know. What more do you desire? Zhu Keji's eyes reddened as he urgently implored Li Tianyi to cease the carnage. After a tense few seconds, Li Tianyi finally called back Mo Feng and Mo Yu. By this time, scarcely a tenth of the Zhu descendants remained. Li Tianyi had dismantled their martial prowess, exterminating the family's core. Even if the Zhu family possessed great wealth, it would soon wane, their reputation irrevocably tarnished. Your vendetta against the Li family is far from over, Li Tianyi sneered, casting aside a final remark as he turned to leave with his two assassins. Once his figure vanished, the hidden Zhu family members dared to emerge from their concealment. The corpses formed small mountains, blood saturating the entire courtyard. Those who survived wept with a mix of sorrow and relief. From this day forth, Li Tianyi would haunt their dreams like a specter. Old Master Zhu's eyes were vacant, his steps unsteady, fortunate that someone was there to support him. A century of legacy reduced to ash. I am the sinner of the Zhu family, he murmured, his hair now further grayed. From this moment on, the Zhu family would likely descend into decline. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi had already departed from this precious piece of land, hastening back to the southern city. As he sat in the vehicle, dissatisfaction lingered regarding the day's events. Even the powerful Zhu family had only a vague understanding of the secret. Would the Wei family possess deeper insights? Li Tianyi's gaze turned icy as he contemplated a direction. The five prominent families of Tianbei, Lin, Shun, Wei, Zhu, and Chao had finally intertwined in the aftermath of the Li family's ordeal. Upon returning to the villa, before Li Tianyi could rest, Mo Feng approached him with urgency. A message had surfaced on social media, trending across platforms. Several families and organizations had issued a demand for Li Tianyi to appear by the next day at Changye Manor. Notable among them were the Jin family and a company called Shangshu Entertainment, along with other powers. They warned that if you do not show up, Mo Feng's voice faltered, her expression darkening. Li Tianyi's face remained impassive, silently urging her to continue. If you do not appear, they will dig up the Li family ancestral graves in Jiangbei, Mo Feng murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Tianyi narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura enveloping the room as the temperature plummeted. Stubborn and unyielding, these individuals would not feel pain until they were stained with blood. Chapter 84, Justice from Above. All our ants. As Li Tianyi made his way to the Zhu family, the news began to circulate. In an instant, it ignited a storm of public discourse. Who is Li Tianyi? The orchestrator of the Changye bloodshed incident, whose actions left many families in a river of blood. Now, those clans seek vengeance. Unable to locate Li Tianyi, they resorted to broadcasting their grievances online. The Jin family allied with several others and collaborated with Shangshu Corporation to eliminate Li Tianyi. Their menacing declarations were deemed shameless by the populace. Have these families truly descended to the level of coercing others through ancestral graves? Everyone was abuzz with speculation. Yet no one held any hope for Li Tianyi. They believed this time he was undoubtedly doomed. Although the Jin family was not particularly formidable, their alliance with other clans could rival the colossal Zhu family. Furthermore, Shangshu Entertainment, a nationally renowned agency, possessed formidable resources that should not be underestimated. Had they not neglected development in Tianbei, the region's economic prowess would have undoubtedly soared. Alas, youthful arrogance often leads to folly, despite being a martial artist. Li Tianyi's hubris was excessive. With more time for tempering, he might have stood a chance against these families, but iron, once bent, is difficult to straighten. The citizens on the streets expressed their sympathy for Li Tianyi. In contrast to the lofty families, he was one of them, lacking powerful connections or support. Hence, they admired his defiance against authority. The name Li Tianyi reverberated throughout Tianbei today, echoing in breakfast shops, office buildings, and opulent workplaces. Not only Tianbei, but the entire northern province was, to varying degrees, engaged in discourse surrounding this name. The collective assault by multiple families was a rare historical occurrence. Seated in his vehicle, Li Tianyi gazed at the congested road, frowning slightly. This was the route to the Changya Manor, which typically experienced little traffic, yet today it was choked. Undoubtedly, these individuals were also en route to witness the impending clash. Outside the Changya Manor, the crowd had already swelled to a critical mass, spilling onto the streets. A dozen martial artists stood guard at the entrance, armed and with icy expressions. Inside the manor, a long table was occupied by the esteemed members of various Tianbei families. Although there were often rifts among these families, today was a rare occasion for unity. The Jin family members wore grim faces, their hatred for Li Tianyi palpable. A promising union had been shattered by him, leaving their eldest daughter disfigured, an enmity that could not be overlooked. At the head of the table sat a corpulent man in a suit, flanked by two beautiful women. His expression mirrored the collective discontent, as Li Tianyi had caused chaos on his territory, resulting in casualties. Should the headquarters assign blame, his status could be jeopardized. I am keen to discover what sort of individual disregards the reputation of Shangshu Corporation. He downed a drink sharply, his demeanor laced with hostility. If Li Tianyi dared to show, he would ensure the man met a brutal end. Tianbei would never tolerate such an individual. His presence was a challenge to their authority that required swift resolution. Other families chimed in, expressing their frustrations over their inability to locate Li Tianyi. Ultimately, it was Shangshu Corporation that united them and disseminated the news. Rumor had it that this individual might be the one who had suppressed the Chao family. If so, do we still stand a chance? A family head furrowed his brow, posing this question. It was known that the Chao family's martial artists were considerably stronger than those from the last encounter at Changya. Moreover, it was said that this man had slain over 100. Yet even so, why should we fear? The corpulent man at the head of the table revealed a sinister smile and snapped his fingers. At that moment, a group of martial artists clad in black uniforms emerged from the shadows. Each exuded formidable energy, hidden in the corners, rivaling the strength of the Chao family's fighters. What was more critical was their number, well over 100. This revelation astonished the assembly, leaving them in awe of Shangshu Entertainment's might. It was worth noting that this was merely a branch of Shangshu Corporation, which could effortlessly mobilize such a plethora of powerful individuals. Together with those they brought, they totaled over 300. I recall the saying, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The middle-aged man's self-satisfaction was palpable as he savored his strategic planning. The attending families quickly echoed his sentiments, their anxieties alleviated. The coalition of families present numbered over 10, each bringing forth their strongest martial artists. Coupled with Shangshu Corporation's forces, they would undoubtedly strike fear into the hearts of those prominent families. The martial artists bore stern expressions, standing resolutely behind their family members. Some expressed dissatisfaction regarding Li Tianyi's rumored ability to dispatch 50 or 60 martial artists with a single stroke. If that were true, wouldn't 300 of them simply need to wield a few swords to conclude the matter? They were eager to witness whether Li Tianyi was as formidable as the rumors suggested. As time elapsed, the discussions gradually diminished. An hour passed, then 2. 3 hours had elapsed since their designated meeting time, yet Li Tiany's presence remained elusive. The crowd outside began to lose patience. They yearned to witness the confrontation between Li Tiany and these families. I told you, how could Li Tiany possibly arrive? There lies a vast trap awaiting him. If I were in his position, I would flee as well. It is only logical. What value do ancestral graves hold when compared to one's life? The crowd murmured in disappointment, lamenting the lack of excitement. Some vocally condemned the situation, claiming they had arrived early, deeming it a mere waste of time. Others went so far as to label Li Tiany a coward, questioning how he dared to oppose these families. Speculation flourished, with many believing Li Tiany had capitulated. After all, they were merely spectators. The outcome bore little significance for them. Perhaps some had been oppressed for so long that their mindset had solidified. Such individuals wished to witness the fate of those who dared to resist these families, only to later inform others. See? This is what happens to the one who sticks his head out. Meanwhile, those within the manor also began to lose patience. Indeed, it seemed they were mere pretenders, intimidated by our power. What martial artist, what master, nothing more than illusions. They began to mock Li Tiany, suggesting he lacked the courage to appear. Some proposed lying in wait for him in Jiangbei, insisting that this man must pay the price. His absence implied he was merely a blusterer. Soon, voices clamored for the location of Li Tiany. The monk may run, but the temple remains. We must find him in Jiangbei and unearth his ancestral grave. We must act on our threats. The families vociferously rallied, their spirits high. Yet, they should be wary. The opportunity may slip through their fingers. A voice thundered from above, resonating in every ear, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Chapter 85. Aiding the Tyrant, Deserving of Death Outside the Manor. A fervent atmosphere enveloped the crowd as they awaited the arrival of a particular individual. Li Tiany had arrived. Accompanied by 2 women, the man stood at the entrance. Dressed in ordinary attire, he appeared unremarkable in both stature and appearance. His countenance was grim, casting a cold gaze through the gate towards the assembled throng. Is this truly Li Tiany? He seems so commonplace. I too sensed a distinct lack of prowess about him. It seems he is destined to meet his demise within. Although Li Tiany's arrival took everyone by surprise, they remained convinced of his inability to contend with the powerful families present. Ignoring their taunts, Li Tiany, accompanied by Mo Feng and Mo Yu, stepped through the grand entrance. The gatekeepers, armed with swords and blades, trailed closely behind him. The shadows of the trees and the names of men. The warriors, initially tense, exhaled in relief upon noticing Li Tiany's ordinary garb and absence of any martial aura. Indeed, this fellow was merely a figure of empty reputation. How audacious to come here! The corpulent man seated at the head of the table slammed his palm on the surface, rising to glare at Li Tiany. The other families turned in unison to regard him. Truly, heaven does not forsake those with determination. After several days of scheming, you have finally been coerced into showing yourself. You insolent brat, let us see how you escape today. Their anger was palpable, each individual hurling insults and mockery at Li Tiany. His absence would have been anticipated, yet his audacity to appear was unexpected, particularly the members of the Jin family, who nearly leaped onto the table in their fury. Li Tiany remained unperturbed amidst the cacophony, his expression as calm as ever, disregarding their vitriol. Who spoke of disturbing the ancestral resting place of the Li family? Li Tiany summoned his internal energy, his voice resonating with an intensity that overshadowed the crowd. Like the crack of thunder, it reverberated in every ear. Instantly, all present clutched their ears, stunned by the explosive sound. Some were rendered dizzy, blood seeping from their ears. No one dared to speak further. They merely glared at Li Tiany with malevolence. This is our collective decision. What of it? You claim the right to slay the progeny of others, yet you begrudge us the ability to disturb your ancestral graves? The rotund man from Shangshu Company interjected, rallying the others behind him. Li Tiany's display had indeed astonished the assembly. Even the warriors began to wear expressions of concern. Undoubtedly, Li Tiany was a formidable martial artist. What are you? Li Tiany turned his gaze upon the corpulent man, snorting disdainfully. He bore no resemblance to a family member, but rather appeared as a leader of thugs. His position at the head of the table suggested that the matter at hand was primarily his concern. How audacious, to come here without even knowing who I am. The middle-aged man glared at Li Tiany, his rage palpable. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to kill on his turf. Merely an ant. Li Tiany scoffed, dismissing him entirely. This remark startled those present, compelling them to admire Li Tiany's boldness. He was the figurehead of Shangshu Company in the entire northern province, Wuzhendong. Otherwise, how could he occupy such a prominent position? Shangshu Entertainment Company is among the foremost entertainment enterprises in Huaghua, encompassing bars, grand performances, and numerous prominent stars. Should one catch the eye of Shangshu Entertainment, even an ordinary person could ascend to stardom overnight. They wield immense influence, shaping public opinion within the country. A truly formidable force. Given this, the corpulent man's status eclipsed theirs considerably, second only to the eminent families. I hope you retain this bravado when you beg for mercy on your knees later. Wu Zhendong, incensed, shattered the cup in his hand, causing the hidden warriors to spring forth in unison. A vast swarm emerged, weapons in hand, coldly fixating on Li Tiany. Is that all you have? Li Tiany regarded them with disdain, barely casting a glance in their direction. His words not only infuriated the family members, but also angered the warriors, who deemed him excessively arrogant to maintain such defiance even when surrounded. Should you best them, we shall permit you to do as you wish. However, if you falter, not only will you perish, but we shall also desecrate your ancestral graves. Wu Zhendong's heart was as cruel as his gaze, shimmering with malice. He held unwavering confidence in these warriors, convinced of their invincibility. After all, how could even the mightiest individual contend with hundreds of fighters? Such a feat has never occurred in the annals of Tianbei history. Enough noise. Li Tiany, disinterested in further discourse, gripped the Qingyun sword, a murderous intent emanating from him. To him, these individuals were merely a rabble. Their greatest impact was inciting the masses to recognize his name, Li Tiany. This ensured that he could never remain in Tianbei unscathed. Such is the power of public sentiment. Since you court death, allow me to oblige. Wu Zhendong chuckled derisively, signaling his subordinates to advance upon Li Tiany. Immediately, the warriors charged forward, shouting as they did. Mo Feng and Mo Yu withdrew from the fray, aware that their master would engage directly. For those who dared to insult the Li family, Li Tiany had always been one to strike with a sword, requiring no intermediary. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely as I avenge you. Wu Zhendong settled back, drink in hand, preparing to relish the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the others were far from calm. Li Tiany had slain their descendants, family members. Had they been warriors themselves, they would have rushed in with blades drawn instead of remaining idle. At that moment, the warriors had closed in on Li Tiany. The foremost among them swung a sharp sword, aiming a lethal strike. A dozen blades descended upon him, as though poised to cleave him in twain. Yet, in an instant, Li Tiany vanished from his original position. The assailants missed their mark, their weapons nearly turning upon themselves. Where did he go? None could discern Li Tiany's whereabouts as the warriors scanned their surroundings. Even the family members nearby, including Wu Zhendong, were astonished, rising from their seats in disbelief. Li Tiany had disappeared before their very eyes, akin to a specter. He is on the rooftop. A keen-eyed warrior spotted Li Tiany perched atop the archway of the courtyard. All the warriors turned in unison, astonished by his speed, which seemed utterly unfathomable. Li Tiany surveyed the mass of warriors below, his voice resonating like the onset of winter. Aiding the tyrant, die? Chapter 86. Wielding the azure cloud sword against a million foes, Li Tiany stood towering above the crowd, his voice as chilling as the frost of winter, cutting through the air like a frigid gale. With the azure cloud sword in hand and his robes billowing in the wind, he resembled a heroic figure from a cinematic epic, poised to confront insurmountable danger, capable of standing against a million warriors single-handedly. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by his imposing silhouette and commanding words, embodying an extraordinary aura of mastery. However, their astonishment turned to shock as they glimpsed the multitude of adversaries lurking beyond the gates. Were these truly martial artists? The sheer number was staggering, at least several hundred. Initially, one might have entertained the notion that Li Tiany stood a chance, but now that belief had crumbled into doubt. Victory seemed utterly unattainable against such an overwhelming tide of martial prowess. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, each person expressing disbelief. The spectacle was indeed grand. The Changya Manor harbored such a vast assembly of warriors. Encounters with even a handful of martial artists were rare, yet today unfolded a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Some spectators hastily retrieved their phones, eager to capture this astonishing moment. As they hoped, the forthcoming events would etch themselves into their memories eternally. With a stoic demeanor, Li Tianyi moved, slowly raising the azure cloud sword. The ancient blade, sharp and formidable, resonated with a hum, sensing its master's intent to kill. A chilling wind swept through the air, and the audience felt as though they had crossed into the depths of winter. An unsettling realization dawned upon them. A single martial artist could influence the local weather and temperature. But this was merely the beginning. Li Tianyi's eyes blazed with a radiant intensity, as if he were unleashing two beams of palpable light. The immense power within him awakened, summoned forth with an unrelenting force. The very structure of the gatehouse trembled, struggling to bear his weight. Visible streams of sharp sword energy manifested around him, 10, 20, 100. Each strand of sword chi hung suspended in the air, creating an overwhelming presence. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. What manner of technique was this? Was this still within the realm of martial artists? The ability to manipulate temperature and weather, condensing inner strength into sword energy. None present had ever witnessed such a marvel. Even Mo Feng and Mo Yu were left in utter shock, their perceptions of Li Tianyi's strength continuously reshaped. Wu Zhendong stood agape, his mouth agog at the unfolding spectacle. The members of every family were left dumbfounded. Was this still the realm of humanity? Li Tianyi's eyes flickered open and closed, and the torrent of power within him surged forth, manifesting yet another wave of sword energy that obscured the very sky above the manor, dense and innumerable. Each blade radiated a chilling aura, sharp as a real sword. Panic seized the martial artists. They were utterly undone. They had dedicated their lives to the pursuit of the highest martial arts, and now they beheld a divine spectacle. Yet the most critical aspect was that they stood in opposition to a god. A shiver coursed through each heart, as if they sensed impending doom. In an instant, not a single warrior remained devoid of regret. Their prior scorn for Li Tianyi now transformed into profound remorse. Yet, it was far too late. Kill, Li Tianyi declared coldly, raising the azure cloud sword high. With a decisive swing, the sword energy cascaded like a torrential downpour, enveloping all within its lethal embrace. The heavens unleashed a rain of blades, and chaos erupted as all scrambled for survival. The martial artists, the families, and Wu Zhendong alike. Panic-stricken, their eyes reflected terror as they fought against the clock for a fleeting chance at life. The piercing sounds of slicing blades filled the air, inescapable in their approach. Strands of sword energy pierced flesh and bone, penetrating deep into the earth. One by one, the warriors collapsed, their screams echoing in the wake of their demise. In Li Tianyi's eyes, they resembled frantic ants, desperately seeking escape. But how could they flee? No matter how swift their legs might be, could they evade the raindrops? Blood soaked the entire manor, cascading into the nearby lake. Corpses lay strewn across the courtyard, a grim tapestry of death. Almost everyone had been pierced by the sword energy. Their insides shredded, skulls shattered. In a matter of mere seconds, they all perished, ensnared by Li Tianyi's might. Even those who dared to dart near the gates were swiftly dispatched by Mo Feng and her companion. The brutality was beyond comprehension. Everywhere the eye could see was painted in crimson, blood seeped into the walls and trees. The wails of anguish gradually faded, enveloped by a profound silence. Even the crowd outside fell into a hushed stillness. Trembling, each face turned pale, their throats too constricted to swallow. The spectacle had been overwhelmingly shocking. The onlookers stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene unfolding beyond the gates. Some continued recording, capturing the harrowing events of that day. As time passed, reality began to seep back into their consciousness. Yet when they dared to look up, Li Tianyi's figure had vanished. The crowd erupted into chaos, disbelief igniting a fervent discussion. Was this truly real? Within the manor, a single corpse stirred, suddenly being overturned. A portly middle-aged man sat up, gasping for breath, wide-eyed with terror as he surveyed the surrounding bodies. Before he could fathom his fortune, darkness enveloped him, and several figures emerged before him. He cautiously lifted his gaze, nearly succumbing to panic as he recognized Li Tianyi and Mo Feng. Li Tianyi's icy gaze locked onto Wu Zhendong, an unmistakable intent to kill radiating from him. Wu Zhendong swallowed hard, his mind racing. Li Tianyi, I am affiliated with the Xiangshu Entertainment Company. I possess numerous connections and wield influence over the media. If you kill me, I assure you, today's events will be known nationwide. The state will not tolerate your existence. Relevant authorities will come to exact justice. Panic coursed through Wu Zhendong's heart, his words stammering as he articulated his thoughts. Xiangshu Entertainment Company? Li Tianyi echoed softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, who in Huawa has not heard of it? If I were to portray you as a murderous fiend, regardless of your strength, could you truly stand against the entirety of the nation? Wu Zhendong glimpsed a glimmer of hope and hastily began to threaten Li Tianyi. Is it merely for your death? You are but an insignificant insect. No one would care. Li Tianyi dismissed the notion with a scoff. You are mistaken. Our company highly values the safety of its senior personnel. Wu Zhendong spoke with resolute conviction, countering Li Tianyi's dismissal. Do you doubt me? You may call and verify. Li Tianyi's expression turned mocking. Very well, but do not renege on your words. Wu Zhendong's spirit soared, believing he had found salvation. He scrambled to his feet, retrieving his phone to contact headquarters. The call connected, and Wu Zhendong raged, demanding protection for his life. But suddenly, he froze, as if struck by lightning. With great difficulty, he turned to face Li Tianyi, trepidation evident in his voice. Who exactly are you? Chapter 87. The Tiny Ant and the Grandiose Ambition. Wu Zhendong trembled, incredulously gazing at Li Tianyi. The astonishment in his eyes surpassed even the shock he felt moments prior when Li Tianyi had annihilated hundreds of warriors. He had just dialed the headquarters, and the response he received was beyond his comprehension. The person in charge at the headquarters seemed to possess a deeper understanding of the situation than he did. Moreover, the tone of the person was icy, devoid of the usual warmth shown to him. Most astonishing of all was the demand for him to take his own life as an act of contrition. For he had offended an unimaginably powerful figure, and those above had decreed his death. How could this be? Who are you? Wu Zhendong could hardly fathom the immense influence of someone hailing from a small town in Jiangbei. The enigmatic mention of those above left him perplexed, as he realized he was truly facing a life-threatening predicament, with no one capable of rescuing him. You have no right to know, Li Tianyi replied disdainfully, his Qingyun sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. A spurt of blood erupted as Wu Zhendong's head soared into the sky, his eyes reflecting profound confusion. Unable to comprehend why the headquarters had forsaken him, the estate lay in ruins, littered with corpses. Li Tianyi did not cast a single glance at the devastation. Departing with his companions, his expression unperturbed. Outside the estate, a throng of onlookers bore witness to the cataclysmic events of the day. Upon seeing Li Tianyi emerge, they dared not utter a word, though their gazes were filled predominantly with awe and fervor. Li Tianyi epitomized the common folk, instilling within them a sense of identification. It was not until Li Tianyi's departure that a commotion erupted among the crowd. The news of the day's events soon spread across the internet, sending shockwaves throughout the entire northern province. The miraculous display of prowess, where he had severed 300 warriors with a mere stroke, was nothing short of divine. Discussions about Li Tianyi flourished online, and the repercussions of this incident would likely resonate for years to come. Yet, it was not just the populace that was taken aback. The esteemed 5 great families were equally affected, albeit with a simmering rage. For he was named Li Tianyi, the Li family of Jiangbei. Once a trivial clan they had easily vanquished, now had a surviving remnant rising to challenge them, inciting their fury. Consequently, a wave of rumors began to circulate. The Zhu family's doors were tightly shut, rejecting visitors, while the elder Zhu hastily returned to his hometown for reasons unknown. The Chao family was urgently mobilizing their forces throughout the province, seemingly preparing for a significant maneuver. The Lin family, Li Tianyi, however, remained indifferent to these developments, having steeled himself for what lay ahead. In his villa, he gazed at the calendar on the wall, mentally marking the date. Tomorrow was the day when Shen Linheng, as mentioned by young Master Shun, would return. He rubbed the ring in his hand, his emotions a swirl of complexity. Li Tianyi intended to confront the Lin family to ascertain the origin of his sister's ring. That night was tranquil, devoid of visitors, allowing him the rare luxury of a restful sleep. Yet, upon waking the next day, he received news that diverged from young Master Shen's account. Shen Linheng had returned. Adorned with the stature of a military general, his entourage grand and imposing, and the entire Tianbei city was abuzz with the news. The fervor surrounding his return rivaled that of Li Tianyi's earlier feat of slaying 300 warriors. It must be acknowledged that Shen Linheng was indeed a prodigy among the younger generation of Tianbei, unmatched by many. However, Mo Feng learned that Shen Linheng had merely visited the Shun family before venturing out again. He was currently bestowing gifts and paying respects to other prominent families, now at the Chao residence. Indeed, he possesses a shrewd mind. Li Tianyi nodded, acknowledging Shen Linheng's cleverness. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were puzzled, wondering why it was unusual for someone to return home with gifts to visit relatives. Yet, they underestimated the cunning nature of the noble families. Li Tianyi explained that the gift-giving was merely a secondary objective. The primary aim was to instill fear. He intended to convey through his strength that the Shen family was not to be trifled with. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, their surprise evident. Having not anticipated this layer of intent, "Let us go and see what he is truly capable of," Li Tianyi declared, placing the ring into his pocket as he stepped outside. In the eastern part of the city, at the Chao family estate, white banners fluttered everywhere, and mourners donned black armbands, their expressions somber. The Chao family was in the midst of mourning a relative. In the main hall, an elderly man sat regally, flanked by a circle of middle-aged men and women, the core of the Chao family, who governed the family business. They were accustomed to wielding power over thousands. Yet in the presence of the elder, they had to temper their usual arrogance. This elder was Chao Langhong, the patriarch of the Chao family. Despite his advanced age and clouded vision, none dared to underestimate him, for he was a man of iron will. Surprisingly, seated opposite Chao Langhong was a young man, appearing no older than 20, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and defined facial features. He was strikingly handsome. If outsiders were to learn that a youth could sit at the same level as Chao Langhong, they would be incredulous. However, if they knew this young man was Shen Linheng, it would seem entirely plausible. "Grandfather Hong, please accept my condolences. This Li Tianyi will not live much longer," Shen Linheng assured Chao Langhong, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. While he acknowledged Li Tianyi's prowess, he considered it far inferior to his own. "Will your Shen family also intervene?" Chao Langhong inquired, his posture slightly stooped, his voice tinged with age. "This man has slain my cousin. If we do not eliminate him, the Shen family will lose face," Shen Linheng replied confidently. "Rest assured, I will take matters into my own hands. His opponents are but trifling adversaries, mere pretenders to the title of warrior. Had I returned sooner, such a situation would not have arisen." With a smile, Shen Linheng elucidated his reasoning, already viewing Li Tianyi as a lamb awaiting slaughter. In his perspective, Li Tianyi was no more formidable than a mere flick of the wrist. His opponents were merely low-tier warriors, barely qualifying as such. For them, the act of killing one was no different from killing 100. Moreover, each great family had formidable experts at their disposal, yet they had refrained from taking action unless absolutely necessary. If they were to mobilize, what was a mere Li Tianyi to them? "The primary reason for my return is my master. He has been away for 5 years and is now returning to Tianbei. Hence I am here to inform the noble families," Shen Linheng said, observing Chao Langhong's expression as he sipped his tea. "Your master is returning?" In an instant, Chao Langhong straightened his back, his gaze sharpening, his demeanor revitalized. "Indeed, therefore I must resolve this trivial issue with Li Tianyi. Otherwise, my master will be displeased upon witnessing the state of Tianbei." Shen Linheng expressed his satisfaction at Chao Langhong's reaction before swiftly shifting the topic. Yet, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, and a voice thundered through the hall. A tiny ant, with such grandiose aspirations. Chapter 88, the 7th of Tianbei. Just so the white banners in the courtyard fluttered, and leaves were shaken loose. This sound was like an incantation, rendering some members of the Chao family pale. They recognized it immediately. It was the voice of Li Tianyi. Not long ago, he had stormed into their domain, leaving a river of blood in his wake, having slain 100 warriors and murdered Chao Langhong's youngest son. The memory of that night lingered like a nightmare. To their horror, they realized that Li Tianyi had returned. Panic began to seep in, yet from various corners of the Chao residence, warriors emerged, numbering over 100. Their presence quickly reassured the Chao family, for these were the forces summoned back by Elder Chao from various regions of North Province. Their attention was drawn to a man and 2 women entering through the main gate, their expressions instantly turning grave, as if facing a formidable foe. It was none other than Li Tianyi and Mo Feng. "Bring out Shen Linheng. Any obstructors shall be met with merciless retribution." Li Tianyi's command cut through the air like a tempest, nearly unbalancing the members of the Chao family. He had come solely to confront Shen Linheng. And as for the Chao family, if they had not yet felt the sting of death, he would not hesitate to deliver it once more. "Impudent! Who do you think you are to issue commands to others?" A powerful warrior stepped forward, his gaze piercing and voice resounding. The sight of him brought a collective sigh of relief from the Chao family, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Some felt a surge of courage, their fear of Li Tianyi dissipating. Master Zhou had returned, and now they could hold their heads high. With him guarding the Chao family, they believed Li Tianyi would surely falter, if not perish. The members of the Chao family felt exhilarated. Master Zhou was their martial backbone, a stalwart protector whose formidable reputation had instilled fear in countless adversaries. Now that he had returned alongside Elder Chao, they felt invincible. If you do not show yourself, these members of the Chao family may perish because of you. Unfortunately for them, Li Tianyi did not spare Master Zhou a glance. His gaze instead fixed on a distant structure. His every word resonated with inner strength, capable of carrying over great distances. Shen Linheng, who was present in the hall, indeed heard Li Tianyi's voice and prepared to act. Yet, Chao Langhong restrained him. Do you truly believe Master Zhou cannot contend with Li Tianyi? And we have over 100 warriors. Far from the ordinary, Chao Langhong countered, his earlier frailty replaced by a fierce intensity, his eyes alight with flames. Among life's many tragedies is the sorrow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. How could he not feel rage at the mention of Li Tianyi? Thus, he had summoned Master Zhou, a renowned expert, to exact vengeance for many families. This decision was also a subtle demonstration to Shen Linheng, a way to assert their standing against the Shen family. Very well. Shen Linheng smiled, yet inwardly cursed Chao Langhong as a cunning old fox. Ultimately, both men appeared to have little regard for Li Tianyi. Rather, they welcomed him as if delivering himself to their doorstep. After all, Master Zhou was the 7th of Tianbei, and his opponents had long since departed North Province. Were it not for past ties with the Chao family, he might have left already. So what was Li Tianyi? Just a temporary ruler in the absence of the tiger. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Master Zhou seethed with indignation. In Tianbei, he was revered, treated as a guest of honor by every clan. Yet this individual before him dared to dismiss him. Ah, the remnants of the Li family are indeed extraordinary. Just like your insufferable kin. Even at death's door, you remain arrogant, believing no one could surpass you. Enraged, Master Zhou couldn't help but hurl scornful words at Li Tianyi. His eyes bulged, his physique imposing, muscles glistening like bronze, resembling iron forged in fire. Any ordinary person would tremble before him, yet Li Tianyi seemed unfazed. Do you think the Chao family is to be trifled with? Standing before you is the 7th of Tianbei. Many of the Chao family, emboldened by Master Zhou's presence, began to berate Li Tianyi. No one doubted that Li Tianyi could defeat Master Zhou. If he were to prevail, the Chao family would be at his mercy, a scenario unheard of in history. The 7th of Tianbei, Li Tianyi's gaze returned to Master Zhou, a sneer escaping his lips. In the realm of Tianbei, he might be a master, but in Li Tianyi's eyes, he was merely a larger insect among the masses. You are courting death. Master Zhou's forehead pulsed with veins, and unable to contain his rage, he bellowed. He swung his iron fists, the air reverberating with a dull thud. Flames flickered as his fists broke the sound barrier. A rumble erupted, his fist nearing Li Tianyi's face, the force of the wind lifting Li Tianyi's hair. Li Tianyi's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. He struck like lightning, his speed eclipsing Master Zhou's by a considerable margin. With a swift motion, he retaliated with the back of his hand. A resounding crack echoed as their attacks collided, the sound deafening. The burly Master Zhou stumbled back, propelled several meters before finally regaining his footing. Waves of searing pain coursed through him, his eyes wide with disbelief. His fists, now bloodied and mangled, dripped with crimson. How is this possible? Master Zhou struggled to comprehend how his assault had been neutralized, and worse, had resulted in his own injury. At that moment, Li Tianyi was also slightly taken aback. Though he had not exerted excessive force, the fact that his opponent could withstand it was remarkable. Shall we see how you fare against me again? Li Tianyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm, showing no signs of injury. He discerned that Master Zhou had trained his physique to be as tough as iron. No wonder he could withstand his strikes. Come at me. Master Zhou, unable to resist the provocation, unleashed his full power, his fury igniting. His iron fists descended like falling stars. Master Zhou was now desperate, his eyes tinged with blood, determined to crush Li Tianyi. Boom. The two clashed once more, the ground fracturing beneath them as if a bomb had detonated, dust and debris filling the air. For a time, no one could see the figures of the two combatants, until a voice broke through the chaos. Are you not coming out? Chapter 89. The mayfly shakes the tree, yet remains unaware. All were perplexed by the unfolding events. What did this mean? Where was Master Zhou? Why had Li Tianyi not perished? The members of the Chao family anxiously watched as the smoke gradually dissipated. They held unwavering confidence in Master Zhou, convinced of his inevitable victory. The surrounding martial artists felt the same. Master Zhou was their leader, and his prowess commanded their admiration. Even the minor injuries he had sustained were deemed insubstantial. His final strike had been delivered with full force. Not even iron could withstand it. How could a mere mortal like Li Tianyi endure such an assault? However, the scene that emerged as the smoke cleared left them utterly stunned. The Chao family members felt as though they had plummeted from paradise to hell. There stood Li Tianyi, hands behind his back, completely unscathed. In stark contrast, Master Zhou lay on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath him. His arms had vanished, reduced to a mist of crimson. His eyes reflected horror and disbelief. His insides shattered, and blood frothing from his lips. Had Master Zhou truly perished? Such a notion was unfathomable. The faces of the Chao family turned ashen, shock overtaking them as they beheld this bloody reality. How could they not believe it? In a mere few minutes, the martial strength of the Chao family had been extinguished. The martial artists were even more shaken than the members of the Chao family, fully aware of Master Zhou's exalted martial arts mastery, rivaling that of a 3-star general. Moreover, he was a master of body training, his physique akin to steel. Yet, he had not lasted 3 exchanges against Li Tianyi. This was utterly incomprehensible. Over 100 martial artists stood frozen, paralyzed by bewilderment. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi paid them no heed, his gaze shifting once more to the distant building. The door swung open. The old patriarch of the Chao family emerged, flanked by key members of the clan, their expressions grim. Yet it was the striking young man beside him who captured Li Tianyi's attention. There was no need for speculation. Li Tianyi recognized him as Shen Linheng. Who else, but he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the elder. As they appeared, the members of the Chao family seemed to find their resolve. The martial artists' eyes lit up, positioning themselves behind the patriarch. For the Chao family now had not only Master Zhou, but also Shen Linheng. Master Zhou of your family has perished, Shen Linheng stated, his demeanor devoid of emotion. Though his face remained impassive, inside he felt a surge of joy. This foretold a significant decline in the Chao family's strength, rendering them incapable of contending with his clan. However, Linheng, it seems he has come seeking you, Chao Langhong replied. Struggling to suppress his fury, his face flushed. He had never anticipated that Li Tianyi possessed such formidable strength. Had he not been so reckless, would it have been Shen Linheng who lay dead instead? His heart was a tumult of regret and helplessness. You have come looking for me. Indeed, you possess self-awareness. Hastening to my door to offer apologies upon realizing my return. Shen Linheng remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze no longer lingering on Master Zhou's corpse. He held unwavering confidence in his abilities, yet he had not anticipated that Li Tianyi would seek him out. I ask, you answer, or face death? Li Tianyi wasted no time with superfluous chatter, directly stating his intent. In his eyes, the lives of those from the 5 great families were easily extinguished, and he bore no remorse for it. Shen Linheng was no exception. Do you know who I am? Shen Linheng scoffed, his smile twisting into a sneer. Throughout Tianbei, who did not know Shen Linheng of the Shen family? He had risen to the ranks of a general at a tender age, and none dared to challenge him. Save for the inept and arrogant science. I have said it. You are nothing but an ant. Li Tianyi and Apos. S. expression remained impassive as he uttered these words, striking a blow to Shen Linheng's pride and igniting a fiery wrath within him. The members of the Chao family were equally stunned by Li Tianyi's words. Did he truly regard Shen Linheng as an ant? Did that imply they were even less than that? The remnants of the Li family have grown bold, even slaying the elite of the Chao family. Yet, regrettably for you, Linheng is here, and you shall find no place to rest in peace. Chao Langhong's eyes blazed with anger, his heart seething with hatred. Li Tianyi had slain his son and the top martial artists of their clan. Among all present, he harbored the deepest loathing for Li Tianyi. I inquire about this ring. From whence did it come? Li Tianyi disregarded Chao Langhong entirely, his focus fixed on Shen Linheng, producing the ring and coldly questioning him. Shen Linheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid, believing Li Tianyi to be utterly dismissive of him. After exerting so much effort, was it merely to inquire about a trivial ring? If you seek to make amends, I suggest you kneel before me. If not, prepare to meet your end. Why waste time with such foolish questions? Shen Linheng snorted, ignoring Li Tianyi's inquiry. He had never encountered someone so defiant, so audacious as to kill a top martial artist merely to ask about the origins of a ring. Shen Linheng's anger flared, his expression chilling. As his emotions surged, his internal energy became turbulent, a gust of cold wind sweeping through, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The members of the Chao family, along with the martial artists, began to shiver, their limbs growing stiff. They gazed at Shen Linheng in astonishment. Chao Langhong too was taken aback, astonished by Shen Linheng's might, realizing he had reached the pinnacle at such a young age. "Young Master Shen, please eliminate this wretch, avenging our Chao family," cried one member of the Chao family, their voice filled with fervor. "Indeed, young Master Shen, our two families have shared decades of friendship." As clarity returned, more voices joined in, fervently urging Shen Linheng to act. He was their sole hope for vanquishing Li Tianyi. "Linheng, strike. Our Chao family shall be grateful," Chao Langhong urged, weathering the cold winds, his tone somber. A heavy sigh escaped him, his gaze dimming. He understood that from this day forth, the Chao family might find themselves at the bottom of the 5 great families. As more members of the Chao family implored Shen Linheng, some weeping uncontrollably, their hearts burned with rage against Li Tianyi. "I understand, Grandfather Hong." Shen Linheng smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. The winds intensified, paper money swirling, white flags fluttering, and trees swaying. Shen Linheng's eyes gleamed, fixated on Li Tianyi. His internal energy surged like an unceasing river, its might soaring into the skies, shattering the clouds. Li Tianyi shook his head slightly and sighed. "Why bother? Like a mayfly shaking a tree?" Chapter 90. If there are no answers, blood will wash the northern sky. Shen Linheng, much like Li Tianyi before him, found that when his internal energy surged with emotion, the atmospheric temperature around him would shift dramatically. This was a hallmark of true masters. Joy could summon 1,000 blossoms, while anger brought forth chilling winds. "Since you do not wish to kneel, I shall instead force you to lie prostrate on the ground." Upon hearing Li Tianyi's words, Shen Linheng could not help but let out a shout. His figure vanished from his position, accompanied by a crackling sound akin to thunder. This was a technique he had mastered, swift as the wind and quick as lightning. His body left behind numerous afterimages, rendering him nearly invisible even to seasoned warriors. The gusts of his palm surged forth, aiming directly for Li Tianyi's face. A slight smirk played at the corners of Shen Linheng's mouth, as if he could already envision Li Tianyi meeting his demise beneath his hand. Li Tianyi, however, was taken aback. It was indeed rare for Shen Linheng to employ palm techniques, as most martial artists favored punches or weaponry. Palm techniques typically lacked lethality unless wielded by the most elite practitioners, whose internal energy surged with ferocity. Intriguing. Li Tianyi made no attempt to evade. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pushed forward. His palm technique was soft and gentle, contrasting sharply with Shen Linheng's ferocity. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted violently. The shockwave, searing hot, spread out like a tsunami, powerful and relentless. Nearby structures were instantly overturned, and trees were uprooted. Everyone scrambled to escape. Many were flung away, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Shen Linheng had already withdrawn, a sense of dread filling his heart. He was acutely aware of the potency of his palm techniques. Even a car would be reduced to rubble. Yet now, he felt a sting in his palm. His internal energy obstructed. In stark contrast, Li Tianyi remained unfazed, his expression calm and collected. Shen Linheng's face darkened, but he did not allow despair to take hold. Rather, he was merely astonished. He recalibrated his strategy, using his agility to circle around Li Tianyi. Speed was his advantage, enabling him to harry his opponent. If he could land a single strike, victory would be his. Determined, Shen Linheng launched into a frenzied assault. His palms fell like raindrops, relentless and overwhelming. Yet each strike was forceful enough to cleave stone and jade, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As hundreds of strikes rained down, Shen Linheng began to feel something amiss. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead. No matter how swift he was or how ferocious his blows, Li Tianyi effortlessly parried each one. His complexion shifted, halting his onslaught, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Receive my palm." At that moment of confusion, Li Tianyi's voice rang in his ears. When Shen Linheng looked up, he found Li Tianyi had vanished from sight. His pupils constricted in alarm. A chilling breeze rushed towards him, nearly toppling him. A fair hand materialized before him. A wave of dread surged through Shen Linheng's heart as he hastily raised his palm to counter. Bang! Shen Linheng was sent flying, crashing violently against a wall. With a resounding crash, the structure could not bear the impact and collapsed. Dust and debris filled the air, burying Shen Linheng beneath the rubble. Li Tianyi retracted his hand, his gaze indifferent. The crowd that had once anticipated Shen Linheng's victory fell silent, frozen in disbelief. Why? Even the formidable Shen Linheng had succumbed to Li Tianyi. Just how powerful was Li Tianyi? A wave of despair washed over everyone. None dared to confront Li Tianyi any longer. At this moment, Shen Linheng, whom the crowd believed had perished at Li Tianyi's hands, emerged from the wreckage. Disheveled and tattered, he bore little resemblance to the dashing figure he once was. Injured in multiple places, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to stand, his eyes reflected sheer terror. Speak. Leave me a whole corpse. Li Tianyi's gaze fell upon the once mighty scion of the Shen family, now reduced to a pitiful state. Shen Linheng's composure shattered, his calm demeanor evaporating into panic. I am a general in the military. Do you not fear the repercussions of killing me? Moreover, my master will soon arrive in the northern sky. Should you take my life, he will surely avenge me. Shen Linheng knelt, desperation evident in his voice. This was his first encounter with a life-and-death crisis, and all his emotions coalesced into sheer terror. If the public were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic uproar. The pride of the Shen family, the prodigy of the northern sky, now lay in such a state. Yet only the Chao family members could truly empathize, their hearts equally filled with dread. Speak. Li Tianyi remained silent for a moment before unleashing a sudden roar. The sound reverberated in Shen Linheng's mind, akin to thunderclaps. He locked eyes with Li Tianyi's icy gaze, and for an instant, he envisioned a landscape filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This ring was casually tossed to me by a warrior from the Zheng family. I do not know its origins. Shen Linheng's soul trembled, his body slumping to the ground. Drenched in sweat, in that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had plummeted into hell, confronting horrors more terrifying than death itself. He sat in a daze, his gaze vacant, murmuring incoherently. Li Tianyi's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had not anticipated that this individual was also in the dark. Relay a message to the Shen family. I reside at the Li Fudan Villa. If they wish to save their son, they must summon all their warriors, not leaving a single one behind. He turned to Chao Langhong, delivering this statement that left the crowd in shock. He was voluntarily revealing his location, inviting them to eliminate him. Did Li Tianyi truly possess the strength to stand against the entirety of Northern Sky City? While the crowd remained in stunned silence, Li Tianyi had already seized Shen Linheng and Mo Feng, departing the scene. The Chao family members were left in a state of disbelief, their faces as pale as paper. Li Tianyi, before long, you will meet a most gruesome end. Chao Langhong muttered darkly, filled with resentment as he surveyed the devastation within the Chao family. For the master of the Shen family would undoubtedly seek revenge for Shen Linheng. That individual, the foremost expert in Northern Sky, a legend of martial arts. Before long, Li Tianyi returned to the villa. By now, Shen Linheng had descended into madness, his mind clouded and unclear, having suffered a mental blow from Li Tianyi's roar. Young master, tomorrow's visitors will likely not be so simple. Mo Feng cautioned from the side. Given Li Tianyi's repeated displays of strength, it was evident that any reasonable opponent would refrain from sending mere ordinary warriors. Li Tianyi's expression remained placid as he gazed out the window, softly murmuring, if I do not uncover the origins of this ring, I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the entire northern sky. Chapter 91. The Arrogance of Youth. Unyielding in the early hours of the morning, while most were immersed in slumber, a particular location within the city remained ablaze with light. This was the most flourishing area of Tianbei, renowned for its commercial plazas and thriving enterprises. Yet, amidst the bustle, there lay a vast courtyard, teeming with figures. Warriors congregated, their faces etched with urgency, as if an important matter was unfolding. At the heart of this courtyard stood a solitary villa, where the sounds of silence intermittently erupted into heated disputes. Guarding the perimeter were circles of warriors, steadfastly prohibiting any approach. This was the estate of the Shen family. Within the grand hall, 3 middle-aged men engaged in a fervent debate. What is the purpose of mobilizing these warriors? We should directly enlist the aid of masters from other families, argued one, emphasizing the futility of their efforts against the formidable strength of the youth in question. An elder brother sought to temper the impassioned pleas of his youngest sibling, who was none other than Shen Linheng's father. His countenance, darkened with simmering rage, suggested an imminent eruption. "Brother, did you not hear him? He demands that all warriors of the Shun family be summoned. If we disregard his wishes, what will become of Lin Heng if danger befalls him?" The youngest brother voiced his concerns, visibly flustered. "Inform all prominent families that we require their adept warriors at our estate immediately. Notify every warrior in the Shun household to return, including the two masters." The elder brother, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke with a calm demeanor. The two younger siblings ceased their disputes and acquiesced to his judgment. What if they refused to dispatch their masters? The youngest brother inquired, anxiety evident in his voice. "Tell them that failure to comply will result in dire consequences." The elder brother replied, his voice heavy with foreboding. At this, both siblings felt a shiver run down their spines, a haunting figure emerging in their minds. Their apprehensions were somewhat alleviated. Outside, the warriors had assembled, and calls were made to various families. The three Shun brothers, after years apart, had reconvened to salvage the future of the Shun family, centered around Shun Linheng. In the southern part of the city, within a villa, as dawn broke, Li Tianyi abruptly opened his eyes. His heightened senses immediately detected an unusual aura nearby. Although the intruders attempted to conceal their presence, they could not evade Li Tianyi's keen perception. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming. Instead of confronting them, he positioned himself by the window, waiting. Soon, sounds of combat and anguished cries echoed from the garden. Within 5 minutes, all noise ceased, as if nothing had transpired, leaving the morning tranquil once more. "Young master, we have rescued Shun Linheng. The situation has been handled," reported Mo Feng, his blade still stained with blood. Li Tianyi nodded slightly, remaining at the window, his gaze fixed outside. As time elapsed, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth. The anticipated moment had arrived. As the mist dissipated, Li Tianyi's gaze shifted to the horizon. The usual bustling traffic on the road was conspicuously absent. It had been blocked, with rows of black vehicles stationed ominously. Warriors emerged from these vehicles, gathering in a formidable procession, advancing towards the villa. Li Tianyi stepped into the garden, flanked by Mo Feng and Mo Yu, awaiting their approach. Bang! Bang! Before any dialogue could commence, a thunderous noise erupted. The villa's walls crumbled, iron gates twisted and deformed, clouds of dust swirling in the air. Without initiating conversation, the Shun family had already asserted their dominance. Warriors poured in, forming ranks to confront Li Tianyi, wielding weapons and wearing expressions of icy resolve, undeterred by his presence. "Is this the extent of your forces?" Li Tianyi mused, casually sipping from his teacup, not sparing a glance at the assembled warriors. Though the number of warriors was substantial, representing the entirety of the Shun family's elite, they were woefully underestimating Li Tianyi's capabilities. "Arrogant wretch!" A booming voice echoed from afar, causing the stone table before Li Tianyi to tremble slightly. The source of the voice soon materialized, a middle-aged warrior draped in a long robe, radiating an unmistakable aura of power. Moreover, reinforcements from the Wei family and the Zhu family arrived, one formidable figure after another, their expressions stern and their presence formidable. They encircled Li Tianyi, a rare assembly of top-tier warriors from the prominent families of Tianbei, numbering no less than 4. Why has the Lin family not sent their experts? Li Tianyi mused, surprised that among the multitude, the Lin family was conspicuously absent. His time in Tianbei had revealed little about the Lin family, suggesting they were no ordinary clan. How laughable! To have the 3 leading families and 4 formidable masters unite against you. Even in death, you could find solace. A warrior declared, brimming with disdain. "Were it not for your connection to young Master Lin, you would have been obliterated long ago. What audacity you possess to stand here and speak." The assembled masters, steeped in pride, regarded Li Tianyi with contempt, baffled by the Shun family's audacity. "A mere remnant of the Li family. How dare you provoke us?" "Oh, and how does he compare to that Zhou from the Chao family?" Li Tianyi asked, his gaze sharpening. He had heard whispers that Master Zhou ranked 7th in Tianbei. "Zhou? Huh, he is hardly our equal. Any one of us could easily best him 5-fold. One warrior laughed, filled with arrogance. They indeed had the right to boast, as all were recognized figures within the martial community. The 4 masters present were among the top 10 warriors in Tianbei, and the disparity in strength was palpable. "Li Tianyi, return my son to me, or I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." At that moment, the throng of warriors parted, revealing a middle-aged man striding forward with purpose. His gaze was fixed on Li Tianyi, fury evident, as if on the verge of eruption. He was none other than Shen Linheng's father, the third son of the Shen family. Li Tianyi, however, did not raise his eyes, taking another sip of tea. Your son is dead, and soon, you will follow him. Chapter 92. The Killer, Who Kills Without Hesitation. This declaration was undoubtedly a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence. The third son of the Shen family stood frozen, unable to comprehend the shocking news. Shen Linheng had been killed by Li Tianyi? You killed Linheng? The third son of the Shen family could hardly believe it. His eyes filled with a crimson rage, his words dripping with menace. Even the four esteemed masters beside him trembled inwardly. The pride of Tianbei, the future hope of the Shen family, had fallen at the hands of Li Tianyi? What is the issue if he sought to kill me and met his demise instead? Li Tianyi replied, his tone devoid of emotion, even countering the third son of the Shen family. He spoke the truth. Shen Linheng had indeed been slain by him. The body long disposed of. You remnants of the Li family, do you grasp the enormity of the calamity you have wrought? You have extinguished the hope of the Shen family and snuffed out a beacon of hope for Beisheng. You shall surely die today. The four martial artists were equally incensed, unable to fathom the situation. Although they possessed the strength of battle generals, they could not ascend to that rank. Shen Linheng was still very young, with limitless potential ahead of him. He represented not only the Shen family, but the entirety of Beisheng. The killer, who kills without hesitation. Did you ponder the implications of your actions 5 years ago when you annihilated the Li family? Li Tianyi retorted with the same phrase, his words laced with a murderous intent. Do not think that I would spare even a minor figure like Shen Linheng. Even if he were a prodigy of Huagua, he would meet the same fate. In my eyes, those connected to the Li family's massacre are destined to die. Bah! What is the Li family but a mere trifling clan? There are millions of families like the Li family in Beisheng, yet there is only one Shen Linheng. Do you not understand this principle? The four masters felt a profound sense of regret, their hearts heavy with sorrow, and anger began to boil against Li Tianyi. In their view, the existence of the Li family was inconsequential. However, without Shen Linheng, Beisheng would lose a chance to shine on the national stage. With over 30 provinces in Huagua, Beisheng was at the bottom. To see such a promising talent destroyed by Li Tianyi was a tragedy they lamented. Huh! Li Tianyi chuckled coldly, disdain radiating from him. These individuals, perched high above, wore a hypocritical facade that made one nauseous. They divided everyone into ranks, viewing lower families as expendable. They possessed neither humanity nor compassion. They were the true cold-blooded beasts. I do not believe you. You claim to have killed my son. How could you have such audacity? Where is his body? The third son of the Shen family glared at Li Tianyi, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Deep down, he remained skeptical. Unless Li Tianyi were a fool, how could he dare to kill someone of such prominence? This ring, which of your Shen family's warriors found it? Speak, and you can be buried alongside him. Li Tianyi produced the ring from his bosom and placed it upon the table. He revealed his position to inquire about the ring. He had summoned all the martial artists of the Shen family for this purpose. If he could not extract the truth, he would not care if he annihilated the entire Shen family in the process. Do you dare to toy with me? Since you are so obstinate, then you shall meet your death. The third son of the Shen family felt his rage intensify, utterly perplexed by Li Tianyi's actions. If the motive behind killing Shen Linheng was revenge, it could be understood. Luring Shen Linheng as bait to dismantle the Shen family was also comprehensible. But what significance did this ring hold to warrant such importance? Furiously, he commanded the four masters to take action against Li Tianyi. If he cooperated, they might afford him a dignified death. If not, the third son of the Shen family was eager to witness whether Li Tianyi could endure torment worse than death. With his command, the four masters' auras surged, each radiating an overwhelming presence, their immense powers awakening instantaneously. The ground beneath them trembled, fissures appearing as the very earth seemed unable to bear the weight of their might. Withdraw. Li Tianyi, having already grasped the situation, ordered Mo Feng and Mo Yu to stand down. The Qingyun sword materialized in his hand, emitting a resonant hum, as if sensing the impending confrontation and yearning to sever the heads of his foes. Kill him. The four masters simultaneously scoffed and launched their assaults from all directions, igniting an explosive battle. Boom! The stone table shattered instantly, nearby trees splintering into mere fragments. The soil was upheaved, windows shattering as if a series of bombs had detonated. The sheer power of the four masters' initial strikes was staggering. They wielded no weapons, only their fists and palms, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks upon Li Tianyi. Mo Feng and Mo Yu watched in astonishment, realizing that if they were in Li Tianyi's place, survival against such formidable opponents was uncertain. The third son of the Shun family fixated on the battlefield, intent on witnessing Li Tianyi's demise with his own eyes. Faced with such ferocious attacks, Li Tianyi advanced rather than retreated. The powerful energy locked onto him, leaving him no avenue for escape. However, the four masters were unprepared for his proactive strike. Li Tianyi did not draw his sword. Instead, he thrust out a palm, colliding with one of the masters. With a resounding explosion, a shockwave erupted, sending one figure hurtling backward, an expert from the Zhu family. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianyi pivoted and delivered a punch. The master, using his fists, fell like a shooting star, crashing violently against Li Tianyi's fist. In an instant, the Shun family's expert's hand was left bloodied and mangled, sent flying across the battlefield. Without pausing, Li Tianyi executed a sweeping kick. The remaining two masters approached from behind, confidence brimming. Yet the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. They had no time to react. Their strikes were shattered by Li Tianyi's single kick, the astounding force sending them crashing to the ground. This breathtaking scene transpired within a heartbeat. No one dared to believe what they had witnessed. Their perceptions shattered, rendering them speechless. The attacks of the four masters had all been thwarted, and even those formidable experts had sustained injuries. In that fleeting moment, they were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. The masters exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Li Tianyi descended gracefully from the air, a sneer escaping his lips. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Chapter 93. The Four Great Masters. The mayfly shaking the tree, the four great masters returned with a flash, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves, their expressions grave. Just after a single exchange, the situation had been utterly overturned. They could hardly fathom how a man in his 20s could possess such a profound martial prowess, surpassing Shen Linheng by several tiers. Had it been Shen Linheng, even if he survived, he would have emerged severely wounded. Yet, Li Tianyi had managed to inflict injuries upon them. The disparity was simply too immense for them to accept. Two of the masters coughed up blood, their internal organs damaged and in agony. The other two were also injured, suffering excruciating pain. However, what astonished them the most were Li Tianyi's words. He had not even exerted himself fully. How could that be? One of the Zhu clan's warriors spoke, his eyes gleaming with insight. He suspected that Li Tianyi was drawing upon his life force, striving to elevate his realm in a desperate bid. He did not believe that Li Tianyi's true strength was indeed that formidable. Otherwise, with the hatred burning within him, he would have long since obliterated the five great families. The others shared this line of thought, considering the possibility. If he were indeed expending his life force, then it would not be surprising that he possessed such capabilities. All we need to do is entangle him. Within 5 minutes, he will exhaust himself and perish, declared another master, articulating a strategy. At that moment, they collectively recognized a singular truth. Li Tianyi sought to kill them at the cost of his own life. If that were the case, their families might descend into ruin, and he would have achieved his revenge. Reflecting on Li Tianyi's previous exploits, it was clear that should he deplete his life force, he could stand against them. With a single stroke, he had vanquished dozens of warriors, traversing the Chao clan and sweeping away 300 foes. His current desperate struggle could not be underestimated. They launched their next assault with remarkable synchronicity, not employing their full strength. Their palms and fists lacked the ferocity of their earlier blows, and they remained poised to retreat at any moment to guard against Li Tianyi's potential fury. Li Tianyi observed this comical scene, a cold smile forming within him. He stood his ground, making no offensive moves. As one warrior's palm grazed his clothing, Li Tianyi effortlessly sidestepped. When a member of the Shen clan leaped forward with a kick, Li Tianyi merely retreated a step, evading effortlessly. Each attack was swift, yet none could land upon him. In a matter of minutes, the four had struck nearly 100 times, yet he remained untouched. It was the perfect moment. The four masters realized that Li Tianyi had likely retreated from his previous state. Otherwise, he would not have merely defended himself. Their eyes sparkled with newfound determination as they simultaneously launched their assault. This time, they unleashed their full power from a unified front, their palms radiating an eerie glow. Boom! They pushed forward with the force of a mountain, a terrifying power that tore through everything. Before even reaching Li Tianyi, the overwhelming energy caused the villa behind him to tremble perilously. This was their combined strike, imbued with formidable might. Across the entirety of Tianbei, they were confident that no one could withstand such an attack. This was the unspoken camaraderie shared among masters. While they typically fought individually behind the scenes, they were kindred spirits. Today, they would unite to eradicate the remnants of the Li family. Li Tianyi remained unmoved, his hair billowing wildly, the sword in its sheath creaking ominously. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he drew the Qingyun sword. "Shatter!" he exclaimed, slightly bending at the waist to leverage his strength, executing a horizontal sweep with his blade. It was as if a line of autumn water cleaved the heavens, splitting the very space in two. The line was thin, yet contained an unfathomable power capable of cleaving through all. Not good. The four masters sensed the essence radiating from that sword, alarm bells ringing in their minds. They had completely underestimated the power of this strike, feeling the icy grip of death encroach upon them. Yet, it was too late to retreat. All four poured their life force into their attack with reckless abandon. Boom! A cataclysmic roar echoed through the heavens. Waves of energy surged like a tsunami, rippling for miles. Nearby villas were uprooted as if caught in a 12-level tempest. Shattering upon impact, the earth split open, soil flying up to dozens of meters. Over 100 warriors were thrown to the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Energy waves radiated outward, scattering the clouds in the sky. Almost all the citizens in the southern city witnessed and heard the event. A bomb of immense power had detonated in that vicinity, drawing everyone's gaze toward the same direction. Some citizens panicked, unsettled by the recent tumultuous events, while others cheered, reveling in the chaos. Those at the epicenter suffered the most. Shin family's third son was shielded by a dozen warriors, yet he still sustained injuries. He was buried in the earth, struggling greatly to extricate himself. Gone was his dignified appearance. He was now disheveled, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. He had been injured by the shockwave, yet he paid no heed to his wounds, hastily gazing toward the battlefield. A deep pit had formed in the ground, resembling one created by a meteor's impact. The four masters had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only tattered remnants of clothing scattered about. Yet one figure stood tall, unwavering as a mountain. It was Shin family's third son. Rubbed his eyes, peering intently, and instantly turned pale. For that figure was none other than Li Tianyi. He stood unscathed, sword in hand, casting a cold gaze upon all. The ring, who once possessed it? Li Tianyi's voice thundered like a rumble of thunder, resonating in everyone's ears. He surveyed the crowd with a chilling glare, his authority palpable, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Shin family's third son, defeated and dispirited, slumped to the ground, muttering incoherently. The other warriors were equally dumbfounded, their minds reeling in shock. The four great masters of Tianbei had been obliterated by Li Tianyi's single strike, leaving no corpses behind. "This ring, I once acquired it from a member of the Lin family, and it was gifted to young Master Shin," stammered a warrior. Trembling with terror, he could not fathom that a mere ring could incite such calamity. Fear gripped him, terrified that Li Tianyi might see through him. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the Lin family, Li Tianyi narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint illuminating them. The Qingyun sword, the ring, these remnants of the Li family were all intertwined with the Lin family. It appeared that the Lin family, as the foremost family in Tianbei, harbored even more secrets. Mo Feng and Mo Yu approached, inquiring about the fate of the remaining individuals. "Kill," Li Tianyi uttered coldly, a single merciless command escaping his lips. Thus, blood once more surged forth, screams filling the air as many warriors began to plead for mercy. No one dared to resist, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Blood stained every inch of the land, corpses accumulating like mountains. Shin family's third son stared vacantly, his beliefs shattered. He cast one last glance at Li Tianyi's retreating figure, a line of blood appearing at his throat. He could hardly believe that it was all due to a mere ring. Li Tianyi, sword in hand, gazed toward the western city, the direction of the Lin family. Soon, it would be their turn. Chapter 94, a blood-soaked conclusion. Who dares to challenge it? The day passed swiftly, and Li Tianyi and his companions had already relocated. The battle from the previous day had left the entire estate in ruins, with the aftershocks devastating the villa and its surroundings. This confrontation had truly compelled the five prominent families to take notice, instilling a sense of unease among them. By now, the masters from the Shun, Chao Zhu, and Wei families had been nearly annihilated by Li Tianyi. Only the Lin family remained, a clan shrouded in mystery in the northern region. They possessed few enterprises and displayed little financial power, yet they firmly held the title of the most influential family in Tianbei. In search of clarity, Li Tianyi decided to move his next residence to the western part of the city. Although this area was not the most bustling, it was relatively serene, with a sparse population. Nevertheless, it had been rated as the place with the highest happiness index in Tianbei. In recent years, it had been free from serious criminal incidents, with thefts and robberies being rare. Even the pervasive underground organizations refrained from infiltrating this territory, for the Lin family held sway here. Eyewitnesses had reported seeing bullies slain by Lin family warriors in broad daylight, and thieves had been punished with severed limbs. Unlike the other prominent families, the Lin family had earned a reputation, garnering public affection. However, Li Tianyi remained unconvinced. He had encountered members of the Lin family and found them to be as arrogant and conceited as their counterparts in the other families. His new abode was a courtyard, modest yet tranquil. On the first day, he remained inactive, sending MO phone and MOU to gather intelligence. While he sat quietly at home, tales of his exploits began to circulate widely. Numerous posts online emerged, reshaping public perception, with one name echoing persistently: Li Tianyi. From the initial bloodshed in Nagano to the confrontation with the Chao family and the murder of young Master Shun at a bar, all these incidents were attributed to him. The Zhu family had also faced destruction at his hands, and the second massacre in Nagano saw hundreds of martial artists defeated by a single sword. The Chao family had suffered again, with their masters falling to Li Tianyi's blade. Shun Linheng was killed, and the four great masters were reduced to mere remnants, while the third son of the Shun family met his demise. The sheer magnitude of these events was staggering. Li Tianyi, a remnant of the Jiangbei Li family, had stirred such a tempest. A series of explosive news articles shattered the public's worldview, and the entire Tianbei was abuzz with discussions about him. Yet, no photographs of him could be found, as if someone had deliberately erased all traces, leaving few who could identify him. Li Tianyi observed the online discourse, but his heart remained untroubled. The following morning, he intended to capture a member of the Lin family to inquire further. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. If he were to act carelessly, it could lead to lifelong regret. In the dead of night, beneath the bright moon, the houses in the western part of the city were few and far between. The cold streetlights cast elongated shadows, revealing a figure cloaked in black. This individual left no trace in their wake, as if gliding silently. Should a martial artist have been present, they would surely have been astonished to discover that this person emitted not even a whisper of breath. Without a doubt, this was a formidable warrior. He approached the courtyard of Li Tianyi, effortlessly vaulting over the wall and landing soundlessly. The assassin's eyes glimmered with a cold light, his hand gripping a dark golden dagger. His heightened senses detected 3 presences, marking his targets. He had come here with the intent to assassinate Li Tianyi. With utmost caution, he advanced, his ghostly movements rendering him undetectable. The assassin quietly opened a window without making a sound and entered Li Tianyi's room, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, as he drew nearer, he was met with an empty bed. A chill ran down his spine as he stared in disbelief. Simultaneously, the other 2 presences he had sensed vanished. A wave of dread washed over him, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, the room's lights blazed to life, illuminating the figure of Li Tianyi behind him. In a flash, the assassin reacted, twisting his wrist to thrust the dagger toward Li Tianyi's throat. Though his body had yet to turn, the dagger was already poised for a fatal strike. The terrifying speed of the attack would have surely spilt blood from any other martial artist. But alas, he had met Li Tianyi. In an instant, Li Tianyi's hand shot out, seizing the assassin's wrist with a vice-like grip. The assassin was taken aback, astonished by the sheer strength that rendered his left hand immobile, unable to withdraw. Yet, he was quick to react, releasing the dagger from his grasp. It fell, only to be deftly caught by his right hand. With a fierce thrust, he channeled his inner strength into the attack. Should Li Tianyi be pierced by this blow, his organs would be instantly torn apart, leaving him lifeless. However, a more shocking scene unfolded. Li Tianyi, with his other hand, firmly grasped the blade, preventing any blood from spilling forth. How could this be possible? The assassin gasped, nearly crying out in astonishment. This dagger, forged from extraordinary materials, could pierce through steel, yet it was held fast in Li Tianyi's grip. With a resounding crack, Li Tianyi crushed the dagger, its sharp shards resembling shrapnel as they embedded themselves within the assassin's body. The overwhelming force of Li Tianyi's inner strength began to obliterate his organs, causing blood to flow profusely. "Were you sent by the Lin family?" Li Tianyi coldly inquired, tossing the assassin to the ground. He bore no injuries. Even the hand that had wielded the dagger appeared unscathed. "Indeed, but your prowess surpasses our expectations. However, next time, you may not be so fortunate." The assassin gasped, clutching his abdomen as excruciating pain coursed through him, causing him to tremble. Li Tianyi paid little heed to the threat, instead retrieving a ring. "Whose ring is this?" he demanded, releasing an oppressive aura that left the assassin in agony. The heavy pressure bore down on him, forcing him to the ground, his insides feeling as if they were being crushed. Blood pooled throughout the room, spreading to Li Tianyi and Apos' feet. "It belongs to the fourth son of the Lin family. I saw him holding it." The assassin finally relented, though he was the only one who could withstand Li Tianyi's pressure. The previous victim, Ma Jinrong, had been crushed to death under the same weight. "I am Bloodblade. If you kill me, the Lin family will not spare you." The assassin gasped for breath, attempting to threaten Li Tianyi. His words elicited a slight surprise from Li Tianyi. For Bloodblade was the second-ranked expert in Tianbei, a powerful martial artist. Li Tianyi's gaze lowered, coldly regarding the assassin. "Rest assured, they will not be long in coming to join you." Chapter 95, the second of Tianbei, easily annihilated. "Do you wish to challenge the Lin family? I fear you lack the requisite strength. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to release me. It might grant you a few more moments of existence. Do you comprehend?" The assassin let out a cold smirk, his words dripping with menace. Li Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. The fact that this assassin could ascertain his whereabouts in such a brief span indicated that the Lin family was indeed informed. This meant that everything Li Tianyi had undertaken was already known to them. When the assassin witnessed Li Tianyi's prowess, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet he asserted that Li Tianyi could not stand against the Lin family. This struck Li Tianyi as peculiar. Among the 5 prominent families, how much stronger could the Lin family truly be compared to the other 3? "I know what you are pondering. You believe the Lin family is akin to the other 4 families, do you not? Alas, you are gravely mistaken. Those families are of no consequence to us." Though the assassin found himself on the brink of death, his tone became imbued with a sense of arrogance when he spoke of the Lin family. In his view, it was merely that the Lin family looked down upon those other families. Otherwise, why would there even be a notion of 5 prominent families? "Oh, pray tell, in what manner does the Lin family excel?" Li Tianyi's smile was enigmatic, a perfect opportunity to extract further information. Regardless of the Lin family's might, he possessed the audacity to believe he could overturn them with a single strike. However, for her sake, Li Tianyi resolved to tread carefully, lest he make an irreparable mistake. The assassin, noticing Li Tianyi's shift in demeanor, felt a surge of elation, mistakenly believing that fear had taken hold of Li Tianyi. The Lin family's financial power remains hidden, their martial prowess concealed. On what basis are they deemed the foremost in Tianbei? It is because the Lin family has powerful allies. He himself was the second most formidable in Tianbei, yet as he uttered these words, a hint of trepidation crept into his voice. The assassin's remarks felt like a forbidden secret, one that, if revealed, would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval. A top-tier expert, yet he harbored fears. And then, Li Tianyi remained unmoved. No matter who the Lin family's allies might be, he felt no dread. Yet the assassin shook his head, unwilling to divulge further information. "Very well. You may meet your demise." Li Tianyi's demeanor turned icy, his murderous intent palpable. In a swift motion, he drew his sword, extinguishing the life of the second most formidable expert in Tianbei. The assassin's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of blood. He had not anticipated that Li Tianyi would be so audacious, displaying no fear of the forces backing him. Even if they were affiliated with the War General headquarters, he would not hesitate to strike them down. Li Tianyi's eyes were cold as ice, his aura steeped in lethal intent. Ever since he mastered his skills, he had nurtured an unwavering belief in his invincibility. Would mere words instill fear in him? Night swiftly passed, and the following day dawned clear and bright. The populace in the western part of the city remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. The illustrious second expert of Tianbei had perished in an inconspicuous courtyard. "Young master, the Lin family's annual charity gala has been moved forward. It is scheduled for this evening at the Lin family's temporary residence, organized by their younger generation." Mo Feng approached Li Tianyi, delivering this piece of news. The Lin family held a charity gala each year, open to all who wished to participate. The funds, as the townsfolk spoke, would be allocated to impoverished families in remote regions. This initiative garnered the goodwill of all people in Tianbei, and countless participants were expected. They moved it forward? A cold smile graced Li Tianyi's lips, as if he had discerned the underlying reason. This must surely be connected to last night's events. The Lin family likely believed he had succumbed to the blade of blood edge, emboldening them to act so recklessly. If they were not fools, they would certainly realize that Li Tianyi's next target would be them. Thus, it would commence with this charity gala. Li Tianyi made his decision. Perhaps he would indeed encounter the Lin family's fourth son. From that morning, various organizations began reporting online. The Lin family seldom hosted gatherings, yet the charity gala was an annual fixture. Many families would send representatives to contribute substantial donations. Some individuals of renown from distant places also sought to mingle with the Lin family. Even the general populace showed significant interest in attending. Their attitude toward the Lin family was decidedly different from that toward other families. As the sun began its descent, the atmosphere in the western part of Tianbei shifted. Traffic congestion began to manifest, with both luxury and ordinary vehicles en route to the temporary residence of the Lin family. Li Tianyi found himself caught in the same predicament, spending over an hour to reach his destination. The turnout was immense, with at least 30,000 attendees. The Lin family's temporary residence was not merely a single courtyard. It was constructed upon a small island in the lake, boasting a large plaza that, despite the throngs of people, did not feel cramped. At the forefront stood a grand platform, a massive screen, and teams of martial artists maintaining order at the venue. Although the event had yet to commence, discussions were already bubbling amongst the crowd. Who knew how many billions would be raised this year? The Lin family is indeed unparalleled, unlike the others. Have you not noticed that the infamous Li Tianyi has slaughtered members of other families, yet he has not dared to touch the Lin family? He would not dare. The Lin family is the pride of Tianbei. Should Li Tianyi provoke them, he would be opposing the very people of Tianbei. The sentiments shared among the crowd were overwhelmingly one-sided. The Lin family held a revered status in their eyes, seemingly sacred and untouchable. Some even drew comparisons with the recently notorious Li Tianyi, questioning whether a conflict might ensue between the two. The consensus remained unchanged. They believed that Li Tianyi would incur the wrath of the populace. Should he dare to touch the Lin family, many in Tianbei would rally against him. Such ignorance. Li Tianyi, upon hearing these discussions, merely shook his head. He did not linger there, but instead made his way backstage with Mo Feng and another companion. The rear area housed several exquisite residences, truly the Lin family's temporary abode. Li Tianyi sensed the presence of formidable martial artists tasked with safeguarding the Lin family members. Inside the main hall of the residence, young men were engrossed in a game of cards. Adorned in designer attire, they flaunted expensive watches and indulged in fine spirits. These were the younger scions of the Lin family, the orchestrators of this charity gala. Were this scene to be unveiled, it would undoubtedly incite a scandal of monumental proportions. I wager my sports car on this. I refuse to believe I cannot win. Fourth brother, what of you? Have you lost everything? The four were thoroughly absorbed in their game, even shedding their shirts in the heat of competition. Their stakes were exceedingly high, far beyond what an ordinary person would dare to gamble. This was in stark contrast to the Lin family's usual discreet financial dealings. Who claims I have lost everything? There is a charity gala tonight, is there not? I shall place a portion of my stake here as a start. One of the Lin family scions, his eyes aflame with determination, shouted, eager to recoup his losses. His three cousins gave him a thumbs up, approving of his audacious idea. They were merely concerned that he might lack sufficient chips, thereby resorting to trickery. Just as they prepared to continue, several figures suddenly materialized nearby. Are you the fourth son of the Lin family? Chapter 96, The Leader of the Northern Thieves. Meet your doom. The sudden appearance of Li Tianyi startled the four individuals greatly. One of the young masters from the Lin family choked on his drink, coughing incessantly, while the others leapt up from their seats in astonishment. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? The fourth young master of the Lin family regained his composure and barked at Li Tianyi and his companions, panic evident in their eyes. They had never anticipated that someone could breach this place. Their family had repeatedly warned them against inciting the public's disdain. If this scene were to be exposed, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Answer my question. Li Tianyi retorted coldly, refusing to respond, which left them bewildered and uncertain of his intentions. Indeed, I am who I am. What do you wish to do? The fourth young master of the Lin family, brimming with arrogance, laid his cards on the table. After all, they were the direct descendants of the Lin family. Not to mention the affection of the populace, the formidable Lin family was not to be trifled with by just anyone. Excellent. Li Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. It appeared he had come to the right place. He took his time and surveyed the room. Tiger skin chairs, ivory pai gao, and exquisite carpets. This was a life of extravagance, starkly contrasting with the humble depiction of the Lin family that the public held. You, boy, I don't care how you got in here or who you are. If you dare to speak of this, you'd better be prepared to lose your life. One of the young masters from the Lin family threatened, his eyes gleaming with malice. The others shared the same sentiment. They could not allow him to leave alive. They had learned from past mistakes how to handle such situations. Only the dead could keep silent. What do you think will happen if those outside witness this scene? Li Tianyi scoffed, waving his phone in the air. His implication was crystal clear. Their actions had been recorded. Reflecting on the recent comments from the crowd, Li Tianyi felt a profound sorrow for the ignorance of the masses, blindly following so-called news. You are overthinking this. Let us not even discuss whether you'll make it out alive. Even if you manage to send that out, what of it? We can easily concoct a reason to cover it up, wouldn't you agree? A slightly older young master from the Lin family sneered, his murderous intent unmistakable. Although he spoke the truth about their family's capacity to manipulate facts, if their elders were to find out, they would inevitably face confinement. Thus, eliminating this intruder seemed the wisest course of action. At that moment, two formidable warriors outside sensed the disturbance within the room. With a resounding crash, the door shattered. These warriors, sharp and vigilant, burst in, concerned for the Lin family's safety. Their instincts proved correct. Who are you? What audacity you possess to disturb the young masters of the Lin family? Do you wish to forfeit your life? One of the warriors bellowed, glaring fiercely. The other, equally grim-faced, scrutinized Li Tianyi and his companions, an aura of menace surrounding him. They were equally astonished. How had these three managed to infiltrate their stronghold undetected? It was utterly unfathomable. I have already stated, you will not leave here alive. Speak, which family sent you? Do you think such petty tactics can unsettle the Lin family? The fourth young master, now emboldened, plopped back into his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Li Tianyi. He perceived Li Tianyi as an operative from a powerful family, sent to gather incriminating evidence against the Lin family. Furthermore, he suspected that Li Tianyi might be a martial artist, for it was impossible to sneak in so quietly otherwise. From now on, heed my words carefully. Perhaps I may allow you to keep your corpse intact. Li Tianyi would not stoop to answering such foolish questions. He simply uttered a single phrase. His expression was cold, his words laced with an icy chill. However, his demeanor only provoked a chorus of laughter from the Lin family young masters. Look, it seems he is attempting to threaten us. Which family sent this fool? He is here to carry out a mission? Hilarious. They laughed heartily, regarding Li Tianyi as if he were a simpleton. After all, in all of northern Tian, who would dare threaten a member of the Lin family? Even if old Master Zhu stood there, he would not utter a word. Yet, two individuals remained unfazed by the laughter. The two warriors, maintaining their professional vigilance, remained alert. Anyone who could slip in under their noses must possess notable skill. They also recognized that the two women exuded an aura of danger, suggesting they were trained assassins. The man, however, remained an enigma, possibly not a martial artist at all. Then tell us who sent you, and we might just allow you to leave with your life. You must be aware of the Lin family, but perhaps you are ignorant of the consequences of offending us. The young masters of the Lin family were not in a rush to unleash their warriors. They were intrigued. They had never encountered anyone as oblivious as Li Tianyi. This was beyond ignorance. It was sheer folly. He was the first fool they had met who dared to challenge the Lin family. How about this? We shall use the outcome of a game of chance to decide your fate. The victor may choose any method for your demise. What do you say? The fourth young master's eyes glimmered with excitement as this idea struck him. The others applauded the notion, eager to settle the matter in one decisive stroke. The warriors, accustomed to such antics, said nothing further, seeking death. Just as they prepared to engage in their game with Li Tianyi's life as the wager, a cold voice interrupted. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared. Li Tianyi's Qing Yun sword pierced through the body of one young master, the fierce sword energy shredding his internal organs. Blood sprang forth. The Lin family young master had no time to scream, meeting his demise in an instant. How dare you? This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the two warriors momentarily stunned. They beheld the death of a Lin family member before them, their eyes widening in fury as they charged forward. Yet, they did not immediately direct their wrath at Li Tianyi. One warrior swept his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that pulled the remaining three young masters closer to him. Is our third brother dead? The faces of the three young masters turned ashen, shock etched across their features. They had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish individual would dare to strike. Each of them felt a wave of dread. Had their third brother survived, it would have been one of them who fell. Now, the two warriors faced Li Tianyi, fury blazing in their eyes. Li Tianyi wiped the blood from his sword, his demeanor devoid of emotion. Shall I have to kill another before you comply? Chapter 97, My Renowned Name. A city bathed in blood rain, do you comprehend the magnitude of the calamity you have wrought? One martial artist was utterly astonished that someone would dare to slay a scion of the Lin family. Even if he were a martial artist himself, he would find no escape from death. However, Li Tianyi merely scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as inconsequential. Kill him. Execute him. The fourth son of the Lin family, regaining his senses, was consumed by rage. How dare this fool lay hands upon them? It was sheer lawlessness. The other two young masters were equally incensed, clamoring to flay him alive. The two martial artists, convinced of their necessity, resolved to eliminate this rogue today. They exchanged glances and swiftly made their move, their intentions clear as they did not aim for Li Tianyi. In their eyes, the two female assassins posed the greatest threat. Under Li Tianyi's command, Mo Feng and Mo Yu also sprang into action. An astonishing battle erupted within the confines of the small room. The clash of four warriors unleashed a torrent of energy, shattering doors and windows, extinguishing all light in an instant. Fortunately, the plaza outside was bustling with noise, and no one noticed the chaos within. The two martial artists were engaged in combat with Mo Feng and Mo Yu, but suddenly, they perceived the two assassins retreating. As they attempted to follow up with their assault, they found themselves unable to locate their adversaries. Their senses betrayed them, and the aura they had perceived vanished. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and the two warriors felt a chill of foreboding. They hastily raised their defenses, but it was too late. Wounds appeared upon their bodies, and blood flowed freely. Now, their vision impaired, they could only rely on their instincts. Yet, this proved futile against the adept assassins of the crane-killing pavilion. The room echoed with piercing sounds, and the two martial artists were in dire straits. They sought to escape outdoors, to shift the battle elsewhere, but their opponents offered no such opportunity. Their injuries grew more severe, yet they remained helpless. Mo Feng and Mo Yu thrived in the darkness, effortlessly handling the two foes. Meanwhile, the three Lin family scions, hearing the clamor from within, were filled with dread. They cowered in a corner, trembling, and one even took out his phone to send a desperate message for help. Yet, before a minute had passed, silence enveloped the room. It seemed the outcome had been decided. The three young masters, hiding in the shadows, cautiously observed the scene. By the dim light filtering through the window, they discerned two figures standing tall in the room. All is well. They have been dispatched by our Lin family's warriors, one of them declared. It is unfortunate for our third brother. How could such madness arise? A sigh of relief escaped the three, who stood up. The notion that their family warriors had triumphed was not unexpected. Nonetheless, it was the first instance of a Lin family scion being slain by other martial artists. We cannot attend the charity gala alone. Perhaps we should summon an elder from home? The three were deeply concerned, lamenting their immediate troubles. No need for that. You will have no chance to attend. A voice suddenly rang out, cold and unyielding, unlike that of a Lin family warrior. In an instant, the three were rendered speechless, a shiver creeping down their spines. Just then, the lights in the room flickered back to life, illuminating the scene within. How is this possible? The fourth son of the Lin family gasped, collapsing to the ground. The other two were equally horrified, their faces drained of color, for it was not the man and two women who lay dead, but their own Lin family warriors. No, the Lin family warriors had not yet succumbed. Though bloodied and covered in numerous sword wounds, their formidable life force had prevented them from perishing, yet they were on the brink of death. In their eyes, anger had been replaced by terror and confusion. The identity of one capable of besting them must be renowned in Tianbei City, yet they had never encountered such a figure. At that moment, one injured martial artist seemed to recall something, his body trembling violently. He was on the verge of death, and his agitation caused more blood to flow. Li. He strained to utter, but could only manage a single syllable, his eyes betraying a profound fear. Regrettably, their life forces had already ebbed, and they ultimately perished in a state of terror. You have slain my Lin family warriors, killed my kin. There shall be no sanctuary for you in all of Tianbei. The fourth son of the Lin family stared in horror as Li Tianyi approached, retreating in fright, invoking the Lin family name. Unless one were truly oblivious to danger, how could one remain unafraid? Such was the thought of the fourth son. Yet, his elder brother, trembling uncontrollably, managed to turn his head. It is Li Tianyi. This Lin family scion finally recalled a name, the only one audacious enough to act without fear. The name Li Tianyi hung in the air like a taboo, one not to be spoken lightly. Indeed, the countenances of the remaining two turned pale, their confidence evaporating. The threats they had intended to utter vanished, their bodies quaking with terror. The Lin family name could intimidate all, yet there was one who remained undaunted, the god of death, Li Tianyi. Was he not slain by the Bloodblade? The fourth son of the Lin family felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his voice barely a whisper. There was no need for an answer. Only one conclusion remained. The Bloodblade sent forth by their family had met its demise at the hands of Li Tianyi. With a splatter, two streams of blood erupted, splashing the face of the Lin family fourth son. He stood there, dumbfounded, as two more brothers fell before his eyes. Mo Feng and Mo Yu, wielding their swords, pierced the hearts of the remaining two. Their deaths were swift, their eyes wide with disbelief as their life forces were extinguished in an instant. The fourth son of the Lin family turned ashen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Where did you acquire this ring? Li Tianyi coldly inquired, brandishing the ring in his hand. The Qingyun's sword hummed ominously, and his chilling gaze sent shivers down the spine. I stole it from home and sold it, the fourth son stammered, never expecting that the motive for this confrontation was merely a ring. His complexion paled, and he pleaded for mercy, willing to divulge everything in hopes that Li Tianyi would spare him. Through his account, Li Tianyi finally grasped the entire sequence of events. Please, spare me. I know nothing of your Li family matters, nor have I ever participated in such bloody affairs. The fourth son knelt, tears streaming down his face. Utterly terrified of death. 5 years prior, he had been but a teenager, and it was indeed plausible that he was unaware and uninvolved in such atrocities. Suddenly, the fourth son's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at his chest. Crimson blood soaked his garments, revealing a sword that had pierced his heart. With a swift motion as Li Tianyi withdrew the Qingyun sword, the fourth son fell lifeless to the ground. A gentleman is innocent, born into the Lin family, yet guilty. Chapter 98. The Wei family seeks peace, secrets unveiled. Ultimately, the ring returned to the Lin family. According to the account of the Lin family's fourth son, the ring's fate was indeed tumultuous. Initially, it was stolen by the fourth son and taken directly to gambling. Subsequently, it was purchased by a warrior from the Shen family. In an effort to curry favor with Shen Linheng, the warrior gifted it away. Despite the ring's exquisite material, it did not catch Shen Linheng's attention. Ultimately, he carelessly tossed the ring to Chao Jian, who, recognizing its preciousness, presented it to Jin Yitong. Fortunately, Li Tianyi had been diligently investigating and possessed the capability to follow the trail. Otherwise, anyone else would have struggled to uncover its final whereabouts. Upon receiving the news, Li Tianyi departed from the scene. At the Lin family's temporary residence, in the square, the crowd had been waiting for several hours, and complaints began to surface. Some affluent individuals glanced at their watches, frowning in frustration. The opening ceremony had long passed, and the Lin family had never been tardy. What could be the reason? Even the host on stage began to perspire nervously. Finally, a member of the Lin family emerged, a middle-aged man, his expression grim, causing the host to hesitate in approaching him. I, on behalf of the Lin family, express our deepest apologies for the delay. However, an unfortunate incident has occurred. The madman Li Tianyi has murdered our kin backstage. The middle-aged man stood at the microphone, his voice filled with indignation. He had just received a text message, arrived on site, and the scene before him ignited his fury. How could Li Tianyi have the audacity to act in such a manner? It was simply inconceivable. His declaration rendered the audience momentarily silent. But it was not long before a cacophony of insults erupted. The public's anger was ignited, and they unanimously condemned Li Tianyi. I knew this scoundrel was no good. He indiscriminately slaughtered members of the Lin family. Punish Li Tianyi, execute him. He is a cancer in Tianbei City. The crowd surged with indignation, their voices echoing loudly. Nearly 30,000 strong, their cries resonating throughout half of the western city. Individually, The public may appear insignificant, even minuscule, but in the face of tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions, the power of public opinion can obliterate anyone. The middle-aged man of the Lin family bore traces of sorrow on his face, yet his heart swelled with a sense of satisfaction. Although the death of their kin was an unfortunate accident, it had unfolded into the spectacle they had longed to witness. Unbeknownst to them, Li Tianyi had returned to his courtyard, feeling strangely uneasy as he paced within. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, both astonished by the unusual demeanor displayed by their young master, who had never faltered even in the face of overwhelming adversaries. This behavior starkly contrasted with his usual composure. Perhaps my suspicion is correct. My sister is still alive. To the Lin family, Li Tianyi halted, his eyes gleaming with determination. Even if the likelihood was but a fraction, he would seize it. Moreover, the Lin family posed no real threat to him. Young master, consider carefully. If she truly lives, the Lin family is certainly concealing her. They know you are alive and will undoubtedly use this to threaten you. Mo Feng urgently cautioned, fearing for Li Tianyi's safety. The Lin family had yet to make their intentions clear, as they had not been forced into such a position. Should Mo Feng's concerns prove valid, Li Tianyi would find himself at a disadvantage. Lin family, Li Tianyi growled, fury nearly erupting from his eyes. In an instant, a tempest raged outside, the wind howling ferociously. Mo Feng and his companion were taken aback, retreating under the immense pressure. Moments later, Li Tianyi regained his composure. He understood well that Mo Feng's words echoed his own fears. If his sister were alive, he had no knowledge of her hiding place. Thus, only two options remained. With a flicker of resolve in his eyes, Li Tianyi gathered his thoughts and devised a plan. The first was to capture a high-ranking member of the Lin family and interrogate them for her whereabouts. The second was to confront the Lin family directly, employing force to compel them to release her. At this juncture, these were the only two courses of action available to him. Li Tianyi had never approached problems in such a manner before. Previously, he faced adversaries without hesitation, vanquishing gods and slaying Buddhas alike. Yet, when it came to his own sister, he was unwilling to gamble. If he chose the second option, and the Lin family opted for mutual destruction, he would regret it for a lifetime. Investigate where the high-ranking members of the Lin family frequent, Li Tianyi resolved, marking this as his first calculated decision. He silently prayed that his suspicions were indeed correct, for the entire premise hinged upon his sister's survival. That night, he found it difficult to sleep, tossing and turning, hoping for news the following day. Meanwhile, the stillness of the night was shattered by the uproar online. Reports of the events at the temporary residence circulated, igniting a frenzy on Tianbei's forums. The public, largely ignorant of the Lin and Li family matters, blindly followed the narratives presented. Various accounts of the Lin family's benevolence and their approachable deeds proliferated online, with organizations promoting the Lin family to bolster their reputation among the populace. Conversely, countless disparaging remarks about Li Tianyi emerged, revealing the full extent of his past deeds in Tianbei. The ensuing uproar was seismic, with shocking statistics leaving the public aghast. Li Tianyi is nothing short of a murderous fiend. Shock and horror rippled through the crowd, met with a tidal wave of vitriol directed at him. Some even formed associations, urging collective action against Li Tianyi. Public sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided, brimming with indignation. This was unprecedented in Tianbei. As the night passed, Mo Feng brought news. Yet it was not from the Lin family, but rather the Wei family. A representative from the Wei family had approached him, sent by the family head to invite Li Tianyi for negotiations. Their words were laced with a desire for peace, expressing a wish to cease hostilities with Li Tianyi and offering to compensate for the losses incurred by the Li family. They promised any form of compensation, as long as they would no longer be troubled by him. Moreover, there was more. The Wei family offered to disclose the secrets surrounding the massacre of the Li family. This revelation stirred Li Tianyi, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Undoubtedly, this was the most favorable peace offering they could present, perhaps out of fear of Li Tianyi's wrath, or perhaps seeking self-preservation. Their intentions were clear. They yearned for tranquility and wished to avoid further antagonizing him. Li Tianyi contemplated briefly before agreeing. A negotiation need not consume much time. However, at that moment, Mo Feng misunderstood and inquired about the nature of their compensation. They stated that any form of compensation was acceptable. Then I demand their lives, Li Tianyi retorted with a cold smirk. He craved to uncover the secrets and desired the lives of the Wei family as well. Chapter 99, Cunning Schemes. What can you do to me? How could Li Qianni possibly spare the Wei family, the very organization that had once conspired to annihilate him? If they were willing to divulge everything, he might consider allowing them to preserve some semblance of their legacy. This could indeed be their most favorable outcome. The Wei family mansion is situated in the most prosperous area of the southern city, a hallmark of any prominent clan. Their assets are vast, with numerous enterprises under their banner. It is rumored that they hold shares in 70% of the toll roads in Tianbei. Should they decide to block a road, the entire transportation system of Tianbei would descend into chaos. Furthermore, the Wei family operates the second-largest news agency in Tianbei, responsible for reporting local news and significant events. It can be said that the Wei family wields considerable influence over public opinion in the entire region. This is merely one of the 5 powerful families, yet it possesses such immense clout. When the 5 families unite, it becomes nearly impossible for anyone to challenge their authority. However, an anomaly has emerged, one that has caused the Wei family to feel trepidation. Yet, this matter remains shrouded in secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone else. At this moment, a luxurious convoy has arrived at Li Qianni's residence. They have been dispatched by the Wei family to demonstrate their sincerity. All those present are martial artists, their presence and demeanor distinctly extraordinary. Yet, when confronted with Li Qianni, they are visibly apprehensive. Li Qianni's reputation precedes him. There are few martial artists in Tianbei who are unaware of his name. Mr. Li, please. A high-ranking martial artist from the Wei family respectfully opens the car door for Li Qianni. The sight would undoubtedly leave onlookers in disbelief. An elite martial artist from the Wei family, a top-tier expert, humbly opening the door for a young man in his 20s. Such a spectacle is simply inconceivable. However, none of the martial artists feel humiliated. Rather, they are gripped by a chill, their nerves taut with fear that Li Qianni might suddenly unleash his wrath upon them. Fortunately, Li Qianni remains composed, though his countenance is cold. He does not exhibit any intent to kill. The 3 of them enter the car, and the convoy sets off. Li Qianni sits quietly, eyes closed, while Mo Feng and Mo Yu separate and board another vehicle. Mr. Li, this negotiation is highly confidential. The family head has suggested that only you and the core members of the Wei family participate. No others are permitted to join or eavesdrop. As they approach the Shun family residence, the driver cautiously speaks up, stealing glances at Li Qianni's expression. It would be disingenuous to claim he is not anxious. This is a perilous undertaking. His words are unmistakably clear. Even Li Qianni's 2 attendants are excluded from participation. 1 minute passes, then 2. Li Qianni remains silent, eyes still closed, showing no sign of intent to speak. Beads of cold sweat form on the driver's forehead, his anxiety mounting. This was a command from the family head, and he must see it through. Fortunately, after a moment, Li Qianni gives a slight nod in agreement. Phew, Mr. Li, we have arrived. The family head is waiting for you inside. Upon seeing the gates of the Wei family, the driver finally breathes a sigh of relief. Only after Li Qianni exits the vehicle and steps through the gate does the driver's tension begin to ease. He mentally vows never to accept such a task again. The Wei family estate is reminiscent of the grandeur associated with ancient nobility, exuding an air of magnificence. Yet, upon entry, one cannot overlook the infusion of modern technology, a blend of ancient and contemporary wisdom, inaccessible to the ordinary person. As Li Qianni steps inside, everyone halts at the entrance, refraining from following him in. The courtyard is vast but eerily empty, save for a central path leading deeper into the estate. Li Qianni's expression remains tranquil. Without a second thought, he strides forward. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierces the stillness. Hey, you there. Yes, you. Who allowed you to use the main entrance? Are you a country bumpkin unaware of the Wei family's rules? A flamboyantly dressed young man, exuding an air of arrogance, appears before Li Qianni, flanked by 2 martial artists whose expressions are anything but friendly. Li Qianni stands still, surveying the trio with an indifferent gaze. Logically, since the Wei family had invited him, one would expect a warm welcome. Yet, oddly, none of the Wei family's martial artists seem to recognize his presence today. Look at your foolish face. Are you some kind of idiot? How did you even manage to get through the gate? The Wei family scion scrutinizes Li Qianni, his disdain palpable. The guards must be getting lax if even an idiot like you can enter. 5 young master, I just came from the entrance and noticed there were no guards today. It's unusually quiet inside the estate. One of the martial artists beside him whispers, revealing their shared suspicion about the day's peculiar atmosphere. I thought it was something noteworthy. Besides, look at those people. What good could they possibly do for me? The Wei family scion dismisses their concerns, clearly unimpressed. You're not a member of the Wei family, are you? Li Tianyi inquires casually, his eyes glimmering with insight. He perceives a hint of disdain towards the Wei family in the young man's tone. Oh, so you can speak. I thought you were a simpleton. And if I weren't part of the Wei family, how could I possibly be here with two martial artists at my side? The young man scoffs, puffing up with pride in his lineage. Yet, the expressions of the two martial artists behind him betray a sense of awkwardness and a hint of disdain. Subtle, yet unmistakable, a detail that Li Tianyi keenly observes. You two are not from the Wei family, are you? Li Tianyi remarks with a slight smirk, his gaze fixed on the two martial artists. He has already deduced the cause of this peculiar encounter. The two martial artists remain silent, their expressions revealing impatience and resignation, conveying all that needs to be understood. How amusing that you would inquire about me. Aren't you afraid I might break your legs? The young man retorts, standing defiantly before Li Tianyi, incensed that anyone would dare ignore him. Yet, before he can escalate the situation, he finds himself momentarily stunned, for he distinctly hears 5 words echoing in his ears. I am Li Tianyi.